What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Wednesday, October 25th, 2023, and we are locked and loaded on a hump day edition of the morning program right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Plenty of Texas and BYU conversation. We'll hear more from Steve Sarkisian as the Longhorns get set to begin the Maalik Murphy era here in Austin. Plus, the NFL trade deadline less than a week away. Could the Cowboys and Texans be making big moves over the next couple of days? We'll talk some NBA as the three Texas teams open up their seasons tonight. And, of course, the World Series is set thanks to a Game 7 shocker in Philadelphia last night. And we'll have plenty of laughs along the way. We're ready to roll. What's going on, Buck?
I'm good, BK. How about you this morning, man?
I'm doing all right, man. Feel like I'm coming down with a little something, but hey, we got me.
A little Olipop, all the good ingredients right there. Is that cherry?
A little cherry cola. I have not had this flavor yet because I haven't been able to find this flavor. And finally, at the Target close to my place, they had some cherry cola in stock. So
sweet.
We're going to bust this bad boy open right here on this show later today. I'm excited to try it. But no, man, I'm good to go. I'm thinking about you today, though. You know, I was worried that you were going to need a day off. I thought I was going to get a call or a text at some point from you over the last few hours because I figured you would be too hurt over the loss of Richard Roundtree that maybe you would need to take a day. I know that guy was one of your favorite actors ever, man. Passed away yesterday at the age of 81.
Yeah, 81 years old, 81 years young or whatever. He dead. And
the
original Shaft, John Shaft, badass John Shaft, 1971. I went to the movie theater to see Shaft. I've seen it numerous times. I've seen the newest John Shaft with Samuel L. Jackson. Just can't compete with Richard Roundtree. That guy was a handsome man, was a strong figure back in the 70s, did an awful lot of movies. When you go back in his career, that guy had tons of movies that he was in, bit roles and stuff like that. He was like the Jonathan Banks, the black Jonathan Banks, in a lot of bit roles and stuff in his career, but did a fantastic job. And I'll never forget John Shaft and the music of Isaac Hayes. That was one of the first albums that I had was back in 71 was John Shaft.
Wow.
And that was the feature of Isaac Hayes did John Shaft.
So you had the movie soundtrack.
The soundtrack was awesome, man.
Man, yeah, Richard Roundtree, 81 years young, passed away after a brief battle with pancreatic cancer.
Cancer got him twice. I think he also had breast cancer at one time in his life.
Yeah.
He had a mastectomy. He was a male who had a mastectomy done.
Yeah, that's, man, tough. So rest in peace to Richard Roundtree, and go watch Shaft today if you're looking for something.
Absolutely, the original Shaft.
I think it's supposed to rain a lot here in Austin over the next few days.
Oh, who made that call?
Well, you did.
On a Wednesday.
Yep, I'll give you some credit there. You did not call that rain was coming on Monday, so I was outside on a run trying to enjoy my day, and all of a sudden buckets of water are falling from the sky, and the weatherman is nowhere to be found. But you did call rain on Wednesday, and we should be getting some more rain today. I think
tomorrow.
We might be getting, rain tomorrow and Friday and Saturday and Sunday and Monday, and then the high on Monday is in the 40s here in Austin.
I'm not digging that. No.
Oh, yeah.
The high in the 40s?
That's the word on the street, according to the weather guessers out there.
No, I'm not. I don't do temperatures. I don't like cold temperatures. I know it's time to get – I know I'm a lettuce rancher and a superior lettuce rancher, but I'm prepping a garden for the spring. I'm not prepping anything for the winter. Those are going to be in pots. My lettuce will be in pots this year, and broccoli and things like that. I'm having a hard enough time out there shoveling and evening things off and leveling it off and putting peat moss down for the spring. So I'm going to have a fine garden. Sorry about that, HEB. You won't see much of me in the spring. I'll have my own lettuce and tomatoes and everything growing. But this winter, things in pots. So if there's people out there to do a lot of pot gardening, let me know. Not pot. Not
Whoa.
Oh no.
I
know
got a
you
couple of guys.
I
Hold
bet
on.
I bet you do.
Hold on. I got you.
I forget if people are out there who are putting their vegetables in pots, let me know how to do that. I'm not skilled at that. Remember, I've got a 7-month-old puppy too, so he's a Great Pyrenees, and that dude will have those things will be sitting out in the front yard. So I don't know how I've got to put it. Do I cage it off or whatever? So, but I do that. I love winter gardening. That is cool for me because lettuce just keeps going. If you can get it done right now, BK, it'll go all the way till April, to the end of April before May. It'll still last, but now I can't put it in the ground because the dog, if I don't have it caged off, that dog will absolutely he pulls out my regular stuff.
Oh, your dog pulls out?
Yeah, he's a ridiculous little dog. And he's about to go on, once he gets to 1 year, he may have to get Dr. Snip maybe to calm him down. I know there are people who are probably against that and having their dog.
You just said your dog pulls out, so I don't think you have to worry about
it. No. I don't want. That's a big dude to start trying to hump you. When he gets to, he's big as it is. So if that dude gets to be a year old and he starts getting on that humping thing, look out.
Yeah, let me tell you, I've met that dog a couple of times, and I wouldn't call him a Great Pyrenees. I'd call him an average Pyrenees right now.
Yeah, he's pretty average. He's the dumbest pet that I've ever had in my life, and that includes turtles. I grew up snakes and turtles, bringing them home, putting turtles in the bathtub when I was a kid. This one by far is the dumbest animal that I've ever been around, and that's saying a lot. I mean, I've had three Great Pyrenees, but this is just the dumbest pet. Period. I mean, I once had a bird. My first wife, when we were living in a condo right outside of Brookline, Massachusetts, that I got one of those big green parrots. I thought it would be cool to have one of those parrots. And dude, that thing never stopped squawking and making noise at this apartment. The only way you had to do is you had to cover it up. You had to put a cover on the top of it. Then it would shut up in total darkness. If you lifted that cover, that thing was squawking and everything. Dude, I eventually got to the balcony and threw that sucker up in the air, and he flew away. We just couldn't do it. They cost hundreds of dollars. That was
you paid hundreds of bucks for that thing?
Oh, it just squawked and it screamed and it became a wild parrot after I threw it off the balcony and it took off.
Yeah,
it didn't come back. It didn't come back to my.
No, they never do. Like Brooks and Shawshank Redemption. You let that thing go and he's going. Those birds don't want to be trapped in cages. I've never understood the pet bird. I'm not a big bird guy in general. They annoy me. But I really don't get why people would spend money to have a bird as a pet.
Yeah, really. I mean, what's
their own, but they're just obnoxious.
And they're going to crap if you take it out of the cage, it's just going to crap all over the house.
Everywhere. Yeah,
everywhere. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do. It is appreciated, and do be safe out there.
Amen to that. 512-222-9328. That's the code of text line if you're listening on the app. Did get a message saying that the app keeps looping. Sometimes it does that at the very start of our broadcast. Just keep listening. It should work itself out. But we appreciate y'all tuning in on the app. We appreciate y'all tuning in on the YouTube. And how about this today, Buck? We've got a new sponsor. And we're just doing a little trade with this new sponsor.
Okay.
But
we do trades.
We do trades. Well, this trade is to help our people who tune in to us.
Okay.
Every
people?
Day.
Those people?
Those people. Oh, yeah. The brothers, the Jews, it doesn't matter. Everybody can get in on this. Yeah. Our friends at Cabo Bob's are hooking you people up for the rest of football season. And we might be working some out for basketball and baseball, too.
Now you're talking.
As of now, we're starting with just football. And every week following a Texas Longhorn win, we're going to be giving one of you a $150 catering gift certificate.
Wow.
To Cabo Bob's. Now, hey, if the Longhorns lose, which none of us hope that happens anytime soon, our friends at Cabo Bob's are still going to hook you up. They're going to be giving away a $25 gift card after a loss. But after a win, we're giving out a $150 catering gift certificate.
Very nice.
That serves up to 10 people. So if you've got an office party, if you want to have people over to watch the World Series, this weekend or next weekend, and you just want your food catered by Cabo Bob's. And oh man, if you've been to Cabo Bob's, you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't been, this place is next level, dude. I feel like I keep this place in business by myself. I freaking love the burritos and the bowls at Cabo Bob's. They got 4 locations around Austin. They're in Houston as well. This place is legit. So we're giving one of those away today, $150 Cabo Bob's catering gift certificate. All you have to do is be tuned in and either send us a text on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328, or leave a YouTube comment. That's all you have to do to enter. And look, please like this video as well, if you'd be so kind, if you're watching on YouTube. But that is it. Before 10 o'clock today, we are going to announce the winner of that $150 Cabo Bob's gift certificate for catering, thanks to the Longhorns win over Houston this past weekend, Buck.
Very nice. Does the randomizer pick it out? Does your extreme randomizer do the picking here?
The randomizer is back.
That piece of crap. Come on,
what do you mean,
man.
that piece of crap? What's wrong with the randomizer?
Just go ahead and roll the thing around in the little cage and call out the bingo numbers, will you? Randomizer.
Steph Curry stirring the pot over here.
Get that thing going.
And our guy Jeff Howe just texted me on my personal text line, 21. No, I'm not giving out that number. He says he's a Cabo Bob's P1. Oh, yeah, their mango salsa is ridiculous. Yeah, Cabo Bob's is legit. Happy to have them on board and happy to be
thank you, Cabo Bobo.
Yeah, giving you people a little something for continuing to support us right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. All right, Buck, we got plenty of Texas football to get into, but how about some baseball? The World Series is set. I think a lot of people were surprised that the Rangers were able to go into Houston and win games 6 and 7 in the American League Championship Series, but I think the surprise pales in comparison to what went down in the National League Championship Series. I mean, the Phillies went up 2-0 over the D-Bags, and that series looked over. I mean, the first 2 games were beatdowns, and a lot of people were talking about a sweep, or at worst, maybe this series goes 5 games. Like, there's no way we've got a long series in store, and Arizona's got no chance to actually come back and win this thing. Well, Arizona took games 3 and 4 to even things up at 2, and you're thinking, okay, well, they've got a little bit of life. But then Philadelphia won game 5 on the road in the desert, and the narrative once again was, this thing's over. The Phillies are going to the World Series. They've got 2 chances at home. They never lose at home in the playoffs. They're going to win at least one of these games, and the D-Bags took game 6 a couple of days ago. And then last night, winner take all, game 7, the Arizona Diamondbacks starting a rookie pitcher who had an ERA close to 6 in the regular season. They go into the bank and shut down that high-powered Phillies offense and pick up the game 7 victory, 4-2 the final score. The team that was plus 5,000 going into the playoffs. They had the longest odds of any playoff team to win the World Series. The Arizona Diamondbacks are in the Fall Classic, and they are 4 wins away from their 2nd title in franchise history.
Yeah, and the tall rookie for them was just firing last night. I mean, he made sure that he got, they started out pretty good by scoring a run. The Snakes did early. Once again, Philadelphia, I think they did answer in the 2nd inning with a run. Yep. But after that, boy, their bats just that kid was just closing them out. I mean, and he pitched a gem last night. I mean, how long did he stay? Did he stay for 6 innings?
No, the starter only went 4 innings. I think the biggest story was the D-Bags bullpen.
Yeah.
They went 5 innings. I think there were 5 different pitchers that came out of the pen for Arizona last night, and they gave up a total of 1 hit and no runs. That's impressive, considering how good Philly's lineup is with Schwarber, with Harper, with Turner, with Castellanos.
Yeah, Castellanos was horrible last night. Over the last couple of games, he's in a slump, like 0 for 30.
Yeah, I think he did end 0 for 20-something in this series. He was red hot in the first couple of rounds of the playoffs for the Phils, but he did absolutely nothing in this NLCS. Yeah, he hit a home run in the first at-bat of the series, and then he ended the series on an 0 for 23.
Wow.
Yeah, and he struck out a lot too, but man, the top 3 of the Phillies order, like, look, Castellanos is a good player. He's been big for them, but the best 3 players in Philadelphia's lineup, Schwarber, Turner, and Harper, in games 6 and 7, they went 1 for 20 combined. That was it. So credit Arizona and their pitching staff for finding a way to slow down Philadelphia. But man, yeah, the Phillies' best players all disappeared at the exact same time, which obviously you can't have that happen when you're trying to get back to a World Series.
Yeah, and Turner had struggled in the beginning of the season, then picked it up, at the end of the season. And then all of a sudden he goes cold. That was a bad time for him to go cold because the Philadelphia fans put up with his shenanigans, midway during the season when he was really, really struggling.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they helped bring him back with some standing ovations, and they got him cranked up again. Then all of a sudden he disappeared again.
Yeah.
Now, Schwarber's been pretty good. I mean, he's been good throughout.
It was weird. Like all three of those guys were great in the playoffs until Game 6. Like they were great in the first 5 games of the series, especially in the 3 Philadelphia wins. But they were great against the Braves in the last round, and they were great in the wild card series they played too. But yeah, I mean, just the last 2 games, right? Like all you got to do is win one at home against the 6th seed in the National League. You talk about the Rangers limping into the playoffs a little bit. I mean, the D-backs lost their last 4 games of the regular season. They got punked by the Astros in that final series of the year, and they looked like they were going to be quick outs in these playoffs. But they sweep Milwaukee, they sweep the Dodgers, and then they go into Philadelphia and win a Game 6 and a Game 7 against the heavily favored Fighting Phils.
Yeah.
Snakes alive, man. This team, they're heavy underdogs already. We'll give you the odds here in a second, but they're going to be dogs against the Rangers. And I'm sure Rangers fans were pretty happy with what went down last night. The fact that
I'm pretty sure they were too.
The worst team won, but shoot, you should not be counting out these Snakes because they've been pretty damn good over the last few weeks, man.
Yeah, they've got a couple guys that can absolutely fly on the base pads too. So, I mean, they stretch out. They take a single, behind a guy at first and turn it into that guy getting a third. They got guys that can move.
Yeah. They do.
Really good athletes.
Yeah, I think they lead all teams in these playoffs in stolen bases. They were also the best defensive team in baseball during the regular season, which, hey, defense and pitching, that's big time at this time of the year in this sport.
I think it'll be a good World Series. I think it'll be a 7-gamer. Might as well stretch it on out to 7 again.
So we've got the 6 seed in the NL against the 5 seed in the AL. I don't know if anybody predicted this matchup. Forget at the start of the season, but even at the start of the playoffs. Once again, the D-bags 50-1 going into the postseason. The Rangers were plus 1,800. They had the second longest odds of any American League team. Once again, the Snakes had the longest odds of any playoff team to win the World Series. The Rangers, I think, minus 175 favorites in this fall classic.
Boy, that's still a big number, it seems like.
That's a very big number. Like, if it was Rangers-Phillies, I don't know who the favorite would be, but it'd be a very, very close line either way. But, yeah, D-backs plus 145, Rangers minus 175. So the folks out in the desert are telling you who they think is going to win this thing. The Rangers do have home field advantage as well. But, man, once again, do not take these Snakes lightly. They've got things rolling right now. They're a young team, but they're playing with a boatload of confidence. And if you can go on the road and win 2 games, elimination games in Philadelphia, you're not going to be scared of the scene in Arlington. They're not going to be worried about having to go on the road in some of these games in the Fall Classic. So there you go. The World Series is set. Game 1, of course, Friday night in Arlington. No official announcement on who the starting pitchers will be, but I think it's pretty safe to assume it'll be Zach Gallen for Arizona and Nathan Eovaldi for the Rangers. But we'll obviously wait the next day or two and hear what that announcement is. Congrats to the D-bags, man. Goodness gracious.
No kidding.
What a run. And that bullpen has been spectacular. All right, before we shift gears and get into some Texas football, because there's more Steve Sarkisian audio that we need to unpack from his press conference on Monday. We've got more to talk about in regards to Malik Murphy, got a little Arch Manning to discuss, and we've got to figure out if this defense can get things back on track after back-to-back disappointing performances under Pete Kwiatkowski. But, Buck, I'll give you the first word today. Who do you want to give some love to?
Speaking of back-to-back, how about my back? Getting the right support has always been difficult for me, but nothing gave me the comfort that my back needed than the folks at Relax the Back. I love those folks. They get everything that I need, stand-up desk. But this chair that I'm in for my thoracic back, it is absolutely the best. Over 20 years of support that I've had from Relax the Back. I don't know what would have done without Relax the Back. I'm telling you, I can't sit in that beach chair that you've been sitting in. It just wouldn't work for my back, wouldn't work for my thoracic, lumbar, none of it. my wonderful hips that I got swinging around here. But you can do that. But eventually you're going to be in a relaxed back because you want to, because you're going to get the support that you need. And the same thing for you folks out there too. Now they've got a store in BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods. And of course in Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back, folks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's time. It's been 21 minutes.
There you go.
Let's crack open the cherry cola Olipop.
We did the cherry cola.
Here's a sip for you, Buck, if you want to try some.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that. I can taste the ingredients.
Oh, it does taste like cherry Coke.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Olipop.
It's good for you?
Mm-hmm. I had to go back in for a second sip. That's the beauty of Olipop, man. All the classic soda flavors you love. Classic cola, root beer, lemon lime, if you're a Sprite fan, cherry cola, grape soda. They've got it all. And the best part about Olipop is, well, it's actually good for you. Like the Buck says, you get 9 grams of fiber in every can. Only 2 to 5 grams of sugar in every can. Hardly any calories in any can. This one's got 50 calories. That is it. I think that's the most I've ever seen in a can of Olipop as well. There's also prebiotics. There's plant fibers. There's botanicals. I don't know what any of those words mean, but I know this stuff is good for your digestive health, and it's good for my digestive health as well. I bought these bad boys at Target. They've got them at Target. They've got them at H-E-B, Walmart, Whole Foods, Costco, wherever you go to get your groceries. Make sure you're adding a can or a couple of cans of Olipop to your shopping cart. This stuff is a game changer. I had sworn off soda for years because of how bad it is for me. Well, this stuff allows me to basically drink soda, but also get some health benefits on the side. I love it. Shout out to Olipop. Love having them on board as a sponsor here at Texas Sports.
Now you had to get that at Target, huh?
Yep, got this one at Target.
How about your local 7-Eleven there? They didn't have that. They didn't have that flavor for you, did they?
Oh,
they do carry Olipop though.
They do carry Olipop. Yeah, we can give some love to our friends at 7-Eleven right now.
It's morning, yes.
Yep. And are you getting a hard copy today?
I missed out on the hard copy yesterday because I was working the fields again. So hard copy on hump day, yes. I will get the hard copy today for sure, the Austin American Statesman or whatever brand they have there. You know, every once in a while I'll pick
because it's garbage.
You know, every once in a while I'll pick up the Dallas Morning News there too. They've got that.
Okay.
I don't mess with the Wall Street Journal. Way too much, way too sophisticated for me and expensive.
Did you say you're working the fields today?
Yes, I was working the fields a little bit yesterday for my garden, my 15 by 15. And that wasn't fun with that stupid dog sitting on the pile of dirt that I had to. I mean, why sit right on the top of it? I mean, really, sit to
puppy,
the side.
Man.
Huh?
He's a puppy, man. He doesn't know better.
Sure he does. Just roll to the side. What are you, king of the mountain, dog? You don't sit right at the top of the pile. My goodness. That's that pile I have to get up on the truck, step up on the truck. I'm trying to even out the soil there, and that dude's sitting on the top like he's the Lion King, you know? What dope. Yes, but I love 7-Eleven. I'm going to give myself maybe, my wife may not hear, Little Debbie's today.
Whoa.
Double-decker.
Little double-decker oatmeal cream pie.
Oh.
Because you are a cream pie fan. We have established that.
I am.
Oh, man. Shout out to 7-Eleven. Love those folks. I might have to stop by 7-Eleven today, too, for gas for my car, but also a couple of snacks as well. All right, let's hear from Steve Sarkisian. We'll start with the quarterback conversation and then talk more about this Texas defense. A game plan for the Longhorns. Look, I think we kind of have come to know what to expect from Quinn Ewers. He's been this team's starting quarterback for like a year and a half now. We really don't have any idea what to expect from Malik Murphy. I'm confident that he can go out there and play well, but we're talking about a guy who has 8 career passing attempts at the collegiate level. And obviously this will be Malik Murphy's first career start this Saturday. Sark on Monday was asked about coming up with a game plan for Malik Murphy, and hey, maybe one for Arch Manning too, just in case.
No, I mean, I think in the end is we got to take our time as a coaching staff, which we started on yesterday. What are the things that Malik does well? What are the things that Arch does well? It's not always about the idea of the play and putting it on a whiteboard, because there's a lot of plays that look good, but what do they do well? And then how do we ensure, okay, here's the concepts that we think they run really well. They don't have to run the whole playbook. They need to run what they run really well. And then how do we devise a plan that incorporates what they do well with the personnel, formation, motion shifts, run game to tie it all together? And so that's kind of how you do it, you know. I think it's important that they get confidence early is always helpful, but you never know how a game's going to go. These guys are elite competitors. I'm not concerned about them, you know, fighting through when adversity strikes, but I do want to make sure that I'm giving them the opportunity to do the things that they've shown us that they're good at and that they like, because, you know, Saturday is going to be a test enough. It doesn't need to be a final exam as far as, you know, let's test them on things that they might know or might not know. I want to test them on the stuff that I know they know really well. I hope they get 100%. This is an open book test. I hope they play great.
No, this ain't no test. You need to win this football game. You need that. This isn't the final exam, but it's the start of the damn final exam for sure. I mean, you need to win the game. This isn't. You know, I wrote down, are you very careful? Are you careful? Do you run the offense or do you just let it fly with these guys? I mean, no matter who it is, I know you're going to try to do the things that they do best, but are you going to be – I would just say you have to be careful. I'm not going to say be very careful. I mean, the kid, it's time to go play. So you just have to be careful. You don't have to be very careful. You don't have to be overcautious about what they can do. You've seen enough of both these kids now to understand that they're pretty good. They're pretty good players. They're really good competitors. But can they compete now at the highest of high levels right now? Because you just can't throw them out to the wolves and say, listen, be yourself. Oh, no. I've got to be the coach. I got to know what you do best. That's what the coaching part of it is all about. But I'm looking forward to it. I know one thing I wrote down, let it fly. I don't think you can let it fly. It's too soon to just let it fly. But your defense, I know he's going to talk about that. Your other guys have to step up. Your defense now, who we kind of are seeing what this defense has been over the last couple of weeks, and it ain't been that good except for against the run. Everything else has been kind of helter-skelter. So they're going to have to straighten that out. The defensive guys and the defensive staff are going to have to look at their players and say, guys, we got a brand new quarterback in here. It's going to be up to us to do we're going to have to go beyond what we've been doing for sure. Yeah. Or hell, we're just going to have to get back to playing solid defense. Forget going beyond. We just need to play solid defense. We were pretty good when we were solid, but when we're kind of lousy in the secondary and in the linebacker level, it's a problem. We have to be much, much better. We got to help out the young quarterback.
Yeah, the defense has to be better than it has been over the last couple of weeks, and I think we saw through the first month and change of the year that they are capable of playing better than what they've done in the last two games against Oklahoma and Houston. But I did really like that answer. Like Trey and I were talking about this yesterday. I thought that was a great answer from Sark. I mean, there are a lot of coaches who would just say, next man up, we're running the same offense.
No.
Like, that's what we're doing. Like that. He knows the offense, just like the starter knows the offense. So he's going to do what the starter does. Yeah. I mean, Sark has always been described as a quarterback whisperer, and his offenses have always been described as quarterback friendly. And I think that answer that he gave you right there explains why both of those have been the case. And that's what you have to do. I mean, coaches are problem solvers. It is a problem when your starting quarterback gets hurt. And you've got to find a way to solve that problem. And you have to find a way to develop a game plan that is going to maximize the talent of the guy that is inserted into the starting lineup.
Yeah, what are the plays that he runs well? What does he do at practice?
Bingo.
You see him over and over and over. I mean, if he throws that, that pass was open last week in the zone there, and he just was a little excited. But that's his ball right there. That was open. I mean, if he gets that ball down, that's a hell of a start for him and a hell of a completion down the field. Those type of things I think he can do. I think they got players that can get in the zones, and give him some of these little hookups. The tight end can do the same. But one thing you can't have is a young guy in a football game that's so hyped up that he's overthrowing balls, because those overthrows generally go into the safety's hands,
You ever heard of the band Kiss?
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah. I don't know if they sang a song like that. They had a few other songs that were more popular than that if they did. But that's what this offense needs to be. Keep it simple, stupid. Like, I don't know what Malik Murphy is good at. I don't know what he's bad at, because the only Malik Murphy I've seen from him, the spring game, the fourth quarter against Rice, and then the 2 throws he made on that final possession against Houston. Like that's all that we have seen from Malik Murphy in his college career. Plenty of high school tape. He looked great in high school. Well, he was playing at a small school in California. So not to take anything away from Malik Murphy, but obviously playing Big 12 competition in college is a pretty significant step up from the talent that he was going up against in California back in high school. I think he's got a cannon for an arm. I really do. He puts zip on his balls, man. I think we've seen that in his 8 pass attempts this year, is that he throws a rocket. He's got some ridiculous arm strength. Maybe he needs a little bit more touch on his footballs, but ain't no question about the arm strength right now. I mean, that guy's got an absolute cannon. What I always worry about with young quarterbacks, especially guys making their first ever start, is how quickly can they process information and how quickly can they slow the game down? Sounds like an oxymoron, but I think you know what I mean.
Yes.
Like I think this game plan this week, obviously they've got to run the ball a lot. Like everybody knows that Jonathan Brooks and CJ Baxter should get a ton of carries, and those guys need to play really, really well.
And that offensive line needs to play its best game.
The O-line needs to play a great game too. I agree with that. But I think we're going to see a lot of one-read throws.
Sure.
Texas offense this week, right? A lot of screen game, a lot of flat routes, a lot of comebacks. Now, Malik Murphy, I think, throws a great deep post. I think he can throw the ball down the field. I'm not super worried about that, but I just think it's going to be as easy and as simple as possible. At least that's what I think it should be, but I also think that's what Sark is going to do. Like, don't make Malik Murphy go through 3, 4, 5 progressions. Obviously, if he's capable of doing that, then shoot, that's great. We might have something really special on our hands, but redshirt freshman quarterback making his first ever college start, give him as many one-read or half-field read plays as he possibly can, so this moment doesn't look too big for him.
For sure, and especially if it's wet on Saturday. You know?
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, we might have wet balls to deal with at DKR.
Yes, that's a tough for a kid starting this. And, you know, I've likened him to Randall Cunningham, but Zay always tells me, dude, he's not Randall Cunningham. He doesn't run like that. I said, he's big like that. He goes, but he's not there to run. He's not a runner. You know, he can move around in the pocket, and he's big and he can see over the top. But Zay always remind me, Buck, don't call him that, because he's not going to take off and go like Randall Cunningham down the field. He's not that type of player. I'm like, well, shit, he's big. Can he run? I mean, I'm hearing what a great athlete he is. I'm like, I'm not asking him to run 4.3. I'm asking him to do the thing that Quinn did. If they turn their backs to him, can he get out of the way and go? I know he's got a better chance of lowering his shoulder on a linebacker than Quinn Ewers did. Yeah. That's for sure.
I think he's more Cam Newton than Randall Cunningham.
Okay.
I don't think Malik Murphy's the type of runner that Cam Newton was, because obviously that was a huge weapon for him at Auburn and in the NFL for all of those years. But
is he just a big dude? Is that what I'm seeing? Just a big dude?
He's a big dude, man.
Okay.
I mean, he tells people he's like 6'4", 6'5", but he's really 6'6", and he's close to 250 pounds. I mean,
that 240 is just a facade. He's not. He's like closer to 250.
Dude, the guy is built like a Greek god, too. I mean, it's insane. He looks like he could be a linebacker or a tight end or both. I mean, really. Like, part of me is thinking, God, could we have had that guy on the field rushing the passer over the last 2 weeks? That guy could
fall down for 4 yards at least, right?
Yeah, of course, we've talked about Malik Murphy in short yardage situations. Like, hey, put that dude under center and run the quarterback sneak, because I don't know if there's anybody who could stop that guy, from getting half a yard or a yard, whatever. But yeah, I think it's more a Cam Newton running style, but I don't know how much quarterback run we're going to get in this game.
Well, I'm just saying, if he can escape, if he has to, I'm not, because, I'm thinking of the ability to escape and get you 5 or 6 yards. Mm-hmm. And get down, or if you're going to take on somebody, I'm not advocating taking on guys because you're big. I just can he escape enough to get you first downs and things like that, instead of throwing picks or trying to throw it into a crowd. Will he pull it down? I mean, that's the stuff I want to know about him. But Zay reminds me, no, dude, he's not that kind of runner.
No. And you can't turn the ball over if you're Malik Murphy, right?
No.
Like, I don't expect this Texas passing game to be as good as it has been this season.
Yeah, but they have to protect him too. They have to. This offensive line has got to play like we were expecting them to play. And they've got enough bumps and bruises on the offensive line as it is too.
Yep.
But it doesn't matter. Nobody wants to hear any of that. We got bumps, we got bruises, we got no. You're still trying to get to a championship here.
Well, the O-line's pretty healthy. I mean, they got Jake Majors back against Houston, and he looked pretty good. I was kind of impressed by Jake Majors. I mean, I thought that guy was going to have to miss a couple of more games. So when he did come back, I was thinking, oh, maybe they rushed him back a little bit out of desperation. And I don't know if he's going to be ready to play. Well, no, he looked ready to play. So this offensive line, a little banged up depth-wise, but they've got their starters. So they have every reason to have a good game this Saturday against BYU. Yeah, everyone's got to step up. Like everything's got to be more efficient and effective offensively. Once again, I don't know what to expect from this passing game, but I'll tell you what pissed me off last weekend against Houston, the fact that A.D. Mitchell had the same number of catches as Bert Auburn did. Like that's unacceptable. The fact that
Sark fade away. Yeah, what is the deal with that?
The fact that Sark is talking about, Jonte Cook getting more playing time coming off the bye week, and that guy had 0 catches against Houston last week, and it felt like he was barely on the field. And that was with your starting quarterback playing, most of the game.
Yes.
So, just the passing game looked so bad as the game progressed. Obviously, Quinn Ewers got off to that tremendous start in the first half, but then just everything collectively kind of fell apart for Texas. God, these receivers, I mean, like you said, everybody's got to step up. The O-line, the running backs, the defense, but the receivers also have to do a good job of winning their one-on-ones. Because if BYU's smart and Kalani Sitake's smart and he's a defensive guy, and, he's got familiarity with Steve Sarkisian because those guys coached together. And, of course, Sark played at BYU. Those guys are friends. They both talked about it at their press conference on Monday. Kalani Sitake's going to load the box. He knows what we're talking about. He knows what every Texas fan is talking about. He knows the game plan is going to be feed Brooks. Like Texas is going to try to run the football early and often to take the pressure off of Malik Murphy. Kalani Sitake's not going to be like, no, I'll just put 6 or 7 in the box. And no, he's going to load the box to try to stop that, and he's going to try to make Malik Murphy beat you. So this passing game, they've got to find a way to make some plays on Saturday if Texas is going to win this game and
no doubt
continue to control their own destiny here in the Big 12 Conference.
Yeah, like I said, I think you just have to be careful. You don't have to be very careful, but you also don't want to put this guy in a situation where he has to win the games. He's just got to manage the offense, really, because you're still, no matter what they try to do, you still ought to be pretty good running the football against this group. Yeah. They want to load that box. I love Jonathan Brooks. When you load the box and somebody's just out of their spot, they better be in the right gaps, because this guy is going to, if you stick your arm out there, he's going to be gone. And if you got everybody up front, if everybody's dropping in coverage and they're in that box, because he generally breaks a couple tackles themselves. He makes some great cuts inside in crowded situations. He can get some big runs off this week against this defense if they're going to do that. But they're going to pressure this quarterback. They're not going to sit there just loading the box. They're bringing people from some different angles too.
Yep, I would think so too. And obvious passing downs, they'll We'll go a lot of one-on-one on the outside. So the Texas receivers will have to win their matchups, but obviously Malik Murphy is going to have to put the ball on the numbers a few different times. Let's hear another one from Sark. He is talking about the Kalani Sitake defense. We'll flip over to the Texas defense here in a moment, but one more from Sark talking about his offense going up against Sitake's defense.
If you think about Kyle Whittingham and those great defenses that they've had at Utah over the years, and Kalani and Jay were there for a lot of those years, it's a very aggressive style, very attacking, attack the line of scrimmage. Defensive line is penetrating. They're trying to get into the backfield. I think they have a lot of confidence in their players and in their scheme. They do a good job on first down, second down of mixing things up, and on third down, how can they get to the quarterback? But in the end, they're ball conscious, and you see the turnovers and when they come and why they come. I think their players are really aware the coverages that they're playing, and I think that goes back to coaching. Those guys are good coaches. They've been doing it a long time. Got a ton of respect for them.
Well, don't start out with the swing screen to Xavier Worthy, because they're waiting for that one, Coach. If there's motion and you're going to swing it out and try to outflank them, I'm going to say this, Coach, they will be waiting there for that play.
Hey.
If that's going to be if you're going to get your quarterback off to a good start, and you said a simple swing screen to Xavier Worthy, I got to believe they're thinking the same thing. If my dumb ass is sitting here thinking it, they're saying, okay, they like to run that swing screen out to Xavier Worthy to get him to get your quarterback a reception and get Worthy going. They're probably thinking the same thing too.
I will say this, that play did work against Houston. Now, it didn't work against Oklahoma. It got blown up for a loss of 2, and then
I didn't see the first play. I missed the first play. Please don't tell me it was that play again.
Yeah, not the exact same. They had different blockers.
Oh, no.
There.
Oh, well, of course they had a different blocker. They figured it out that JT Sanders is not the blocker that you need out in front of that screen.
No.
Wow.
Yep, they figured it out, but they did
Oh,
start.
No, it's coming. It's coming. He's not going to let you down. He's going to do it some way. Maybe he'll go to Whittington this time.
Yeah, maybe, but it didn't work against Houston. I wanted to point that out there. I think Texas
a lot of things worked against them. It was 21-0.
Yeah, early on, everything was working against Houston, and then later on, nothing was working against Houston. BYU's defense ranks 11th in the conference in terms of yards per game allowed. I think they're 6th in scoring defense in the Big 12 right now. They're giving up 5.6 yards per play on the season. It's an average to slightly below average defense in terms of most statistical metrics when you compare them to the rest of the teams in the Big 12, and really when you compare them to all the teams across college football as well. So this is not, a vaunted wrecking crew style defense that's coming to town. This ain't the steel curtain or anything like that Texas is going to have to deal with. That's the good news there. The bad news is BYU's coming off of a game in which they had 5 takeaways. Now, they played Texas Tech, and Texas Tech had its third-string quarterback, a true freshman by the name of Jake Strong, who, boy, if you're a Texas fan, you hope you get to see this kid on Black Friday because he sucks.
Sure.
He's just not ready right now.
No, he's not ready.
He did not look good in Provo last week against BYU. BYU does have 15 takeaways as a defense this season. Once again, 5 of them came last week, so that stat is a little bit inflated. But Sark talked about it. Like, they go after the football. They've got some ball hawks on that defense, and they want to pressure you to force you into some mistakes. And they're going to do that. Hell, they do that against Quinn Ewers, right, to see if they can get Ewers to make mistakes. Of course. That's not just because you've got a guy starting his first game at quarterback, we're going to do that. But especially because they're going up against a guy who's making his first start at quarterback, you think they're not just going to sit back and let him do what he wants. They're going to get after him and see if they can force him into some mistakes.
Yeah, what they want is they want the turnovers. They want the high throws. They want to see what he is like under pressure. As I said, they may put a bunch of guys in the box, but those guys ain't staying in the box just to stop the run. They're coming. When it's a throwing down, they're going to see this quarterback and what he can do under pressure. It's his first game. You should pressure him. You shouldn't sit back there or just wait to stop the run. You want to find you want to see not only is he accurate enough, but with the pressure in his face, will he throw balls that he probably shouldn't throw? Will he get rid of the ball? When they're running him sideline to sideline, is he going to throw the ball up in the stands, which he should, or is he going to try to make a play, force a play in there that he probably shouldn't try to do? That's going to be the cat and mouse game with this defense. They're not just sitting there to stop the run. They're bringing some of those guys that are close to the line of scrimmage. And against Texas, they're going to find out if they can handle the twist and the stunts and stuff like that with this guy at quarterback. So if you can puncture this defense with your run, they're going to be very careful. I'm saying, BK, they'll be very careful on putting too many in the box against this Texas run. If this offensive line really gets cranking and this run game gets going, boy, they'll start saying, there's nobody behind us when we have all these guys there. Our guys are running back with these receivers running all over the place. Yep. And a guy like Jonathan Brooks or CJ Baxter is now in our secondary running loose. We don't want that either because that's demoralizing to us.
Yep. You hope Texas can run the ball early and often, and then that obviously sets up the play action too, which just makes life so much easier for any quarterback. So that's the big thing. BYU's got the 9th ranked rush defense in the Big 12 out of 14 teams in terms of yards per game. They're 11th in terms of passing yards per game allowed. Once again, this is an average to below average defense that Texas is going up against, even though BYU is 5-2.
Yes.
They're off to a decent start this year. I will say, like, their most impressive win of the season at the time it happened was at Arkansas. Well, Arkansas sucks, and they just fired their offensive coordinator, and they're 2-6. So BYU was like a 2-3 touchdown underdog in that game, like they are coming into this game. But like at the time, it was like, oh shoot, like BYU might actually be really, really good. Well, I think it's more of just Arkansas is really, really bad right now, and BYU's two of their conference wins are against Cincinnati and Texas Tech. They got boat raced by TCU in Fort Worth.
Right.
Just got boat raced by K-State last week, which make sense. I don't know how. And then Cincinnati. And the other wins for BYU this year, Sam Houston State, who's in its first year of FBS football. They're 0-7.
Sounds like a lot of home game wins.
And then Southern Utah, I don't know what the hell that is. I didn't know there was a South Utah. I'm already confused that there's a
Virginia. Are these home wins? Are these all home wins? They're not. Have they won on the road?
The Arkansas game was their one road win.
Okay.
They are 0-2 in conference play. They lost in Lawrence. Pretty close game. They were with KU for a while. KU pulled away late and I think won by 11 or something like that. And then once again they got just destroyed in Fort Worth by TCU. So, yeah, like BYU once again they're 5-2. I think their record is a little bit inflated by a relatively soft schedule to this point, but like they're good enough to beat you if you turn the ball over a bunch.
Right.
Like they've got talented players. And shoot, BYU, I mean, they're 4-1 against Texas all time. Like I know
they got some old dudes on their team too.
Yeah, they got a bunch of 30-year-olds, man. Like that's not fair. I don't know how that works. They should be better every year with all the old ass guys that they have. But
they used to be outstanding, man. Back in the day when they had those great quarterbacks and wide receivers, they were and a really good running back and some good old linebackers. Looked like they were NFL players when they came out of high school. After they went on their mission and came back, they were all of a sudden 27 years old. They used to be fantastic, man.
Who's the best player in BYU history? Detmer?
Did they have a dude named Robbie Bosco?
Steve Young?
Dude? Steve Young.
Yeah.
Steve Young was their best player.
Yeah, it's got to be
I would say Steve Young was their best quarterback.
Yeah, especially when you consider what he did in the NFL. Jim McMahon went there too, right?
That's right. Yeah, they've had some pretty good quarterbacks.
Now they've got Keaton Slovis this year. And Mike asks if BYU's quarterback is a runner or pocket passer. He is as pocket passer as you can be. This guy is like
he's not going to turn into that other guy, is he?
No.
It is Texas. They are playing Texas.
Dude, Keaton Slovis, like he's a statue back there. That's the good news for the Texas defense is BYU can't run the ball at all, and they don't have to deal with a running quarterback like they've had the last couple of weeks. And I know Donovan Smith didn't take off and run hardly at all for Houston last weekend.
He didn't have to. Why run when you can throw?
Yeah, no kidding. But you could tell Texas was game planning for that. Like they had a lot of guys in spy throughout the course of the game.
Sure they did,
weary of Donovan Smith being able to take off and run. But yeah, he didn't have to because another crossing route.
Here it comes again. Oh no, here it comes.
Oh no.
You think they'll see some crossing routes this week?
Oh my God. There's a one-legged duck swimming a circle. Of course they will.
Do they have a little walk on that'll run across the field and catch the ball?
Yeah, and he's going to be 32 years old too.
He's going to be a grocery store clerk.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Oh,
God,
no.
Would you ever consider playing football at BYU? Like, if I had one D1 scholarship offer to play college football and it was from BYU, I'm not doing it, man. I'm going to play D2 or...
Don't they have some restrictions there on campus too?
You can't have sex and you can't drink.
And you can't drink coffee. That's right. The coaches can't have caffeine, can they?
No caffeine, no.
I couldn't coach there. I know that. I got to have my coffee.
They got to be sneaking that stuff, right? Like you have coffee at home before you leave kind of thing.
Oh, well, you have a gallon before you leave.
Oh my God. You can't have sex and you can't drink, dude.
You can't have sex.
How in college? Could you imagine going through college with not being able to do either of those things or throw the caffeine in there too? Like, look, hey, your religion is your religion. Believe what you want to believe. Do what you want to do. I mean that. I'm a man of very strong faith. There are things in my religion that I do that I'm sure people are like, what the hell is that? But golly, that like from 18 to 22 to not drink.
And then they go on a mission and they can't get any.
Yeah, they're going,
They come back like grown-ups. What the heck?
Now, hold on. They can't have like 10 wives, I think, which, okay, nice balance there. Good job. You got that one right, Latter-day Saints. But golly, like, I can't even fathom that, dude. I wouldn't be able to make it. God bless those who can.
I would be in the principal's office a lot.
I would have gotten kicked out of school like 2 weeks in. What do you mean? Like, I'd be going having sex and then telling everybody I had sex, and
But
then it'd be game
aren't
over.
you're supposed to tell on yourself too, or whatever?
Yeah. Yeah, there was I think Brandon Davies was his name, a BYU basketball player a few years ago. I think when Jimmer was there, like maybe the second best player on that BYU team.
Told
who,
on
like,
himself?
Told on, yeah, he said with his girlfriend. Like they weren't married, so it wasn't kosher. It was like with his girlfriend. He's like, yeah, I did it. And
just want to let you guys know I did. And they said, okay, you're out.
He gone.
Oh, man.
And I'm just like, oh, my God. Like, that's our guy Heavy says, nobody wants 10 wives. One is enough. Well, when one's bothering you, you go, then the other one's got problems, and you have to deal with that. And you just go
the
down
other
the
eight's
line.
got problems with that one. Yes, no.
Oh, God bless. God bless everybody over there.
That's right.
It's amazing that they're half decent at football with those. You think Notre Dame is tough recruiting restrictions. That to me is the toughest place to recruit in the entire world. Look, if you're Mormon, it makes sense. You go play there. But if you're not Mormon, like Keaton Slovis, their quarterback, who started at USC, that guy's not Mormon. No. So to get him out there, like that's, oh, man. All right. As our guy Rue says, hey, we've got 130 people watching on YouTube right now. First of all, thank you. Second of all, please like this video. And if you're just tuning in, a reminder, at some point during today's show, we're going to be giving away a $150 catering gift certificate from our friends at Cabo Bob's. That's right. All you have to do is comment if you're watching on YouTube or text us on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Doesn't matter what you comment. Doesn't matter what you say. You just send us something. Let us know that you're here today. And you've got a shot to win $150 catering gift card from our friends at Cabo Bob's. All right, Buck, before we shift gears and talk about the Texas defense going up against the BYU offense, how about another word from one of our fantastic sponsors?
And that would be Covert BK. We love the folks at Covert's. We love the Covert family. They've been doing this since 1909, the Covert family, selling cars and trucks in Central Texas. Now, they've got Covert Ford and Chevy in Hutto. They've got Covert Lincoln and Ford right here in Austin. But out in BK, they've got 42 acres of unbelievable automotive excellence for sure. Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. And if you need your car serviced, they've got 86 service bays out there. And you're talking about a place that's absolutely spotless. It is so clean out at that place. Yes, I could eat a meal off the floor at the service department there for sure. I won't, but I could. And that place is magnificent out there. And the lot is filled with cars and trucks. You go out to some dealerships and you're wondering, well, where the hell are the cars? Well, folks, they haven't been shipped there yet. They're on hold for the next 6 months or so. But if you go out to Covert BK, out there off of 71, you're going to see a packed house of all the different types of vehicles that you're looking for sure. Visit them at covertbk.com to find out information on their weekly sales that they have out there. And when you're there, say hello to Dan Covert, of course, Mike, the general manager, Stacy, the boss out there, Jerome, and the whole gang. And folks, nobody beats that Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever. Excited to be back out at Covert this Friday for our pregame luncheon. Free food provided by our friends at Smoky Moe's Barbecue and Verde's Mexican Parrilla. Come out and join us this Friday afternoon. We'll be there from 12 to 1, maybe 11:30 to 1 if you want to get there.
Yeah, come see us. Come say hello to us.
Yeah, should be a ton of fun. You can check out those cars and trucks and SUVs at Covert, and you can enjoy a free meal on us. That's right. We've got you covered this Friday. How about a word from our friends over at AV Consultations?
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Love Tom McKay and Audiovisual Consultations. And folks, if you got a chance, you're up on Burnett Road, 5222. Go say hello to Jay and Sue Patrick over there and buy one of the beautiful gifts that they have. They've got all kinds of Texas-themed items out there. I'm headed by there today, BK, of course, to say hello to Sue and Jay Willems. That place has got it all. The gifts that you want, the gifts that you want to give to a Longhorn fan or not a Longhorn fan, give it to them any doggone way. You know what I'm saying? I'm not seeing any Aggie gear in there. but they may have some stuff hidden in there because they are Texas themed. And so go by Sue Patrick's. They've got free parking and they've got easy parking. Get out of your car, walk right into the store. That's how simple it is out there on Burnett Road. Love that place, Sue Patrick.
Yep, drove by Sue Patrick yesterday, and yeah, their parking lot is massive. Free parking in Austin, tough to find these days. They've got it at Sue Patrick. Shout out to them, and a quick shout out to Jack Allen's Kitchen. I think both of us went to separate Jack Allen's yesterday. I had lunch and a couple of drinks with Hardball Hardge, who of course you can listen to right here from 11 to noon every single day on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Yep. I went over there because I wanted to get my wife, because she loves the rainbow trout from Jack Allen's down in Oak Hill. So while I was there waiting, I did it again. I had to have some of that jambalaya. Jack Allen's that got their homemade jambalaya. It is so good.
2 days in a row?
2 days in a row. Yeah. It's not overspiced. You sometimes you get that jambalaya and they bring you the hot sauce. Well, they still have the hot sauce, and I put hot sauce on it. And I'm not that guy. I don't like a lot of spices in my stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm not totally Hispanic. I'm just partly Hispanic. So I don't put a lot of that hot stuff in there. But I threw some in there yesterday and jammed it right down my gut. Oh, is that tasty? 2 days in a row.
Jammed it right down your what?
My gullet.
Ugh. And hold on here. You're only part Hispanic. What part of you is Hispanic, dude?
It's in the eyes.
Huh?
Yeah, it's in the eyes. It's in these eyes, yes. I have Spanish eyes.
What does that mean? Where do they come from?
Spain. The trip I wanted to go there, Delta Airlines, we got to Spain. I told you, I got Spanish eyes, yes.
You went to Spain one time and now you're claiming to be part Spanish?
Yes.
How does that work?
Easy, man. Easy.
That makes zero sense. And your wife got the gay trout?
Rainbow.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. She loves it. I love the trout there too, but I couldn't help myself because while I was waiting for the trout dinner, the jambalaya was calling upon me.
Oh,
right. Oh, was that delicious?
Yeah. Shout out
everything delicious at that place. And of course, I had double pimento cheese and crackers while I waited. Yes, sir.
It's good stuff right there. Yeah, you were at the
outside bar. The outside patio was going yesterday. It was nice out. No rain, but man, oh man, I love Jack Allen's Oak Hill. I love that area. I love that particular restaurant in that area. I've been going there for years, ever since way before the Oak Hill fires. You won't remember that. You won't recall that at all. Huh. But they once had a really bad fire, and that whole Oak Hill area was just about on fire. It's hard to believe, but you're like, where are the trees down there? Well, there's trees. They call it Oak Hill. Yes.
Wow. Was it that damn bear who started the fire?
That wasn't Smokey.
Every time there's a fire around, that guy is there, and he's telling people to not start fires, but
telling you how to put your campfires out and everything. Why does it always have to be a fire, Smokey?
Why is he always around the fires? That's my question. Maybe that's who Billy Joel's looking for when it comes to starting the fire.
Oh my goodness.
I'm worried about that damn bear.
Love there. Jack Allen's. Love Jack Gilmore, man.
Yes, indeed. Great spot. All right, let's talk some Texas defense. We've got a cut first from post-game after Texas's win over Houston this past Saturday, and the secondary got torched. I mean, Donovan Smith, Houston's quarterback, had a career high in passing yards. If you watch the game, you don't need stats. The eye test told you the whole story, that the Texas secondary got exposed as that game wore on down there in H-Town. Here's Sark from Saturday talking about fixing the Longhorns secondary.
First of all, we got to figure out which guys we're going to have back there, and then two, part of it is the secondary, part of it is, getting the rush to where we can affect that quarterback more and force a few more errant throws, because the running game was pretty much null and void. We did a great job defending the run, but we got to find a way to eliminate passing lanes. And to play tighter coverage, and then force some errant throws. If people are going to throw it that much, we got to create some interceptions. We got to create some sacks, some sack fumbles.
Well, if the quarterback is going to be in one spot, if there's a party at the quarterback this week, this is the guy, right? This is the statue that's going to be back there. That 5 or 6 step drop. Exactly where he's going to be. He's not going to be scrambling to the outside. He's not throwing on the run, so you can go get him. And they've got to pressure the quarterback this week. Last week, They did force a fumble. That was one of the goals. He got it done.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking for 3 turnovers. They didn't get. Did they get 3 last week? No, they got 2. But I was looking for 3 last week. You're going to have to help this quarterback out right here. You're going to have to help your young quarterback. You're going to need multiple turnovers this week against BYU. You have to.
How much of a running threat is Keaton Slovis? Through 7 games this year, he has negative 49 rushing yards.
He's not a threat.
Obviously, that's sack yardage, accounting for the negative number. But, quarterbacks who can run are able to overcompensate for the sack yardage and still have good rushing totals, right? Like Sam Ehlinger got sacked a lot at Texas. Well, he still ran for hundreds and hundreds of yards every single year, right? Donovan Smith was still very positive in his rushing yards, even though he had been sacked a lot at Houston. So, that tells you everything. You don't have to worry about a dual threat quarterback this weekend at all. And BYU's offense, they're dead last in the Big 12 in terms of total offense. Now they're, closer to the middle of the pack. Well, I think they're 11th out of 14th in terms of points per game. So I guess they're better in that category, but they are dead last out of 14 teams in this conference in terms of yards per game. They cannot run the football. If you thought Houston couldn't run going into the Texas game, and you thought Oklahoma couldn't run going into the Texas game, BYU's averaging 2.78 yards per carry. That is dead last in college football. So that is their biggest weakness, and Texas's defense's biggest strength is stopping the run.
Right.
So this should be like a very one-dimensional offense that Texas is going against. The scary part is, though, if you're a Texas fan, well, your secondary sucks. So you're saying it's going to be a passing game, BK. Yes, I am, but that should worry you a little bit because this Texas secondary is banged up, and the guys that have played for this team as of late have just not gotten the job.
They're playing like a one-dimensional defense right now, and that's stopping the run. That's what they're playing. That team is looking at Texas the same way Texas is looking at them. We can't run it, but guess what? They can't stop the pass. This is a total joke of what's going on in this secondary right now. These are players that I watched last year that I thought would be so much better coming into the following year. They were really good. They were solid players. They understood the schemes, and now they're all chasing guys all over the field. Who's got that guy? That guy's got that guy. And this will not be the week for Sark to say on Monday, you know what? They did some things differently. Well, yeah, they're going to do a lot of things differently, Coach. You don't have the same quarterback. I hope you don't come on Monday and said, well, we weren't expecting them to do this against Malik Murphy. Well, expect it, because they're going to do some things that you haven't seen before because you got a new quarterback, and you understand what kind of pressure they need to put on this quarterback. But defensively, they're not doing anything any different. Offensively, they're not doing anything any different, BK, to this defense. They're just going to run their offense, and they're going to look at the last couple of games and say, what the hell do we have to do any different against this secondary? Nothing.
Yeah, Sark's got to stop saying that, dude. He's got to stop.
The beginning his deal by they did something a little different. Yeah. That's what coaching is. That's what they do.
You're paid millions of dollars to adjust, right? Figure it out, coach. Solve the problem. Houston still had one of the worst defenses in college football. Yes, they ran a different scheme than what you were expecting, but the talent on that defense is still
that's right.
Amongst the worst in this
conference. They didn't get to go get NFL players to play it.
That is 3 times now in 7 games where Sark has publicly confessed to that issue. You could say that can be a thing, and that was a thing. I'm not saying Sark's wrong. Houston,
no, he's right.
Completely ran a different defense, and you could say that behind closed doors. You could say that to your coaches. You could say that to the players. Guys, they did something different than what we were expecting, and it caused us problems. And we'll do better at adjusting moving forward. You cannot keep saying that out loud. You sound like an idiot. And look, Texas has won 6 of its 7 games this year, so it's not that bad. If this team was 4-3,
that's right. It can't be that bad. You've won every game but won.
Yeah, if he said that after the 3 losses and this team was 4-3, then people would be ready to fire this guy. Because they're 6-1 and they're number 7 in the country, people can stomach it a little bit more, but it's pissing me off.
Good. I know.
I'm not alone. That, dude, you're paid a lot of money. Your coaching staff, they're also paid a lot of money to figure that out. Yes, you've been saying it all year. Everyone's going to give us our best shot. Right?
Yeah, that's the other one.
Shot.
But that's all right.
Which,
we got it.
If everyone's going to do that, which is the case, because that happens every year, number one, but also this is the last year that most of these teams are going to be playing Texas anytime soon. You've got to expect the unexpected.
Yes.
You think teams are just going to do what they put on film against you every week?
No, you got
not.
better players. You got better players than they do. They understand that.
Yes. So stop saying that teams are going to give us their best shot and then say, well, we weren't expecting them to give us their best shot. What?
We weren't expecting them to do anything different. We were expecting them just to stay there so we can roll them over.
Oh God, it's annoying. I'm bothered by it.
That is starting to bug you. That always has bugged me with him when he says that, they did something differently than we expected. Well, that's what coaches do. They do something different. They're not going to give you the game film. You're not going to get 7 films from them, and it's going to be the same when they play you. You have better players than they do. That's what they do. You have better talent. They can't go bone to bone with you. You'll kill them. They're not stupid.
It sounds like I'm pissed. I'm not pissed yet. They lose another game, and Sark says that afterwards, I'll be pissed. Right now, I'm just irritated / annoyed. But
they're going to do something different, this week against Malik Murphy.
Come on. Of course they are. Of course they are. They're going to do tons of different stuff. They're 17.5-point underdogs. They can't do what they've done all year and expect to win. They've got to mix things up. I don't know
if they'll fake a field goal if they get a chance to put 3 on the board against this team.
I guarantee you, if BYU is up 21-7, they will not fake a field goal on 4th and 6. I guarantee
you're going to take the points. They're going to take the points, aren't they?
Yeah, I hope and pray we're not in that situation. It'd be a huge problem if Texas is down by 14 early on, and hell, Arch Manning might enter the game if that's the case. But Kalani Sitake's not going to make that dumb of a decision. Goodness gracious. All right, more from Sark. So the first cut we played was from Saturday. We've got a couple of clips now from Monday. Sark was asked about the crossing routes. Dude, how did the crossing routes beat you time after time, like Cindy Lauper against Houston on Saturday? Here's Sark talking about doing a better job defending those crossers.
Crossing routes, I think in twofold hurt us. Anytime you call crossers and you're in man coverage, it's difficult when they're picking the guy that's guarding the man that's catching the ball. And to their credit, they did a heck of a job picking us. They didn't get called for it, so you can't complain that's what was happening. But it's pretty obvious that when picks occur, and we got picked a couple times, and that created a problem. We had one where it was poor communication. We didn't cover it properly. And one we were in zone. And when you're in zone, that's when you really got to be able to shut those crossers down and match those routes. So I think there was levels to it. But inevitably, we're going to have to play it better because we're going to see a ton of crossers this week. That's one of the staples of what BYU does. So we're going to have to play it better.
Yeah, you're definitely going to have to play it better because if they don't call the pick, it ain't a pick. To me, I don't care. If they don't call it, if a flag doesn't drop, it's just a good play.
Mm-hmm.
For me, I mean, they can do that all day long, and you can say, well, he's picking this guy. I'm like, I don't think so. I just think it's a good play. Then your guys better find a way to unpick it because, dude, if they don't call it, it's just another play that you can't stop.
What does Tiny Hands Kenny Pickett have to do with any of this?
If you can't stop it, they're going to keep doing it. And if it's not called, Coach, they're still going to keep on doing it.
Hey, and they didn't call it once last Saturday. They might call it once or twice a game. I'm not going to call it on every single play, though.
No.
The frustrating part, like I get, like Houston had really good receivers. That was the strength of their team. That's not hindsight. Like we all talked about that on our shows last week leading up to the game, that Houston's best position group is their wide receivers. So we're talking about a banged up Texas secondary playing without Ryan Watts. And Jalen Catalon didn't play. And, Jahdae Barron didn't play in the first half. Like, okay, if you lose some one-on-ones in man coverage, that's fine. Like crossing routes are designed to beat man coverage.
Yes.
So, okay, if you've got a safety matched up against a good Houston receiver, which happened a few times on Saturday, then all right, understand that happening. But the zone, like Sark said it there, zone defenses are supposed to be able to stop crossers. That's why teams call zone defenses when they're getting beat on those man beater routes. And just Texas, they couldn't do it. Like guys weren't where they were supposed to be. The communication was off. I mean, you saw Michael Taft like 40 different times after plays being like, why weren't you there? Why weren't you there? Like that to me blows my mind. It's not like PK just ran a man defense over and over again.
Right.
It was stubborn. And it's like, dude, try a zone. He tried a zone and Texas didn't know how to run a zone. Like that blows my mind that we're this far into the season. Hell, if that happened in week 1, I'd be like, these guys have had a whole offseason to learn how to run zone defense and know their spacing and know their responsibilities. Like, why can't they do it? But we're 7 games into the year, and we're talking about
there's one for Sark right there, because everybody's going to do that, Coach, from this point on. You want to see something different that they've never done? They're going to be running pick plays. If that's your thought, then we get picked. They're going to run it against you, and until it's called, they're going to keep running it against you. If you don't stop it, they'll keep going, because that's what good coaches are supposed to do.
And BYU's got some big boys on the outside. Like their leading receiver, 6'4", Chase Roberts. They've got a tight end who's 6'6", who's their second leading receiver. Darius Lassiter, 6'3", on the outside. Keanu Hill, 6'4". So those are their 4 leading receivers this year, and every guy is at least 6'3". So they've got some big bodies, and they've got some decent receivers on that BYU team. So I don't know what Texas's secondary is going to look like, man. The good news is it sounds like Ryan Wasp will be back, and that guy has been desperately missed. He's probably Texas's best cover corner. He is, without question, Texas's best tackling corner.
Yes.
And the corners have really struggled to tackle in the last couple of games. But I don't know if Jalen Catalon's going to play. Gavin Holmes and Terrence Brooks both got banged up in the second half of the Houston game. Jahdae Barron only played because Texas needed him to. Like, they planned on benching that guy. Not benching him. That sounds wrong. They planned on resting him last Saturday against Houston. That's why I didn't play in the first half. But they realized, oh, shit, we might lose. So we got to bring Jahdae Barron in. But clearly he's not 100%. Otherwise, he would have played all 4 quarters last Saturday. So it's a banged up unit right now. And the depth in that secondary got absolutely exposed last weekend. So even though BYU's got the worst offense in the Big 12, hell, this Texas secondary could be going against Dripping Springs right now, and I'd be a little bit weary that they'd give up more than they should.
Yeah, it is. It's a shame. You know, I was expecting Jalen Catalon. For Catalon, I was expecting to see a lot of him this year, but deep down inside, I knew eventually he was going to blow himself up. He just does. I mean, that's the kind of player that he is. And I thought if we could get away with half the season with him playing, I don't know if we're going to get half a season out of him, because I mean, when he blows himself up, BK, he blows all the body parts up. You know what I'm saying? He missiles himself in there, but that's been the way he is in his career. And they've got, the kid Williams is a pretty good player too. And I mean, he may be the best of the young ones, because the other young ones are struggling in space. They really, really are.
Yeah, Derek Williams needs to play more. Because, I mean, look, he didn't have a perfect game on Saturday, but compare him to Jaron Thompson and Keaton Crawford and Michael Taft.
They can't keep up with these guys. That's the problem.
No, I mean, Keaton Crawford right now is a liability on defense. He's a great special teams player. He's got a role on this team, but you can't put that guy out on defense right now, because he is just lost out there.
He's a struggle. If you just tell him to go to safety, just start dropping back. He can't get back quick enough.
I don't know what happened to Jaron Thompson, right? We talked about this on Monday. Like, that guy was good last year, and he got off to a good start this year. It's like ever since he had the drop pick in the end zone against Oklahoma, right? And like ever since that play, he's just disappeared. But he hasn't. I wish he would disappear, because then we wouldn't be talking about him, because we wouldn't notice him. We're noticing him play bad. Like, he has just really struggled, like, since that moment. So, yeah, I mean, even the guys who like aren't young and inexperienced are struggling right now. One more from Sark. Chip asked this question. By the way, Chip and Zay, every weekday from 1 to 3. Make sure you're tuned in to them. Make sure you're tuned in all day long. We're live and local from 8 to 5 every single day right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend, and tell your enemies as well. Yes. But Chip asked a question. You think of the last drive of the Oklahoma game. Sorry to bring that up, everyone, where Texas's corners were giving so much cushion to the OU receivers, right? They were 10 to 15 yards away from the line of scrimmage, and OU was able to catch it, and then they had space to run after the catch too. And it's like, why are we so loose in our coverage right now? And you saw a lot of that again against Houston on Saturday. And it's like, why aren't we jamming these guys, right? Why are we not playing any press right now to try to at least, knock these Houston receivers or these Oklahoma receivers off their routes right at the snap? Chip asked that question about why we're seeing so much loose coverage from these Texas DBs, and here's what Sark had to say about that.
And it just varies, calls. Sometimes it's the call, sometimes it's the technique, sometimes the formation causes some adjustments. And so those are some of the things for us schematically as a staff to sort through, that people can't force us into some of the softer coverage looks because of formations or motions that we're getting. And so that's the constant evolution throughout a season of making those adjustments to put our players in the best position to be successful, And to their credit, last week, I thought one thing they did when they saw us trying to get up there and get physical, they went to some of those crossing routes and we were getting picked. And so now you have to try to protect yourself to not get picked. And I think and it showed up on that fourth down play where Jade didn't stay tight to the line because he recognized what was probably coming and went over the top to not get picked. So we could say that was softer coverage, but then he was still able to make the play. So even though sometimes we're not pressed, we can still play an aggressive style. And I think that's something that we're trying to work through.
They don't have enough guys that can get up to the line of scrimmage and press you. That's why they need to have the big guy back this week, because he can get in somebody's face and put his hands on them. They don't have a lot of guys that get up to the line of scrimmage and press anybody. They get up close, but they don't get their hands on guys.
Yeah. Sark he gave a bunch of answers there, right?
Yes.
Like he's like, well, some of our guys maybe aren't good enough at doing it. And when we tried it, it didn't work that well.
And then they picked us. And it's bad. But like at the end of it, like Sark knows it's a problem. They've got to find a way to be better on the outside, and they've got to find a way to be more aggressive, because you talk about wanting to be a defense that forces a lot of turnovers. Well, you need your corners to be more aggressive if that's the case. Like if you're just letting teams have slants and easy crossing routes against you over 60 minutes, well, you're not throwing interceptions on those plays. No, you're making completions. Those easy throws.
Yeah, easy pitches and catches for opposing teams. So, look, the whole defense has to be better. Obviously, we're talking about the secondary right now, and they got picked apart last weekend. But you've talked about it all week, like the pass rush. It's got to improve. It's got to improve. And unfortunately, you can't hit the portal mid-season, and you can't bring Colin Simmons here right now. But somebody on the edge is going to have to step up for Texas. And now Ethan Burke, who at times has looked good, I don't think he's going to play, right? Sark called him week to week on Monday, so I assume he's going to miss at least 1 week. This game against BYU, like Barron Sorrell, Justice Finkley, somebody on the outside is going to have to step up and provide some pressure against Keaton Slovis this weekend if this defense is going to make a big improvement over what we've seen the last couple of games.
Dude, there's nothing better than knowing where your quarterback's going to be when he drops back. I mean, film will let you know most of the time in their passing game where this guy's going to be. This is somebody on the outside's opportunity to have a great game, to really get after the quarterback, to beat his man one-on-one, unless you're going to tell me they've got great blocking tight ends and great tackles. If this offensive line is that good, that scares me. But I know what the defensive line is like when it comes against the run. Yeah. But for guys getting up the field and putting pressure on the quarterback, I know that it just hasn't been there. There hadn't been a standout guy. And I don't know if Collins is playing. I think he's banged up again this week too.
Yeah, I don't think Sark said anything about Alfred Collins in the presser on Monday, but Collins did leave the Houston game with some sort of injury. He did play well in the first half against Houston, which was great to see. But yeah, I don't know.
Once again, he has a history of playing. The word playing well doesn't go to the next game. It goes to a particular series or something. But then where is he? Will he be there the following week? He needs to be here this week. If he's just a little banged up, now we're at that part of the year where they're all banged up.
Right. Yeah.
You got to play. You got to go play.
They need more off the edge, and I don't know who's going to give it to him. I really don't. Maybe more pressure up the middle. Like Devondre Sweat's probably been the best player on this defense this year, and he's a huge part of why Texas's run D is as good as it is.
For sure.
But maybe he's got to do a little bit more in terms of getting after the quarterback, which is an absurd ask for a guy of his size. But
when they brought Ford before, when he's gotten after the quarterback, he's pretty good.
Yeah,
he understands how to beat guys.
The fear is, obviously you blitz. I don't know what that is.
You bring him.
You blitz, and that means you take somebody away from the secondary. So not that the linebackers have been great in coverage,
Right.
but that's like the best defenses at any level of this sport are the defenses that can get pressure with just 4. You think about the Cowboys defense, right? Like they don't have to blitz at all. They still sometimes do blitz, but like their front 4 is so good that Dan Quinn has the luxury of dropping 7 just about every single play, and the Cowboys can still have a great pass rush that wreaks havoc in opposing backfields. Texas doesn't have that right now. So it's a tough balance of, shoot, the secondary is not good enough to take guys out of the secondary, but the D-line isn't good enough for us to only rush 4 and expect to get consistent pressure. So that's tough right there. I mean, that's injuries. As good as Sark has recruited, maybe they could have used, and I know they tried for other edge rushers in recruiting and in the transfer portal, and sometimes you just don't get everybody that you want. Some of that's personnel, but they've got to find a way to work with what they've got. And yeah, just the talent in certain spots on this defense.
It won't be enough excuses not to get to the championship game.
No,
you know that.
People will still expect Texas to get to the Big 12 title game this year. So they still have that goal in front of them. They've, we know what they've got to do. They've got to win out.
They got to figure it out. They got to win out. They got to protect a young quarterback. They've got a game plan, something that's going to work against this group at BYU. It can't be, you can't do exactly what you did, because people don't do that, Coach. They don't do exactly what you think they're going to do. You have to do something different too.
Yep.
And take the points when you get the points. You got to put your team in position. You got to continue to work in the red zone. You got to get that done. That can't be good one week and then all of a sudden you're back to what we've seen before. It all has to continue to move forward. It can't move backwards at this part of the year, even though you've got another quarterback in there. That won't be enough excuse.
Yeah, make life easy. Make life easy for Maalik, man. Run the ball a lot. How about some more code red or red cat? Like
sure.
That worked. You talk about the red zone, right? Texas started the game 2 for 2 in the red area. One of those 2 was a Savion Red touchdown run. Like that play has been very successful.
Do it out in the middle of the field if you have to.
Yep. Maybe, 3rd and 3 or less, you run the red cat out there. You've got Savion Red, maybe Jonathan Brooks to one side, maybe CJ Baxter to the other side. I mean, use your weapons, use your running backs as weapons to just do as much as you can to make this as easy as possible for Maalik Murphy.
Yeah, I'm very interested in seeing how they run. If they load up the box, will they continue to run the ball? Will they give their running back an opportunity? Because right now, both of those guys can break tackles. They're big. They're powerful runners. Jonathan Brooks, we know, is powerful enough. We know how much they love C.J. Baxter, because at one time, this offensive group thought that he should be the starter over the other kid, maybe one of the best backs in the country. Mm-hmm. So that's where we are with that group. I wouldn't give up on the run because they want to load the box. If they pay a heavy price for loading that box against the run, BK, and they can't get in the right positions against, especially a guy like Jonathan Brooks, he makes that first guy. He's really good in between the tackles for some odd reason. He makes a guy miss in there. And then after that, once he's in your secondaries, now he's stiff-arming a bunch of guys. So you got to continue to give him opportunities.
Yeah,
this ain't going to do that.
Excuse me, Buck. This ain't Bijan and Rojo right now, but this is a good 1-2 punch.
Yes, it is.
Because C.J. Baxter maybe played his best game as a Texas Longhorn last weekend, and he was healthy. Right?
Yeah, he gets it. It's been the first time he's been healthy since game 1.
Exactly. So coming off the bye, I wish Texas got a little healthier. They were clearly still pretty banged up going into that Houston game, but C.J. Baxter was one of the guys who used the bye to his advantage, and you saw some of that explosiveness that you saw in his high school film, and also the coaches clearly saw in fall camp because, they named C.J. Baxter the starter. So that was good to see. Jonathan Brooks should still be getting the vast majority of the carries. There's no doubt about that. But you feel like C.J. Baxter maybe has found a little something.
Oh, yeah, he's ready.
Yeah, you're confident if he does tote the rock, 5 to 10 times in this game against BYU. I think he had 6 carries against Houston. I think Jonathan Brooks had 20 carries, if memory serves. That should still be the split. It should still be primarily Jay Brooks, but C.J. Baxter, if he has found something, that's good news for this team. Especially
that's just a bonus for you then.
Yep.
That's a bonus. That's a bonus when you got your young quarterback. And maybe this dude is not going to struggle. Maybe this guy's going to stand in a pocket and fire. Guys are going to get open against this defense and go. Like I said, this defense is not the greatest that they're playing against. We're not, we're not talking about the doomsday defense. We're talking about this. You can still do the things you've been doing.
Yeah.
You know, guys need to make sure that they're open. They present themselves well to this kid, and he's got to be accurate with the football.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
That ball will get, like you said, that ball is going to get on you in a hurry. When you get your head around, if that ball is coming, if he's anticipating throwing to a spot, you better get your hands and your gloves up in a hurry to catch the ball because it's coming.
Oh, I'm worried that a Texas receiver is going to get concussed from taking a fastball from Maalik Murphy to the dome. That guy throws heat, man. He's like a Roldis Chapman in the damn pocket.
There are some receivers that just love the ball getting on them quick there, and it sticks to their hands. You know, Quinn Ewers throws kind of that softball at times. This guy, there's no softballs coming.
You say some guys love when they have balls stick to their hands. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, when you throw it hard. I mean, I've always liked guys that threw it with a little bit of velocity. That, you know who throws like that? The kid Charles Wright. And I know hopefully we won't have to see him, but he threw like that in high school. He threw the ball like a college quarterback to high schoolers. And when that ball used to hit those kids at where was it, at Austin High, that ball used to go through their fingers, BK. That ball was going so fast. I'm like, dude, you're throwing too hard for these guys.
Yep.
Now, for a college level guy, you want that ball there quick. You want it to stick.
Malik Murphy's 6'6", almost 250, like that guy. And the picture, he's jacked.
Yes.
That ain't fat in those 250 pounds. That is all muscles.
That ball is coming.
So, yeah, he's got some zip on his footballs. That's for damn sure. He needs a little bit more touch from what I've seen, and it's 8 career passing attempts. So, I don't know. My guess is as good as yours. Your guess is as good as mine.
And he'll find a favorite guy. He's going to find his favorite guy, and his favorite guy is going to get open. It's not always going to be about the scheme. You know, these quarterbacks find who their favorite, who they're really confident in, who he's worked with, who's on this second group that still gets in. I hope that they don't just primarily. I like to see the young guy get across there and zip through the field and let that ball loose and let him go get one. So, but this could be a Jay Witt game again. Could be one of those games for him. Where you trust in that dude.
I hope. I mean, he went back to not showing up this past Saturday. He was awesome against Oklahoma. He's one of the best players Texas had in that OU game, right? 10 catches. He
career day.
By far his best game of the season for Texas and one of the best games of his career in Austin. But, he fell apart. He disappeared. And, hell, a lot of guys disappeared for Texas in that second half against Houston. But it'd be nice. I mean, A.D. Mitchell had just 1 catch last week. Jordan Whittington, not much more than that. It'd be nice to get those guys back as well. With Xavier Worthy, with J.T. Sanders, Malik should have some options to spread the football around.
Absolutely.
Saturday. All right, some more love to some more of our great sponsors, Buck. How about our friends at Texas Orthopedic?
Love the folks there. Now, if you're looking for seeking specialized, patient-focused orthopedic care, then contact the folks at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical care for children and adults, folks. Spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, of course, joint replacement, rheumatology, and even more. Say hello to Christopher Daney there and Chris Stockton. They are dedicated orthopedic surgeons, and their goal is to get you back into good health, of course, and that great quality of life. Texas Orthopedics is one of the largest independent orthopedic practices in the state of Texas. Go to txortho.com for more information.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to all of you people for the kind words today. I'm sure everyone's just being nice because we're giving away that Cabo Bob's.
Is that what it is? They want to be. You better talk to the randomizer.
Oh, we'll talk to the randomizer.
There you go.
We'll see. Does the randomizer accept bribes?
Of course it does. It always does. What are you kidding me?
We'll find out after a word from our friends at Pest Wranglers.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite control.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
Love them. And of course, Dr. Greg Eckert, folks. Now, if you're looking for a great dentist, Dr. Greg Eckert is that great dentist and his staff for sure. All-star group of professionals. They do everything from general dentistry to the most advanced work. And advanced work means veneers. These beautiful veneers that I've had for 6 years. Dr. Eckert got those into my face in just 2 visits. 2 visits, that's all it took. Now, if you want to leave with a smile in just one day, dental implants may be the way that you want to go. Give him a call and find out if you're a candidate for dental implants by calling him at 512-345-3166. And folks, teeth cleaning, teeth whitening, tooth loss solution, extractions. He does all the things that a regular dentist does. General dentistry, Dr. Record will get that done for you. But he cares about your dental health, and you should too. And that way, how about your dental insurance? Let's start using it before you start losing it here for the new year. Start making appointments with the good doctor today. Over 28 years of service, 1,400 cases of restoring teeth. And yes, if you need IV sedations to just get your teeth clean, do it, because you want to take care of your dental health, because it will affect your regular health. And Dr. Eggert is the guy that you want to see. His staff is fabulous. 512-345-3166. He's our dentist. Should be your dentist also.
Shout out to Doc U, and shout out to Steve over at Pest Wranglers, man. Like, they're not lying about their reviews. You check them out on Google or Yelp or anywhere, and it's just 5-star after 5-star after 5-star. So if you've got those creepy crawlies in your place, you got to call our friends at Pest Wranglers. They will take care of everything for
no scorpions. Out with the scorpions.
Are you a scorpion guy?
Got to watch out for the scorpions. Wintertime's coming. You know, they're starting to leave outside, trying to find a way to get inside.
Oh, is that their bit?
That's their bit. They get around your house. You know, they get through. You know where they come through, BK? They come, yeah. I've seen a couple here before since we got the new house, but they come through the electrical sockets there. They find their way through vents and everything else. That is spooky. My wife's freaked out by those. They don't tend to bother me. I've been bit by a scorpion, no problem. But I don't want to wake up to one on my face. That's for sure.
No, that's the big fear, right? With anything. I'm not like super scared of snakes or scorpions or roaches or anything like that. But yeah, you do not want one of those in your bed in the middle of the night.
No.
That is terrifying. And if you see one of those things, you know there are more around. So hit up Pest Wranglers and they'll take care of all of those things for you.
Dude, I took one with me. I had one in a shirt. I took one. I was going up to the I think it was one of the media events up in Arlington. I put my shirt on my back, and I felt this. It felt like a paper cut, and I shook it, and this thing fell out the bottom on the ground. It stung me, and I'll tell you, like I said, the sting doesn't really bother me. I'm worse for a bee sting than a scorpion sting. A scorpion sting feels like a paper cut to me, but it's just so annoying. Just the thought of that thing was in my bag. And I took everything out of my bag and started shaking it up. I don't know how the hell it got in my drawer. Probably was in there for a while. So get Pest Wranglers. Make sure you don't have any of those creepy crawlers around.
No. You don't want to mess with those.
You don't want to mess with scorpions, crabs, any of that stuff.
No, crabs, syphilis, gonorrhea.
You don't want any of it.
No.
Wow.
I don't know if Pest Wranglers can help with those last couple of things.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. All right, let's have some fun, shall we? We've got a blast from the past, an all-time great moment in television history that we need to bring up.
Okay.
Because we had another pretty hilarious moment on the same show. Wheel of Fortune. You a Wheel of Fortune guy, Buck?
I am. I'm a Vanna White fan. Pat Sajak.
Is Vanna White still doing it?
I think she's done now. I think she has retired finally.
Is she gone?
Yeah, by the way, Vanna White did not wear the same outfit in all her years. And I think she also got to keep all of her wardrobe. How about that? Think she's got some gear? Think she got some gear?
Sell that stuff, man.
Hell yeah. That stuff was worth it. Absolutely.
Get a signed Vanna White dress.
Yard sale.
Well, there was a moment. We had some NFL players on Wheel of Fortune recently.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
One of those NFL players was former Giants running back Rashad Jennings. You remember him?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, he was in the league, 10 years ago. Solid running back in the NFL for a few years. Never the best, but never the worst. He was on Wheel of Fortune very recently, and, well, he blew it, man. Let's take a look.
Wish I could help. I really do. But you can buy some time by spinning the wheel. Yeah.
Well, there it is. Check Aussie.
600.
P.
No, I'm sorry.
Did you see what was on the screen?
I didn't see it. I didn't see it long enough.
Okay, well, watch it. It'll show up at the start of the video here. Look at what's there. This guy needs one letter. If you're listening on the app, we'll explain it more after we show the video again. But he's one letter away from solving the puzzle. It's a very easy puzzle to solve. Instead of just guessing the answer, he goes for another spin.
For another letter?
Yeah, risking a bankrupt or something like that. But he didn't get a bankrupt. Landed on 600. But one more time, here's what it looked like.
I wish I could help. I really do. But if you can buy some time by spinning the wheel.
I'm gonna spin it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there it is. Feel there. Check Aussie.
600.
P.
No, I'm sorry.
Really?
So what was on the screen? Driving to Reno with
Quentin
Tarantino. And the only letter that was missing was, the first letter of Quentin Tarantino's name, which is a Q. And Rashad Jennings guessed P. Driving to Reno with Quentin Tarantino.
Is that as bad as Achilles?
Well, that's what we've got.
Oh,
next.
no.
$500 right down there if you would. You got that and $2,800 cash opportunity.
Let's spin, Pat.
Wow.
L.
Yeah, 4 L's. Pick that up, turn it over. Lay it down right over that London trip down there. 650.
Y.
There's a Y. 500.
G.
1 G. 700.
C.
Yeah, there are 2 C's. Wow. Okay.
Nice solve.
Oh, well, that'd be a good idea, yeah.
Mythological hero Achilles.
You can't accept that.
Okay.
I can't accept that. That's the best. When he goes, I can't accept that bullshit. Come on, man. What are we as parents thinking about? They're like, we just paid this money for you to go to college.
Stanford. The guy's wearing a Stanford shirt.
Achilles.
Mythological hero Achilles.
Oh, that's the best of all time right there. That is the absolute best.
Oh my God.
So AJ goes, dude, we can't accept that. That's not it.
He had the whole puzzle solved. It was right there in front of him. All he had to do was correctly read 3 words, and the Stanford grad, or probably a Stanford student at the time.
No, he hadn't graduated yet. I guarantee you that.
No, he's on the
that was 15 years ago.
He's on the Brock Cunningham / JT Daniels plan, where he's just in college forever. Mythological hero Achilles. All he had to do was say Achilles, and he would have won like $1 million.
Oh no, there was a big money on that, and I was just thinking, boy, I wish that would have been. If that was my son, I'd have got on the phone and said, "Hey, you need to come home. School's canceled for you. Cancel school.
Done. Yep. So that's the best Wheel of Fortune moment I think ever. Rashad Jennings, Quentin Tarantino. Like, oh my goodness. Come on. Do you think he knows who? Everyone knows who Quentin Tarantino is, right?
Yes, of course.
Is there any way Quentin? Could that start with a P in any language?
No, it can't. No. I got Spanish eyes, and even in my Spanish, no.
Yeah.
No go, my friend.
No go.
No mas.
Can't accept that.
Isn't that the best when he says, I can't, I'd like to accept it, but I just can't. You dumbass.
That's what he should have said at the end. You idiot. Just cost yourself $1 million by not being able to read the word Achilles.
Oh my goodness.
That is awesome. That is awesome. Buck, we don't talk a lot of basketball on this show, and we won't talk a ton of non-Texas basketball on this show, but hey, the season opener in the NBA was last night. We had a couple of games. The Denver Nuggets raised their banner and knocked off the LA Lakers at home to open up this season.
They raised the roof on those dudes.
Yeah, they did. It was a close game for a while. Denver was able to pull away in the fourth quarter. Nikola Jokic doing what Nikola Jokic does. That guy is
triple doubles all over the place.
Yeah, a nice 29-point triple-double to open up the year for him. The Phoenix Suns, the new look Suns, they of course added Bradley Beal to their roster. Kevin Durant, Devin Booker still there in the desert. They go into Golden State and beat the Draymond Greenless Warriors 108-104. Chris Paul was making his Dubs debut. He did not look great. 4 of 15 from the floor, 0 of 6 from beyond the arc. Yeah, the Suns get the win to start the year. Those were the only 2 games last night. But, hey, the 3 Texas teams are in action tonight.
Oh, yeah.
And I think the game that most people hearing the sounds of our voices care about, the game in San Antonio, the debut of Victor Wembanyama, the most talked about rookie since LeBron James. Wemby makes his debut tonight against the Dallas Mavericks. How about a little Luka versus Wemby to open up your season? The Mavs 4-point favorites at the AT&T Center in San Antonio tonight. This is a nationally televised game, 8:30 tip, so it's a late one because it's the second half of the ESPN doubleheader. But, man, I am excited. Of course, I'm excited to watch Luka because he's awesome. But I'm through the moon. I hate that Wemby's on the Spurs because I can't stand the Spurs. But I can't wait to see what this young man is going to do in the league. We saw some of it in Summer League. We saw some of it in the preseason. But obviously now the games count. This should be a fun one tonight to get to watch the French baguette do his thing.
Yeah, Luka's liable to try to put up 50 tonight.
Yep.
He's liable to take every shot for the Mavs.
Well,
he may not give the ball up tonight because he does not want to be outdone by some rookie. No, this is a Luka night tonight.
Well, he's questionable. He might not even play tonight, which is the scary part for Mavs fans because he's dealing with some calf soreness. So it's a game time decision with him. I don't know what the Mavs strategy will be. They might just say, hey, we've got 82 games.
Load management.
We can't risk this, but also it is the season opener. And
yes, like you've been risking me with load management. They're liable not to do it.
Right.
There's a lot of shows to be done.
We've got a load management story to get to here in a moment.
No.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah. But
no.
Hey, the Mavs have Kyrie Irving. Don't forget about the flat earther. Okay.
That's right.
So they've got some other guys who can pick up the slack if Luka's going to have to miss some time. But this is all about Wemby, man.
It is.
This is going to be one of the more watched NBA games of the year. Kind of Captain Obvious because it's opening night and people are excited about the start of any new sports season. But everyone is curious to see what Wembanyama can do. I mean, the Spurs were one of the worst teams in basketball last year. They got lucky in the lottery. And with Victor Wembanyama, but you're going to
see a lot of the Spurs this year on TV.
Oh, you should. I mean, he's must watch. He is must see TV, and it starts tonight. The Rockets in Orlando. If anybody cares about that, that is a 6:00 tip off. Curious to see if the Rockets can do what the Texans are doing. Right? I mean, like the Texans, the Rockets have been one of the worst teams in the NBA for the last 3 years. The Texans, they brought in a new coach who everyone was excited about. They had a good draft. They brought in some good players in free agency, and you see the Texans now, hey, they're a half-decent football team.
Yes.
They're out of the mud for sure. Rockets fans and Houston sports fans obviously hoping the Rockets can have a similar path. They brought in Ime Udoka, who was one of the best coaching hires in the offseason, if not the best coaching hire of the offseason.
Hide the wives.
Hide your kids, daughters. Hide your wives. Yep, exactly. But that dude can coach. The Rockets had a good draft. They brought in a couple of good free agents, so curious to see what the new look Rockets can do tonight. Hopefully they start their season off.
Now, they got Porter missing for them. He's got some problems.
Yeah, they got rid of that dude, Kevin Porter Jr.
Is he off the roster?
Yeah, they traded him to Oklahoma City last week, and I think Oklahoma City waived him immediately. So he's done. As a head case, decent player, but not worth the off the court trouble. And he's had a few incidents during his time in the league so far.
And he picks on women, I believe.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. And we're not talking about basketball picks either.
No.
At least I don't think. Boston and Milwaukee are your 2 co-favorites to win the NBA title this year, Buck. Any thoughts on that? Followed by Denver, Phoenix, and, of course, the LA Lakers, because they've got to be in the top 5 for some reason.
Well, Denver, I think we're about to see a repeat. I think they get better.
Yeah, they're
it's
good.
It's hard to believe it, but I think they get to be an even better team this year.
Yep, they're good. And they brought pretty much everybody back from last year's title squad. And they kind of ran through the playoffs and beat Miami in 5 games in the NBA Finals. So Jokic is your favorite to win MVP again. He didn't win it last year, but he won the 2 previous years. He's your favorite, followed by Luka, then Giannis. There's your top.
Giannis
3.
has got his big bucks, and this will be a very interesting year for the MVP for sure.
It will be. It will be. It will be. So there's some NBA conversation for you right there. We won't talk a ton of NBA on this show, but hey, of course, when something.
What about my 76ers? What's James Harden doing?
Oy. Not much. He's probably eating a lot.
Is he going to come with a fat suit? He's not going to do that to the 76ers.
He's fat. He's fat.
Oh,
of course. He's already doing it, man.
He wants out. If that dude wants out, he's getting out.
Yep. We saw it in Houston. We saw it in Brooklyn. And we're seeing it in Philadelphia right now. That guy gets what he wants. Even though he's not one of the best players in the NBA like he was for a lot of his career in H-Town, he's still a star player, and star players in this league get what they want all the time. So he doesn't show up, then I don't know what the Sixers do. They've got to trade him for something, I guess, even though they don't want to. What a nightmarish situation for them. Oh, CB says Harden just reported back. I didn't even see that.
He's back. Nice. Very nice.
I don't know if you want that, though, because the fat suit, once that thing comes on.
It's hard to take the fat suit off, isn't it?
It is hard to take the
I just don't want to mess with the kid Maxey. He's just starting to come around.
Yeah, Maxey's a good young player for Philadelphia, and his role is going to increase this season.
Sure.
You would think. All right, a couple words for a few more sponsors. SendTexTickets.com. If you're looking for tickets to the Texas game this Saturday, if you're looking for tickets, what is that? If you're looking for tickets to the World Series in Arlington, that starts on Friday. They've got them for you on site right now at SendTexTickets.com. Hey, if you're trying to get to San Antonio for Mavs Spurs tonight, they've got them for you there at SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed. You don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to worry about scalpers or scammers or anything like that. You just pull up your phone, pull up your internet, and boom, SendTexTickets.com. They've got them for you right there. We appreciate them.
I love those folks. I love Shelby over there. You're going to see Shelby this week.
Yeah.
And he's got all kinds of World Series tickets. You know that. He's ready to go. He's ready to rock and roll. He'll be out of town quickly, but Syntex Tickets has all the World Series tickets that you need. And he's got them to the big game in February, too.
Oh,
that's right.
The Super Bowl.
Vegas, baby.
The Cowboys-Texans Super Bowl.
I don't know about the Cowboys.
Oh, you think the Texans have a better chance?
Maybe. San Francisco told them, hey, we may beat you the next time worse than what happened. Like you beat the Vikings, huh?
Ooh.
Now what's up with Purdy? Come on, Purdy.
Come on, Purdy. Yeah,
he's
take
not
Debo.
So Purdy anymore.
Take Debo away, and he ain't the same. Ain't the same.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be playing that group this week.
No. Well, I would have said that last week or on Monday night, and Minnesota had no problems with that at all. Shout out to Great Blue Heron Furniture as well. Custom leather furniture company that started way back in 1991. I'm saving up for a piece from Great Blue Heron Furniture.
There you go.
I got to give me a good recliner. I'm about to hit 30, so I'm getting old.
Time.
Old people need recliners. They can watch the sports and fall asleep while they're sitting in those things. I got to give me a nice one from Great Blue Heron Furniture. If you need a recliner, a couch, a chair, an ottoman, whatever, and you want something that looks nice and is going to last you and your family decades, look no further than greatblueheronfurniture.com. This stuff is beautiful. It's stylish. It's comfortable. And once again, it is incredibly well built. Just go to their website, greatblueheronfurniture.com. Use the promo code HOOK'em. You're going to get 15% off. Let me say that again. You use the promo code HOOK'em. You're going to get 15% off your purchase at greatblueheronfurniture.com. This stuff is gorgeous, man.
No, and I can't wait now, BK, for my Last Stand hat and some Last Stand gear because it's going to start getting cool. I'm going to need a little pullover here shortly.
Yep, absolutely. They've got the Last Stand hats. If you're looking for a Texas Sports Unfiltered lid, there's a link in the video description below. If you're watching on YouTube, you can find our collection right there. And hey, if you're a paid Patreon subscriber, well, you're going to get a discount code. I can't tell everybody else what that code is, but if you subscribe to our Patreon, there's a link to that thing under the YouTube video as well. You're going to get a discount code from our friends at Last Stand Hats that you can use for the TSU hats, but you can use for any of the hats that they've got on site. Shout out to them, laststandhats.com. If you're listening on the app, just go to laststandhats.com, search Texas Sports Unfiltered, and boom, the lids are right there.
Love it.
How about some words from some of these Texas football players? Let me pull this up. I shouldn't start talking before I know what I'm doing. But some of these Texas players were talking about Malik Murphy. And we read the quote yesterday from Michael Taff talking about Malik Murphy. Do I have this? Did I close out of this? Maybe we'll have to save this for tomorrow because I'm an idiot.
Well, he talked yesterday about his work ethic and how he's just the first guy in and the last guy out of the building, which is cool.
Yep. There's
a
lot
of to know.
A lot of that going on with I can't find it right now. Sorry about that, people. I'm annoyed with myself. But yeah,
but he did talk about that, BK, yesterday. Michael Taft talked that this guy is not, he's not a Superman. He's just somebody that people really like to be around. They kind of gravitate towards him. He's a hard worker, first guy in the building, last guy out of the building. But he takes his craft very, very seriously, which is good to hear. That he's not just a guy waiting to get an opportunity, because he's got an opportunity, but he's really worked hard for this opportunity. And when it comes, he'll take advantage of it. That's kind of the word I got from Taft, that don't expect anything but the best out of this kid when he gets on the field. Yeah,
there we go. Thank you for filibustering for me. I was able to find the article right here.
There you go.
So that was Michael Taft, right? What you just read. Xavier Worthy, a quote about Malik Murphy from the player availability on Monday. Quote, Malik is always the same Malik. Malik has always been ready for the role, just in case anything happened. Now that it happened, I feel like he's ready for that role. He's got a rocket arm. He's just a confident person. I feel like he just has that confidence regardless of what's going on. I feel like he's just going to do what he needs to do and execute at a high level. There's Xavier Worthy. Here's Jonathan Brooks talking about Malik Murphy. Quote, we practice for these moments, and I feel like he's ready for the moment. He practices week in and week out like he's the starter. He's the first one in the facility, last one out. He does all the extra work. I think he's mentally ready for this. Malik knows the offense just like Quinn does. He can make throws Quinn makes. We're making sure we instill confidence in him, letting him know he can get the job done and that will be there to back him up. Here's a quote from Christian Jones, the right tackle. Quote, I think he's ready because of the work he puts in behind the scenes every single day. He's always the last one to leave the facility, the locker room, the weight room, putting in extra work. I feel like the moment is not too big for him. I feel like he's ready for it. I know as a unit and as an offensive lineman myself, we're going to do everything in our power to give him ample time and make him as comfortable as possible to succeed in that position, end quote. So there are just a few quotes from offensive players talking about Malik Murphy, right? And the themes are the same. He's ready for this. He puts in the work. First guy in, last guy out. But also, hey, we'll be there. We've got his back. And it's going to take the village for Texas to go out there and win this game on Saturday. Because I'm confident in Malik, but it's kind of a blind confidence, right? None of us really know what Malik Murphy's going to look like under the lights in a real game situation. He's played in a couple of games this year, but it was mop-up duty against Rice, and he was a part of one offensive series for all intents and purposes against Houston, and he just handed the ball off basically a bunch. He only threw 2 passes.
Yeah, it's just the experience of games. That's all it is. I mean, that guy's been around here, it seems like, for 3 years. It's not like he just showed up on campus. He's been in meetings. He's been at practice. He's practiced the things that they've taught him. I mean, it's not like all of a sudden this is his first – he just came out of high school and this is going to be his first starting game. He's been around here for a while. He's not that young.
He's almost been here for 3 years because he was an early enrollee, and then he's a redshirt freshman. So it's technically a second year in the program, but he got here in the spring of, 2021?
21, yeah.
Yeah, so he knows this offense. It's obviously been Sark as the head coach and offensive coordinator for all intents and purposes throughout his entire tenure here in Austin. So he knows the scheme, and he knows what he's got to do.
He knows the plays.
Yeah, can he go? He knows the guys. He knows the personnel on this team. It's just, can he go out there and get the job done?
Yeah, and then as I said, everybody else will have to pick up the pace themselves. They're going to have to make it easier on him. And they don't have to make it easier on him. It'll only be a short while before he gets into the swing of things. A little bit of success, and he's rolling, I got to believe.
I hope so, man.
And if not, then the next guy comes in. But you can't let him roll to where he's throwing picks and saying, oh, he needed the game experience. I'm not losing a game because he needed game experience. No thanks.
Yeah, that's the big question, and we can
Yes.
get into this a little bit more tomorrow and Friday. But how long of a leash can Sark have with Maalik Murphy? I mean, in Sark's perfect world, Malik Murphy plays the entire game. Number one, he stays healthy, but number two, he plays well enough to where, hey, Texas has a nice lead, and Maalik Murphy's playing well, and boom, there's not even a debate. Like, they might show Arch Manning on TV a couple of times, but hey, just keep showing him on the sideline because Malik's getting the job done.
Well, yeah, if he's getting the job done, even if it's a dogfight and you're not covering spreads and you win by you win the football game, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for him to win as a starting quarterback to win the game. I'm not looking for him to cover any damn spreads. I'm not worried about that. This is his first start. There are going to be some struggles for him. They win by a touchdown, 10 points. I'm going to go, and he does all the things right, and he doesn't throw 3 picks. If he has some stuff that he can still brush up on for the following week, I'm going to be excited about it.
Yep, just win. Find a way to win. This is I don't know if there are a lot of people out there betting on Texas, right? Most of the Texas fans that I've seen on social media have been like, what? We're 17-point favorites?
Oh, yeah, still. It hadn't moved anywhere, has it?
Take BYU. Well, it depends. I mean, the line opened, I don't know how much I've ever seen a line open with this much variety, but there were some books that had Texas as a 16-point favorite, and I saw the Longhorns favored by as many as 20 in some spots. So right now I'm looking at ESPN, and Texas is a 17.5-point favorite, which I think on ESPN, that's been the number throughout the week. So not a ton of movement, at least from ESPN or wherever the hell they get their lines. But yeah,
well, I'm going into my defense. I'm going to my defense, and I'll say it. See what the people thinking about you in Vegas? They think you should still handle this team. You need to go play your asses off on defense. You guys need to sack their quarterback. You need to cause turnovers. You need to put pressure in his face. And you guys in the secondary need to cover. I don't care if they're picking with a wall. You guys need to find a way through the pick or around the pick and be right with your man and not trailing that guy as he catches the ball and goes zipping by. There shouldn't be any excuses for this Texas defense. The secondary, too, they have built depth. Like I said, I saw players that played pretty good football the year before. Why are they not playing pretty good football now?
I don't know. The defense has regressed, and a big question is, what Texas defense do we see this Saturday?
Yes.
Let's not forget. I mean, after the Kansas game, we were talking about this defense being one of the best in the country, and now just 2 games and 3 weeks later,
right,
we've got more questions than answers. It feels like on that side of the football. So I don't know. Like I think this defense is capable of playing at a very, very high level. I don't know if they're best in the country anymore.
Well, somebody's got to step up, and you can't be looking to find out who it's going to be. You have to be that person. This looks like a bunch of guys on defense wondering where's Ford. He generally makes the plays for us, but why can't you be the guy making the play? It's somebody else's turn to make some plays.
Yep.
You got to look the guy beside you and say, I'm not going to worry about you. I'm going to go make this play, and I'm going to make it all day.
Well, Michael Jackson, start with the man in the mirror.
Absolutely.
Ask him to change his ways.
You have to. It's you've got you're a little bit hurting right now, and your quarterback position, the key position on your football team, is hurting. What are you going to do to make it better?
Step up. Yep, absolutely. All right, before we hand things off to Wags and Rodney for a little bit of chaos theory, Buck, how about Woods Comfort Systems?
Yes. The next week, as BK said, in the 40s on Monday, that heater, that thing's going to click on, and you don't want a bunch of soot and dirt. Hopefully that's not what's going to come out of your heater right there. But if you call Woods Comfort Center, and if you had that contract done, they would have been over to your house by now and cleaned out everything, made it just right for the winter months. And still, who knows with us? Hell, next week, in the middle of the week, it could be 95 degrees around this place. So making sure that air conditioning system works right too. And now they do plumbing. They're the best when it comes to air conditioning and heating. Believe me, they're going to be the best when it comes to plumbing also at Woods Comfort Center.
Yep, Woods Comfort Systems. Check them out online, woodscomfortsystems.com. They've been in business for 60 years. They will make sure you and your family are comfortable at home during every season. Shout out to my friends at the Altstadt Brewery as well.
They'll make you comfortable for sure.
Come on, the NBA's back. The NHL is here. The NFL, college football, the World Series. Is there a better time of the year to be a sports fan? I don't think so, which means you need a great beer to enjoy while watching all of those great sports. The best beer you can find is Altstadt beer. Pick it up. HEB, Specs, Twin Liquors, Total Wine, Time Wise, wherever you go, they've got Altstadt It's liquid gold, baby. One sip and you won't go back to the other beers you have been drinking in the past. And hey, we did promise a giveaway winner.
Uh-oh.
This $150 Cabo Bob's catering gift certificate. Congrats to 5644 on the text line. The randomizer has spit out your number, and you are the winner of that $150 Cabo Bob's catering gift certificate.
What was that number there, Archie's?
564. I'm not giving out the full number, but the last 4 digits, 5644. And hey, we're going to be giving one of those out after every Texas win. And even if Texas loses, we'll still have something from Cabo Bob's to give away. That's going to happen every single week right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Don't say that we don't give you anything.
Don't say that at all, please.
That's just not true. That ain't true.
That ain't true at all, brother.
Mother of children.
That's the wrong one. Sorry.
I love mother of children too.
He's got AIDS.
Oh, come on there, Big Magic Johnson.
Hey, I don't think either of the guys coming on next have AIDS. Well, that's probably not a segue that they're looking for. Let's bring them on right now. Our guy Double R, Rodney Rodriguez, and where's Wags?
Pop up, Wags, pop up.
Rodney, you're on mute, brother. We've got zero chaos theory presence now.
Maybe he's getting tested for AIDS. Yeah.
Big
Magic Johnson. Yeah.
Rodney, Richard Roundtree, the original Shaft, has passed away at 81 years old. Did you ever see the original Shaft?
Shut your mouth.
Isn't that great? Oh, how about that soundtrack? How about the Isaac Hayes soundtrack?
Oh, man.
From Shaft. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, man. I saw that, and that's when you start seeing folks like that pass away. It's like, it's always obviously a big deal when the celebrities pass away. But even like the other day when Suzanne Summers passed away, it's like, 77, man,
yes,
it's like, what the hell? Yeah, I saw that, man. Man, what a great talent! What a great talent!
Oh,
man.
Fantastic! Absolutely.
Sorry, guys. I'm a little under the weather and I had to take a shit. Usually we talk a lot of shit on here, and I know you guys saw me backstage and I had to leave right away, like last second, man. It wasn't that you guys were tuning me out. It's just like I really had to go. It was like the last second brewing at the I don't know, man.
You don't have one of these. You don't have the painter's bucket right there. You could.
So I had a caramel macchiato this morning, man. I got up real early and had a caramel macchiato, and it went right through me, dude. So
nice job.
Oh my goodness!
Go right for Hartford, yeah.
Hey, I remember being a kid, and we would, like me, my grandfather and I, he would take me fishing, and we'd go out, and for whatever reason, I mean, he didn't want to stop and let me take a piss on the side of the road, when we're going out to the tank. He'd have like the Folgers can, and you would like, you took a piss in the little Folgers can, and then you dump it out, whatever. Made the fish
use it again. Hell yeah, put coffee back in that son of a gun.
That shit. These days you can take it to HEB and go get all your coffee or whatever it is.
So I keep an extra one of these guys when I'm on the road, just so I can whip it out and just go right in there. We don't stop, man. We only pull over to fill up and gas. And
really, is that what you do? Are you one of those dads? I'm full, and you know what? I'm not like the women.
If you're prairie dogging it, you better stick it back in there. I don't care.
No, the women in my life, they won't go to certain bathrooms, and they can hold it for a month. Like if I got to go, if I tell you I have to use the bathroom, that means I've had to use the bathroom for over an hour now. That's the way it is. Yeah. But they won't go. I mean, I've stopped with, my former wife, my wife now. Listen, if I said, hey, how about this gas station here? They'll go, gas station?
Yes.
Are you kidding me? I'm like, what are you going to do? The next place isn't for like 2 hours. I'll just hold it. I'm like, how do you just hold it? How do you do that?
My wife does that. She will not piss or shit in public sometimes, most of the time. And it's like we're on a road trip and man, I got to pee, man. I'll just pull the car over. I mean, I'll find a country road and go piss. But it's like I can't hold that. It starts to dribble out, It's like,
gentlemen, these are grounds. These are grounds.
It hurts too much. It hurts.
Talking about our lives. Bowel movements,
and then you can't stop it. It just happens. You know what I'm saying?
I just put cruise control on and then just roll down the window and go out the window.
Oh, why does it burn, Mommy?
It doesn't scrape along the road if you just lay it out the window.
Oh, this is going to be quite the show. I can't wait to listen to this madness. All right, I'm
y'all-
about to slam y'all
It just
down.
smacks along the asphalt.
Yeah.
Slam it down,
Hit the
Buck.
car.
Slam it.
Car's
Say
got
it.
hail damage.
Slam
afterwards.
down.
Boom.
Slam down. There he goes. Oh, we are off to a chaotic start already on Chaos Theory, man. Welcome to the show on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I am Wags. You can find me on Twitter at Not the Fake Wags, and Double R. You can find Double R on Twitter at the Rodney R, and on the gram at the _Rodney R. I'm on the gram at the Wagner Wire as well. Yeah, man. Shitty start, dude. Shitty start, bro. So it reminds me of we talk about stories where we get into some shitty situations. And like, I couldn't help but think about the time, and not that this is extreme, right? And by the way, your lighting is exceptional today. You were just lit up like a Christmas tree, my man.
You like it? You like
I
it?
do.
Well, I went and got my studio lights out, man. I'm doing
that's what I'm talking about.
My TV friends. My TV friends are like, look, you ask us what lights, why don't you use them on Texas Sports Unfiltered? Because you look like you're in a cave. So yeah.
You look great, man. It's fantastic. It's illuminated. It's
I
illuminated.
combed my hair today.
It's illuminated, man. It's fantastic. And you got a little comb going on with your hair, with your sex head there, man. I love it. It's
Hair gel,
fantastic.
brother. Hair gel
anyways,
up in
man,
there.
It reminded me of when I was, and not that this is extreme, you know, I'm not comparing doing this show to the extremes of being in the Marine Corps, man, but just like the knee-jerk reaction to, oh, I got a shit. You know what I mean? Like, I haven't had one of those moments since this episode, I guess, 2005, 2004. I can't even recall what year this actually was, but I know I was going into Tikrit, which is a northern city in Iraq, and we were getting ready to do some Marine work. I'm not going to get into some details of it, but let you know, I was reconnaissance and infantry, so we were getting into the thick of some shit. But it was to the point where I hadn't gone to the bathroom in about a day, and I really had to go. Like Bucky was saying, like, I had to go yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
So tell everybody, hey, take watch real quick. I gotta go drop one off real quick. So I've gone maybe 30 seconds, and then they said, Wagner, get in the trucks, we gotta roll. Sure enough, I thought they were messing with me, right? Nah, man. We had to go immediately, dude. We were getting ready to get counter artillery. It wasn't artillery,
Yeah.
It wasn't counter artillery because we hadn't fired yet, but we were getting ready to get a strike. Anyways, we had to get out of there real quick. I literally had to take a trash bag and straddle it as we're going down the highway back down to Baghdad from Tikrit, man. And I'm just sitting here just blowing mud, dude. It's terrible. I mean, but yeah, that reminded me of the shitty story. So anyways,
you know, that's the funny thing. when I talk to people, and again,
I wasn't I wasn't getting a combat jack. I definitely wasn't doing that.
I know that people have, you know, intestinal issues or whatever the case is. So a few years, so I don't have a problem shitting. I don't have a problem taking a shit anywhere. I mean, I'll do it anywhere. And the whole thing is,
you're cool with going in public. You really are. Like, you don't have a problem with.
Absolutely, man.
See, I don't like public shitters.
Porta John. I mean, I don't care. I mean, if it's got to come out, it's got to come out. But so it was like, dude, I had to.
Sometimes I need a shower.
Yeah, well,
you know what I mean. Like sometimes after I need a shower.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, no doubt. No doubt. I mean, the scar that I was talking about on the back of my head here a couple of weeks ago. So when I had that, and that was a long time ago. It was like 17 years ago. So when I had that happen, dude, so I get this done, and they're loading me up on pain pills and all this, and I couldn't take a shit for 2 days. 2 days I was constipated and I couldn't go to the bathroom. And I'm telling my friends, I'm like, man, I haven't gone to the bathroom in 2 days. And I mean, some of my friends are like, some of my female friends they're like, well, I only poo one time a week. I'm like, what?
That's incredible. That's
poo one time.
That's not healthy. That's not healthy.
Kidding me? I'm like, I poo like one time a hour sometimes.
Yeah, I might go twice a day probably.
Oh man,
I think I probably take 2 shits a day. There's one. I got to pull this clip up of George Brett. We're talking about shit a lot, right? I got to pull this clip up of George Brett where he actually shits himself. And he says that he's good. He says he shits himself once a year. Like I'm not. And I will play it tomorrow. I swear, I will pull it up. It's on YouTube. I will pull it up and I will play the clip tomorrow. It's about a 3-minute pop, but it's hilarious. It's just about George. I don't know if it's 3 minutes, but it's probably it's probably a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes full of just George Brett explaining to people how he actually shit himself. And he does it during the game. Like he really does claim he does it at least. He's good for his shit once a year, he says. Shitting himself once a year.
And you know how it goes sometimes. I mean, it's like, okay, it's like, I'm going to go ahead and fart. I have to fart.
And they just creep. Oh, man.
And
yeah, well,
shark.
hey, that happens.
And it's like, it never fails. It happens to me when my wife is out of town. It's like, okay, I'm going to sit here and watch football, whatever the thing is, and then you have to fart when you're watching one of those late games, and you fart, and it's like, wait a minute, I smell something, and then you're like having
Rodney,
to get,
come on, man,
then you're having to get rid of your shorts and stuff, and it's like, oh my god,
I don't know if no, not that far. Not when it's in the house, man. Usually I can feel that and I have control of my bowels and we can take care of that stuff. Anyways, man, off to a shitty chaotic start here on Chaos Theory. Hopefully you can join the conversation if you're listening to us mobile on that Coda text line 512-222-9328. Again, that's 512-222-9328. And also smash that subscribe button on that YouTube page if you haven't done so already. Tell 5 friends like we always tell you to do. And then make sure you're chatting and hitting us up in this chat box and chat channel here on YouTube as well. That's where we like to paste and highlight all your all's comments and stuff. And we like to get involved with your all's conversation as well, man. It helps us just babble off a whole bunch of other shit besides the stuff that we have planned for today, which, speaking of, we do got to talk a little bit of baseball. We had something happen. We had another sexy game 7 last night, and two teams both are punching their third trip to the World Series. It looks like it's going to be one hell of a matchup. It is probably what everybody was heralding as the People's World Series, right? I guess this would be it's not the biggest market for sure. We know that, right? Like usually you would think that Major League Baseball would have wanted Philadelphia in there just to have an East Coast market, but this is definitely one of the World Series that will have the smaller market ball clubs between both National League and American League. Can we call Texas a small market ball club? Are the Rangers a small market club?
I wouldn't think so. I mean, DFW. DFW. I mean, that's like number 3. Number 3 media market. When you really look at that, I mean, I think that it's weird to me. Kind of, like I've said for so many times, I don't dislike the Texas Rangers. I've always thought with the Rangers, it'd be really cool if I know it's too late now, but it would be really cool if they had like a different name, if they were like the Arlington Rangers, a little more specific to where they are, the Texas Rangers, but you got Houston. I mean, you got the Houston Astros. I don't know. That's something that's always kind of made me wonder, but I guess you can't change it now. It's too late. But
instead of the state, have it maybe like a city geological reference or whatever,
geological or geographical, more specific. But hey, man, if you love the whole kind of Cinderella theory,
Jake, it might be Arizona State. I might have misspoke there. I thought that it is their second representation of the pennant. It was their third trip to the divisional series.
To the CS.
Excuse me, championship series. Correct.
I like it in the fact that it's a couple of teams that you go back and you look at this, especially with baseball, where the spending and all of that is so. I mean, you see, with the major market team,
man. If you got the money, you can do it.
That's it. And I mean, look, I'm glad. I mean, I'm an Astros fan, but I'm glad that this isn't the Dodgers, the Red Sox, the Yankees, all of that juggernaut. I'm glad that we have a series here to where this is, and what I think is really cool about Arizona, and I mean, I don't have a dog in the hunt. Obviously, I think I want Texas to win because that's our state team. But look at Arizona, man. It's a bunch of who? I mean, you go and you look at some of these guys, and it's like you don't have those names that you would have with the Astros or the Phillies. So I think this is something where Texas,
like Corbin Carroll is clearly National League Rookie of the Year, but besides Corbin Carroll, I mean, Ketel Marte is probably.
That's a bad son bitch right there.
Yeah, like he's probably the only other well-known, stud out of this whole lineup here. I mean, I think Walker's Walker's had a pretty decent season, man. But I mean, nobody that's on the East Coast or nobody that's a novice baseball player is saying, "Oh yeah, I know 100% of the Diamondbacks lineup, 1 through 9 here." And I can tell you, how they're gonna switch it up and rotate it, through left-handed and right-handed pitchers. Now you just can't say that because they don't get the national coverage that usually most ball clubs or bigger market clubs get. So we're gonna learn a lot about the Diamondbacks, that's for sure, man. We know that they got fantastic arms. We know that they can get it done on the bump. That's for sure. I'm absolutely beside myself. I thought it would have been it was going to be a great storyline to get this ready, to get it out there, to have the Diamondbacks in the World Series. But I did not think, in no way in hell, that they would be able to beat the Philadelphia Phillies. 1 for 28. Is that the right stat? 1 for 28 in games 6 and 7.
That's what I saw, man.
Between Schwartz, Harper, Castellanos. That's absolutely batshit terrible. That's dog shit. And who's the other? I'm sorry, another batter is eluding me here. Can't think of the other stud for the Phillies
on
here.
Arizona.
No, for Philadelphia.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry.
I'll pull it up here in a second. Yeah, you're not even listening to me.
Hey, no, but here's, I mean, I'm kind of still on the Arizona thing. I think this Evan Longoria thing is pretty cool. It's like, man, like I was saying the other day, I was watching this game with some friends of mine, and Evan Longoria comes up to bat. It was one of the early games in the series, and this dude is like, Evan Longoria, didn't his dad used to play? I'm like, no, that's fucking still him. It's that same guy that used to play for the Rays. That's him. He's still playing. So, I mean, this is cool. I mean, I think this is going to be a great series. And I like what Jake says right there. I know DFW's team.
Thanks, Jake. I appreciate it.
I totally get that. I mean, I totally get that when you talk about that kind of stuff. But and thank you. You can talk about me. I don't care. Call me out. I don't give a damn. But this is going to be a fun series. It's going to be a fun series, and I think it's just a cool story to where baseball has gotten so big, but yet you have two teams that have figured out a way, that have clawed their way into this. They put pieces in the right place, and here we go. We got a series that aren't the two best teams in baseball, supposedly. That aren't the two best teams in baseball.
I think they're the best teams. I think they're the hottest teams in baseball right now. I mean,
I think so too. But I mean, when you look at the way that they've come in, one's number 5, one's number 6, and they beat last year's World Series attendees. So boom, there you go, man. That makes it even cooler, I think, in my opinion.
Not just that. I mean, also, you talk about the Phillies' excellent stage right there as well. The Phillies being able to go in there and sweep, or not sweep, but just put a damn onslaught on the on the Bravos there on Atlanta, and then come out and just go completely, absolutely silent with the Lumber in game 6 and 7. I mean, you thought it was going to carry over. It looked like it was carrying over in the first couple of games here in the series. I mean, hell, Schwartz with the first pitch of the series sends it flying, out of the damn ballpark. So you thought that the route was going to be on for the Philadelphia Phillies here in this series, but to the Snakes' credit, they battle back, and they're the representation for the National League in the World Series, man. I can't wait. We'll break this down a little bit more going into the next week and as the series plays out. But we do got some Texas football to talk about. It is Wednesday, hump day. That means usually we have a guest from the opposition on, but I couldn't find anybody. And not to mention, I've been feeling like, I know we talked about the shit talks like at the beginning of the show, but I'm a little I don't know if it's the weather outside, if it's just because it's gloomy and dreary, whatever. But for the past couple of days, man, I've just been I'm not sick. I don't feel like I'm going through like a cold or anything like that, but I definitely have. I'm congested a little bit, but there's like a funk. There's just a damn like a funk. I've
been dealing with that for like a week, dude. It's been like a week where you feel. I mean, I seriously feel there was one day I'm like, man, I must have the COVID because I'm burning up hot, and I check my temperature. It's not even normal. It's not even 98.6.
Could you regulate it at all? Could you regulate your temperature? Like, what I mean? Like, was it just fluctuating up and down? Like, you can't stay hot, you can't stay cold.
I felt hot, but it was always below normal. And that's, mineral water. I mean, whatever the hell you're trying to do to get this thing going. And it's like, I don't understand what it is. I mean, maybe it's the stuff in the air. Maybe it's a change of temperature, but I'm with you as well. And then the other day, I mean, just randomly, I think it was Monday. I mean, it was like, okay, my stomach hurts. Back to the shitting conversation. It's like, okay, I feel like I want to puke. Just for a random, I feel like I was well, I've never been
like
pregnant.
5 minutes or whatever, like just a case of nausea, right?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it's just gone, just out of just
it was just gone. It was just gone. And I'm like, okay, is there some stress that I'm dealing with here? And it's like, no. I mean, I'm kind of stressed out of how Texas is going to bounce back against BYU and hopefully take care of business, but that shouldn't be enough to make me want to puke. But I don't know what it is, dude. And there's a lot of this going around. So I don't know what the deal is, but I'm right there with you, man. I don't know.
Me too, Jake.
Oh.
You know what? I haven't gotten shots in a long time, Jake. And I'm happy. You know what? Because I haven't gone to the hospital and I haven't gotten anybody else sick either. I stay in my little hole here provided by audiovisual consultations and I don't see the light of day. You can tell with my pasty pale white face here. So no sunlight comes in here, man. We don't do anything, Jake.
And no
What's
offense.
up, Sal? How are you, brother? Thank you, man. I will. I'll feel a little bit better. I'll take a little bit of a Pepto-Bismol here and kind of stop up the tubes.
There it is. Eat some cheese. I mean, and no offense, no offense, and totally not political because I've thought this way back for years before political shit ever became whatever. I mean, I don't get the flu shot because I don't want to get the flu. I mean, the times that I've gotten it, it's like I get it and then I feel like dog shit, for a week. And it's like, if I'm gonna get it, I'll get it and I'll try to get over it. But I haven't gotten it either. So
yeah, I recommend getting sick the old fashioned way. That's usually, go out there and mingle with people and allow them to get you sick. That's the best way. That's how I got the chicken pox, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we did great. By the way, my son never had the chicken pox or whatever. Now at this point,
Really?
I feel like it's a little too late to get it. Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
I'm with you, Jake. Don't get the shot. You don't need it. You're good. You're good.
Yeah,
Let
you
Travis Kelce get him for you. You know what I mean? He'll get the flu shot and the other shot for you. Don't worry.
It's like
about
in the old days, you were just talking about their wags. If you're going to get sick, you earn it. Like they used to say about E.F. Hutton. Wasn't it E.F. Hutton? You earn it.
I don't know, man. That's a good one here. Hey, let's get back into it though. We talked a little bit. We heard from Stark a little bit yesterday. We heard from some of his sounders. We'll hear more from him. We didn't break down all of the sound of it, but I wanted to talk a little bit about where we left off, about how he was talking about how he wanted the defense to be able to cover crossing routes a little bit better, right? And they switched and you saw how they were struggling a little bit with the Cougars there from Houston, not the Cougars from BYU, but they were struggling on Saturday with the crossing routes that Holgorsen usually is known to run. He likes to carve you up through the middle there. And they were struggling with that in man coverage. So they switched and went to zone, and they still struggled just a little bit. I'd like to break that down and figure out why. When you're struggling with the zone when you're struggling with crossing routes in zone coverage, Rodney, usually that means there's a breakdown in communication, and you're just not passing your man off, or you're not understanding the area of coverage that you have responsibility for. You can't continue to allow this to unfold and progress throughout the season, or it's just going to be detrimental for this run that could be, one hell of a championship run. And we'll also talk about the offense here in just a minute. I know the number one thing or the number 3 thing on Twitter right now is Malik. If you look on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, if you look at that, the number 3 thing right now is Malik Murphy. It just says Malik. That is because it's Malik Murphy. That's in reference to Malik Murphy. We'll talk about that and how confident I am on how I think that he can lead this Texas offense, not just for the next couple of weeks, but it's a good plug and play system. I think he's got the toy chest around him, and I think he's going to do well. He's taken less than 10 drop. I don't know the number off the top of my head, but I know it's under 10. He's got like 10 dropbacks where he's actually made pass attempts or less than 10. We'll break that down just a little bit. But yeah, man, confidence is high. I think that the defense does figure this thing out in terms of the last 2 weeks of mental breakdown or mental lapses that they have in the coverage of their secondary. There's been some There's been some injuries. We'll see if there's any more updated sound from Sarkisian on the injury update and the injury report. But
well,
I mean, honestly, Rodney, I feel like they've been in position to make plays. It's just been poor execution for the past 2 weeks.
Well, and here's what I'm curious to see. I mean, because like we were talking about last week with Houston, they were going to go watch a film and try to figure out, the up tempo or whatever it was that we were talking about with the Oklahoma game and so forth. I think if you're BYU here and BYU's got some dudes that can make some plays on the outside. You got a really good tight end, right here in the middle of this thing as well. So
That's Warner's son too, right? Kurt Warner's son is the tight end, I believe.
Roberts, Rex, and Lassiter.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know what the hell I was reading last night, man. Maybe
Isaac Rex. I think that may be T-Rex's son, which may be because he's very tall. So this is, I mean, if you're BYU, I mean, you come out and it's going to be okay. You guys stop us. I mean, the thing that I'm looking forward to.
BYU can get it on defense too, though.
That's it. And the thing going into this week, you don't have the mobile quarterback thing that you're going to have to be concerned about, that you have with Donovan Smith, that you have with Oklahoma, that you have with some of these guys. So, that's where something that maybe BYU is going to come out and try to expose the middle and do exactly, what Houston was able to do. So with the secondary here, I mean, Ryan Watts hopefully coming back. I mean, I think that's something that's definitely going to behoove Texas in that regard. But I mean, this is like we talk about. You know that they're going to go and see what Houston did well, and that's exactly what Houston did well. So that's exactly where they're going, because this is a pocket passer. This isn't like we talk about. This isn't one of those mobile quarterbacks. So that's exactly where I'm going if I'm them, and it's going to be Texas charged to stop that.
When you think about Malik Murphy going out here against BYU, and we talked about the toys, and we heard sound from Sarkisian yesterday on whether it's going to be Malik or whether it's going to be Arch, whichever quarterback rolls out there, they got to put them in the best situation for them to succeed. If you are Sarkisian, what is that situation? We talked about, establishing a run and trying to get it, going with the running backs and being able to lean on that. But if you want to attack through the air, where do you see the vulnerabilities of this defense for the BYU Cougars?
I mean, I think this is where you utilize JT Sanders. I mean, I think this is where, you go in. I mean, he can do a lot of damage right here. I mean, I think this is a game. I mean, I know he's been dinged up. I mean, I really think that's where you can establish that. I mean, I'm curious to see, and I mean, we'll know on the first play of the game. I mean, is the game plan going to be changed up dramatically to where you come out and maybe you don't throw it on first down, even though you do it all the time?
We're going to see. I'm willing to bet my mortgage that we will see a swing pass somehow, some form, some fashion to Xavier Worthy. It's happened the past 3 weeks.
And here's where I'd maybe change that up, Wags, is it's like maybe drop something over the middle to Sanders and let him get out in the open field and kind of take off right there, to do something a little bit different to utilize. And I think, I don't really, I totally get it. When the second team, I hate to say backup, when the second team quarterback comes in, there's obviously always a lot of,
there's an air of caution, right? There's a loom, there's a a mist or a whisper, and please, be extra cautious and don't allow him to throw interceptions, and let's not throw this season away. I don't think we have that with Malik Murphy. I think you let this dude rip, man. You let him go out there and you let him eat, Rodney.
I am not. I'm not conservative at all in this, but I utilize the weapons. I mean, use Brooks, use these guys, make him comfortable, because for crying out loud, what you don't want is to come start this ball game and he fumbles, he throws a pick, something like that happens. The confidence, the confidence is there in Murphy, but get him started, give him a drive, just methodically work this thing, man. Let him get comfortable. I think that's the main thing, to get comfortable in this. Luckily, like we said yesterday, it's a home game, so that's definitely going to help right there. But I mean, for all the people that are seriously freaking out and all this shit, I'm like we said yesterday, Wags, so many folks were like, he may need to start. Remember, after the spring game, Murphy may need to be the starter. Well, where's that confidence now?
Right, I think it's just
nothing's
natural
changed.
panic, natural knee-jerk reaction to the panic of the number 2 quarterback being able to, or being, thrown into the situation, or kind of being able to save the fire. But Rodney, what I'm getting, you're saying that you want him to be comfortable. Like how if you're Sarkisian, how would you make him comfortable though? Like to me, we've already talked about the swing pass going out there with Xavier Worthy. You kind of hit the head, the nail on the head a little bit for me as well. Why not fake that little swing pass out there to Xavier Worthy? You got the defense already biting on it a little bit. You'll have a little bit of an influence going out to your outside, and now make something wide open in the middle for him. Give him a nice little rhythmatic pass to allow Malik to kind of get with the flow a little bit. And then, maybe come out on the second play of scrimmage, hand the ball off to Brooks and convert the first down. Now you got a fresh set of downs and let Malik eat. That's just me. That's what I would like to see. I know I don't know exactly how the script is going to go for Sarkisian's playbook, but I think that allows you to get Malik into the game quick and early and allow him to establish a good confidence or a good confident rhythm.
Yeah, or vice versa. I mean, hand it off on first down. I know that's unheard of. I mean, let 24.
That's not going to happen. That will not happen.
I know. Let 24 pound the rock and then you go over the middle. I mean, and I'm talking about getting Malik comfortable. I mean, I don't know the dude. I don't know his mindset right now. He may be comfortable as hell. He may be totally unfazed. I mean, we're not going to know. And this is where you go back to, it's going to be so important, I think, to watch before we actually even start the contest. Just watch body language. I mean, watch the body language of the team. I mean, we see it. We've been talking about it in baseball. I heard the guys after one of the Rangers Astros games where they were talking about the confidence in the body language of the Astros when they were on that 3-game winning streak there in Arlington. And I think this is where you want Malik to come out comfortable. I mean, you don't want, and this is where it's up to the coaching staff and his teammates to let him be at ease. I mean, let him be at ease. Be telling him that we know what you're going to do right here, and this arch stuff needs to stop. I mean, because if you're thrust into this position, do you want to be hearing about the possibility of this 5-star famous Manning, being prepared to play? We don't need to hear about that right now.
No, let's leave Manning on the sidelines. Like you've already heard my testimony for how I feel about Arch entering the field of play here. I want that to not actually come to fruition at all. Here's Sarkisian on Sitake's defense, which the BYU Cougars will be running on Saturday.
If you think about Kyle Whittingham and those great defenses that they've had at Utah over the years, and Kalani and Jay were there for a lot of those years, it's a very aggressive style, very attacking, attack the line of scrimmage. Defensive line is penetrating. They're trying to get into the backfield. I think they have a lot of confidence in their players and in their scheme. They do a good job on first down, second down of mixing things up, and on third down, how can they get to the quarterback? But in the end, they're ball conscious, and you see the turnovers and when they come and why they come. I think their players are really aware the coverages that they're playing, and I think that goes back to coaching. Those guys are good coaches. They've been doing it a long time. Got a ton of respect for them.
Talking about how Whittingham was able to just dial up nastiness over there at Utah as well, and how it's going to be able to carry over, how it is carried over for BYU. They like to get after it, Rodney. They like to create turnovers, and they like to put the quarterback in uncomfortable situations, which you could bet that they would like to force Malik Murphy, being that he doesn't have that many reps under his belt right now, into a lot of uncomfortable situations. You'd like to think that they would be able to influence and dictate how Murphy is going to be able to do that. I think what we have been talking about with having him confident, having him comfortable with, getting into a little bit of a quick rhythm early on into that game will allow him to dictate the flow of the game and not, have Whittingham and the rest of this defense actually dictate the flow of the game for Murphy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I mean, you can damn sure bet that, just talking about what Sark is saying there in that piece, that they're going to try to do something disruptive. I mean, Houston changed up some of the stuff that they did in the past. So you can bet, I mean, whether it be stunting, I mean, I don't know if they're going to change, what they're doing on the front right there on the line of scrimmage.
We'll see five-man pressures. We'll probably see six-man pressures at times like that just to get Malik off his spot and to throw him off. You're going to have he's going to have to go through progressions very fast. You can't be dialing up or honing in on Worthy the entire time. You're going to have to get Mitchell involved into the play early, and you're going to have to hit your backfield or your running backs out of the backfield, man. Allow them to get into the flow of the play, allow them to have some fun and eat up some of the yardage there and get some chunk plays, as we like to call it there. That's going to be a big tail of the tape for me in order to have Malik Murphy stay confident and stay in a good rhythm.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's definitely going to have the one outlet right there that's going to be the final option. And that is going to be really cool to watch. I love what you said right there, Wags, is to watch him go through the progressions. I think that's going to be really cool to see, how he adapts to doing that, with taking the team on his shoulders, and what he does pre-snap at the line of scrimmage. I mean, what else is going to happen there? Because that defense is going to be moving around. I mean, those defensive coordinators, the staff over there at BYU, they're going to be doing all kinds of pre-snap shit, and that's just to throw the rhythm off right there. So I think that's going to be the really cool thing to see how he responds, and we'll see it early. And the whole thing is, I mean, let him adjust to this. I mean, just let him adjust. But yeah, the bottom line is, dude's a really good quarterback. He just hasn't had the opportunity. And like I said, Wags,
for a reason. That's what I wanted to go on, man. You hit it right on the head. You're at Texas for a reason. He's a good quarterback. It's not a mistake why he's recruited and why he's in the damn quarterback room and he's listed as number 2. That's not a mistake, man. He knows how to play the game. I think we talked about it a couple of minutes ago. Knee-jerk reactions to having the number 2 quarterback being thrown into the fire here, after the number 1, after Quinn Ewers, gets hurt in battle. So again, it's a good situation. It not the best situation to have, but it could be clearly a lot worse, right? Not too many QB rooms as studded as ours is. So I think Texas is going to be A-okay.
That's exactly my point, Wags. We come into the season. What was one of the best things that folks, not just us, I mean, a lot of the other
room. We had the number 1 quarterback room. Everybody was saying that shit.
Number 1 quarterback room. And here you go. Here's your opportunity to go out and prove that. And the other part of this is, Wags, if this were Texas OU, get caught up in the moment, overwhelming everything that's going to be going on right here. Look, no offense, BYU.
You still got to respect the opponent. Respect the opposition 100%.
Absolutely. But this is a home game. You should come out and you just assert yourself. I mean, I mentioned it last week when I was talking about Houston. Business trip, but it's at home. That's what you come out and do. You do what you do well. Utilize all these. Man, you've got so much shit in your toolbox, man. This is like the most famous NASCAR mechanic with a toolbox full of shit that people wish that they could have. You have all of this right here. Go out and use it. Let this dude get comfortable and just let him eat. Let him eat. Let him go. Don't restrict him. I mean, why you want to restrict him?
Yeah, we've been doing a lot of game theory and thoughts on what our game plan would be. Let's hear Sarkisian's thoughts and what his game plan might be for BYU.
No, I mean, I think in the end is we got to take our time as a coaching staff, which we started on yesterday. What are the things that Malik does well? What are the things that Arch does well? It's not always about the idea of the play and putting it on a whiteboard, because there's a lot of plays that look good, but what do they do well? And then how do we ensure, okay, here's the concepts that we think they run really well. They don't have to run the whole playbook. They need to run what they run really well.
So there's the gist of it there. Again, putting more success around your quarterbacks. We heard more Arch talk there. I don't like hearing all the Arch talk. We've already talked about that. I think you just had the plan. Of course, you got to keep Arch in the plan just in case Malik can't handle the moment. But nevertheless, I think Malik is poised. He's ready, and we'll see an awesome offense being able to be touted out there on a Saturday, man.
Talk about what Charles Wright does well. He's been in that room the longest out of all these folks, and
I don't think we were going to see Charles Wright.
I know, and that's where I'm like, shit. just let Malik do his thing. I know that obviously you want. I mean, there's going to be a lot of push, and it's a great story. Everything about with Arch and whatever. It's just not time for that right now. But that's where, like we were talking about yesterday, Wags, where you get in a situation that if Malik goes down, I mean, I think you're kind of hogtied at this point because I mean, Arch is your third team quarterback. So that's where that has to happen right there. And I totally agree with
Pedro. Yeah.
What he was saying right there. Yeah. It's like, let's talk about the defense. I mean, like we were talking about, that susceptible secondary is kind of the thing to me. I mean, Malik's going to do what Malik's able to do. And I don't really see anything there that's going to hamper the progress. If he didn't have a great supporting cast, Wags, I'd be like, holy shit, whatever. But I mean, I'm more concerned about defense at this point.
Yeah, I'm with you as well. I think that the defense is going to be able, or excuse me, I think that that our defense is going to be able to win. I just don't know if they'll be able to get up to that championship caliber defense that they've been playing in the first quarter of the season. Hey, you know what is a great supporting cast? You know who has a great supporting cast?
Yeah, I do. And they've been doing it since 1909. It is a great folks, Covert BK right out there on 71. Take that beautiful drive out there to the hill country in beautiful bee caves. 42 acres of dealerships nestled out there in that beautiful hill country of Central Texas. 3 state-of-the-art dealerships carrying 7 different brands: Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chryslers, Dodge, GMCs, and the Rams. And don't forget, we'll have Friday. We'll have a pregame lunch out there. You can make your way out there, see our guys, Lifetime Longhorn, TBD, unless I missed that this morning. But all of that will be happening for you guys. So we'd love our Texas Sports Unfiltered fans and friends to make their way out there. And don't forget, Covert BK, they service all makes and models of your vehicle right there. I mean, don't try to sit there and do that stuff yourself. These cars are way too technologically advanced in these days. Let Covert take care of that. 86 service bays. You ain't spending the day at the dealership. They're going to get you taken care of. And you go to covertbk.com. You check out the weekly specials on new and pre-owned inventory. My man, Dan Covert. If you just drive out there, you're probably going to run into him. I see him on Facebook on the Covert BK spot where he's like, check this out. I've got a bunch of Escalades that I need to get moved right now, and I've got the best price on them. And then I go back and I look, and he's like, hey, thanks so much. I got this moved. I got this moved. I got this moved. That's how they operate right there at Covert BK, serving Central Texans so many years. Beautiful dealership. Go check them out because, like we say, nobody beats a Covert deal, not now, and sure as hell not ever. Covert BK, go check out our great partners with Texas Sports Unfiltered.
And we are also partnered with audio-visual consultations. We talk about them every day. You guys hear about them on this show and also on the Wagner Wire as well. avconsultations.com, 512-255-8678. Look at the gallery of projects that they have on their website, or right behind my screen here, you can see 2 flat-screen 4K televisions. You can see 2 arcade machine units, but downstairs is the home theater dream system. Tom McKay and his boys can do that for you. Make sure you give them a call, 512-255-8678, or go to their website at avconsultations.com. It's a little bit gloomy outside. You probably want to play some golf, but you can't get out there on the links because it's just maybe icky, and you don't want to mess up anything with your golf clubs, and you don't want to have to clean them at the end of it. Well, put a golf simulator in your house. AV Consultations might be able to do that for you. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. All right. So it is 8 reps. 8 attempts is the max that Malik Murphy has so far on the year. I'm not worried about it at all. That's a little bit of a lie. I do have a little bit of concern, but I think that we'll be able to right the ship and get it going again and start setting us onto a nice little victory cruise, as I like to say here. Look, we know that it's going to be a natural knee-jerk reaction having your number 2 quarterback come in there, but he's got all the tools to get this thing done. And we've heard from Sarkisian already. He's going to put the success around him. He's going to surround Malik with success, right? And we know the toy chest. We've already talked about it.
Yeah.
I see and it's going to. I got $500, or I got 5,000 of Bucky's units that it's going to be a swing pass to Xavier Worthy on the first play of the game in some sort of fashion. It will be a swing out to Xavier Worthy to get him into space. But what I would like to see, a pass over the middle, or maybe a fake a fake to Malik or a fake to Xavier Worthy out there, and then have Whittington or Sanders there that's available in the middle right behind the no zone. Just a nice, easy pitch and catch for Malik to get into a little bit of a rhythm here. Or how about this, Rodney? Turn around and hand the damn ball off to Brooks and let him eat up some yards. Maybe get the clock rolling and establish, time of possession as well. Old school football, 3 yards in a cloud of dust. Who would ever thought that, right? Maybe that you didn't, you break tendency here and shock the nation with a run on the first play of the game instead of a pass. Even though swing, we all know that the swing out is just an extension of the run anyways, trying to get the ball into the fastest guy on the field. But it hasn't worked for the past 3. Actually, it did work against Houston, but everybody knows it's coming. Don't be predictable. That's my that's take on that.
And like we were talking about, Wags. I mean, BYU is going to be doing different shit. I mean, you can sit there and watch that game film all you want.
And they'll be up. Everybody, we talk about it every week. Everybody gets up for Texas. You got to get up for your opposition as well.
And that's why I'm saying on the first play, is it really a bad thing on the first play to just go like this?
I don't think so.
Hand it off and let him go. I mean, it's one thing if you and I are in the backfield, it's like, yeah, that's probably not a good play because these dudes are going to lose 10 yards on the zone read or whatever. But it's like, man, just do it. I mean, because you don't know what you're going to get on the first play.
Slovis, they are that awful. They are that bad. Slovis is what, only 200 yards behind Quinn Ewers. Slovis has got 1,500 yards under his belt or under his arm, rather, so to speak. He can he can't sling it like a top tier quarterback, but this offense can still be productive. That's why people have a little bit of caution and concerns for our defense. Our defense hasn't been playing up to snuff the past couple of weeks, Rodney. If you can get and don't get me Slovis is not Smith, all right? Slovis is not Milrose. Slovis is probably one of the God, I don't even want to say that. Slovis is probably not one of the better quarterbacks that we've seen.
I don't think he's the Wyoming guy. I don't think he's the second string Wyoming guy. I mean, it's like he's a pocket pass, and that's the whole thing. I mean, exactly the conversation that we're having right there. You and I are sitting here talking about Malik, and we're over here defending why Malik is going to be okay. Let's figure out what the hell's going on the other side of the ball, because they have the capability to open up the alleys and do the shit that Houston did, when they came back down from 21. And to me, that's where you got to get better right there. I mean, let him stand back there and knock him. I mean, I don't mean knock him out of the game, but I mean, beat him up.
What was going on with our defense the first quarter of the campaign, Rodney, is that they were winning the battles in the trenches with just 4 people, with just the basic front 4. When that starts to happen, when it's we always talk about it, it's a numbers game. When the offensive line starts putting numbers up there to plug your gap or to plug your defense to where they don't allow you to break through or get through, then the defense has to add more numbers. I don't care if you're shifting on the line to make mismatches, on the left side of the line to the right side of the line. You got to win the numbers game up front, and usually that happens with mass, right? If you can have more numbers up there, usually the more people with representation wins, right? They win the battle of the trenches. Or you can do some stunts sometimes and get cute with it and then cross up a little bit the hog mollies if you're running a 4-man front. But dial it up, start making 5-man pressure, maybe even 6-man pressure in times of need. But you got to be able to get sexy and get after it, Rodney. If you're not being able to get base pressure with your front 4, then you got to dial up some blitz packages. And who knows, maybe even blitz a secondary. And all can be deadly. You've seen that Taft can make a play in the secondary if he's got to cover, a release valve or a tight end coming out late. So you've seen that he's been able to run with the crew as well. Dial it up, man. Send somebody, send a safety on a blitz. Send Thompson on a blitz. Hell, let's dial up a safety package here.
Yeah, and you mentioned the hog mollies. The BYU's got some pretty big hamburgers up there. So that's where you're going to go back to the line of scrimmage. Who's going to control the line of scrimmage? First part of the year, you and I were talking about, to where it was, we said it. Several different times the first part of the year on the defensive side, to where the linebackers and the front dudes up front, they were the ones making the tackles. And how great a thing that is, because you're not relying on the secondary to have to push up and make tackles on plays, because they're not.
That was the identity of the defense 2 years ago. Was the secondary making tackles?
Right. They're not extending the field. But now here we are. The last 2 weeks that we've been talking about, or the last whatever it's been, week and a half, where it's like, okay, the secondaries, they're not good tacklers. Or the secondary's missing tackles. You know why? Because the plays are extending into the secondary. And that's what wasn't happening the first part of the year. So, I mean, you said it, and I mean, you and I talk about it all the time. Control the line of scrimmage, and a lot of these problems that we want to go to the secondary, they're fixed because they don't get back there. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the passes over the middle and all that. I mean, that's going to take care of itself.
You got to be able to break down. You got to be able to make a damn tackle over the quarterback, right? Like
go hit
if
the quarterback
shooting you out of your shoes, then you're fucked.
Go hit the quarterback in the mouth and knock him down, and you don't have to worry about the guys being able to cover a pass in the secondary. I mean, get some sacks. I mean, sack the quarterback, and this is not the dude that's going to roll out and be Michael Vick. I mean, this isn't what Slovis is able to do. I mean, if this dude goes crazy on the ground on Saturday, man, we got bigger problems than shit I ever thought about.
Yeah, from a defensive standpoint, what do you think PK dials up to kind of stamper the BYU offense here?
I'm with you. I mean, I'm bringing the house. I'm bringing it early and often just to, I mean, they're going to the air. They're going to the air. They're going to try to expedite that opening there that we were talking about with what Houston did. You shut that down, and I think if you rely them to go more to the run, LJ Martin's got 438 yards, so you've got a capable back and the running back right there. I think if you can try to make them one-dimensional to where they're relying more on the run game, and then you start controlling the line of scrimmage like we're talking about, I mean, I think it just shuts all of that down, in my opinion. So I'm guessing they're going to the air early, but you nip that in the bud and put it in LJ Martin's hands, and I think that only behooves you to control the line of scrimmage again.
I think if I'm PK, I think what I'm planning for is that they're going to come out and attack the middle of the field like the past 2 weeks has happened. How do we tighten that up? How do we solidify the middle of our field there? And we talked about it a little bit early in the show, right? You got to get comfortable playing zone. And if you can't, I don't think that they'll struggle in man this week. I mean, I didn't think that they were going to struggle in man against Houston. But if it comes down to it, you really got to get comfortable playing zone. Be able to take away the middle of the field, right? And of course, depth. And how you do that with your linebackers, man. As soon as that ball snapped and you make your read that it's not going to be a run, get depth as fast as you can. Take away that nose zone. Take away that last little pocket back there, or space where the linebacker, or not the linebackers, but the running backs, the tight ends like to sit right behind the linebackers, in between the safety and the linebackers there. That's what I call the nose zone, man. If you can take that away, that's usually like the big dagger, right, where the big chunk yardage happens, because we got the outside's locked, right? Usually the outside of the fields are locked down. Our vulnerabilities where we're exposed at is in the middle of the field, in those little tight pockets. You got to get depth with your linebackers to take away that hole.
Yeah, and that's a whole thing. Kind of what I'm saying right there is if you're able to lock that down, make them beat you with the running game. I mean, I think that's hopefully what's going to be dialed up right there, because they are. I mean, they're going to go to what the perceived weakness is going to be. So I think if you can lock that part down and you win the line of scrimmage and make them rely on that run game, that's going to be something that's going to, I mean, get on these guys early. Get on them early. I mean, we saw it in Houston, but man, you know what I most want to see out of this? I don't care if it's Maalik. I don't care if it's yours. I don't care who Charles Wright. I mean, I don't care who the quarterback is. I don't care who's in the secondary. Give me four solid quarters.
Charles Wright. We are not going to see Charles Wright, Rodney.
I know. I'm just saying, give me 4 solid quarters of football. That's what I want. I mean, when you go back and you look at the start that you had against Houston and the way that you almost lost this thing, you're able to make a stop at the end thanks to the good spot. But it's like, man, this should not be a nail biter. Play 4 solid quarters of football and just go beat these guys. That's what needs to happen here.
Anything that you see that BYU does incredibly well that scares you that the Longhorns can't handle?
that over the middle shit kind of worries me a little bit. That's the one thing that I go back to. I mean, I think that if there's going to be a problem, from the linebacker box on back to the secondary, that they maybe be able to expose that with these wide receivers and maybe continue to utilize that right there. But like I'm saying, Wags, I think if you go in and you get pressure on Slovis, that's only going to help your secondary. That concerns me. But honestly, when I really look at this big picture, and I know the folks on the YouTube chat are telling us the same thing, it's yes, the defense. I'm just a little concerned right now that the way that they were exposed last week is going to be something that BYU's are coming right at it, and you're going to have to be charged to stop that.
Going to be the plan of attack, that's for sure. Yeah, and I agree. I'm with Jake there. Slovis is a statue. He doesn't have the mobility that we've seen, the past quarterback or the quarterbacks for the past couple of weeks, right? I wouldn't necessarily call Gabriel a mobile quarterback by any means, but he's got a lot more wheels than Slovis does. So again, the past 3 weeks, there's been decent quarterback play that the Longhorns have gone up against, and this is just a little bit step down in class of tier level. You might be able to dial it up and get 4-man pressure after him, but if you can't, that's when you got to start dialing up the 5-man pressure and start sending somebody from the secondary, send somebody from the linebacking unit or whatever. Or maybe get a little bit more sexier with your stunts. I don't know, maybe some DT stunts and clean it up that way. I don't think we'll struggle too much with BYU. We'll get into the line breakdown in the over under tomorrow as we have Al Walsh on, or plan to have Al Walsh in a little bit. Wanted to kind of have him on today, but he's a little bit somber after his Phillies loss there. Anyways, man, we're getting ready to turn it over to Hardge and Hanging with Hardge. But before we do, let's tell him about Blue Heron.
Yeah, man. Great Blue Heron Furniture, man. What can you say about those folks? Custom leather furniture company started back in 1991. I mean, they're focusing on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics, traditional Western to modern farmhouses. These folks do some amazing stuff. The stuff is gorgeous. I mean, it is gorgeous, and it's also the highest quality furniture that you are going to find anywhere. I promise you, friends. You cannot and will not find anything more stylish, more well-built, more durable. There's a link right here in the YouTube video. You can actually find that right there. Click that description, and it's going to take you to our TSU collection. Check that out right there, and if you use the promo code HOOK'em, really easy to remember, HOOK'em, 15% off your purchase. If you're looking for furniture, amazing. It looks amazing, and it's built to last for decades, not weeks, not months, not days, none of that shit. Decades. Look no further than Great Blue Heron Furniture. Click that link there or call them at 866-247-9688. Jake says, happy basketball season. 2 games last night. Wemby Mania starts tonight, taking on the Mavericks.
Yeah, I'm a Wizards fan, so it's going to be a year of Jordan Poole, man. Jordan Poole is going to be the next James Harden. That's all I got to say. And why? Because he has to be. He is the only thing that the Wizards have. So I don't know. I mean, there's coups, but anyways, yeah. Jake, happy basketball season. It's not going to be that happy.
Last night, Nuggets beat the Lakers. Lakers go down as the Nuggets raise the banner right there. So 119-107. So off to a good start right there. Warriors go down. How about that?
How about it? One thing real quick, though, we were talking about what might the plan of attack be for that Cougar offense as well. We talked about, or Jake mentioned, how he'd like to see a flea flicker or some trickery, right? Like, some tomfoolery on the field, as people like to say. Gimmick plays, if you will, but they work at times. BYU's got one. BYU's got a halfback pass that they've done. Walker's been able, or excuse me, not Walker. Martin's been able to connect on one, so far in the campaign. But they've rolled it out 3 times. They've rolled it out 3 times and been successful with it. So just that's one thing to keep an eye on. That is something that they have in their back pocket. So if the defense starts to creep up on Martin just a little bit, which rightfully so, he's the running back, right? If you can get 8 hats to the ball, they might be looking to dump it over the middle there just a little bit or go over the top. Anyways, that usually you start to see that play type get set up or start to get built into progression there. And usually the defense has it snuffed out. You'll start to see maybe like not too much of max protection, but it will be like a running back type of scheme. And then, you'll see like maybe one release come out of the backfield there, or not even a backfield. You'll see like one Z route or a Z wide receiver, maybe your flanker just kind of release out there and try and get behind the secondary and launch a deep one there. If you have that you're worrying about instead of just like an actual attack scheme, I think that the victory or the recipe for success is right there on the page for you to take. I don't see the Longhorns struggling too much with BYU. Right now the line is like 14.5. What is it? What is the line here?
I haven't looked at it here this morning. I mean,
right now the line is shit. I just had the damn thing. 17.5, 17.5, 49.5 for the over under.
What you're talking about, just get pressure on the quarterback. I mean, that changes so many different things right there. If you're able to do that, and like you said, I mean, some stunts and so forth. I mean, get them off balance. I mean, that's a whole thing, and then just kind of let your offense do what they're able to do. I mean, let Malik go win this damn game, and let's cause a quarterback controversy here, for crying out loud. I hope he's so good. I hope he is so
quarterback
good.
Controversy. Let's have Malik Murphy go in there and throw for 350 yards and 4 touchdowns.
That's exactly that way. In 3 weeks, we're like, do we take this dude out? What should we do here?
You know who we want to take out? We want to take out Hardball Hard to a nice little fancy dinner because he's always got the best damn look. There it is, that sexy ass shirt. He's always got the best vibes going on with his clothing and his wardrobe there.
My man.
Of course, how can we not take this guy out, man? Got to take him out. Hey, we want to thank everybody for watching Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered, man. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to our sorry asses. Now we hand it off to the pro. It is Mike Hardge with Hangin with Hardge, man. What's up, Mike? How are you, sir?
I'm chilling, fellas. How y'all guys doing, man?
Living the dream, baby.
I know a lot of people are a little sad on this World Series, but I'm not. I'm excited about it. There's new blood in here, man.
Isn't this a great baseball story?
Market ball clubs, man, but it is cool to see the fresh blood.
Exactly, man. I know we get bored with the traditionalists and everybody talk about, well, I only want to see Alabama and Georgia. No, you don't. You want to see some other guys go out there and play as well because they put the work in. All money ain't good money, but the Rangers spent good money.
They did. They got a good staff, man. They've done a hell of a job.
Actually came to fruition, right? That actually, came to work in their favor because a lot of teams spend at the trade deadline or trade at the turn and it don't work.
It don't work out as always, but I'm glad to see that this is happening.
We got to get out of here, man. Thank you guys. Have a great show, Hardge.
Appreciate you guys as always. There they go. Chaos Theory, my man Wags, and of course Double R, as they call my man Rodney Rodriguez. Guess what, folks? It's your boy Hardball Hardge. Welcome to another edition of Hanging with Hardge. I am your host, Hardball Hardge, representing the 254, but now I represent the 512. But I represent both of them equally. Believe that. We love it when you're a part of the show, so hit us up on the Coda text line 512-222-9328. Also, make sure you put like, subscribe. You can log out, log back in. Whatever you got to do, we got to get this algorithm up so these numbers continue to rise. You can follow me on Twitter at Hardball Hard. You can do the same thing on Instagram. And, of course, you can follow this show at TS Unfiltered on Twitter and at Texas Sports Unfiltered on Instagram. We also have a Facebook page. He's doing TikTok. We're doing all kinds. I'm not doing a TikTok dance like Jackson Mahomes, but if it gets us followers, your boy might have to. But we got a lot to get into today. There's so much that is happening. The NBA season has started. We got our girl Carolina Teague coming back on with us at 11:30 to preview Wemby Mania as it starts in San Antonio. Dallas Mavericks is the number one team that they're playing game one, and all eyes will be on Wemby. We also will be talking about the Maalik Murphy time to shine, and of course, my man Arch Manning warming up in the bullpen. I also wanted to talk about the World Series. That's right. We've got a World Series matchup after last night's performance by the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Arizona Diamondbacks defeated the Philadelphia Phillies, the Bullies of Philadelphia in Game 7. As we always try to make it memorable, I'm going to try to get my man Greg Swindell on again this week. He was excited with the opportunity, and now we are here. That's right. They beat them 4-2, led by the potential rookie of the year, my man, Corbin Carroll. And if you've been listening to me, and I know most of you have, what up, JT? What up, CB? Thank y'all for joining me. And most of you have been listening to me. I believe that Corbin Carroll is going to be the MVP, the rookie of the year in the National League. Dude has just been a baller, and his story is so of what you want to believe in when you start playing these sports, because he works hard. He's a family guy. His parents drove him to his big league game when he got called up to the big leagues. Man, if that ain't what legends are made of, and now he continues to go out there and do unbelievable things. He's the little engine that could. He went 3 for 4, 2 runs, 2 stolen bases, and 2 RBIs. On the mound, the rookie Brandon Pfaadt went out there. Held the Phillies to 2 runs in the first 4 innings, and then the bullpen went out there and had 5 shutout innings. It's amazing to me because they did have some situations where it got a little rough. But let me just tell you, the Philadelphia Phillies in the game 6 and 7, when they had opportunities to win it and close it out, the guys that I've been preaching about, the guys with all the power, the guys with all the pomp and circumstance, and right now it was mostly pomp because they didn't come with the circumstances. They didn't come through when they needed them to come through. The Phillies' big bats, and this came from ESPN. I saw this last night. Kyle Schwarber went 1 for 5. Trey Turner, superstar, smooth as silk. Trey Turner went 0 for 8. Bryce Harper went 0 for 7. And Nick Castellanos, who was out there just balling in the very beginning, hitting home runs after home run. And I told y'all the other day, this team had 3 players with 5 home runs in the postseason. 5 home runs by 3 players in the postseason. They were a combined 1 for 28. They were striking out with runners in scoring position. They were leaving the bases full. There was opportunity for them to drive runs in. Big moments. They couldn't handle the big moment, which is really, really hard for me to believe. But they didn't get it done. They didn't get it done. And now, here we go. The thing about the bullpen for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and this was something that was in question. I heard some people talking about this yesterday, and I heard some people talking about it last week, and now it's even more so of a story. The pitching coach for the Houston Astros used to be Coach Strong. Now he is the pitching coach for the Arizona Diamondbacks. He's got those young guys not caring, they were fearless. They were handling their business. In every big moment, and we talk about it as athletes. You heard my boy Gary Bennett, who came on with me, former Major League catcher. He was on yesterday, and he was talking about the calmness in every situation. And if you can get your heart rate down and being cool, calm, and collected, and not letting that crazy, frenzied Philadelphia faithful go nuts. It has been, and I got a story about Philadelphia too, by the way, when we get to NBA stuff. But you sit there and you watch these guys go out there and make big pitches. Situations. Bryce Harper's up there, and they're challenging him with fastballs. And they're elevating the fastball. Then they'll pop him with the breaking ball. I mean, it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And the sequences in which they were doing and the belief that they had. And their manager for the Diamondbacks, Torey Lovullo, doing unbelievable work. And if you've ever heard him talk or been around him or anything like that, like my boy Gary Bennett was, he talked about how this dude's passion and the willing to connect. We see it with Bruce Bochy. Being able to connect with your players is a huge part of believing and understanding what's expected of them. They have a closer in that bullpen, Paul Sewall. He's pitched in the postseason. He's pitched 7. He had 7 appearances in the 9th inning. 7 appearances in the 9th inning. It's where games are won and lost a lot of times. In those appearances, he's had 11 Ks and 0 runs allowed. That's big time. That's closing out the deal when you need it to be closed out. That's postseason Mariano Rivera. I ain't gonna put it on him to where he's at that point right now. That is huge when you sit back and you think about it. It's amazing for him to come in and be in that zone where he's had 11 strikeouts and 7 appearances in the 9th inning and had 0 runs allowed. That's what that's all about, and that's how you get to the World Series. Now, he's going to need to do that in the World Series because that's where all the money's going to be made now. That's where it's at. We're into this moment now. And I know a lot of people keep talking about how the ratings are going to be down. The ratings are going to be down just strictly because of the fact that you guys aren't even on this situation. Y'all don't appreciate it. You're looking for the big names. There's some big names on the Texas Rangers. There's some future big names. I just told you about the Rookie of the Year. I just told you about the closer, Paul Stewart. I told you about the pitching and the head coaches on each of these teams. This is what this is all about. These are the moments that guys get to put their name in the history books. This is what you play for. When you were a little kid and you were in the backyard and you were playing with your buddies, you always thought about being in the World Series. You always thought about having that game-winning situation, making the home run robbing catch in the outfield. As an infielder, I was diving up the middle, turning a double play, and I was wanting to do a cartwheel like Ozzie Smith. You thought about those moments. And yes, as my man Bucky always talks about the Yankees and their 27 world championships. You look at the New England Patriots and what they were able to do with Tom Brady and that dynasty that these guys were able to go through. Now you can look at Kansas City Chiefs. They're always represented. For baseball fans, you can look at the Houston Astros and what they were able to do. And I've been saying it, in order to become the king, you had to dethrone the king. Now, a lot of people are probably saying, I don't even know if I want to watch this World Series. You should. You should. I know it starts on a Friday night. Most of you will be at Friday Night Football. I don't doubt it. I'll be at a Friday Night Football game as well, but I'll come back home and watch it. I'll be paying attention to it on my phone. That's the beauty of it, folks. You can stream at anything now. So watch this, man. It's going to be fun. Some guys are going to make a name for themselves. Did you even know who Ketel Marte was of the Diamondbacks? No, you didn't. You knew who Bryce Harper was, but while you were watching for Bryce Harper, Ketel Marte, who was named the MVP of the NLCS, he extended his postseason hitting streak to 16 games, passing my big bro, Marquise Grissom. Matter of fact, my son Michael Marquise, is named after Marquise Grissom. You know, he's done unbelievable things throughout this process. He was 12 for 31. That's a 387 batting average, 4 doubles, 1 triple, 3 RBIs, and a stolen base. And in the 4 wins, he went 8 of 19, 421 batting average, 4 extra base hits, and 3 RBIs. And after the game, they interviewed him. And he said, I did this for my mom. His mom passed away a few years ago. Biggest fan. He's playing for something. Learn something about these players. I know everybody's always about their favorite team, but learn something. Learn something about these guys. Pay attention. That's what I'm here for. Yes, I love the sport. Played multiple sports. Paying attention to all of it. I work in this industry because I love sports. But I was fortunate enough to learn stories about my teammates, about the other team's teammates, and all the other players on other teams. And this is one of those deals that is very, very unique. At the end of the day, everybody wants to play for a championship. That's it. I know I do. And now these two teams, who, by the way, both of these teams lost over 100 games 2 years ago. Think about that. They said, man, we can't do this no more. We got to figure this thing out. The Rangers went out and spent a lot of money. The other team did not. They decided we're going to go with a lot of young guys. The Rangers, said, let's go get more experience. The Diamondbacks said, let's go with our youth. Not only do we go with our youth, we also, I'm going to bring in older people to work in the building to teach these younger guys what it's like to be a pro. The Diamondbacks are so young, they don't care. All they doing is playing ball. That's all they know. They are too, and I'm not saying it in a negative connotation, ignorant to understand what they just did. They just playing ball and talking about winning. I was talking to a buddy of mine yesterday, former professional baseball player. Now he's a national cross-checker and makes a lot of decisions in the draft about players that he's going to draft. It is something about the marketability, but it's also something about the intestinal fortitude that gets you to these things, gets you to these championships, gets you to the moment of being able to get there. It's impressive to me, man. The Diamondbacks are an impressive baseball team. They had 84 wins. They got into the playoffs on the very last day. They were a wild card team. And now they are going to the World Series. Both teams lost over 100 games 2 years ago. Then you sit here and you look at the managerial side of it. You got a young manager in Torey Lovullo, and then you got a old grandpa figure that's been in the game for over 26 years as a manager, not counting the other years of him playing professionally. So he's over 40 years in professional baseball. Contrast. Game 1 is Friday night in Arlington. And by the way, the folks there, when you start thinking about the Metroplex and what's going on there, for the first time since 2010, we got a sports gamut. And that is where the Cowboys, the Rangers, the the Dallas Stars, and the Dallas Mavericks all are playing in the same month. Metroplex, stand up. Stand up, Metroplex. I see ya. That's outstanding. That's outstanding. Let me tell you somebody else that's outstanding. That's the great folks over at Covert BK. Now, Covert BK is nestled in 42 acres in the beautiful hill country. The Covert BK has 3 new state-of-the-art dealerships carrying 7 brands. That's Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. In addition to those 7 brands, you can go out to Hutto, and you can go to Hutto Ford, or you can go to Ford Lincoln in Austin. Covert BKs has something for everyone, and Covert BK services all makes and models. With 86 service bays in that building, your wait time will be minimal. So please visit covertbk.com for the latest specials and check out the inventory, or just stop by there and holler at my boy, Ira Clark, kinfolk, cousin, and Marcus Washington Jr. and Sr. They'll take care of you, and they are representing the 254, but they too live in the 512. No one beats a Covert deal, not now, not ever. That's what it's all about. And I also want to tell you about my friends over at Audiovisual Consultations. I just told you about all the sports that are on TV. You got football, you got baseball still going on. You got hockey. They had 16 games of hockey last night. 16 games was on. Everybody was playing. And, of course, the NBA kicks off in full swing. We had 2 games last night. Now we got the whole NBA getting busy right now. That's right. So what better way for you to be involved and have the video view that you really want than with my friends over at Audiovisual Consultations. That's avconsultations.com. Give Tom and his crew a call at 512-255-8678, and he will give you the home theater of your dreams. Whether it's a man cave or a she cave, or she shed. If you want that kind of hookup, if you want outdoor lighting, if you want to make sure you put in surveillance cameras, that is who you go to. Tom McKay and his crew will make it all easy for you. You don't want to go to the big box stores because it will get all kinds of crazy when you start thinking about it. But you sit there and you look at it and you say, Tom, what can you do? Tom will get it all figured out for you and give you a deal. I promise you that. He's been around since 1988. And if you've been in some of the restaurants around town or even traveled somewhere else and you're like, man, they got a nice setup, I'm pretty sure Tom and his crew did something to make that happen for you. Give them a call, 512-255-8678, or go to avconsultations.com. All right, everybody. I just want everybody to understand this. The big conversation around college football right now, and well, definitely in this area in the Big 12, is the conversation about Maalik Murphy and Arch Manning. And I want to talk about this because I'm getting sick and tired of being sick and tired, if you know what I mean. I'm going to put some respect on Maalik Murphy. I'm going to put some respect on Arch Manning. But most importantly, I'm going to put some respect on my man Quinn Ewers' name, because people are taking this thing a little bit too far. Because I'm trying to put out an appreciation of what is going on with my guy, Quinn Ewers. I'm like everybody else. I've talked about it. Y'all seen me before, and everybody's asking about my shirt. So my shirt is pink. You know why I'm wearing pink today? You could call it salmon. You could call it all kinds of different colors, but it's pink because Breast Cancer Awareness Month is right now. So every Wednesday for the month of October, I will have on a pink shirt. One way or another. Some may say it's red. Your boy says it's pink. It's a pink shirt. Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Ladies, go get checked. Fellas, make sure your ladies go get checked and walk with them through these moments. So that is why the shirt, it is a pink shirt. So I just want to make sure that everybody knows what's going on. But back to this conversation that I want to have before my girl Carolina T come on and talk NBA for a little bit. Sark is facing his former team, and everybody knows that. The Maalik Murphy situation is now here. The Maalik Murphy game is this weekend, and everybody is anxiously waiting to see what Sark decides to do with this. I get it. I know that a lot of fans and some of my friends have been wanting to see Maalik, and even more folks have been waiting to see my guy, Arch Manning. I get it. But let's be real. What is the number one expectations? And number two, why are we trying to rush these situations? You really need to put some respect on what I was saying about my guy, Quinn Ewers. I was at a lunch yesterday with some of my buddies, K-Town Stand Up, and we got a couple brothers that I've known since I was a kid. I've known kids, these guys that I've been with, and I'm on the thread with them every single day. I'm on it with them every single day. And these guys have been my buddies since Boys Club days. That's right, since the Boys Club, since we were little kids. All Longhorn fans have tried to really put this in perspective and what's going on in Texas. So I wanted to talk about this. And at the beginning of the conversation, and at the beginning of the year, what were we saying about this team? This is the deepest quarterback room when you start looking at the 5 stars and the perfect scores and where we are. Man, we shouldn't even have to worry about it because this is our year. We got the best quarterback room. Now, all of a sudden, we're sitting here looking at our number 2 and our number 3, and we're trying to figure out what's really going on. Is Maalik really going to be that good? Is Maalik, oh, man, we should just go with Arch because he's mobile. And look, there's been a process to this all. We've been waiting for these moments. And we went through the numbers. My man CB, the greatest volunteer producer in the history of the world, gave us the numbers about how every year we've needed the backup quarterback to be a part of the success of the team. We're not going out there to experiment with stuff. Some guys may be ready. We talked about it on the rotation. Be careful what you wish for because you just might get it. And how are you going to react to it? That's the other part. So now we're sitting here and getting ready to have Maalik come into the game. Big, strong, strapping young man, throwing fastballs like he's Nolan Ryan out there. Doc Gooden throwing straight cheese every single time he comes out there. I know he's going to work on it this week. You got excited when he comes into the game. And to be honest with you, if you go back and you watch that pass that he threw to A.D. Mitchell didn't get his head around quick enough. That ball was catchable. Go back and watch it, because I did multiple times. A.D. Mitchell, big-time wide receiver. You make those plays, because in the NFL, they're going to throw the ball hard. There's guys that got cannons. So let's not act like these guys aren't prepared to catch a fastball. You get paid to catch the ball, catch the damn ball, period. So understand that. Well, then you sit here and you look at this team and you say, okay, what is Sark going to do? Well, the team is already around a running team. We got Jonathan Brooks. C.J. Baxter is already looking good. Sark has been able to run an offense with two-back offense. That's still going to be fine. The weapons hadn't gone anywhere, folks. So is Sark going to unleash the offense the way that it should be done? And I don't think he should hold him back. I think you continue to run it. You did it before when you had Hudson Card. You tried it. Hudson Card was a mobile quarterback. The year before, he wasn't a mobile quarterback. Then all of a sudden, he said, man, I'm not even playing in the game, so I need to run around and continue to do things the way that I've been taught to do it as a young player. And that's what he did. And Hudson Card went out and done some really, really good things for everybody, for this team and this organization. So I'm really excited to see if Coach Sark, the mastermind that he is, I'm not going to call him mastermind, let me back that up, the football coach and the play designer and the schemer of an offensive-minded head coach will go out there and have the right game plan for Malik. I get that. Now everybody's talking about Arch. Do I think Arch will play in the game? Yes, I do believe that Arch will play in the game. But it's because he's one hit away from having to go into the game. That's where we're at now. So the beauty of what we had of having a great room and everybody talking about how great this room is, now everybody's in a panic mode trying to figure out how they're going to move it around instead of going back to, hey, man, we got a damn good, pretty good room right here. So I can put whoever I want out there and we're still going to be successful. You know, I posted a picture the other day of Malik going over to his dad after the spring game and watching that energy. And I said same energy in my caption. So if you see this and you understand this, you're going to see a different type of offense strictly because of like what my man Kevin said. Now I'm going to put some respect on Quinn because I'm going to give you some numbers here in just a second. But like my man Kevin said, if you attended the games and had an aerial view, Quinn's missed some open targets often. He rarely throws the receivers open, hoping Malik can find the targets. Absolutely. And if you've listened to the interviews during the week, started on Monday, they always interview players, and everybody was asking what type of leader is Malik and what is everybody thinking about with Malik. Malik is one of the first guys in there, the last guy to leave. He's the leader in the locker room. Everybody understands what's going on and how excited this year is. Boom, boom, boom. I love it. It's an exciting time. I get it. But understand that there will be some things that you will see throughout this time with Malik that you didn't see with Quinn. Now, before I go back to patting Malik and rah, 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 I want y'all to really understand the appreciation that you need to have for what Quinn Ewers has done for this team. Let's not rush my guy Quinn Ewers off of this because the guy's put together a really, really amazing football season. He's played in 7 games. He's won 151 completions in 213 attempts. He has 1,915 yards, 13 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. 2 of those came in 1 game, by the way. So he's been really taking care of the football. He's averaged 273 passing yards. You can round it up to 274 passing yards. He's also run for 5 TDs on the ground. Those completions were 70% completion rate. It was better than what most people were thinking that he was doing. Last season, he played in 10 games, 172 completions, 296 attempts, 58% completion rate. So you already see he's up 12% on his completion rate. He's almost to 71% on his completion rate. He threw for 2,177 yards, 15 TDs, 6 INTs, and he only averaged 217 yards. I didn't even put in his rushing stats because they were non-existent. He didn't want to run. And he was bigger last year. Didn't want to run, one part of his game plan. And I know a lot of people was like, damn, I wish he wasn't running this year because then he'd still be around. He wouldn't be hurt. But he's a leader on the offense. He was asked to lead, and that's exactly what he was able to do. Now he's quoted as being being day-to-day. But you all know, if you saw the hit that he took and when it happened, we don't all know. But when you saw him get popped, you knew that he might be out for a little while. And I believe that was all coach speak when he was talking about how he was going to be coming back this year. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Now, put some respect on his name. That is why the team is 6-1 right now. Now you're going to see a guy that when you walk into the building and you've seen all those pictures and you've seen the way everything has looked right now, Malik is what scouts like to call tooled up. That means when he gets off the bus, as I was saying about Alfred Collins and Tavondre, that's a guy that you like, damn. You saw the pictures of the quarterback room and what he looked like. Everybody talking about he looked like a defensive end. He is stuff that people marvel at. But here's the thing. You need to make sure that the same support that you gave Quinn Ewers, you give these other 2 quarterbacks. I've told you this numerous times. The most popular player at every university isn't always the starting quarterback, the star wide receiver, the linebacker that everybody loves. It's 9 times out of 10, it's the most popular player is the backup quarterback, especially if your guy is struggling. Well, this year, your guy didn't struggle, but we also know that your guy was going to need some help because every year the quarterback at the University of Texas gets hurt. So now we're in a place to where we look at it and say, okay, here we go. We got this opportunity. Now let's make the most of it. Maalik Murphy and, of course, Arch Manning will play on Saturday. But let's not jump off of the train and say, well, this is going to be our guy moving forward. If Malik goes out and he balls out, and I think he will because he's just that talented of a player, I think he's going to do well. We've heard Sark talk about how Malik understands the offense and how he's dove into it all and what it all looks like. That's huge. I didn't expect anything different. But this is a different ball game. And this is what things are going to look like moving forward. I'm going to refresh your memory real quick about everything that Malik does well.
Well, Malik's a natural passer. When he throws the ball, he throws a very beautiful ball. And I think there's not a throw that he can't make. I think he's got really good leadership qualities. I think the guys, like playing with Malik, and that's a positive as a quarterback. Inevitably, as a quarterback, you're only as good as the guys around you, and those guys, when guys play good around you, that makes your job a lot easier. And I think that's extremely helpful. And I think the third piece is his understanding of what we're doing. He's got a great feel for the game. He's got a good feel for passing the ball. He can make all the throws, but I think he understands what we do and why we do, and that's another added bonus.
Yeah, that means he understands exactly what's going on, and that's why I believe that he's going to be just fine. He's going to be able to control the pocket. He's going to be able to manipulate some things that you weren't prepared for him to see, and he understands where people are going to be. I think it's going to be more pressure on the players around him. And the reason why I say it's going to be more pressure around him, the players around him, is because they're going to be getting the ball to them at a different speed, timing. Everything's going to be a little bit different. You can kind of come out of your break a little bit slower on Quinn, because Quinn, you have to be there because Quinn is a timing quarterback. Malik's arm strength gets him to where you can be covered and the ball's coming. That's why you have to be better, because he believes in his arm, and I think that you should believe in his arm as well. You know who else you should believe in? You should believe in the folks at Great Blue Heron Furniture. It is a custom leather furniture company that was started in 91, excuse me. They focus on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics ranging from traditional Western to modern farm houses. And man, let me tell you, this stuff is beautiful. And is also the highest quality furniture that you can find out there. You cannot and you will not find a more stylish, more comfortable, and more well-built furniture out there anywhere. There's a link at the bottom of in a video description below that takes you to our Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. That's right, we got our own collection, folks. And if you use the promo code HOOK'em, you'll get 15% off of your purchase. If you're looking for furniture that looks amazing and is built to last for decades, look no further than Great Blue Heron Furniture. That's right. You can click on the video link below and just click on the link, or you can give them a call at 866-247-9688. That's 866-247-9688. Also want to tell you about my good friends over at Pest Wranglers. Go to pestwranglers.com for all your pest control needs. Pest Wranglers is a locally owned small family business that's been around since 2006. Its basic principle of great customer service leads to happy customers. That's why Pest Wranglers won't make you sign a contract, because they believe if they keep you happy, you're not going anywhere. They got 5-star ratings on Google, Yelp, Angie's List, and all referral sites. Pest Wranglers service most of the Central Texas area. And if you are needing help with termites, rodent control, or you need an inspection for your residential or commercial properties, please give Pest Wranglers a call at 512-670-7808. That's 512-670-7808, or go to the website at pestwranglers.com. You know, if I'm working with them, they do things right. All right, folks. As we continue this conversation about Maalik and what's going on and how you feel about him, I'm just going to tell you, dude's going to be all right. Understand that the situation is going to benefit everybody, because the lack of preparation is always something that gets people hurt. If you're not prepared and not putting yourself in the right position, it can be a tough go for you. It can be a really tough go for you. But you heard from Sark that he's getting the right training. He understands the nuances of the offense, and he's been able to sit and watch. You know, a lot of times I'm always of the belief that the only way you're going to learn how to play and play at a very high level is if you're on the field and recognizing the speed of the game. Well, if Maalik has been doing the things that I think that they needed, then you look at it and you say, okay, what can he do? What can he do? He's gone through it all. He's seen it all. He's broke down the film. He's waited for these moments. Some guys are just film junkies, and they broke it down, and they've been waiting on it. That's what he is. You've heard his teammates. They've all said it. They all said it. He is the first one in, last one to leave. They love him in the locker room. He's a jokester. You saw it when he handed off the ball to Baxter. He stood in the backfield and just kind of held that pose of like, yeah, man, I'm here. I'm here, and y'all going to hear me speak. I'm ready to talk it out, and I can't wait for it. That's what I am here for. Believe it. But again, put respect on Quinn's name, because y'all already trying to put my man out the pasture. This is his team. Quit it. But let's watch the show, as it must go on. Carolina Teague will be joining me here in just a minute as we get ready to break down the NBA. But I also wanted to talk a little bit about the NFL. As you've seen, Cowboys are getting ready to play this week. They play a 12 o'clock game against the LA Rams in Dallas. It's going to be a fun weekend up there. Craziness is going to be going on. This is what it's all about. There's going to be, obviously, the Texas Rangers will be hosting Arizona Diamondbacks this weekend for the World Series. I'll continue those conversations for the rest of the week. But I wanted to jump into my power rankings real quick before we have her jump on. My power rankings are a little bit different than last week. There's a lot of teams that are making some noise, some teams that kind of got punched in the face for frequent weeks, but I still believe that there's some talent that are out there. Coming in at number 10, I know a lot of people are going to trip out on me, but the Miami Dolphins. The Miami Dolphins are at number 10, and they're like, wait a minute, they were the greatest show on turf. They were the greatest show on turf. But now I sit here and I look at this team, and I'm like, how good are they really? Yeah, they put up some big numbers against a few teams that aren't very good. I mean, they beat teams this year. They had wins against the Chargers. We all think the Chargers aren't as great as they thought they were going to be. The Patriots, even though they beat the Bills, you still don't look at them as one of the best teams out there. You look at the Browns, they're not that good. They beat the Giants and they beat the Panthers. Not very good. You know who they lost to? The Buffalo Bills, the Phillies, the Philadelphia Eagles just recently. So how good are they really? We'll see moving forward, but they're coming in at number 10. At number 9, I've got the Cleveland Browns. Cleveland Browns. PJ Walker is finding ways. Deshaun Watson, I don't know what's going on with Deshaun. A lot of people are trying to figure it out, but it don't look like Deshaun is ready to go. But PJ Walker, he's doing some things. Number 8, the Seattle Seahawks. Big fan of Geno Smith. Geno Smith is one of my guys that I continue to look at. And then I also look at the Seattle defense. They've been holding it together. They're doing a great job there. Number 7, the Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys coming in at number 7, coming off the bye week. They still have a lot of things that they need to get into, and they need to get this thing popping this week. Coming in at number 6, the San Francisco 49ers. They did lose 2 in a row, and they didn't look great. Purdy's coming back to earth. He's looking more like pump fake Purdy. So we'll see what's happening with him. And we'll know more once they get everybody healthy again. Coming in at number 5, the Detroit Lions. They got embarrassed by Baltimore. I ain't going to lie to you. But when you don't see Lamar Jackson every week and you're not in the same conference, you might be overwhelmed as well. But they're playing at a different level. Number 4, I still have the Jacksonville Jaguars. They aren't looking smooth, but they're getting the job done as they continue to flourish under Trevor Lawrence, and Travis Etienne is becoming a superstar in this league. The Baltimore Ravens come in at number 3. Lamar Jackson went over 300 yards passing, 350 to be exact, and he's looking more comfortable in Todd Monken's offense. The defense is the defense. They're going to always be in play. Coming in at number 2, Philadelphia. They beat Miami, and they look like they are really starting to get pissed off, and they just picked up Kevin Byard from Tennessee. Big acquisition in that secondary. So that's going to be some. And the number 1 team is the Kansas City Chiefs, excuse me. Taylor Swift made a sighting again. Travis Kelce is enjoying the game, and things are starting to rock. They're also developing another wide receiver in Rice, who's making some tough plays. And if Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are going to be a couple, we might as well keep talking about them. If they keep winning, they're going to get talked about. But as NBA has started, it is that time, folks. The NBA is here, and I always want to bring on somebody that can talk about the NBA. I don't know if she's frozen. I don't know if she's reading her notes. I don't know what's happening because I can't even really see her, but I'm going to try to bring her in right now. It's my girl, Carolina Teague, who is ready to talk NBA.
Hi, can you see me?
Well, you're frozen a little bit, but we'll make it work for right now.
Okay, sounds good. It was my laptop died, so I'm on my phone, so it's not the best connection, but I'm hoping for the best.
Yeah, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good.
It's Wemby Mania Day.
It's officially game day, and we've been waiting for this day for a very long time as Spurs fans, and for fans all across the world who just enjoy the NBA. Seeing Victor Wembanyama's actual debut in a regular season game. So this is really big for everybody, and I'm excited.
And it's funny to me because everybody across the NBA has been talking about this. There's a lot of expectations when you look at this debut, but it's ironic that the debut is coming up against the Dallas Mavericks, a team that nobody in San Antonio likes, nobody in Dallas likes San Antonio, and this is truly a rivalry game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it honestly it is giving that it's very calculated because we didn't find out about the regular season schedule until after Victor Wembanyama was drafted, and I think the NBA does a very great job as far as strategy is concerned to make sure the most people tune in. And I believe the NBA is fully aware that there's a rivalry between Dallas and San Antonio, and that's why they said this is the ideal first game of the season. It's going to be a nationally televised game, which the Spurs haven't been used to the past few years, way more nationally televised games. So what better way to start the season than with an actual rivalry game?
So I was looking at this and NBA odds came out and I was looking at them, just the odds just to win a division, not to win the NBA championship, not to advance and all this. So the Spurs come in just to win the division is plus 6,400. The Mavs are the favorite at plus 189. Rockets are plus 4,000. And Memphis is the favorite of them all to win that division. When you came into this season, before Wemby Mania, before the draft, you knew that y'all were going to get Wemby. Everybody in the world knew that was going to happen. But did you believe that the expectations of you guys would be so low, so high? Like where are you coming into this season as the expectations of this San Antonio basketball team?
It doesn't surprise me that for gambling purposes, expectations are low for them to win the division. It's still, at the end of the day, even though the Spurs are probably going to drastically improve as opposed to last season, there's things that we can't factor in, even with all these other teams, injuries. And of course, if there's any suspensions, anything can happen at any time. Right. So I think when you look at odds and gambling and Vegas, they take all of those things into accountability. And I've also heard a conspiracy theory that actual psychics predict who the winner is going to be. That's why they're always so close and so accurate. That's a whole nother rabbit hole for a whole other day. But it doesn't surprise me that they rank so low. I think the odds for the Spurs were the lowest, right? If I'm not mistaken, over the Rockets. That's the part that kind of bothers me a little bit. Yeah. Because the Rockets have had their own tumultuous issues in the off season. And the Spurs seem to have more of an upside for this season as opposed to the Rockets. So the only thing that really bothers me is not the fact that they're not favored to win the division, but it's the fact that the Rockets have better odds to finish with a better season or possibly at number one than the Spurs do. And I don't subscribe to that at all. It's understandable that the Grizzlies can win the division. That makes sense. They've been in the playoffs. They have a strong team. They've been able to develop themselves into a playoff team the past couple of years and rebuild in a very short time frame. And their turnover time to be successful was very, very quick when it comes to rebuilding standards. They were able to rebuild themselves in about 3 years, which is a great, great time frame. So yes, it makes sense that Grizzlies would be the favorite in that division. But when it comes to the Southwest Division, to have the Spurs ranked lower than the Rockets odds, that's what bothers me. I don't see that. I'm not delulu to the fact that they're not going to win the division. I'm just more so upset that whoever did this in Vegas, you clearly don't watch the NBA closely enough, or maybe you just don't care that the Rockets have had a weird off season in general. So yeah, that's the part that made me mad.
No doubt about it. We're talking to Carolina Teague. You can follow her at Carolina Teague _ and she's the host of League of Her Own podcast. And it's a great podcast. Make sure you follow her and listen to what she has to say. She covers a lot of things when it comes to San Antonio sports. So I wanted to ask you this too, because there was a report that came out today about James Harden. James Harden who has been, again, going back to your point, a tumultuous offseason with Philadelphia. He's been talking about Daryl Morey the entire time. Well, he went away from the team, and then they're getting ready to go on their road trip. He comes back with his bags packed, and they told him, nah, bruh, you're not going to be able to go on the road with us. What is the final destination, or how do you see this ending with the Philadelphia 76ers and, of course, James, I'm selfish as hell, Harden?
I don't think it's gonna end well because, like you said, he's selfish. He's shown how selfish he was with the entire Rockets trade and him leaving there in the first place. The Rockets basically gave away all their strong picks, all their big pieces in order to fit the system to build James Harden up to be their franchise player. All for him to go and, like you said, be selfish and leave the team. Now he's, in a situation with the 76ers, who also have had questionable situations as well. They haven't had, the best of luck, whether it's with James Harden, Ben Simmons, anybody like that. So for me, it wouldn't surprise me if they could trade him, but I'm sure they're going to be shopping him around to see if there's at least some type of assets that they can get for him if it's not going to work out overall.
Yeah, would the Spurs be interested in James Harden?
No, I don't think so. Just because the way that the Spurs system is, they love to build and not buy. They don't really like the flashiness of certain players. And one of the things I've noticed is that when a player seems like they're selfish, we can agree to disagree or not. I love DeJounte Murray as a player. Yep. I wish he would have never left, but a lot of Spurs fans, Spurs commentators deemed him as selfish. Even somebody like Steven Jackson, he was deemed as selfish. Those are the type of players, like I said, I don't subscribe to. I think they're all great players, but to me, if a player already has shown that he will sit out, he's going to go against the system, they're not going to be interested in something like that. And people have even said, what about LeBron coming to the Spurs? I wouldn't want LeBron to come to the Spurs either.
Why is that?
I wouldn't want LeBron to come to the Spurs because I don't know how much it's going to cost the Spurs. Spurs have a lot of cap space, and he's an aging veteran, and he said he wants to play where Bronny is going to play. So that would mean that the Spurs would have to draft Bronny, which he's not one of the highest ranked players right now that's played. So, and is Bronny going to be somebody valuable in the Spurs system? I'm not too sure, but I just wouldn't want, I just don't see the Spurs wanting a whole bunch of spotlight and hoopla, with the exception of who they draft, which would be somebody Victor Wembanyama-ish.
Got you. So I want to ask you this before I let you go, because I know you got a busy day, and obviously there's going to be a lot of conversation tomorrow about the performance of Wemby. What are your expectations tonight? Or you think that from what we've seen, this guy, he doesn't seem to be rattled. And again, I was talking about this earlier with the baseball game, Arizona Diamondbacks. They're so young that there is no fear in them. Most guys at that age, they're fearless. They don't get rattled. And Wemby has been in this spotlight for such a long time. What are your expectations tonight for the Spurs and the way that they go about using him moving forward?
I'm going to see how they utilize him, especially if Zach Collins, the person who's been their primary center while they're during the preseason, is in or out. He's still listed as questionable. I haven't seen any updates on whether he's going to be in today or out. But if
he got paid too. Zach Collins got paid too.
Yep, exactly. And I think he deserves it. He's a really great player. And I feel like it's well-deserved in a sense because when he did come back from his injury last year, he showed that he was aggressive and a vital piece to the Spurs. And like I said, with him as center, it would be interesting to see how they're going to play as a healthy starting five. Now, if Zach Collins is not playing today, and that could be a part of Pop's master plan to not have Zach Collins play. So we really don't see what a true rotation would be with the Dallas Mavericks, because I've heard that happens too. I would like to see Victor Wembanyama, seeing how they would play defensively against the Dallas Mavericks, because the Dallas Mavericks were not a great team, both especially when it came to the defense. Can the Spurs capitalize offensively with them? Because they've had their offensive issues throughout last season. They showed a lot of hot flashes in the preseason games with playing much better offense. Can the Spurs be able to score points, just create big plays, and be able to come out with the win and capitalize off of the Dallas Mavericks defense?
Yeah, it's going to be real fun, and I know a lot of people are excited. I know people don't always talk NBA this early because there's so much going on with football and baseball, World Series, hockey has started, but tonight is going to be a special night in the NBA, and I can't wait to see how Wemby plays tonight.
Me either. Are you going to be watching the game or no?
Oh, for sure. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'll have it on. I'll definitely have it on. I can't miss that. Everybody else is going to be watching it. I don't want nobody telling me what happened. I want to be a part of the action.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be fun, especially to see how Devin Vassell and Keldon Johnson are going to be playing at the wing, and just seeing if they're able to drive inside the paint and score more baskets. It's going to be really exciting, and I'm hoping that the Spurs have more than 40 wins this season, because the odds are, which I need to place my bet ASAP. The odds are if you bet, I think it's like if you bet $65, you get $400 back at the end of the season if they win over 40 games.
Oh,
so
I think you're definitely going to be waiting to the very end of the season, biting your nails, trying to figure out if you're going to get your money or not. But I think this will be definitely a much improved basketball team. I don't think Pop is going to be sitting over there not trying to lose, because he never does that. But I think he's going to be more involved than he was last year as well.
Oh, definitely. And also shout out to our sis, Becky Hammond, for winning the WNBA championship back-to-back for the Las Vegas Aces. That was the first time since 2002 when I think it was the Los Angeles Sparks won back-to-back. That was the first time that another back-to-back has happened. And to see it happen with Spurs alumni and somebody who's a direct descendant of Coach Popovich and his coaching tree, it made me really, really happy to see her thrive in the WNBA field. So, yeah, I do expect to see Pop a lot more involved. And just seeing the Aces win, it's corny, but it makes me hopeful that the Spurs will have a better season too.
Yeah, because I was going to say, if you're coming over here talking about championships, girl, I just told you the Rockets are favored more.
I know. No, I don't think they're going to win a championship. I do think, though, I did predict, and I have a $250 bet going with some Rockets person on Twitter, that they will have a better season than the Rockets.
Okay.
So that's why that particular number you threw at me really made me mad. But I truly, just following this team every single game and seeing the off-season moves, I do truly believe the Spurs will have a better season than the Rockets. So that's my big thing.
Okay. There she is, Carolina Teague. Tell everybody where to follow you and tell them what you got going on.
So this weekend, I'm actually going to be in Houston at a wrestling event. I'm going to be ring announcing for the first time, making my Houston debut. And also, I am going to be covering the Spurs on my podcast, League of Our Own, and sportsastoldbyagirl.com. So I will be, writing articles, and I will be covering the Spurs heavily every single week on my podcast, League of Our Own. Follow my YouTube channel and subscribe. Thank you guys so much for tuning in.
I appreciate you as always, and we'll be in touch. And next time, get your laptop to work.
I know. I'm so sorry, Hardge.
It's all good. You know I got love for you. It's all good.
At least I have an iPhone Pro Max. If I had a regular iPhone, I would look like a
Carolina Teague doing a great job as always. You can make sure you follow her at Carolina Teague _. And of course, go check out her podcast. She does a great job as well. I want to appreciate everybody for tuning in today. We got into a lot of different topics. Make sure you give some love to my man Quinn Yours. Go out there and support Malik Jefferson. I saw my man Chris was talking about he's ordering a Malik jersey today. He's gonna show support. That's what it's all about. He figured it out. My man said, "I'm getting a jersey right now." I see, Chris. Way to go get that jersey. Like I said, this is gonna be a big week. It's gonna be fun. There's a lot to get into. There's a lot of conversation that's going to be had. Tomorrow, Coach Sark will address the media again and have that conversation and let us know where they are as far as who's starting, how the injury report looks, and what's next for these teams. I'm excited about it. It's been fun. As always, the conversations are going to continue to rise. Tomorrow, we'll have Tevin Mims, Coach Tevin Mims, on with me again, break down BYU, what he sees for this Texas Longhorn team, areas of concerns and areas of improvement that he's been impressed with throughout. He's been doing a good job breaking that down, and he will be on with me tomorrow at 11:30. I'll also have a preview for the baseball series. The World Series is coming up. Texas Rangers start on Friday hosting the Arizona Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks come through. Hey, listen, go learn something about the Diamondbacks. They're an impressive baseball team. They didn't get here by, smoke screens and doing magic tricks. They went out there and played ball, and they didn't care about who they were facing. It was a road less traveled, but they are here again. I saw my man Greg Swindell. I'm going to work on getting him as well. I saw he looking for tickets, folks. This is a guy looking for tickets. So if you know, got to tell Shelby, give me some tickets. Got to get them over there and make sure that they get this thing worked out, because this is going to be a fun series, and a lot of people are trying not to watch it, and that is beyond weird to me. There's a champion that's going to be named. And as always, if you're going to be the champion, folks. That's what I try to be. I try to be a champion. Don't believe everything you see, because even salt looks like sugar. It's your boy Hardball Hardge, and I want to thank y'all for tuning in. My man BK and Trey, but BK is about to join me right now, but they got the midday. They're award-winning afternoon show. What up?
Oh, awards for days, Hardge. I mean, that's what we do here on Texas Sports
Championship.
Come on now. And how can Zeke not get World Series tickets?
No doubt.
I mean, he won a World Series with the D-Bags.
Yes.
He can't get World Series tickets when the D-Bags are in the series. What are we doing here?
No doubt about it. How messed up is that? My man posted on Twitter. Hey, man, so where the tickets at? You know what I'm saying?
Well, they call them D-Bags for a reason.
There it is. There it is. That's right. That's right. What you guys got going on today?
Oh, hell if I know, man. Who knows with us? We just start rambling, and I think we'll talk some Texas football. Okay. I think we'll talk a little World Series. I think we're getting into the Jim Harbaugh situation at Michigan.
Yeah, I've been trying to wait a little bit longer so I can get a little bit more information, because if we all going on, if we're going off of what Pete Thelma's talked about, my man got to go.
Oh, yeah. Well,
my man's got to go.
Is he replacing Mike McCarthy in Dallas?
My man's got to go.
Yeah, I think he's done at Michigan after this year, but we'll see, man. It's a fascinating story that it's had all sorts of twists and turns already that I think is going to continue twisting and turning over these next few months.
No doubt. Well, you guys have a great show. I'm glad to see you, BK. I don't know what this raccoon is doing right here that just showed up.
On crazy.
You see a raccoon somewhere
or anything?
Hey, I was gonna call you Hamburglar. When you came in, Doc.
It's been overcast and rainy these last couple of days. How the hell do I have sunburn right now? What the hell?
I know. I'm gonna tell you what I tell my wife all the time, because she's Anglo-Saxon as well. I told her, listen, the sun is always out. If you can see, the sun is always out in the daytime. Y'all need to make sure y'all put some stuff on, because I'm naturally covered up.
You're right about that. You do. It's all about the melanin, but I haven't even been outside. I don't know what's going on here. Did I just acquire skin cancer and we're finding out about it live on Texas Sports Unfiltered? I sure hope not.
I think you kind of match my shirt, bro.
Yeah. I do. Both the button-up part where it's pure white, and then also the part too.
And then the other part. I got you covered, man. That's what friends are for, man. Y'all have a great show.
Some aviators on for the rest of this show. This is annoying.
And you can borrow Chip's shades that he had on Thursday.
Oh, man. Great show, Hardge.
Go get my aviators real quick, BK.
Oh, my God. Incredible. Hanging with Hardge every weekday from 11 to noon right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And then, of course, Trey and BK. The award-winning Trey and BK comes your way every weekday from 12 to 1. What do you say? I might lay by the bay. I just may. As Trey brings out the sunglasses. I mean, I know I'm pale, but I'm not that pale, dude. I can't be hurting your eyes that much, can I?
I just don't understand how I have sunburn on part of my face right now. This is the bizarrest thing.
How bright are your lights? Because sometimes if I spend too much time under my living room light, I get burned from that.
It ain't that.
You got to.
Let's see if changing the ring light works at all.
No, don't point it down there, please. Oh, boy. You got to start eating sunscreen. That's what I do.
This is like an off-color lighting. I don't know. I'm about to throw these shades on the rest of the time.
All right, Corey Hart. I guess it's not night, so I can't call you that. But the sunglasses indoors bit looking like Shedeur Sanders out here, man.
If only I had his NIL deals.
Yeah, no kidding. I would trade bank accounts with that guy in a heartbeat. You know, when I do this, it's just an Apple Watch that I got for free. When he does it, it's some Rolly that cost him 5 figures, although he probably got that for free too, let's be honest.
Well, if nothing else, Dad paid for it.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Well, Trey's got the shades on, even though he's inside, even though it's overcast outside. And I can't figure out why he's sunburned, but he is sunburned, and I'm here as well. And we're here until 1 o'clock this afternoon.
The only thing I can think of that did this is I got a massage from 9 to 11 today. And so maybe it's that. Maybe it's being face down on the massage cushion. Might have done that to me.
Okay, Deshaun.
No, there was no extracurricular. There was
Why is your face so red? People's faces get red when they lie. Why is your face so red?
The only happy ending today was me feeling better about my broken body.
Broken body, huh? That's what Deshaun said. Hey, pull up your
Didn't say
Instagram
broken
DMs.
boner, I said broken body.
Pull up those Instagram DMs, huh? And why is your laundry full of tiny towels? What's going on here?
Because I like to dry off with a bunch of towels.
Bunch of tiny towels, huh? Interesting, Deshaun. All right, that'll be your Halloween costume for this week, although you won't have to dress up because that's just who you are, apparently.
That's right. I was going to go as Ken from Ken and Barbie fame, but now I'm just going to go as white Deshaun Watson.
There you go. All right, let's talk some sports, I guess. The World Series is set, and if you had this one, forget at the start of the season, at the start of the playoffs, if you had Rangers and D-bags, well, you're lying. I don't think anybody saw this one coming. I mean, the Rangers, the 5 seed in the American League, they had the second longest odds of any AL team to win the World Series. And the D-backs were plus 5,000. That's right, 50 to 1 at the start of the playoffs to win the World Series. And here they are, 4 wins away from their second title in franchise history. Of course, the Rangers trying to win their first. You've got the 5 seed in the AL. You've got the 6 seed in the NL. You've got 2 teams that lost 100 plus just 2 seasons ago. This is about as unlikely of a World Series as you could possibly get. But here we are, Trey, and one of these teams will be able to call themselves world champs within the next week and a half.
I guess in terms of the potential matchups for this year's World Series with the 4 championship series team, this has to be the one that Fox wanted the least, right?
Yeah, I mean, they wanted Philadelphia.
Storyline of back-to-back. Astros-Phillies would be a fun rematch. Phillies-Rangers, I think, has some luster to it because of the sluggers on both sides. And even though the Rangers still bring the slugger part of that equation to the table, the fact that Arizona is who they are, they're a lesser-known team, and they play what may be considered a boring brand of baseball, but it's also been a winning brand of baseball too, obviously. I think there are going to be a lot of average fans who don't tune in for this one. But guess what? I don't fucking care because you and I will be.
We will be tuned in. And yeah, you think of the possibilities in the National League before these playoffs started, right? With Atlanta, with the Dodgers, with the Phillies. I mean, baseball would have loved for any of those three teams to be there. And those were the three favorites in the NL going into the postseason, right? The Braves were the best team in baseball all year. They've got fans everywhere because they used to be on TBS. They used to be the only team people could watch. The Dodgers, the LA market, they also have fans everywhere. And then the Phillies, yeah, another big market team that's got a rabid fan base that always brings eyeballs. Any one of those teams would have been preferred over the Arizona Diamondbacks, but that's what you get. And then for the AL, yeah, I mean, look, the Yankees, the Red Sox, those are the teams that baseball always wants. Neither of them even made the playoffs this year. And maybe the Astros would have been preferred, right, for the back-to-back, for the chance to really cement their dynasty with another world championship. That would have been great too. The Rangers aren't a horrible alternative. I mean, the DFW market is a big one, but obviously we're not talking about a team that's known as a big market team in baseball. So, yeah, man, I don't know what the TV numbers are going to be. Obviously, folks in Texas will be tuned in, some rooting for the Rangers, some rooting against the Rangers. And folks in Arizona will be tuned in. But like you said, the casuals out there, I don't know, man. I don't know how many random eyeballs you're going to get, especially considering the fact that football season's in full swing and the NBA is back and the NHL is here. I just I can't imagine these TV numbers are going to be like what they've been in years past for the World Series.
They won't be record shattering, but considering how much baseball gained in popularity this year, BK, in terms of the attendance, the overall attendance across the board, but also the TV numbers too, because these games were taking significantly less time. This is going to be a good test for that. Now, you do also have to take into account, I realize that these games are probably going quicker than postseason games last year. These games in the postseason have returned to what we've become accustomed to with baseball games. And that is something that goes into that 3 to 3.5 hour range per game. These games are not flying by like what we saw in the regular season.
No, not quite as fast, but that's okay. I mean, they're still shorter than what they used to be, and I've got no problem with playoff games having a little bit more built-in suspense than regular season games. I mean, there were a lot of baseball pundits out there who were like, oh, get rid of the pitch clock altogether in the playoffs, and let's go back to some of the old baseball rules for these games. And they didn't do that. They made some changes, right? There's 5 more seconds on the clock for this stuff, but I'm okay with these games taking a little bit longer than the regular season games. Postseason baseball is awesome, and if you want to build up the suspense and the dramatics for some of these big moments, then I'm fine with it.
I think you could do that with a minute less commercials each commercial break, especially with how many commercials are forced down our throats when the game action is still happening.
You're wasting your breath, my man. I mean, I'm not going to disagree with you there. Like, everybody wants less TV commercials or commercials in general, which is why you should listen to Texas Sports Unfiltered, because we don't have long breaks.
That's right.
But that ain't happening. Like, believe me, I'm with you. If you could shorten the game with less commercials and more game, then yes, of course, sign me up for that. But even I know damn well that ain't happening anytime soon. If anything, that problem's going to continue to get worse, right?
No, they'll eventually stretch it back out to where in the regular season, the games will be 3 hours again, probably within the next 5 years.
Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. You got something?
How should you have known that it was going to be aviators, Cooter? How should you have known? What, am I just an aviator guy? Because I don't take that as a criticism. I take that as a compliment.
Yeah, what does that mean? What is an aviator guy? Is there a certain stereotype for people who wear aviators? I legitimately do not know.
Yeah, people who look good in sunglasses.
Probably
people who look good in sunglasses. You can't deny that.
Probably people who look bad enough to where they have to wear sunglasses that cover most of their face. Maybe that's the stereotype with the aviators, huh?
That might be part of it. For some reason, I've always been told that I look good in sunglasses and hats. I like sunglasses. I hate wearing hats, though.
Well, if your wife and kids say it, I don't know if that counts a whole lot, you know?
My wife and kids just shit on me. They wouldn't say something positive about that.
Okay, if your mom says it, then I don't know if that's going to count for too much either.
My mom is the most critical person in my life other than me.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. Meeting your mom a few times, I think that's a salient point you make, and now I know where you get some of that stuff from.
It's like, hey, Mom, here's a really good piece of news. Like, I'm so excited about this. It's the first good news that's happened to me in about a year since I got fired from the radio station. oh, what? You're going to shit all over this thing right now by starting to have me question everything. And now I'm questioning my family life and just living in Texas. Thanks. Really appreciate that one. Love you.
Very supportive. Yeah. Aviators. Oh, is that Top Gun? You play volleyball. You like touching other dudes. You just said you're a big Deshaun Watson fan a few minutes ago. So
just because, hold on. Just
I'll check it out.
I sometimes do touch other dudes. And I like getting out there and chasing balls around. Like, that's my favorite form of exercise. You don't need to read too much into that, okay?
Yeah.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Is your father also gay?
Is my father happy? I don't think he's very happy right now, no.
I don't know if that's what George was talking about in Seinfeld there. Oh, man, the Aviators. The Rangers are big favorites in this World Series, -175. That is nuts. I'm curious, and I'm sure there's a way I could find this out. I didn't do the research, but I'm sure there were look-ahead lines to what a Rangers-Phillies World Series would have been in terms of Vegas odds. I bet it would have been very close. Maybe the Phillies would have been the slight favorite. Maybe the Rangers would have been the slight favorite. I don't know. But the line would have been a lot closer than this. But yeah, the Rangers -175. And Trey, I mean, look, the D-bags are good. You don't make it to the World Series unless you're good. And they beat the NL Central champs. They beat the NL West champs. They swept both of those teams. And they beat the defending National League champs to get here. So they earned their spot, and they've looked very impressive. Their pitching, their defense has been great, and their offense is doing enough to find ways to win games. So I'm not saying sleep on Arizona. I'm not saying you should crown the Rangers champions already. If you're a Rangers fan, you know better than just that. But I am saying that you couldn't have asked for anything more than this if you're the Rangers, right? I mean, you get the worst team record-wise in the playoffs as your World Series opponent, and you've got home field. This is as golden of an opportunity as any team would ever have to win a championship.
Seems like a pretty good opportunity, BK, but I'm not taking anything for granted over the next week and a half now, because we've seen what is expected flipped on its head throughout this month. It happened in both championship series that saw each of these teams get there when everybody was doubting that they could do so. People had more doubts in the D-bags than they did the Rangers too, by the way, especially after Philly went up so decisively 2-0 like they did. And the Rangers, once they lost game 5 like they did, it was such a gut punch. It's like, how is a team like this going to battle back? But I think one of the most compelling storylines of this World Series isn't about an individual pitcher or position player. It's just the amount of resilience that both of these teams have showed. And that's why I feel like when it's all said and done, we see this series go at least 6, if not 7 games.
Yeah, the D-bags did take 3 of 4 from the Rangers during the regular season. Now, it's been a while since these two teams have played, but I think that is at least worth mentioning. And I'm with you, man. You can't take anything for granted if you are the Rangers, but what a situation for them. And like you said, I mean, I had buried the D-bags like 30 different times in this series against Philadelphia. I think everybody did once the Phillies won the first 2 games, and those games weren't even close, right? It's not like Philly had a couple of walk-off wins, and it's like, well, Arizona goes back home to their place, then maybe the luck will turn. And then game 3 happens, and Arizona had like 6 chances to score runs in that game, and they couldn't do it. And they just kept letting Philly hang around, and finally Arizona gets the walk-off in the bottom of the 9th. But I'm still thinking, all right, hey, that's cute. Congrats on your 1 win here, Snakes. You're done. But then Arizona ties it up at 2. But then Philly wins game 5, and it's like, that's it. Like, Arizona really needed game 5. They're not going to win 2. I don't even know if they're going to win 1 in Philadelphia, but there's no way they're going to win 2 at the bank to win this series. And sure enough, they did. And the pitching, my God, the bullpen especially was awesome yesterday for the D-bags. But yeah, for them, I mean, I don't think anybody gave them a chance after game 5, except for those guys in that locker room. And credit to them, man. They found a way to get it done against all odds. I was very wrong on that series. I thought for sure the Phillies would represent the NL, but the Snakes alive. That's what their fans have been saying. The Snakes are very much alive, and shoot, they keep defying odds and expectations, and here they are.
Yeah, and when you look at the Rangers and the D-bags and just consider which team is better built to come back in a series like that? Like, I think you could see it out of the Rangers a little bit more than the D-backs, just because Texas has such a good offense. For Arizona to have done it their way, it's like the closest thing that we have to small ball in 2023 in Major League Baseball. They've got a couple of decent starting pitchers, and they're better bullpen-wise than the Rangers are too. You just give them a ton of credit, more than anything else, for just shutting that Philly lineup down that looked like an absolute buzzsaw just 2 games into the NLCS. Like, both you and I talked about it after that series reached 2-0. It's like, I don't know if the Rangers or Astros, who's going to win this current ALCS. Whichever team does, it feels like they are about to run into an absolute juggernaut right now. But here we are a week later, and baseball, which is a sport that's notorious for this, what you think you know, a week later, you know absolutely nothing, because that's how quickly things change with this sport.
In the words of Ron Washington, that's the way baseball go. I think that was the exact quote from Wash a few years ago.
Thought you were going to say, I can't feel my face.
I'm sure he said that a time or two, huh? Haven't we all? Haven't we all?
I've got this incredible idea. No, you don't.
Slow down. I can't hear you. You're talking too fast, Wash.
It's not that good of an idea. Trust me. You'll wake up tomorrow and realize that it's not that great of an idea.
It's 4 a.m. on a Tuesday. There's no way the idea is that good, Wash.
Does your jaw hurt yet? I mean, it's really grinding right now.
Get you a brain ball.
The asshole wearing sunglasses indoors, making cokehead jokes.
Yeah, how much blow have you done today, dude? Why are you wearing those? God. Game 1 Friday night. I'll reach out to our buddy Jared Sandler, see if we can get him on the show to preview the World Series. But man, what an opportunity for the Rangers, and see if they can get this one done. Game 1, of course, Friday night in Arlington. Trey, let's talk some Texas Longhorn football. But before we do that, how about
real quick, one more thing on this Rangers series?
Sure.
Got to thank my buddy Kevin from Whitestone Brewery for passing this info along. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to take the sunglasses off to read this. So, can you see that picture right there?
$4,845 each. Are those tickets?
Each for tickets, and this is at the Gilf. So down the third base line. Good seats, really good seats, like couple rows off the field.
Yeah.
More than $4,500 per ticket. So it's section 3, row 7. I'm sorry, 2 tickets, $46.45 each.
Wow. You want to go? I got a buddy who texted me that he's selling a ticket for game 1 for below market. Yes. I don't know what that means. I didn't ask how much that means, but I can ask him.
I actually was considering trying to go to a game.
I am letting you know right now that if the Rangers have a chance to close this series out, I will be in the building, even if that is in Phoenix, which I don't think is going to happen, because I think this will be a longer than 5-game series either way. But if I got to get my ass to Arizona with all the olds, we'll be there.
At the expense of having you pull the rug out from under me like you did with our prospective trip to Tuscaloosa. Can I go?
Sure. Come on.
I am serious about this. I will go to that game with you. I don't know if you necessarily need a travel partner, but I will go to that game with you.
Hey, the more the merrier, man. I need redemption after 2011. I need redemption. I got to see it in person. Hopefully there's a game where the Rangers have a chance to win and they don't, lose, or they're down 3-1 or 3-0. And it's like, shit, I guess I'm not going to the World Series this year. But if they've got a shot, I'll be in there, and I'll be eating ramen for the next few weeks after.
I think we need to gauge each of our temperatures heading into the start of this series on Friday. So how are you feeling about this series right now?
I think I got a little bit of a fever, actually. Not feeling too hot. Probably like 99.4 would be my guess. I can go get one of those little guys if you want, whatever they're called.
Butt thermometers?
Yeah, thank you. Butt thermometers.
Yeah, where you stick it up your anus to get the most accurate internal temperature.
Yeah, I don't know what the solar system has to do with this, but no, I've never used one of those. Is that a thing, or you just do that for fun?
That's typically what they do for babies.
And you just never grew out of it?
Well,
yeah,
maybe I grew into it.
Okay, Aviators. Okay, Top Gun. Deshaun Watson.
It's called the Ron Washington for a reason.
Oh my God. That can't be true. I can't confirm that it's not true, but it can't be. It can't be true. Goodness. A word from AV Consultations if they want to sponsor that. Here's our buddy Tom McKay.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to AV Consultations and shout out to our friends at Great Blue Heron Furniture as well. They are a custom leather furniture company that's been around since 1991. They focus on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. If you're trying to spruce up your living room with a new couch, a recliner, chairs, bar stools, whatever, you got to go to greatblueheronfurniture.com. The best looking, the most comfortable, and the most well-built furniture that you can find anywhere in the world. You can find it just by logging on to greatblueheronfurniture.com. And if you use the promo code HOOK'em, you're going to get 15% off your order. It's a Longhorn-owned company. Most of the manufacturing is done right here in the great state of Texas. I'm telling y'all, the best furniture in the world is online at greatblueheronfurniture.com. Trey, how you feeling about this Texas defense? We are 3 days out from Texas and BYU as the Longhorns will play their first game at DKR since September 30th. How are you feeling about the Longhorns defense being able to bounce back after back-to-back subpar performances?
I guess I feel okay about it because BYU isn't very good offensively, but I don't feel good in the long term about things because there are major deficiencies on this defense, specifically with the secondary. And I guess if you're going to get even more exact than that, these safeties just aren't very good in coverage right now. And I guess getting Jalen Catalon back may potentially help with that, but he's also one of those downhill safeties who's, he's good and he's decent in coverage, but he's better against the run too. So I don't see a solution right here unless these guys learn to communicate better. But if communication is that broken, how easy is something like that to fix in the middle of the season?
That's a great question. I mean, I have some hope in it getting fixed because we didn't see these problems in the first 5 games, right? Like if we saw this stuff in all 7 games that Texas has played, then it's like, I give up. Like we got to deal with this. We got to find a way to win in spite of this. But I don't know, because we didn't see a lot of that. There were moments. Texas gave up too many explosive plays in the first 5 games, but they clearly looked better and more well-coached and more aligned in the first 5 games than they have in the last 2. So that gives me some faith that they're capable of being better, right?
So, yes, I agree with what you're saying, except that if you go back and watch those first 5 games, there were plays to be made in the middle of the field.
Sure.
That the opposing quarterback, maybe you can say it's because it was the backup, or maybe you can just say because the guy wasn't that good or wasn't good enough to take advantage in the middle of the field. Those opportunities weren't capitalized on by opposing offenses. And there were people, Kevin was one of the first that I heard talk about this. I mentioned it a little bit. I feel like you even talked about it a little bit, where it's like there's a little bit of good fortune happening here right now with this Texas defense on top of them playing well. I think one thing that you might be able to do to help out with that problem is not giving the opposing quarterback time to find that open receiver in the middle of the field. And the way you do that is by stop messing around with Anthony Hill in that natural linebacker position and have him almost exclusively coming off the edge. Because you are banged up there right now. Look, Ethan Burke has been a nice player. He's done some good things for you game in and game out. But in terms of those obvious passing downs, Anthony Hill coming off the coming off the edge, coming off the bed too, coming off the edge is it best fits his skill set right now. And I think it also helps your defense more than having him anywhere else on the field.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I think it has more to do with the Texas defense than it does with Anthony Hill. Now, you might be right. Maybe his skill set does make him best served to be an edge rusher right now, but I just don't think Texas has any impact players on the edge right now. And you said it, Ethan Burke, I think he's been playing banged up, which maybe explains why his production has slipped a little bit in recent weeks, but doesn't sound like he's going to be able to play at all against BYU. And you're just not getting enough from the other edge rushers right now, man. It's plain and simple. So, yeah, if your secondary is going to be bad and banged up, which Texas is right now, you need the guys up front to be able to create some pressure so the back end guys don't have to cover for 4, 5, 6 seconds on every single play. They've got to find a way to get a more consistent pass rush than they have. Obviously, the interior of the D-line's doing a great job stuffing the run, and BYU can't run. BYU is 130th in the country in yards per carry. They suck at running the football. So I'm not saying you don't have to worry about that at all, but like that's a matchup that strongly favors Texas. So I'm not worried about that. But obviously, you know, Keaton Slovis is good enough and BYU's got enough talent on the outside to where if Texas's secondary keeps playing the way that it's played the last 2 games, then they're going to be able to pick up yards and they're going to be able to score some points. You've got to find a way to mitigate that by getting a more consistent pass rush. You might have to blitz more, Trey. Like that's a scary proposition right now because you don't have guys who can cover on the back end. Like even when you're dropping 7, guys are still getting open. So the thought of taking more dudes out of the secondary is like, oh God, are we sure we want to do that? But you have to find a way to get pressure on these quarterbacks because otherwise this defense isn't good enough in coverage right now. And teams are going to pick you apart like Donovan Smith did and like Dylan Gabriel did a couple of weeks prior.
What happened to Keaton Slovis? He was a decent thrower of the football at USC, and I know their passing attack is better than the rushing attack, but he sucked this year. Like even in last weekend's win over Texas Tech, where BYU had that game in hand in the fourth quarter, he put up very pedestrian numbers. That game was a result of BYU forcing 3 interceptions by Tech's third-string quarterback. Keaton Slovis has gone from a guy who was starting games as a freshman for USC to an afterthought at BYU.
Yeah, he played really well against Kansas. He did have a couple of interceptions, and BYU lost that game in Lawrence. But outside of that, I mean, in 3 of the 4 other Power 5 games he's played against, he hasn't been able to crack 170 yards.
Wow.
Like, forget 300, forget 250. Like, it's just, the BYU's offensive numbers are not good. So if there is such a thing as a get-right game for a defense in this conference, it might be this weekend. Now, I think I'd rather play Emory Jones in Cincinnati, to be honest with you, just watching that offense. But BYU is the worst total offense in the Big 12 right now, and they're 11th out of 14 teams in terms of scoring offense right now. So, yes, like you said, they are better throwing the football than they are running it, and they do have some receivers and a tight end who scare me a little bit. I mean, the top 4 pass catchers for BYU are all 6'3" or bigger. So I'm glad Ryan Watts is coming back because he's big for a corner and he's physical. So I know he can at least neutralize one of those BYU receivers, but I am a little worried about the size on the outside for BYU in the passing game. But still, I mean, the numbers, the eye test, it ain't pretty for BYU offensively right now. So this is one of those things where you feel like Texas should be able to right some wrongs. And if they can't, you're going to be nervous as all hell with K-State coming to town next Saturday.
Is Ryan Watts definitely coming back for this game?
I think so.
Okay.
Like, I don't know if I'd go definitely, but, you know, Chip reported on Horns 24/7 that he's very likely to come back. And I think Sark basically made reference to it on Monday saying that Ryan Watts should be good to go. So I think barring a setback, we'll see Watts in action, which is much needed for the secondary.
Yeah. You know, as much as people, and look, I was guilty of this too, believe that it might not be that big of a drop off because you'd seen some really nice things out of the true freshman Muhammad. Clearly his presence or lack thereof has been felt over these last couple of games.
Yeah. A couple of texts on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Guys, honest question. Do we think Blake Gideon is a good coach? Any thoughts?
I think that the combination of Blake Gideon as the safeties coach and Terry Joseph as the defensive pass game coordinator has not worked through 3 years. And so something needs to change here. I feel like when those two guys came in, Gideon was the cornerbacks coach and Joseph was the safeties coach, but maybe something changed one of the last 2 off seasons, but it's been a failed experiment so far. And I'd be more inclined to look at Terry Joseph and what he has or hasn't brought to the table as a coach and make a change there before swapping out Blake Gideon. But if you find replacements for both of those guys this offseason, I don't think Texas fans would find fault in that.
Yeah, I'm not quite ready to go there yet. I mean, the secondary has regressed, and a lot of that falls on coaching, and it's disappointing to see, Jaron Thompson look as good as he looked last year, and then just like what the hell was that on Saturday? Keaton Crawford hasn't gotten much better. Michael Taff, I can't be too hard on the coaches for preferred walk-on not being great, but why is that guy playing as much as he is? Like, a lot of the secondary rotation falls on the position coaches. So yeah, there are plenty of things to be critical about. I'm not quite ready to make some changes, but hey, over these last 5 games, if the Texas secondary looks like it has in the last 2 games, then yeah, some changes might be necessary.
Did Anthony Cook help to hide some of Jaron Thompson's deficiencies last year? Like, I said this yesterday, and I will continue saying this until he proves me wrong. Jaron Thompson is far and away the most disappointing player on the roster right now in terms of what you expected this year versus what he's actually given you.
Yeah, I don't know if I disagree with that. And I didn't think he was that bad until like the dropped interception against Oklahoma in the end zone. I feel like for him, and I haven't gone back to watch the first 5 games, but I don't remember being super critical of Jaron Thompson at all.
Well, like, remember, he got burned against Alabama, and then he came back that very next play with the pick 6.
Yeah, he had a couple of interceptions early. He wasn't perfect. Like, no one in the secondary has been perfect, but like I don't remember it being a repeat problem. But the last game and a half, like, yeah, it's been a disaster. So, man, I don't know.
It wasn't pick 6. It was an interception that he returned deep into Alabama territory.
Yeah, I think Texas scored on the next play, maybe. Yeah, I think it was touchdown, pick, and then touchdown, basically, for Texas. He's been disappointing. He has been disappointing for sure. And I don't know the answer to your question. I don't know if it was Anthony Cook or just other guys in that Texas secondary, Deshaun Jameson, whatever, who masked something, or if it's coaching, or if Jaron Thompson is playing hurt. I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but it's disappointing, man. I mean, they got roasted like marshmallows last Saturday against Houston, and basically everybody took their turns getting burned in that game against the Cougs. So good news is Donovan Smith is not playing Texas, hopefully ever again. God, if that guy transfers to the SEC, I might want to play in the Big 12 for another year. I don't want to see that dude ever again. But secondary, it's got to get fixed. And let's hear one from Sark. Crossing routes. God dang it. Those crossers, man, they just killed Texas on Saturday. Somebody asked Sark about the crossing routes and what went wrong against Houston and how they can maybe fix that to make sure that we don't see that ever again.
The crossing routes, I think in twofold hurt us. Anytime you call crossers and you're in man coverage, it's difficult when they're picking the guy that's guarding the man that's catching the ball. And to their credit, they did a heck of a job picking us. They didn't get called for it, so you can't complain that's what was happening. But it's pretty obvious that when picks occur, and we got picked a couple times, and that created a problem. We had one where it was poor communication. We didn't cover it properly. And one we were in zone. And when you're in zone, that's when you really got to be able to shut those crossers down and match those routes. So I think there was levels to it. But inevitably, we're going to have to play it better because we're going to see a ton of crossers this week. That's one of the staples of what BYU does. So we're going to have to play it better.
Oh, no. One of the staples of the BYU offense. Don't tell me that, Sark. And
that is not good.
And look, there were some pick plays for sure, but we're not expecting Texas to get too many calls this year.
Well, and come on, rub routes are a part of football. Like, and you do that, by the way.
Yeah.
Texas does a version of that too. Everybody does a version of that. So I'm not going to hammer him too hard. That sounded like a little bit of excuse making there, though.
Yeah, it is. And like, okay, he's right. Man coverage, like that's why teams run crossers and they run slants. Those are man beaters. So you want to call those plays against man coverage because in one-on-ones, those routes have a lot of success because you can rub and it confuses the defense and guys get lost and guys run into each other. Those plays should work against man coverage. The issue was when you call zone, and it's not like PK was calling man coverage on every single play. Like, it's not like he was just being super stubborn with his calls and he's like, no, this is going to work. He switched it up. But the problem was when Texas did play zone, they couldn't do that right at all. Like, you call a zone defense in hopes to try to prevent crossing routes from being successful. And the Houston receivers, I'll give them credit. They were finding soft spots in the zone, but there were just too many soft spots for Texas in those zone defenses. And guys would just like lose where they were supposed to be. They would be watching the football instead of watching receivers. And there were too many holes in the back end for this defense. So like that's the biggest concern for me is like, okay, no, other teams struggle when playing man coverage against routes like that. But when you're calling zone defenses, when you're calling plays designed to specifically be able to stop stuff like that from happening, and you still can't stop stuff like that from happening, then you're kind of out of answers as a defensive coordinator because there's nothing you can call that's going to work.
Well, and you can do things within the man concept to either force them to try and throw outside or making those crossing routes that much more difficult. So it just didn't seem like they were really trying anything. It's like they were resigned to letting Houston beat them over and over again over the middle of the field.
Right. Yeah. I don't know, man. It was ugly to watch. And it is a scary thought hearing Steve Sarkisian talk about how that's something BYU likes to do. Because, they're going to try it. Like, why would they not? They're watching the Houston film, and they saw what we saw in regards to Texas's inability to stop any of those crossing routes. So that's going to be a huge part of BYU's offense. And, hell, Houston couldn't run the ball. Like, they were worse running statistically going into they were better statistically running the football than BYU is, and they were still able to move the ball successfully, even being pretty one-dimensional on offense. That might be BYU's game plan. They're just not going to run the ball a bunch and just hope it works. Now, if they struggle to run the football and the Texas defense can win that battle, they're going to be throwing it a lot. They're going to be trying to do exactly what Houston was able to do against this Longhorn defense last weekend. So linebackers have to be better in coverage. The safeties have to be better everywhere. Hopefully getting Ryan Watts will help the corners. But, man, I mean, Gavin Holmes might not play. Terrence Brooks might not play, which I don't know how much of a loss that is after the way he played last Saturday.
Those guys got hurt?
Yeah.
Jeez.
And then Jalen Catalon at safety. We're still not sure what his deal is. And, Jahdae Barron. Yeah, Jahdae Barron, like, he played the second half last Saturday, but clearly he's dealing with an injury because the game plan was for him not to play at all against the Cougs. So you're banged up back there, and even your starters are struggling right now. So it's a little scary thinking about these last 5 games, wondering what this defense could look like.
That's very concerning. I know that Terrence Brooks didn't have a great game against Houston, but he is a guy that you want out there because I think he has shown some growth this year. And I mean, when the other options are guys like Austin Jordan, then I think you want Terrence Brooks to hopefully continue to grow game to game. And this is the sort of game that I think he can excel in because, as you mentioned, BK, it's a bunch of bigger receivers, guys who aren't necessarily most fleet of foot. I think that's the sort of matchup that fits Terrence Brooks really well right now.
I hope you're right. I hope you are right. We'll talk more Texas and BYU throughout the week right here on Trey and BK. And, of course, Chip and Zay will be all over at the Fire the Cannon, ladies. Yes, it is Wednesday, so Megan and Rocky will be here from 3 to 5. They'll be talking plenty of Longhorn football as well right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Shout out to our friends at Covert BK. We'll be back out there this Friday. Trey and I will be broadcasting live from the Covert BK studios. We'll have another Longhorn luncheon on Friday from 12 to 1. Norman Watkins will be there with us, hanging out. If you want to take some pictures, sign some autographs. Well, you won't be signing the autographs. He'll be signing the autographs. I guess if you want to sign autographs too, you can. I don't know if anyone's going to take them from you. But come by, hang out with us, get you a free lunch this Friday at Covert BK. A reminder, next Friday, legendary lifetime Longhorn Ricky Williams will be our guest out there at Covert BK. That's the day before the Kansas State game, so definitely mark your calendars for that. In the meantime, if you're looking for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go see our friends at Covert BK. 3 state-of-the-art dealerships, 7 different brands. They've got great deals all year round, great service, and, of course, the best prices, because nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. They've been around since 1909. They've got dealerships all over Central Texas. But, man, if you haven't been out to Covert BK, you are missing out. They have so much to choose from, and the people there are fantastic. So we love having them on board, and we're excited to be back out there this weekend.
I keep seeing that commercial with Dan Covert and his wife, and it is all about the Covert Bee Cave location. Every time I see it, they go through all the different spots within that campus. And when they get to the building that we're in, it just gets me excited because that is such a cool place. Great people out there too. Highly, highly recommend you should check out Covert BK if you're looking for a new automobile, or maybe you just want to come say hey to us on Friday.
Amen. Well said. And a shout out to our friends at the Altstadt Brewery as well. If you're looking for a great beer to drink, it is the best time of the sports year, which means you need the best beer to drink to accompany your sports watching. That should be Altstadt beer. My fridge is stocked with it. Yours should be too. The Altstadt Oktoberfest is back, but they've got all the classics too. The Lager, the Kolsch, the Light, the Hefeweizen, so many choices, something for every beer drinker out there. This stuff is fantastic. It's the most authentic German beer drinking experience you are going to find anywhere in the state of Texas. So get you a 6-pack of Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets. Trey, I guess we should talk about Michigan at some point, yeah?
Yeah.
We've not spent a ton of time, or really any time, on this show talking about Michigan, but more and more continues to be revealed about the situation going on involving Michigan, and more specifically, Michigan staffer Connor Stalions. The latest report from Pete Thamel, this came out last night, is that Connor Stalions bought tickets to 4 different games of 4 different college football playoff contenders. Guess he didn't buy any TCU tickets. Nice job there, Connor. Idiot. There's record of purchases of SEC title game tickets in 2021 and 2022. Of course, Michigan made the college football playoff in each of those 2 years, and there were SEC teams in the college football playoff in each of those 2 years. And 12 of the 13 other Big Ten schools have record of Connor Stalions buying tickets at some point over the last couple of years, which leads me to ask, who's the 13th? Who did Michigan not need to spy on to get a competitive advantage?
I think that's pretty obvious, isn't it?
I think there's a favorite in Vegas, but I could see a couple of schools being in the mix here.
All right, well, let's see if we have the same favorite. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Ohio State.
Rutgers. Ohio, yeah, that's the one. Good one.
No, Rutgers is the most obvious answer.
Yeah, Rutgers it is. I don't know, man. Watching Iowa offense, like, do you really need to film that shit? I mean, that is
worse off scouting it versus just waiting for the shit show that is the Iowa offense.
Like, you're scouting Iowa. You're filming them to learn what not to do. You're not filming them in an effort to gain a competitive advantage. Like, oh, here's what they're going to try to do, and we've got to stop this. You're filming them to be like, okay, we can never call these plays.
You're filming them for reasons why people watch really bad movies, to laugh at the stupidity of it all.
Yeah, that's what's going on there. So, yeah, Rutgers is probably the right answer. I don't know. Purdue, yeah, Illinois.
Until last year, so maybe I don't know.
Illinois. No offense to Hudson Card, by the way. You know, Brett Bielema. Do you need to scout that fat ass? Like, just go to a Denny's and you'll find him there. You can, I'm sure, find his plays. I don't know, but what's going to happen here? I don't think anything happens to Michigan this year. But I do wonder if they win the title, and I think they're the best team in the country right now.
Yeah.
If they win the title, are they going to lose it in like a year? Like, is everything that's happening right now at Michigan going to be vacated within the next 5 years?
Maybe, but Michigan fans will still get to hold on to the memories of watching them win a Big Ten championship or two, depending on what they do this year. I think the bottom line, though, BK, more than anything else, and I'm certainly not alone in sharing this sentiment, is that we see Jim Harbaugh move back to the NFL after this season.
Yeah, I mean, if he catches wind that there's going to be a big punishment for him, then yes. And he already dealt with a punishment earlier this season. That was self-imposed, but come on. I mean, Michigan did it because the NCAA was lurking and there were recruiting violations and this and that. So Harbaugh's already been in the crosshairs of the NC2A, and now you've got this on top of it. Like, he's a repeat offender plus breaking the rules like he was. And he can say all he wants that he didn't know this was going on. Number one, that's BS. And number two, even if he actually didn't, then you're still held responsible because you're the head coach of the program and the guy is on your staff. So that's just how it's always going to work. But yeah, I mean, if he catches wind that there's a suspension coming, then I'm with you. I think he's going to bolt for the NFL. Pull a Pete Carroll. That's, USC had those sanctions with Reggie Bush. They got punished. Pete Carroll was going to get punished. And he's like, the hell with this. I'm going to the Seahawks. So that's probably what Harbaugh does if that happens. And I guess that's good news if you're a Texas fan, because Texas plays at Michigan next year. And if Jim Harbaugh's not there, look, Michigan will still be good, but maybe this is something that affects the program in a negative way if something does come down. So maybe that makes that a more winnable game for the Longhorns next September. Who knows?
Where's McCarthy at in terms of his eligibility? Does he have one more year in Ann Arbor?
Yeah, but he could go out if he wants.
Okay.
This is his third year. So I've seen some mocks that have him going in the first round.
Corum will be gone.
Yeah, Corum will be gone. They lose a lot from that defense. They'll get Donovan Edwards, their other really good running back. I think that dude's only a sophomore. They'll still be good. Like, even if Harbaugh leaves, unless they get like a ridiculous penalty and a bunch of guys just hit the portal or they have recruiting sanctions to where they can't give out as many scholarships, like, they're still going to be really good next year. But obviously if Harbaugh's not there and there's that kind of black cloud over the program, then it might be more of a winnable game for Texas. But that's long way away. Long way away. We've got about 10 minutes left in the award-winning Midday with Trey and BK, which means it's time for a little Where Are We At in Society. Trey, do you want to go live spot? Do you want to go recorded spot for our friends at Pest Wranglers?
Let's go recorded today, BK.
Here we go.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite control.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
Where are we at in society today?
That's right. Press Wranglers is the sponsor of your daily look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, we will bring you stories that provide a sense of optimism that has us all saying to ourselves, hey, maybe we as a people are starting to figure something out. But sadly, today is not that day. And if you missed the start of today's show, I am wearing sunglasses. No, not just because I'm a douchebag, although I am one of those as well. It's because I have raccoon eyes out of nowhere, and it annoys me to look at on my screen, so I'm just going to throw the sunglasses on and not worry about it. BK, we start today's Where Are We At? We have time for a couple of stories today, depending on how quickly we get through this first one. In California, now, I know that just generally speaking, you wouldn't classify yourself as a brunch guy, but do you go to brunch a fair amount, considering how popular you are and how filled up your social dance card is?
I appreciate that. No, I don't go to brunch that often. I mean, once every other month, maybe.
It's all relative. That's a lot compared to me.
But I might be rounding up on that deal. No, like that's too early, man. I don't like to be doing stuff before noon on a Saturday or a Sunday, and then I want to be just watching football once I start doing stuff. So not a huge brunch guy, especially at this time of the year.
And we do need to delineate, by the way, if you're going to call it brunch, I don't care if you're going on a Sunday or whatever the day of the week is, you need to be starting that meal in terms of eating the food before 11 o'clock. because after 11, it's no longer between breakfast and lunch. It is early lunch.
What's the brunch window then? Like 10 to 11, 9 to 11?
We'll go 9:30 to 11.
Okay. I was going to go 10 to 12 as the brunch window, but it's fair if you call lunch at 11:30 lunch. Hell, I just did. It's fair if you call a meal at 11:30 lunch, but yeah, I don't know. I'll give it until noon, but there are people doing like 1 and 2 p.m. and calling it brunches. Like, nah, you just want mimosas, you alcoholic.
Okay, so yes, I'm glad you mentioned the mimosas or maybe a Bloody Mary. Michelada, also a good brunch drink, according to those who actually get invited to brunches, which I never do. So as somebody who goes to brunch once every other month or so, have you ever seen anybody at brunch drink so much in that hour and a half to 2 hours that they are puking all over the place?
Yeah.
You have?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, then I guess I'm going to have to rescind my opinion on this next story. In California, we have restaurants who are starting to promise a vomit fee for guests at brunch who drink too much. It started with one restaurant who posted a warning and said, "We've dealt with this far too often. If we have to clean up your puke because you can't hold your booze, guess what? You're getting charged an extra $50 on top of your bill." And what started with one restaurant has now taken San Francisco by storm, with a number of places threatening a vomit fee for those Sunday fun day participants who have a hard time holding their booze. So you're saying this is legit then? This is something that that people are actually throwing up, leading to a need to threaten the $50 fine.
Yeah, I've actually seen it happen. Not all the time, but
pathetic.
Yeah, I feel like most people are able to make it to the bathroom, or like they can make it home because they realize that they're a little too drunk and something bad might happen. But no, I've seen it happen, or yeah, someone's just going after it a little too hard, a little too early, and boom, they're done right there at the table.
If you're puking at brunch, you suck.
I saw someone puke at like 5 o'clock from being too drunk at a spot a couple of weeks ago.
5 o'clock is a little bit more excusable. What day of the week was it?
A weekday, like Wednesday.
Oh,
man. Yeah.
Whoa.
I won't put the spot on blast. I love the place, and it's not their fault. I don't think they overserved the guy, and it's a bar. Like
CC's Pizza?
No, they don't serve alcohol there. But I have been drunk at a CC's Pizza before.
I'm sure that's how most people go to CC's Pizza.
Yeah, you probably need it. You need some sort of performance enhancers in that place more often than not. But yeah, no, this guy I just started smelling really bad. And when my buddy and I look over, and the whole ground is just covered in yak. It's like, God, the guy had bolted before anyone, I think, saw who did it. But bad bit right there. So yeah, people can't control themselves, man. People throw up at restaurants and bars way more than you would think. And I do wonder with San Francisco, though, if this, like, was this just a homeless guy who had done too many drugs? He just went in there and puked. Like,
that's where the lines blur a little bit in a place like Seattle or San Francisco. Like, is this just a hobo who came in to use your establishment to vomit all over the place and then go back out on the clean streets of the city?
Yeah, the clean streets. Good one. Yeah, you're not being able to get $50 out of that guy. I can tell you that. You can try to charge the hobo all you want, but he ain't paying that bill.
Well, you'll get $50 if you go to the city and act like you're a hobo. Then they'll give you $50 for it, but probably not just for the vomit fee.
That's true. Yeah, like you should be able to make it to the bathroom, right? Someone on the Coda text line says, "Who doesn't throw up in the restroom?" Like that. It's embarrassing enough to throw up in the bathroom at a bar or a restaurant, right? Because that means you effed up. But like at least make it there, right? Toilet, sink, even, bathroom floor is better than just at the table. Although, if you make it into the bathroom, how the hell can you not make it 3 more steps to the trash can or to the toilet? But yeah, no, it's crazy, man. People just, especially brunch, like they use that as an excuse to get real messed up. And some of them don't know their limits, and it gets ugly and messy. So it's cheaper than an Uber, right? If you throw up in an Uber, I think it's $100. Like they charge you a ton which, that makes sense. Like,
it's much more egregious because you're talking about carpeted floors and the upholstery of the seats too. Yeah, that is less excusable than throwing up in the restaurant, throwing up in some random car that you've hired to help get you home.
Yeah, small space too. And then once someone throws up in your car, like, you can't work for the rest of the night. Like, that's the killer. Like, a restaurant could stay open, they can clean it up, and that's fine. But if someone throws into like a car, then you can't be driving other people around with that smell. So you're basically done. So $50, all things considered, not too terrible, and that feels like a worthy punishment for being that stupid.
Yeah, by the way, I did see somebody throw up at the state fair a couple weeks ago going into the game. Like, we were walking into the game and this person was just pulled over in the grass, just vomiting all over the place.
Oh,
it's a rookie move, but in that situation, it's also understandable because it turns into a bit of a competition, especially for those who haven't been to that game before, to see just how much you can drink before you make it into the stadium, and you're going to have a harder time getting booze.
Where was I? There was some sporting event I was at recently where, it was like literally 5 minutes into the game, some guy's buddies were just basically carrying him out of the stadium.
Oh,
it's like, dude, that's the worst. When you get too blitzed during the tailgate or the pregame to actually enjoy the game, like, come on, man, you gotta do better than that. Like, if you're a freshman in college, then okay, you can make that mistake. But we're talking about 30s and 40s doing shit like that. It's like, come on, man, get it together. Get it together. Before the game starts or in the first quarter, it's a marathon, not a sprint. What are we doing? Come to BK School of Alcoholism. I'll teach you how to do this.
It is a rookie move. By the way, Naaman says, Trey, I'll throw up if Malik Machine Murphy balls out this year and Sark moves on to Arch, Malik and Aggie. Can we not get the cart in front of the horse with Malik Murphy, please? And Arch Manning, for that matter.
Yeah, there's so many ways that these next couple of weeks could shake out, right? Yeah. I mean, really, like, there's two total opposite ends of the spectrum, and then there's obviously a big gray area in between too. But it's, one end, I think I mentioned this yesterday, Malik plays so damn well that Texas fans don't even want Quinn to get the job back. And if he plays well enough to where Sark is considering not giving Quinn the job back, then that would be something. Like, that's the most extreme. But obviously the other example is Texas is down 14-0 at halftime on Saturday, and then you go to Arch Manning. So who knows? Who knows, man? I hope we don't see Arch. No disrespect to Arch, but that just means Malik stays healthy and is playing really, really well. That's what I want to happen. But obviously the future of the quarterback position beyond this year. Hell, I don't know if Quinn's even going to leave now. I would think he still leaves and goes to the NFL, but it's not maybe as certain if he has to miss like 3 or 4 games. That could cause his draft stock to slip a little bit. Maybe he's like, well, if I come back and have another good year, then I could be a top 10 pick in the draft next season. Like, I don't know. There are all sorts of scenarios that are now in play because of the freaking air conditioning joint in Quinn's right shoulder.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see, assuming that he does get the grade, what his draft grade will be after the season is over with. And something else to consider about this weekend's game that may add to the difficulty of things is that there's rain in the forecast for the rest of the week. The weather guessers are predicting rain till Saturday. By game time, at least according to my weather guessing app, it should be dry by then, but it'll still be slick field conditions. So that just adds to the level of difficulty.
Wet balls, man. I know you're all about gripping those wet balls, aren't you?
Well, look, it just depends on how wet we're talking. If we're talking moist balls, then that's a little bit better than soaking wet balls.
Okay, we're leaving on that note. I always feel bad making Chip and Zay follow up what we've got going on, but that's not great. How do you guys like your balls, moist or wet?
Just like them the way they are,
Does that mean sandy balls?
Yeah, just ripe,
Yeah,
ripe balls. Yeah.
I mean, We're gonna get y'all back at some point. Just count on it.
Hey, yo, Chip, throw him the Malik Murphy coming out the shower thing.
Yeah, have y'all talked
Something
about how
for
Malik
you.
Murphy comes out of the shower mid-shower to control the auxiliary, to control the music in the locker room?
Oh,
yeah. Where have y'all been?
I've heard you talk about this week, but no, we have not talked about Maalik Murphy in a potential third leg situation.
Okay, so David Benda is, tough guy, linebacker, defense, head knocker. He messed with the music, and Malik came out of the shower mid-shower and said, "Don't ever mess with the music again." And I was like, so Malik just like shot you down like that. He's like, he's a big dude, man.
Oh, interesting.
We'll leave it at that.
I think the real question with this story, Chip, is how did he change the radio back? Like, what did he use to change the radio back?
Radio.
Yeah. You're listening to music on a boombox in the showers, right?
God.
No boom boxes.
Times have changed.
Times have changed.
What did he touch on the phone to get it back to his song then? We're going modern parlay.
Well, I'm sure he used his finger to touch his phone to change the music back.
Chip thinks that's a badass story. I think it's a little suspect if you ask me. Like,
I agree. You are the fucking backup quarterback. Get back in the shower.
He's got a big presence. Okay.
He's a big dude. That's a little bit of a bully story there, though. Not sure how crazy I am about that one.
He's not messing around.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Now we got to see him control the auxiliary on the field. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah.
We know what you mean. We know
it's showtime. It's showtime.
And it's showtime for y'all too. So we'll let y'all get to it.
Yeah.
Have a
Let's
great
go.
BK, see ya. Top Gun, see ya.
Let's go. Top Gun.
Yeah, who's that guy think he is, man?
In the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice, and we're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay. Zay, I want to get into this Maalik Murphy opportunity, okay? We're talking football.
Let's get it.
Because think about this. Maalik Murphy had opportunities to go elsewhere. Intermediaries let his people know. There was NIL money at 2 SEC schools. Schools I believe to be Auburn and Florida. But Maalik Murphy stayed. Waiting. Look at that. You got some music playing over there?
No. What you talking about? I hear the people mowing grass and shit.
Oh.
That's what you're hearing.
Huh. Sounded like you had the auxiliary cable for a second.
No.
Okay, so here he bets on himself, he stays. And this opportunity is what it's all about. So he has waited for this opportunity. Here it is. And he gets one chance to show. He gets the BYU game to show that he's got. I mean, we don't even know if he gets the whole game. He just gets this opportunity. Whatever he gets on the field, that's what he gets to show. All these days in practice, all these reps he's had, all these meetings have paid off, that he's prepped, ready to go. And of course, if you think of it like that, you'll walk to the free throw line with ankle weights, wrist weights, anvil around your neck. You don't think of it like that, right? Like the competitor doesn't think of it the way that most of us Joe Schmoes think of this moment. Like the average beer league bowler is going to be like, oh man, I hope he doesn't get nervous. But that's not how it works. Elite competitors can't wait to get on the field. Caleb Williams couldn't wait to get on the field in that Red River shootout when he got the 4th and 1 and he ran over Jaron Thompson and went 69 yards for a touchdown. And then he got back into the game. He was dropping snaps, picking up the ball, throwing touchdowns. Like Caleb Williams couldn't wait for that moment. And he killed it. And he had Spencer Rattler Spencer Rattler was rattled by Texas. Caleb Williams came in, looked like he was playing in slow motion.
Yeah.
And that's what you're waiting to see on Saturday. Does this thing look like slow motion for Malik Murphy? Does it look like, hey man, this is what I was born to do? Is it up and down? Because this is his moment. Like that One Shining Moment song, we need to be playing that.
Oh, Luther.
Yeah,
man.
At one shining moment, you knew you were alive.
Yeah, man. One year they tried to screw us all, CBS, and they got somebody that wasn't Luther. They mucked that all up. And people were complaining and bitching and like, y'all better get Luther. He rolling over in his grave right now because y'all didn't have him singing One Shining Moment. I know Chris Bennett helped let me know whoever sung it. I don't remember. But, yeah, man, it's that type of opportunity for Malik Murphy. I'm with you.
Oh, yeah. Look at this. Cue Eminem, Lose Yourself. Big Malik energy.
Why we gotta get the eggplant, man? Why is that? I've seen the eggplant multiple times in the comment section. We haven't even been on 10 minutes yet. Like, come on, man. I mean, hey, I'm nervous, eager, anxious, optimistic, and it's not necessarily Malik Murphy. It's more as this team as a whole, shout out to Naaman, Chip and Zay. Malik will be fine if Sark lets this young man do him. Please, Sark, don't take the ball out of his hand. I mean, yeah, like you do have a top 5 rusher in the nation and Jonathan Brooks. I mean, you would like to lean on that guy. And with what we've seen with CJ Baxter this past Saturday against Houston, that dude looks the most healthy he's been all year. He looks like that guy that it might have made a little sense. It definitely don't make sense now, but that first game against Rice, why he was out there on the first drive instead of number 24. So I would like to lean on those guys first. That should be the game plan. Like, let's run the football and see if these guys could stop us to where Malik Murphy doesn't have to win a game. I mean, that'd be all nice and stuff, but you want to make his life as easy as possible. And hopefully with this week of game planning, Kalani Sitake, Hank South said it yesterday. Hey, they don't got much film on. Nobody's seen them yet. You go back to that spring game, that was it. That pass to Jonte Cook, that was absolutely on the money. So if he could bring that swagger that you're talking about, then, hey, I'm all about it. But, it's just throwing a guy out there for his first game with the way this Texas team looks, specifically this defense. I don't like it, but, you got to play the game. And Malik Murphy, hopefully he thrives with this opportunity.
Welcome in RH.
All right, what's up, man? Appreciate it.
New to the channel, just subscribed. Appreciate that, RH. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. Tell your enemies as well. We'll take them all. Here's the thing, Zay. Uh-oh. Man down.
No, he's fine. He's just running over here and stuff.
Champ? Is that Champ?
Yeah, it was Champ.
Well, tell Champ to get on the air. Let's hear from Champ.
Nah, man, he's just gonna be a distraction. He's fine. He must have saw something that he didn't like.
I can't believe you can't hear my dog snoring.
No, I don't hear it today. I mean, I hear
he climbs over here into this little bed right next to me, and he just conks out and starts snoring. It's unbelievable. It's so nice and soothing to do a radio show with his. But here's the thing. Here's the thing about Malik Murphy, and we're we'll see. But look, if you think you're the best guy, and you're gonna get to tell Steve Sarkisian the place you like to run the best, and you've been in the building the first, and you're the last to leave, and you prepare like the starter every week, then we could see, let me put it that way, we could see a Josh Hoover experience. I'm going to keep banging that drum. Josh Hoover, redshirt freshman at TCU, got his first start against BYU at Amon Carter Stadium. Threw for 400 yards and 4 touchdowns.
Banging that drum. You're like Nick Cannon, Atlanta A&T in the movie Drumline. Like you keep bringing up that dude. And you're right. He did go crazy in that game. And those Cougars, they're a different team on the road, even though they beat Arkansas.
I mean, come on, Zay.
Yeah. Yeah.
You sound like you're not feeling it today. Like
it's not Malik Murphy though. It's not Malik Murphy. I don't want to get that twisted. Obviously it's a team game. It's more of the defense and this secondary and how they match up against this BYU offense and Keaton Slovis. I mean, I hope Malik Murphy plays well, clearly, but the dude, if it's a wide open playbook, if Sark can feel confident to where you throw the same stuff that you would throw Quinn Ewers at Malik Murphy, then we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, man, I just keep thinking you're the one that said Jaron Thompson earlier talking about the OU game. I wasn't even thinking about that, but I'm like, man, this defense, it looks sad and touching right now. Like it ain't doing too good. That secondary, those safeties, I mean, I think that Houston's wide receiver core is better than BYU's, but not by that much.
And they're similar.
Yeah, not by that much. Yeah, they're very similar. So
Lassiter had one of the craziest catches of the college football season against Arkansas, where he went up one-handed, pulled it in the corner of the end zone.
Yo, Lassiter has an NFL body. He might not go to the NFL, might not have that NFL skill, but NFL body, he has that. So we talked about Ryan Watts hopefully coming back. They couldn't get number 6 soon enough because, man, playing this soft-ass coverage that Pete Kwiatkowski's having these secondary guys play, like something's got to give, man. Like you go back to that Houston game, Keaton Crawford playing in the slides, like 10 yards off of Manchac. Like, I'm going to get open. I take one step, bam, quick screen, hit me. I got 8 yards right there. Just methodically moving the ball. They got anything they wanted on those crossing routes. You got walk-ons, Chip. Walk-ons. Getting love for Houston. Number 85, Carnes, what the hell his name is? You can't even say his name.
Carnes.
Yeah, Kearns, man. That dude's a walk-on lighting us up. You know what I'm saying? Looking like Wes Welker out there. That can't happen. If those dudes are lighting us up, that ain't good, man. And if you're going to have these safeties play in the slot, then, Kalani Sitake and this BYU offense, like Keaton Slovis, even though he's very inconsistent, there's been times, especially with Lassiter and some of these other guys that they got, they go crazy. And Roberts, big white boy, number 27, that dude leading their team in receptions. Then they got Rex, the tight end, who could cause matchup problems. I'm telling you, somebody said yesterday, BYU ain't shit. Just straight up, BYU, they ain't got the talent. Well, they got heart. We know that. They got grown-ass men. We know that. And they have a better record than Texas in this matchup throughout the years. So, yes, a little UTSD is coming into play. Please believe me. But I don't want what I'm talking about with the defense to take away from what Malik Murphy can be. I do have confidence in him, not as much as I would if Quinn Ewers was back there, but I do have confidence that Maalik Murphy can come in this game as a starter and win the ball game for the Horns and move on with a 7-1 record.
Well, I'm just saying, BYU's offense, Keaton Slovis, you got to get to him because if you don't, he's going to pick you apart. And he's got the big receivers to do it. This group of receivers is very similar to what we saw from Houston. They're big, they're talented. He's got a 6'6" tight end, Isaac Rex, that he uses as a security blanket. That's dude's got good hands.
That's a big dude. They'll put him out wide too, Chip, and just give him a go route and throw it up high. You know what I'm saying? Like, if that's a Gavin Holmes matchup, Lord have mercy. If that's a Jaron Thompson matchup, Lord have mercy. That's going to be torch. Like, and somebody on the Coda text line, shout out to y'all, 512-222-9328, talking about me being a negative Nancy. Come on, Zay. I need to take a gulp of the burnt orange Kool-Aid. I got to keep it real with y'all. As lovely as that sounds, that game last week, the Horns, according to Vegas, was supposed to win by minus 25.5. And they won by 7. And if it wasn't for a bad spot, who knows what would have happened. I ain't being negative Nancy. I'm just keeping it real. That's all I'm trying to do with y'all. That's our job here, Chip. Texas Sports Unfiltered. Like BK asked us to keep it real with the people. That's what we got to do. So, yes, sorry, Longhorn fans. Y'all don't want to hear it. I am a bit concerned moving forward because this team is vulnerable in certain places. And the health's a serious issue too, which leads to people being moved around in different spots and whatnot. Like, the Horns are facing some serious adversity right now. And yeah, even though BYU talent-wise doesn't match up, just having self-inflicted wounds and mental mistakes could keep that team in the game. And when a team like that feels like they have life and they're in the game and, they're excited and stuff and feel like they can win, anything could happen. And the Horns, they don't want to be in the same type of game that they were this past weekend against U of H.
Yeah. No, it's going to be fun. It's man, you live for these moments, and it's different. It's different for Maalik than it is for Quinn Ewers, because Quinn Ewers is the man. Steve Sarkisian made him the man. Steve Sarkisian talked about this week, how Lavelle Edwards made him feel like I was his guy when Sarkisian was a quarterback at BYU in 95 and 96. By the way, he led BYU to a 12-1 record.
Ooh!
In 96.
Okay,
they played in the Cotton Bowl.
Nice
and
with
beat
it.
K-State. Yeah.
Okay.
But this it's different for Maalik. He's depending on how long Ewers is out, he's gonna get this game. And if he shows out, he'll get the whole game. And what if he, balls out like Caleb Williams, says Michael? Well, then.
Oh, Michael. Come on, Michael.
Hey, Doomsday. Don't listen to Doomsday. Doomsday.
It's not the same. It's not the same. Spencer Rattler didn't get hurt. Spencer Rattler was trash. So it made more sense. Like Quinn Ewers, even though him lowering his shoulder after his shoulder's already hurt, trash. He was
what Michael's saying is if Maalik comes in and he looks comfortable and he's finding receivers and throwing it and scoring touchdowns, that's what he's talking about.
Against BYU?
Hey, BYU is 5-2.
I get that, but we're going to base him moving forward as potentially QB1 on BYU.
I just
want to make sure we're clear.
All you can do is slay the team in front of you.
Exactly.
So his opportunities coming against BYU. Trust me, the next week against K-State, they'll be serving up all Texas wants, because Will Howard and Avery Johnson, not that Avery Johnson, went nutso on TCU up in Manhattan last week. And everybody's trying to figure out who the third best team in the Big 12 is. K-State sure staked its claim last week, paddling TCU 41-3.
Damn.
And look, TCU beat up on BYU, and Texas has to go to Fort Worth. TCU's defense was lights out against BYU. And look, I get it. Everyone's like, oh, BYU, their running game is terrible. Yeah, it's terrible. But Keaton Slovis can zip the ball around to his receivers, and their defense plays hard. And by the way, BYU's left tackle is a sophomore who's getting NFL pub.
Yeah.
I can't even pronounce his name.
I can pronounce Kingsley Salmataya. I botched the hell out of that. My bad, bro.
Kingsley Suamatea.
Suamatea. There we go. That sounds better.
Kingsley Suamatea.
that sounds a lot better. Yeah. Now look,
he's 6'6", 325.
By the way, you literally just kind of threw yourself in a loophole here. You keep talking about Josh Hoover, what he do against Kansas State. That's what I'm saying to you and Michael here.
Hey,
be careful. If he has a great performance, just be careful. It's week to week. Because, hey, Josh Hoover was in Fort Worth getting all types of nookie after that game, doing all types of stuff, getting all this love. That's what I'm saying. Walking in, getting the standing ovation at 9:05 class and shit. And what happened this past week? 41-3 for that ass. Getting blown out by Kansas State. So this, you might want to hold your horses on Josh.
Hey, can we just take it one game at a time? Hoover's first game.
You pulled up Michael talking about what if he goes Caleb Williams? Caleb Williams then became the Heisman. As lovely as that would sound, that sounds beautiful. That would
Michael's
be
talking about that game that Caleb Williams came in against Texas when he was all at ease and slaying. He's not saying, what if he goes on to have a career like Caleb Williams? Although, look, don't put glass ceilings on people. I'm just saying, Malik, if he's ready for the moment, he wants this. He's waited for this. He ain't nervous. He's hungry. He's starving. Now, it's going to be different because BYU's going to show him stuff. BYU's probably going to come out in a whole new defense, just like every other team.
You think? And Sark's going to be shocked.
And
Sark,
then
what is this? I can't believe they're doing this. I can't believe they're trying to stop us this way.
Then Sark's going to have to, show everyone why he makes the big bucks and put Malik Murphy in position to succeed. But, man, I'm excited. I cannot wait for 2:30 on Saturday to see what Big Number 6 has in store for these feisty 25-year-old Mormons who can't drink caffeine or have sex. Like caged animals.
That's tough, man.
BYU football players are like caged animals.
Like, that's the benefits of being like a D1 player and going to college. Like, that's why some guys, back in the day used to go to college instead of the NBA. They would be like, yo, I'm going to go out here and live and be a kid and stuff, and I'll wait for all this money, all the responsibility later. But yeah. And
it's too easy. Like my man Sean Adams would say, there are some dudes on scholarship who just want to put on their Texas gear, go to 6th Street and, get with chicks.
Yep. Uh-huh. Yep.
They're
they
not
love the game. They love what
film.
comes with the game. Yeah. Those are the worst guys. They don't love the game. They love what comes with it.
Yeah. So we don't have time for that. And I think Sark's done a good job of finding guys who love football.
Yeah.
I think one of the guys who's going to play a key role in this game is Anthony Hill. Anthony Hill. Forget about worrying about, having him spy anybody. He doesn't have to worry about that this week. He can just go get Keaton Slovis. And trust me, you got to heat up Keaton Slovis. Don't let him get settled in, Pete Kwiatkowski. You got to risk. You got to gamble a little bit. I don't care if it's zone pressure or what, but you got to get pressure on this dude. You got to bring it in different kind of ways. And you better have Anthony Hill in position to get in the backfield. He needs to be playing behind the line of scrimmage this week.
Yeah, I mean,
that 4-man rush ain't getting it.
It's not. Now you're without Ethan Burke, and these teams, like we said, especially since the Oklahoma game, getting the ball out of your hands quick and not letting this interior line, specifically Travondre Sweat, Byron Murphy. You saw Alfred Collins with a sack this past Saturday against U of H, but getting the ball out of your hands quick so those defensive linemen can't affect the game. That's what U of H did. Like, even though Donovan Smith did have time or made time with his legs and made some really good plays, Keaton Slovis, he doesn't have that same athleticism as a Donovan Smith. So you're talking about a BYU team that's averaging 6.2 yards, a pass, which is 105 in the nation. And then they're 120 in the nation when it comes to average on the ground with 2.9 a carry. So they're very limited, but they also have dudes that will surprise you, So this Texas team, that's why if the defense was playing like it was those first few weeks, gets Alabama, even though a couple of plays, Jalen Milroe did some really good things. But now this defense, especially with Jalen Catalon being out, even though Ryan Watts is expected to play, he's dealing with a hamstring injury. Like that's one of those things that just lingers. Like any wrong move that Ryan Watts has, that thing could flare up again, God forbid. But, just relying on what they've had lately hasn't been good enough. And you're hearing that Jahdae Barron's only playing because of emergencies and shit like that. Malik Murphy having to deal with that, like Malik Murphy shouldn't have to be in a shootout. I would be terrified if this defense was giving up points and now Malik Murphy's in the shootout and Texas can't necessarily get to what they want to do on the game plan. And they're going to have to run the ball. Like, Kalani Sitake is going to pack 8 in the box, 7 guys in the box and force Malik Murphy to beat them. But they're still going to have to be effective running the ball. They're still going to have to be creative with what they do, whether that's counters or just outside stuff or inside stuff, etc. CJ Baxter, Jonathan Brooks, both of those guys who, now that CJ Baxter's healthy, I think that pick your poison. Because there are a lot of times, Chip, you talk about the red zone difficulties that they've been having, that when they get to the red zone, since Jonathan Brooks just had like a 40-yard gain or something like that, he's winded, so they've been putting in a pretty battered CJ Baxter, and he doesn't necessarily give you anything. Now he's doing that, and if those guys could be a little thunder and lightning, that would obviously make things a lot easier on Malik Murphy and open up those easier passes down the field and let Adonai Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, Jordan Whittington, JT Sanders, let all those guys go crazy due to the fact that the run game could be productive.
Yeah. And look at what Mike Gundy's doing with Ollie Gordon. He's running him 29 times a game the last 2 games. And everyone's like, well, is that too much? And he's like, no, he gets stronger as the game goes on. You know who else does that? JB, baby.
Yeah.
Number 2-4. Did you see what he did? That 29-yard touchdown run in the 4th quarter against Oklahoma on a hot day at the Cotton Bowl? He ran by people. And that's the one thing I'm like, I'm all in on CJ Baxter. Love him. He's going to be great. But don't take Brooks out of the flow, because everyone's going to be like, oh, well, he got 20 carries last week. It was weird. He got 7 carries in the first quarter, and then CJ came in the second quarter. Baxter only got 3 carries in the second quarter. He only got 4 carries in the third quarter. And then he got 8 carries in the fourth quarter and made them count. And Baxter had the 16-yard touchdown run. That's great. It was really well blocked. I'm just saying, Jonathan Brooks is big time, and don't go too far away from him, because every 6 carries he's giving you an explosive run, and those explosive runs are averaging over 24 yards. Like, this dude gets down. I mean, 69 yards, 67, 61, 54 for a touchdown, 40. Just saying.
Yeah, and it's still ridiculous to think that Sark didn't have that guy starting in the first game of the season, which I don't know if that's bad coaching or we just haven't seen the best of CJ Baxter. Because if Jonathan Brooks is as good as he's been, this is me being positive, Chip. So you can't not me being positive.
Right.
If Jonathan Brooks has been as good as he's
doomsaying.
been, and CJ Baxter was the starter week 1, what does that mean that CJ Baxter could really be at his best, which this year is only going to be a snippet because he has 2 more years left. But what can he be? That's scary, man. That's absolutely terrifying. And you saw a couple of the moves that he made. I'm with you. You want to stick with what 24 is doing. That guy just has a certain confidence and a certain chip on his shoulder, a kid from Hallettsville. But CJ Baxter showed me a little bit this past Saturday. I was like, there it is. That's, because you hear Bucky gobble in the morning with BK, and Bucky's just like, where is it? Like, I don't get the hype yet. Like, where is it? Because we've just seen him injured. So where is it? Why does Sark have so much confidence in him? And then you saw, again, the snippet on Saturday of a really good running back in the future. And again, that's going to make Malik Murphy's life a lot easier. I want to see Malik Murphy's mobility. We kind of joked about it. Like, is he a Jamarcus Russell, or is he a Jameis Winston or Brian Leftwich? We know he ain't no Vic. We know he ain't no Lamar. But is he going to be able to get out of situations with his feet? Because there's going to be times where, obviously, guys ain't open. And you're going to have to use your legs just to move the chains. So is he going to have that instinct? Is that going to kick in? Is he going to be able to move around in the pocket to avoid pressure and keep his eyes up the field at potential big plays? Just those things that seem very minor but are very major when it comes to playing that quarterback position. Will he be able to do those things in his first start and adapt to the speed of the game? Because, hey, you talked about him not being afraid of the pressure. I don't think he'll be afraid of the pressure either. He's played some big-time college football. This is why you come to Texas. But he'll be nervous. It's fine to be nervous. His heart's going to be pumping. His heart's going to be racing. He'll be nervous. Like, hopefully that doesn't get the most of him. I felt like he was nervous on that throw to Adonai Mitchell in that game with just throwing it like Randy Johnson over 100 miles per hour. But, again, now with another week to prepare for this BYU team, you're the starter, and
that ball is going to be on you. So have your hands up, baby.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, Xavier Worthy, guy's been electric here the last couple weeks. Xavier Worthy said, he was asked, "Can Malik overthrow you?" He said, "I hope not." Let's see it, because we know that Malik has a cannon, and we know that Sark loves deep shots. So I think we're going to get a little bit of everything. And I think having Jonathan Brooks and CJ Baxter to fall back on is huge, because we saw that in the Kansas game. That was huge. Keep their offense off the field. I thought we'd see more of that against Houston. We didn't. We should see more of it this week against BYU, because the only way you're going to lose this game is if Keaton Slovis gets hot like Donovan Smith did, and he's hitting Darius Lassiter and Keanu Hill and Isaac Rex and,
Yeah. Epps is a good receiver for him. He's been injured, and I think they were slowly bringing him back into the mix. So
number 0.
Yeah, we might see that guy. He could play a little bit. You know, they're pretty banged up. Talking about Texas being banged up, they have a couple of guys on that defensive side, a linebacker that's been injured, a strong safety that's been hurt too. So BYU, it's not like they're coming in all fresh and healthy to DKR this Saturday. And yeah, it should be an interesting game, man. It really should. You're right. They want to be, you know, Sark his play calling was a little questionable this past Saturday. You know, that just fake field goal we've been talking about. You're running that ball with Burt Auburn. I mean, whatever. Like,
why are you bringing that up?
How do you not bring that up? This goes to his decision making. Reading the game, it's 21-7. You got what, 4-something minutes in the second half? Kick the field goal, take the point, especially since Houston is getting the ball back in the second half. And what happens? Houston goes down after the fake field goal stop. They score. They get the ball back at half after Quinn Ewers gets sacked. They get the ball back at half. They score again. Tie ball game. The momentum completely shifted with that play. Sark can't have those dumb moments. Like, you just can't. You're always taking the gamble when you go for it on fourth down, especially with some trickery shit like that. Be careful. Don't cost your team like you almost did, because that easily could have been with that bad spot on the running back, Snead, that easily could have been the worst loss of your Texas career. And he finessed his way out of it. The team got themselves a dub. You heard Tyrondre Sweat and Jalen Ford talking about it in the presser after the game. Like, yo, a few years ago, we would have lost that thing. We would have absolutely lost that one. So you got to like that. But you know, Sark has to be on point, especially with Maalik Murphy at quarterback. You got to make his life as easy as possible. And I'm not saying do some think and dunk, just very conservative stuff, but you know what he's good at. You know what he's not. Play to his strengths. Don't just do stuff because you think it's cool and you think recruits are watching and you're trying to get, you know, I see somebody down here, Gringo Horn 65, talking about Ryan Wingo, who Hank South.
Oh, yeah, we're getting to Ryan Wingo.
Yeah, Hank South came on our show yesterday and he said Missouri, which hurts. But
hold on,
you don't need to throw stuff you don't need to throw stuff out there to get Ryan Wingo to flip. Win the game. Win the game. Style points, all that stuff that we were talking last week when Quinn Ewers was healthy and you were going into Houston, and we were just saying, you know, you got to have blowout wins, convincing wins, so the committee, when the season's over, can look at you and say you deserve to be one of the 4 teams in the college football playoff. With what I saw Saturday, you just want to make it to the Big 12 championship. Well, one game at a time. Getting a little ahead of myself here. Just make it to the Big 12 championship, and if you win out, you'll do that.
Well, you want some twists and turns with the Ryan Wingo?
Oh, here we go. Like, why do you want to stay home? It's Missouri. Like, St. Louis? Come on. Like, every person that I know that's made it big from St. Louis leaves. Nelly came to Austin. Nelly was living in Austin for a little bit. Bradley,
right, slow down. I'm trying to tell you something. You're not really listening to me.
I'm listening. You looking at your phone and shit. What you mean?
I'm trying to get Hank on the air. I think he's about to. I think he's about. There he is.
All right, you looking at your phone? Then in my case, that means it's my time to go.
I'm trying to get you the latest information. So our man Hank South, recruiting guru, horns247.com, joins the show now. And obviously there is a big announcement. Trey Wingo, 5-star receiver, at 4:00 Central Time, right, Hank?
Yep.
Is the scheduled announcement. And yesterday we were talking to you. Tell us what has been going on with this recruitment in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, it's a wild one. You know, yesterday when we spoke, you know, I was projecting Missouri. That's where my crystal ball pick is. That's where it still is. But I was saying, I don't know if y'all remember, I was saying like, yeah, maybe watch it. You know, there was a little bit of talk that, you know, maybe Missouri wasn't as confident, or, you know, maybe they were still kind of worried about Texas. And yeah, today Steve Wilfong on 24/7 Sports reported this morning, you know, the buzz for Texas was growing. It wasn't, you know, a sure thing with Mizzou. And that's kind of where we're at right now. I think things are, trending more in Texas's direction as we get towards 4:00 Central Time. And so, we'll see. I'll certainly be tuning in to watch it and see what's happening. But it sounds like Texas, has some of that the 11th hour momentum with sorry, that thing just popped up. Yeah, no, it sounds like they've got some momentum here, 2.5 hours out from 4:00.
I mean, this is the game, right? Say what I tell you. If you're into recruiting, you can't jump off the roller coaster. You got to sit there with your hands on the handlebars, or maybe you got them up in the air. I don't know, but you can't jump out of the roller coaster. You got to ride it all the way to the end. I mean, even if Ryan Wingo commits to Texas at 4:00, you're going to have to ride it all the way to the end till December.
Yeah.
Right, Hank?
Yeah, absolutely. And I was actually just talking to someone on the phone about this a minute ago. I said, and I was saying this, if he had committed to Mizzou, Texas was going to stay after him. We did a piece last week when the Mizzou momentum really started to kind of get louder, and talking about, what are the options at wide receiver if they don't get Ryan Wingo? You miss on Micah Hudson in the summer, and you're like, oh, that sucks. He's a really talented kid, but, we're probably going to get Ryan Wingo. Then you don't get Ryan Wingo. What do you do? And the top guy on the list was, you still recruit Ryan Wingo. You don't stop recruiting him. And so, if he does pick Texas, Texas is going to have to, handle that and hang on to him. Mizzou's not going to stop recruiting him. What if Mizzou reels off, this wins the rest of the season, somehow wins the SEC East, and, that could really get them some momentum for themselves. So that's something we're going to have to be watching. But no, yeah, it's a recruit to the whistle kind of deal. I think it's a really positive sign that Texas was able to if he commits today, that they were able to get this done early and not have this drag out, but certainly something they're not going to be able to kind of just, lighten up on or anything. They need to stay on him as if he was uncommitted.
So Hank, when you look at Ryan Wingo, 5-star, great. But what do you like about him? Like, what do you like about his game? Who do you compare him to? Yeah. Ryan Wingo.
Yeah, I was just on the phone with someone right before we got on this live, but 6'2", 205, he's a big kid. He's thick. Can catch the ball in traffic, can make plays all over the field. My comp is Deebo Samuel. And he's a guy that, you can motion around, you can hand him the ball out of the backfield. He can kind of be your jack of all trades guy on offense. And I think that's what he can do. And so, I think he's built to play SEC football. Again, I love his tape. We have him ranked the number 5 overall player in the country. So 24/7 Sports loves Ryan Wingo. But yeah, I think that I love the Deebo comparison lately. Maybe I'll change my mind, when we get closer to, next fall, if he ends up committing to Texas and sticks with it. But I think that's what he can kind of be for this offense, which is becoming a very popular kind of position from the league down.
Yeah, Hank, and you would have to think with most likely Adonai Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, Jordan Whittington's leaving, JT Sanders, even though he's a tight end, he's leaving too. And Sark's obviously made it.
You don't know
clear.
that.
How do you not?
I mean,
JT Sanders is leaving?
JT Sanders has another year if he wants it.
Okay.
Have you seen his blocking?
Yeah.
He needs work. Anyway. Continue on, Zay.
Most likely, those guys will be leaving before I was rudely interrupted. And Sark shows that he plays freshmen. Yep. Like, freshmen will get on the field if you could go out there and produce. And that has to be something that's appealing to Ryan Wingo.
Yeah, I think, this whole myth that, you no matter what your rating is coming out of high school, you get to school, you have to wait your turn, you redshirt, you do whatever. Then you play eventually when you're a sophomore or junior. That's kind of been thrown out the window the last few years. That when I was covering Alabama, it was always, Alabama doesn't play freshmen. It's like, well, if you look at that 2017 team that won the national title over Georgia, half their offense was true freshmen out on the field on that final drive in overtime to beat them, with Najee Harris, Tua, Devontae Smith. I mean, 2 true freshmen caught the touchdown, created the play that won the national championship. So, it's certainly, the kids these days with the development, the high school programs they're in, the camps, all the training they get, they're college ready. They can come in and contribute immediately. Ryan Wingo especially. And I think he will. I like you just said, they're going to be, even if JT Sanders stays, they're still going to lose skill talent on the outside. And, he's a guy that can come in and really showcase his skill set with Jonte Cook, with Ryan Niblett, with DeAndre Moore, with the other guys they're bringing in. And I think he's the most, college ready guy if he does end up with Texas, compared to Parker Livingston and Freddie DuBose. They're both really talented kids, but I think those two, maybe are more of developmental guys that can contribute down the line. I think Ryan Wingo can contribute right away.
Hank, anything more, behind the scenes about what is going on here and why Ryan Wingo may be thinking more Texas now?
Yeah, we'll see. I've talked to several people about him the last couple months. I put in my original pick to Texas before he visited for the Wyoming game back in September. And I felt great about Texas coming out of that weekend visit. I think, when you look at Ryan Wingo's camp, I think maybe there's some that maybe want him to go to Missouri, some maybe want him to go to Texas. So I think he's probably having those conflicting opinions in-house, almost, or like in his camp. So I think that's kind of played heavily. I think he really likes to, I think Texas has been his preference. That's what I've written. And, I think that's where he wants to go. I think he likes the chance to potentially catch passes from Malik Murphy or Arch Manning. Arch Manning and him have connected. They spent a lot of time together on his official visit back in June. And so I think with Wingo, that was kind of where he wanted to go. Is that where everyone wanted him to go? He's got, his kids have people talking to them from all over. They have to, kind of narrow down and focus on, what they want for themselves. And so I think, I think that kind of played into it. But, we'll see. Mizzou certainly, offers the home field advantage, or has the home field advantage for him. So, I'm not counting them out by any means, even if he commits to Texas today.
Okay.
Yeah, Hank, how with the family and stuff, does he have any relatives that went to Mizzou? Because we know he's a St. Louis kid. Yeah. So, his parents, who knows, his sister's baby daddy, I don't know. It could be anybody in his ear about go to Mizzou, because you got to do it for, you got to do it for the hood. Everybody knows that's hard to do. It's hard to say, nah, I want to go somewhere else. You feel like you're letting a lot of people down that might be very loyal to that school.
Yeah, no, and I'm not sure if he has any family members that played at Mizzou. Obviously, he's from Missouri. He's been there a bunch. And I think I said on the show yesterday, you can't fault a kid for wanting to stay home and, be that guy for his home state, especially, those highly touted of kids. Williams Nwaneri, the defensive lineman that's committed to Missouri, he chose Missouri over Oklahoma. You don't see Mizzou win a lot of these big time. They always have a guy or two every once in a while, but they don't consistently win these kind of recruiting battles. So, I certainly could see it from his vantage, his viewpoint. If he did want to go to Mizzou, stay home, be the star there. But I think he sees, I think, he personally sees, all the opportunity in front of him at Texas, and certainly to be coached by a coach like Chris Jackson, who has NFL experience. His whole thing he's saying is NFL development, and you bring a guy that just came in from the league last year to, one of those kind of technicians at the position that can really teach you what you need to be to get to that next level. I think that could sell it all right there. Then you just factor in everything else. And I think that kind of tilts the scale more to Texas.
4:00 Central Time today. Everybody tune in to horns247.com for the latest on the commitment announcement for Ryan Wingo, the 5-star receiver from St. Louis. Things are getting interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Hank, appreciate you, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks.
All right, there he is with the latest. Hank's out. Horns247.com. Zay, what do you think, my man?
Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy. Mizzou, they're having a good season. Somebody on our Coda text line said, look what Luther Burton's doing compared to Xavier Worthy. I mean, that's fair, but I feel like Texas has more guys they could spread it out to. It's not just Xavier Worthy, but if Ryan Wingo's looking at Luther Burton, who's getting a lot of love right now, and a lot of scouts are tuning in too, and it's staying home, That's tough. Luther Burton almost has over 1,000 yards this year in the air. Like, the dude's putting up some serious numbers, just some eye-popping numbers, and 6 touchdowns. So that could be one thing. But come on, man, it's Texas and Missouri. Like, you're still going to be in the SEC, the resources, the facilities, and the ATX. You can't beat that. And I mean, again, I don't think Xavier Worthy's going to be back next year. I don't think Adonai Mitchell, JT Sanders, they could. You're right. They could possibly come back, especially if the Horns don't do as well as they might have thought they could have in 2023. But with those guys potentially being gone, that's a lot of opportunity for guys coming in. And if you're Ryan Wingo, like, I know CB giving me hell on, Sark playing freshman comment. I know he's not playing Jonte Cook, CB, but he's playing Malik Muhammad, Derek Williams, and he's playing CJ Baxter. So he plays freshman, and that has to be appealing to Ryan Wingo that, hey, if guys leaving, if I do well, maybe enroll early, Sark going to give me some tick. And I think he's the type of player, you heard Hank say, they got him ranked 5 on 24/7. Like, that dude is a guy that could just come in and already produce. And I love the Deebo Samuel comparison from Hank. Like, Deebo Samuel, that's a big reason why you could blame Brock Purdy, which he definitely deserves a lot of blame for these last 2 losses. But not having Deebo Samuel Monday night against Minnesota, even though you have all that talent, that hurts. That hurts a lot. So Deebo Samuel, he's a difference maker. And if Ryan Wingo's anything close to that, then Texas, 4 o'clock, if he commits to Texas, that's a big time get.
Yeah, Luther Burden is killing it for Mizzou. There's no question. He's got 60 catches for almost 900 yards, 6 touchdowns. And you've got Worthy with 40 catches, 545 yards, 80 Mitchell, 26 catches, 368 yards, 5 touchdowns. But Texas also has, they have multiple weapons that they're feeding. And the bottom line is, and this is where, I've said, Texas fans, you have not had offensive players going in the first round of the NFL draft. You're about to. And it'll be a steady parade of first round picks because of Steve Sarkisian's pedigree. And as long as he keeps, showing that he can move the ball around, feed multiple receivers, then players are going to want to come here. And this is fascinating because we do know Jordan Whittington is moving on after this season. And Ryan Wingo is a guy who could come in and do a lot of the same things that Jordan Whittington does, get you those tough catches over the middle, be that tough guy, good blocker down the field. Jonte Cook, Ryan Niblett are burners. Wingo's a bigger guy. I'm not going to say possession because, my God, A.D. Mitchell's 6'4", 196 and probably runs 4.4. So Sarkisian usually gets an elite receiver in every class. And don't be surprised if he brings in another stud receiver in the transfer portal because guys want to play in this system. It's a pro system. The NFL values it, and it's why all those Alabama receivers, Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith, Henry Ruggs, all went in the first round, Jerry Jeudy, and that's coming. That's coming for Texas. So this is going to be fascinating. 4 o'clock today, Ryan Wingo, the 5-star receiver, going to make his commitment announcement. It sounds like there's a real chance that it could be Texas. And even if it's not, Sarkisian's not going to slow down on this guy. And look, it's October 25th, Zay. We're 6 days from Halloween. We're still a ways away from mid-December, but it's fun, man.
Yeah.
And Steve Sarkisian's been pretty stout on the recruiting trail. Offensive linemen, Running backs, I mean, Tashard Choice already has a commitment from Jarek Gibson. I mean, Tashard Choice is a recruiting machine when it comes to the running back position. I mean, Jarek Gibson is the number 2 running back in the nation. He's committed to Texas, even with Jonathan Brooks and CJ Baxter, being younger guys. I mean, Brooks is a redshirt sophomore. CJ is a true freshman, but the great recruiters bring in a great position player every year. You bring in a quarterback every year, an elite quarterback. You bring in an elite running back, an elite receiver. You can't skip years at those positions, and especially in the offensive and defensive line. I mean, to me, the defensive line is the number 1 need in this 2024 class. So I'm sitting there looking at those dudes and saying, okay, this is where it's got to happen. And you got Colin Simmons, a pass rusher, who's, the number 22 overall prospect in the nation in the 2024 class out of Duncanville. You're hoping he can be a difference maker as a pass rusher. You got, Zena Umazulu, who is Nato Umazulu's younger brother, who's coming in as an edge guy. And then, you're looking for those big defensive tackles like DeAndre Robinson from Orlando, 6'4", 315, and Alex January, the defensive tackle, 6'4", 325 from Duncanville, Melvin Hills from Lafayette, Louisiana, 6'3", 270. You got to keep stacking those defensive linemen, Zay, because outside of elite quarterbacks, that is the hardest position to find, is a difference-making defensive tackle. That's why Tavondre Sweat was such a great find out there in Huntsville. That dude, they knew they knew he was going to grow, become a space eater, and now look at him, number 1 defensive lineman according to Pro Football Focus in all of college football.
Yeah,
making some money. And look, if he could rush the passer a little bit more, like Jalen Carter.
Yeah, definitely. These quarterbacks getting the ball out their hands quick, though. And speaking of D-lines, I know CB asked this earlier. Any more news on Christopher Cross and his departure?
Christopher Cross. Yeah,
Ross, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, from what I heard, he got some interest from another school. I don't know what, I don't want to say for certainty because I haven't talked to Chris Ross, but, I think he wanted to preserve his, good for him. I mean, I've had agents tell me that if you've had a good year in college football, you should enter the transfer portal. No ifs, ands, or buts, to make sure you get paid by your school. Like, even if you have no intention of transferring, get in the portal and, make them come to the table.
Mm-hmm.
It's a business.
Fans scared, like how Xavier Worthy did y'all last year. That off season. Fans were terrified.
It's happening. And, Jalen Ford was like, I may be going to the draft. Yeah. Make sure you get your NIL money,
Yeah.
I mean,
Walters, man.
If you earn it, you deserve it. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting today at 4:00. Thanks to Hank for jumping on with us and
for the moment
and giving us the latest. So, Zay, let me tell you about Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, because you know what? I think I'm going to take the wife there either tonight or tomorrow, because I mean, you look at the menu at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking and you're hooked. I'm just saying. So, folks, this is Jack Gilmore's seafood restaurant. This is the guy who gave you Jack Allen's Kitchen. He's designed the menus, created the menus, not designed. He's not an artist. He is a foodsmith. And Salt Traders Coastal Cooking in Austin, in Round Rock, happy hour from 3:30 to 6:30, all night happy hour on Monday night. Make sure you're getting to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Just go, try it. You'll thank me later. And of course, Tom McKay and our audiovisual consultations crew taking care of you if you need a new big screen, if you need the surround sound, you need electronic shades, surveillance, new lighting. Like Zay got new lighting for his radio appearances. Tom McKay can do that for you in your home. Maybe there's a room that you're just like, I just need a little something. Maybe you need a big screen in that room and some new lighting. But whatever it is, audio, visual, related, there's only one place to go. And all you have to do is pick up the phone and call 255-8678, because Tom and his crew will bring everything to you, from the free consultation to installation, audio, visual consultations, avconsultations.com. Just make that phone call. You don't have to do another thing. 255-8678. And Zay, I know, we got a lot to talk about. The Texas Rangers are in the World Series against the Arizona Diamondbacks, the Young Bucks. We were listening to Mike Hardge today on Hangin with Hardge. These Arizona Diamondbacks don't know what they don't know, because they're just young and fearless and getting after people. Yeah. I couldn't believe they went into Philly and won 2 in a row.
Yeah, neither can I. And Philly, they had opportunities. I mean, look at that 7th inning. They put 2 guys on, and you have 2 of your best hitters come up to bat, and Trey Turner and Bryce Harper, and those guys couldn't bring no one in when it was 4-2. Like, that was a huge part of the game. And Diamondbacks, they play an old school brand of baseball. I mean, they're out there swiping bags, and Hardge is right. They're just speed, so young. Yeah, speed, like those, and then hitting guys in, like they're throwing it. Like, guys are taking off first, and they're hitting runs on the money. Like, they play a very fun brand of baseball that's kind of old school. And yeah, like they're tough. They're gonna give the Rangers everything they want, and they're always gonna be the underdog in every series. They're gonna be the underdog, just like this one in Arlington. So yeah, it's kind of just a freely, non-stress type of ball that they're playing, and it's fun to watch. But I thought the Phillies, especially at Citizens Banks Park, like I thought just those fans would get them over the hump, especially in the series, especially how those first 2 games went. Like, you saw the fans were a factor, and then the Diamondbacks just settled in and stayed patient and said, hey, y'all got to beat us 4 times, not 2. And game 7, they got those Phillies.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I'm a Rangers fan now.
Now? You just jumping on the bandwagon like that? I mean, I want the Rangers to win. Like, I'm a Texan through and through, but where did this come from?
My man Justin Verlander was with the Astros. I was leaning a little bit toward the Stros. Don't tell BK. But, yeah, man, I'm going with the Rangers,
Okay. Hey, looking good right now, man. Corey Seager, Garcia, Young, those guys are putting in some work. They're putting in some work.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All right. So we've got I'll just get into the chip shot here, because we can go down that road right about now. Here's my thing. So I watched the BYU TCU game. I watched the BYU Kansas game. I watched, as much BYU as I could last night. And there is no doubt you have to get pressure on Keaton Slovis because this guy's, everyone's like, oh, he's bounced around. Yeah, he was at USC. He was slinging it to Jordan Addison at Pitt when Addison won the Biletnikoff. And now he's at BYU. And this dude can play. Like, this is another veteran quarterback who knows what he's looking at, knows what he's doing, and he's got a talented group of receivers. That's all you need to know. That's what Donovan Smith was with his group of receivers. You saw how hot he got. But with Slovis, you don't really have to worry about him running. He's run for like 33 yards that weren't sack yards in 7 games. So you've got to cover and you've got to pressure because, Zay, as you pointed out, in the loss to TCU, in the loss to Kansas, he threw a pick 6 in each of those games. He was under pressure. He made a ill-advised throw, and it cost dearly. And that's how you bust him up. That's how you bust up BYU. You've got to disrupt their passing game because their running game is 128th of 130. That's not going to beat you. You have to stop the passing game. This is kind of old school Lavelle Edwards, BYU. I mean, Jim McMahon, Steve Young. I'm not saying that it's that caliber, but that's what they're doing. They're going to cut your throat through the air. And that's why I'm putting Anthony Hill up on the line in this game. Because with Ethan Burke down, with Jet Bush down, with, Baron Sorrell doing a nice job against the run, but not getting to the passer as much. I mean, Byron Murphy has more sacks than Baron Sorrell. So, this is a game where you'd love Byron Murphy to get through. You'd love, we got to see how Alfred Collins is doing because he busted through, had a sack for 8 yards on the first possession of the game and looked good, but he kind of limped off at the end. So, you got to get everybody who can get back into the backfield with some pressure doing it in this game because, look, the following week, you got hell to pay. You got all kinds of issues. You got Will Howard running around. You got Avery Johnson running around. You got, Treshawn Ward. You got DJ Giddens. K-State's solid. And this is where I'm going to get back to eventually weaving back to Jonathan Brooks. Your defense's best friend the next 2 weeks is possessing the football, running the football, running the clock, possessing, like against Kansas. Texas had the ball for almost 40 minutes.
Damn.
KU had it for 20. That's your dream scenario the next 2 weeks. If you can do that, do it. And that's Zay, Mike Gundy, everyone's like, are you running Ollie Gordon too much? He's run it 29 times each of the last 2 weeks. No. Gundy said no. No, he gets stronger as the game goes on. I mean, remember when Gary Patterson ripped Sark for running Bijan 35 times against TCU?
Yeah, then Bijan got hurt a couple games later.
Yeah, well, yeah. But Sark kind of stopped running Bijan as much after that.
After he got hurt, yeah.
Well, no, he didn't get hurt against TCU.
No, he didn't get hurt against TCU. He got hurt later on.
He didn't. That was a few games later, and he didn't. let me check it, but he didn't run him as much like the next 2 games, and then he got hurt against Kansas and he hyperextended his elbow. But that Kansas game was 5 games after the TCU game. But in those 5 games, Sark didn't run him as much. I'm just saying, you can run Jonathan Brooks 20, 25 times a game and build that game plan around him and, tell your offensive line, we're going to go pound the rock, just like you did against Kansas, and control the game, control the clock. But in this game, I need Anthony Hill on the line of scrimmage. I don't need to see him at weak side linebacker. Not in this game. Now, against K-State, probably going to need to see him at weak side linebacker because he's not only your best spy. Right now, he's your best pass rusher. Like Pro Football Focus says it. Your eyes say it. He's got 3 sacks. The most snaps he played up on the line were against Alabama and against Oklahoma. And he had 2 sacks against Alabama and he had a sack against Oklahoma. So get him up on the line and let him be your pass rusher with Ethan Burke out of this thing.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, they have to put pressure on Slovis because this defense and the secondary, they're very vulnerable right now, specifically the safeties. I mean, and especially inside on the slot position. You got Keaton Crawford and Jaron Thompson. They're trying their hardest out there, but it's just, they're getting toasted. They're getting toasted on multiple plays throughout the season. You could go through where Texas is getting gutted and look at the safeties as the main reason why. And that stuff needs to tighten up. And a lot of that's also due to the lack of sacks that they're getting, and again, when you're getting the ball out of your hands, like a lot of these quarterbacks are, knowing how good this defensive line is for Texas, it makes it a lot easier for wide receivers to be open. So, lots on Pete Kwiatkowski. These last few weeks, the defense hasn't looked good. There's too much talent all around, even with the guys who aren't available due to injury, for this defense to look like that. And you nailed it on the head earlier too. Got to take chances. We got to go. I've been saying this for the last few weeks, and they did a little bit this past Saturday. They forced a fumble, Jalen Ford on Donovan Smith. Michael Taft had his interception. So you forced 2 turnovers, which definitely helped you out in the 7-point win, but you got to keep it going. You got to keep it consistent because Keaton Slovis and the 2 games that they lost, he's thrown pick 6s. So he's going to give you opportunities, but are you going to be playing tight enough coverage to where those windows won't be open for him? This is an experienced guy, and he's definitely going to be able to read the defense. And if he's going to see Keaton Crawford and Jaron Thompson guarding the slot guy and playing 10 yards off, then that's a quick I catch and throw pass. Like, you don't need no drop back or nothing. Once the ball's in his hands, throw it back to where the laces make you comfortable. Bam, sling that thing in there. 5-yard gain, 7-yard gain, 8-yard gain. Just keep on moving the chains.
How about this for a change?
Make an adjustment.
Corners up on the receivers and blitz Jahdae Barron. Who's one of your best blitzers and a guy who just makes plays. We haven't seen him blitzing much lately. And look, if you're going to blitz, you got to have your corners up on the receivers to just slow them down that much from getting into their route and play inside leverage. I mean, if they want to run crossers, then get the corners up on the line and play inside leverage and force them to go outside or just delay them into their route. And that gives the blitz just that amount of time to get there. And I've been surprised we haven't seen that because, and I get it. I know they don't want to have the quarterback get loose, through the A gap, B gap, C gap, but you can't play like that, man. You gotta bring it, and you can't just tackle the catch every time and, force your guys to cover. I mean, you got to bring it to them. You got to dictate to the offense how this is going to go. And that's what I want to see Saturday.
Yeah.
I want to see Texas get back to dictating how it's going to go on defense.
Yeah, I don't get why they've been so passive this last few weeks.
It's because of the fear of running, the quarterback running.
Yeah.
You can't do that, though.
You can't. You really can't, especially if the quarterback can throw too, and wants to throw. Like Dylan Gabriel and Donovan Smith, they have the ability to run. We've seen it, especially with Donovan Smith last season at Texas Tech. But those dudes want to throw the football. They want to sit back in the pocket and they want to throw that football, throw that freaking pigskin, like my man from Varsity Blues said before he got his nose broken by James Vanderbeek. Like, throw that goddamn pigskin. You know what I'm saying? That's what these guys want to do. So, yeah, man, if you got these guys backed up, that contradicts everything. And I need to see better secondary play. I need to see that. And I need to see. So, you talk about Jahdae Barron blitzing and stuff. They're so afraid of not having him be a covered guy. They probably don't want to do too much with him. Like, that's what it seems like now. Again, Jaden Catalon probably be out another week. Ryan Watts, please come back. But I don't know if you could keep having Jaron Thompson, Keaton Crawford play man-to-man in the slot. I don't think you could keep doing that consistently because that's some toxic gambling that you're doing if you're Pete Kwiatkowski, Terry Joseph, and Blake Gideon. Like those guys, I mean, and you're going to have to, if you're playing in that position, you're going to have to at some point, but consistently, I don't know, man. Like you might want to give Jalen Gilbo some safety reps, kind of like Jahdae Barron, where they move him around and stuff too, so he could play those slot guys and take Thompson or Crawford out of there, or, play cover one, have one of those guys be in the back chilling. But besides, I don't know. That's just
keep an eye on where they're playing Jahdae Barron, because he is MacGyver. Wherever they're breaking down is where he's going to line up. If they think Gilbo can handle that nickel star position and they're bleeding at safety, they'll play Jahdae at safety. If they're bleeding at corner, Jahdae will play corner. I mean, he can do anything. So just keep looking at where 23 is lining up, and if number 3, Jalen Gilbo, is out there with him, then that Jahdae's putting out a fire somewhere else. So it's that they need to do a great job of scouting to know when it's most advantageous to bring pressure, because they cannot just rush 4 and can't do it.
Yeah.
Not this week. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Shout out to Chris. Maalik gonna be solid. He's gonna have people wearing the burnt orange number 6 jersey all over Austin before Thanksgiving. Yo, if that means to me, Chris, if I'm reading this right, if Quinn Ewers gets healthy, Malik still got the job. That's what I'm hearing from that statement there. If we talking about wearing that number 6 till Thanksgiving, that's a few weeks from now. I know October about to end, but that's a few weeks from now. And if that dude's playing to where Sark has that problem, oh my gosh, I don't know if I could take that, Chip. I don't know. That's a lot to process. Even now, I'm like, damn, that's
a lot to process for the doomsayer.
That's a lot to process, man. But hey, best man wins. That's best man wins. Malik's out there and earns it. I'm all for it. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of national media and people eating that up. That's for sure.
Well, here's the other thing to remember. When Peyton Manning was a freshman at Tennessee, the plan was to redshirt him. And the starter went down, and then the backup went down. And Peyton ended up starting the last 6 games. He went 5-1 as a freshman when he wasn't even supposed to play. So just a little bit of history for you.
We throwing some names, man. We talking about Caleb Williams, Heisman Trophy winner, Peyton Manning, probably a top 5 NFL quarterback to ever throw that pigskin. Woo, man. Malik Murphy, any one of those two, I'm with it. But damn, those some big ass shoes that we trying to put on Malik Murphy to fill.
Steve Sarkisian had Carson Palmer, Matt Leinart, and Matt Castle in the same quarterback room.
Damn.
Now, Pete Carroll was the head coach. Steve Sarkisian was the quarterback's coach. But they all had a chance in the league. Some did better than others. Who'd have thunk that Matt Castle would play for 14 years and Matt Leinart would play for 2?
Yo, that's wild. That's pretty wild. Yeah, Matt Castle got some serious paper. Where'd he go? I mean, he was at New England, but
New England, Kansas City.
Yeah, Kansas City. That's where he got that paper. That's where he got it. Yeah, man. Yeah. I mean, great track record. That's Steve Sarkisian. So,
I mean, think about that.
Yeah.
Sark's been able to live off of that for years. Matt Castle, my God, I think I shortchanged him. He was 4 years. So he went to New England. He was there. He was in New England for 4 years, Kansas City for 4 years, Minnesota for 2 years. He was with Buffalo and Dallas in 2015. He was with the Tennessee Titans in 16 and 17.
Damn, he just retired?
In Detroit in 2018, he retired after the 18 season.
Man, that's a great career. You might for just making it that long. I know he ain't no perennial Pro Bowler or anything, but that's a very great career, like Colt McCoy-esque type stuff.
Let me tell you what Matt Castle made in his career.
Yeah, because again, that was the era where you transfer, you're sitting out. So you might as well get that degree and, live off what football brings you, even though you ain't playing at Southern Cal. Shoots. Women around that campus walking through, wearing bikinis and stuff, and you the backup, you gotta worry about no pressure. Please sign me up for that.
Matt Castle. $65.5 million just from his NFL salaries, 14 seasons.
Solid. That's solid. Yeah, I remember when he gripped the Kansas City Chiefs, he gripped the hell out of them. That's where a majority of that money comes from because they thought, obviously they're going to keep Tom Brady, but yeah, New England, they got something there. And it was just kind of like from Garoppolo to Jacoby Brissett, that's Bill Belichick. I know he needs some Tom Brady, but that dude and that front office, they could scout some talent, even though you see the guy now, Mac Jones, struggling a little bit, but he ain't got nobody to throw to. So
that's the thing. I mean, Brady didn't have anyone to throw to. He was throwing to Troy Brown and Julian
Branch, one of those guys' names.
Yeah, I mean, Rashae Caldwell. Finally Randy Moss showed up in 16 years into his career. I mean, finally, and that was they held the Raiders hostage on that trade, which was unbelievable. They stole Randy Moss.
Man, he took some years off of Al's life with that one.
Yeah.
It's tough, Davis.
Yeah, because he goes to New England with Brady and sets the NFL receiving touchdowns record.
Especially after the Charles Woodson incident. What's that called?
Well,
What
yeah,
thing?
the tuck rule.
Tuck rule, yeah, tuck rule, man. That hurts. That hurts. Yeah, if you're a Raiders fan, that hurts a little bit because it wasn't like Randy Moss was going crazy in Oakland. Like he wasn't. He might have been a Pro Bowler still, but those were his worst seasons. Besides after the Patriots, like in between the Vikings and New England, like he didn't do much wearing that number 18 in Oakland. And then he goes and plays with Brady and they set records and shit. That team was fun. The team was fun.
Yeah. In Oakland, Randy Moss had a 60 catch, 1,000-yard season, and then a 42 catch, 553-yard season. And then he goes to New England and he catches 98 balls for 1,493 yards and 23 touchdowns.
Yeah, that's fun. That's fun. That's fun football right there.
He almost had as many touchdowns in one season with New England as he had the 3 previous seasons.
Yeah. I mean, all that stuff shouldn't have happened because our guy, Stretch Smith, he had him. We're going to Dallas, Randy. And no, just because Michael Irvin, the playmaker, did a little bit of cocaine back in the day. Just a little bit. Chill. He didn't do much. You know,
allegedly.
Allegedly, right. Yeah, allegedly he got caught with.
He was hanging out with the strippers and the hookers.
The hookers at that rinky-dink Irvin motel. Look, like, can you go on the outskirts? Like, can you go to like Carrollton or, you know?
No, they went to the house in the Valley Ranch neighborhood that they were renting. The White House, they called it.
Yeah, but that was he didn't get caught there. That was in the ATX, right?
Oh, yeah. That was when everything was good.
Everything was good. I'm talking about when he got caught like in the city and he was not too far away from the stadium. It's like, bro, come on, man. But hey, he's doing great now. He's a legend, still a Hall of Famer. What are you afraid of, Jerry? What are you afraid of? You know what I'm saying? Just have somebody with him all the time. Make sure he doesn't get into that crazy stuff. Somebody go in the bathroom with him, not on no Dwight Howard type stuff. Just go in the bathroom to make sure he's not doing no sniffy. And
that's what they did with Pac-Man.
Yeah, exactly. Pac-Man was good too. A little troubled, obviously. A little, you know, would fight you in a heartbeat. But on Sunday, Pac-Man was going to show up. You got to live with that. You got to live with that sometimes, man. Sometimes guys are too talented. You got to give them a little help. Everybody needs a little help every once in a while, some more than others. And the best GMs and coaches that see that and say, okay, we know that he's a little troubled, but we can get past it. We just got to guide him in the right path. That's the best ones, man. You saw what Belichick did with Randy Moss. Everybody thought that was going to be a disaster. Everybody. Randy Moss had Bill Belichick going to the Halloween parties and shit. Isn't that crazy? That was how close those guys were during that time. Now, we know Bill Belichick, once your heyday's over with, you gone. Like, and he probably gonna block you from his number, but that's just the business. That's just so he don't get attached, like some of these other coaches and Jerry Jones. You know, Jerry Jones be having attachments. Like, that's the difference between New England and Dallas over the years. Jerry Jones be just falling in love with guys, and they way past what they should be doing, but you pay them anyway. Not Bill. Bill says, yeah, you want this money? Well, you didn't do this last year. Get your ass out of Foxborough, bro.
Yeah, Randy ended up playing hardball, and New England was like, all right, our Halloween parties are over because we're not overpaying.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. When the coaches have great players like Mac Brown, you know, I'll never forget. He's like, easiest year I've ever had in coaching was 2005. When you have super talented players who are running the show themselves, You just show up to practice and make sure they're running the right plays. Make sure you get them a game plan that's going to work. Of course, with Vince, he made it un-F-uppable. Like, you could have called, 32 lead every single down, and Vince would have made it work,
Yeah.
And that's great. Belichick was having the same great time. Brady to Moss 23 times. Belichick's over there. Hey, what are we doing for Halloween, kids? And until freaking Eli Manning shows up, it's all fun and games till Eli Manning and the helmet catch show up.
Wow, man. Eli Manning.
David
It's almost
Tyree.
time. Eli Manning, is he 5 years, right? It's almost time for that gold jacket, don't you think? Somebody need to come knocking on his door when they make it automatic and film it and stuff. Knock on that dude's door. Give him that gold jacket. Let him cry a little bit because
He earned it.
He earned it. Thank God. I can't have Tom Brady with 9, man. That's too much. That's too much, man. Who knows if they would have won those Super Bowls if he even would have went to Tampa Bay. That's just all speculation. But yeah, man, Eli twice. Not once, but twice.
And the Giants team that beat the undefeated Patriots team made the playoffs at 9-7. Like,
oh my gosh.
You just got to get hot at the right time. You got to have your guys healthy at the right time.
That's it.
And they had those pass rushers, man.
Yeah. Oh, I remember when those. Yeah.
Yora.
I remember when those fools went up to Lambeau. It was about 14 degrees in that thing. I don't know if it was snowing or not, but they made life hell for Brett Favre. Hell. Brett was doing all that spectacular stuff that he's used to doing, trying to run around, and you just be throwing it and not even looking, and it didn't work that day. And Eli and Brandon Jacobs, that dude, in that type of cold, trying to tackle that big ass dude, that dude was underrated. Talk about underrated backs, like at 250, maybe 260. They give that dude the rock, and he lower his head, and man, he was initiating all the contact that whole playoff run. And I'll never forget that game in Lambeau for the NFC Championship. That was crazy because the Packers won that season, and they
no one wanted to tackle Brandon Jacobs. No one. Oh my God, my fingers are gonna break off if I tackle him.
Yeah, like I got a lot of those guys on that Green Bay defense has kids and stuff. Like, you want to go home, see your wife. Like, you think about all that stuff when Brandon Jacobs is coming through a gap and turning it up the field, north and south. You think about all those things. Your life must flash right in front of your eyes trying to tackle that cat because, man, he was a monster. That was a tough-ass team.
You had Strahan, Justin Tuck, OCU Minora, and the dude with the firecrackers.
Oh, Jason Pierre-Paul?
JPP.
The firecrackers. I thought you were throwing up gang signs just now.
He won, yeah. He won the Super Bowl, and then got to let go of those firecrackers, man.
Bro, hey. There's always examples of what not to do. Like in my life, like my mom, she would always tell me, hey, you see Allen Iverson acting crazy. You wonder why we ain't letting you get cornrows. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. There's always examples that just kind of help your own path of life. And Jason Pierre-Paul, I'll never touch a firework just because of that. If it can happen to him, it can happen to me. I think that I'm a little bit smarter than him, but that's too close to me. That's too close to home for some reason. Big dark brother like him, too close because I'm a big dark brother too, and he's way more athletic than I am, Chip. So yeah, man, all I gotta see is that dude walking around like this and stuff, and nope, I'm good. I ain't playing with no firecrackers, none of the little things that you throw on the ground and they make that pop. Nah, nothing. I'm good. I'm good on that.
Good.
Sorry. Yeah, 4th of July, I respect it. Independence Day, cool, but miss me with that fireworks stuff.
Well, let's I think it's about time, man. I think it's the right time for my man Zay, the right call. Collier.
Let's get it, man. But before the right call, I got to tell y'all about Covert BK, the Covert Auto Group, family-owned group of automotive dealerships that's been serving the greater Austin area for over 100 years, and they do a hell of a job doing it. The Covert Auto Group has been committed to providing customers with just high quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles that look way better than a lot of stuff that you see out there on the road in the greater Austin area. So if you need that upgrade, go over to Covert BK and check out the 7 brands of beautiful vehicles that they have, from GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Buick, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Covert BK will take care of you. Or if you want to go online and check them out, go to covertbcave.com and you'll see all the latest specials and inventory. So you could see that nice truck that you want. You could see that SUV that you've been dreaming about for all these years. Or if you want to be clean out there and you might be a single person, get that 2-door, because they got them. They got it all at Covert BK. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. Well, shout out to Chris, man. He said who's all going to be watching Wemby tonight at 8:30. The NBA started last night. Check that out. I'll definitely be watching, Chris. Like, Wembanyama, that's must-see TV. Like, he's just 7'5", all those guard skills, the athleticism, the way that he's able to run. He's just a difference maker already. And the Spurs, they went from being the number 1 pick in the draft in 2023 to a team that might make the playoffs if everybody stays healthy. So it starts tonight against the Dallas Mavericks, which I don't know what to make about the Mavs. Luka and
Isn't
Kyrie
Luka already like nursing some injury?
I mean, I'm sure he is. Like, one thing that's never good when you have a European player, even though Giannis, Joker, and Luka are running the league and they're in different ways, they always play for their national FIBA team, always. So there's never rest. They never rest because they feel obligated, being the best player in that country and representing that country, that they have to play. And when Spurs, y'all going to deal with it with Wembanyama. He already said he's going to play in the Olympics 2024. So those guys, like Luka, didn't have a time to really rest. He just kept playing. So I'm not surprised if he's dealing with an injury early on.
Calf strain.
Yep. And he always has calf problems.
Always.
He always has calf problems. Again, when you have lingering injuries, sometimes you got to, especially when it's not the Olympics. The Olympics, don't pass that up. I get that. It comes every 4 years. It's a pretty big deal. But for the World Cup, you can pass that up. It's fine saying no to the World Cup. Giannis said no, but he's been in the league for over 10 years. Luka, he's still young. He still feels obligated and stuff. He loves those guys. I think he loves European ball, so it allows him to play, just that type of style. But yeah, that's not good early on in this season. And him and Kyrie, we saw a glimpse of it last year. It didn't look too good. So now Kyrie's been in training camp and stuff. What is it going to be this year? I do not agree with Kenyon Martin, South Oak Cliff native, played for Bob Huggins at Cincinnati. He went out and said Kyrie Irving's the better player than Luka if you know basketball. No, he's not. I feel like I know a little bit of basketball. Luka at this point of his career, Kyrie's had the better career, winning a championship and being a perennial all-star maybe over 10 times or so. But right now, Luka might be the best player in the league if you're not counting Giannis or Joker. So yeah, Luka has to be the man, and it just doesn't add up to Kyrie's style of play. Both of those guys are so ball dominant that they're going to beat teams just because Luka's so good and Kyrie's a good player. But when they play against other really good teams like the Bucks or the Celtics or the Nuggets, the Lakers, Sacramento, I could keep going down the list, they're going to have their struggles. And if both of those guys have not worked on playing off the ball, then Jason Kidd's going to have problems because – yeah, when the ball's in your hands, it's a lot easier to score for Luka and Kyrie. But when you're playing off ball and Kyrie's dancing and doing all his and one mixtape shit, and Luka's just standing there like this, waiting for it, you only got 24 seconds. Yeah, you only got 24 seconds. It goes by quick. It goes by quick. 5 dribbles, that's like 4 seconds right there. So how is that going to work consistently? And Kyrie also could be in the mood at any time. You have no idea what Kyrie you're going to get. That's the scariest thing the Mavs could worry about is if something big happens in the world that doesn't have to do with basketball where Kyrie feels the need to participate, good luck, Mavs, because we've seen that in recent history. He's been caught up in some just weird stuff to where, I do not like the saying shut up and dribble, but there's been some times where like, Kyrie, can you just hoop, bro? This shouldn't have anything to do with you. And I get it. It's more than basketball. I completely understand that. But when you become a distraction, like he was in Brooklyn, like he was with the Celtics, that's the last thing the Mavs need, especially with Luka, who's still growing, who's still learning how to win. They went to the Western Conference Finals a few years ago. Luka's still learning. So you don't want to stunt his growth with just a bunch of baloney coming from your next best player in Kyrie Irving. And if you're a Mavs fan, I'll be watching that all year, especially if things are a roller coaster and not all gravy, being a top 3 seed in the West.
Didn't you hate that trade when it happened?
Which one? Kyrie going to Dallas?
Yeah.
Yeah. It didn't make much sense to me. It didn't make much sense to me.
You gotta surround Luka with guys who can, play defense, who can score differently than Luka, score in the mid-range, score around the rim.
Yeah.
I don't need another guy who's out there on the perimeter, like you said, ball dominant, because I don't get enough defense out of either one of them.
Great point. Yeah. Your 2 best players can't be your worst defenders.
Right.
That's say
and
what
it
you
seemed
want.
like they had a cast that they should have allowed Luka to grow with, because they had some dudes that defended, and scored in the mid-range and scored differently from Luka. I just never understood that trade.
That's what people. Jalen Brunson at this point of his career is better than Kyrie Irving. That might sound insane if you go back 3 years ago, or just like Kyrie's following chip is like an Allen Iverson. Like Kyrie has a very cult-like following to where, it's very just kind of Jordan-like. Like he had a really popular shoe with Nike before they canceled it due to the anti-Semitic comments. And then, he's just flashy. He does the crazy layups. He does the crazy crossovers. Like his aura is a lot like Allen Iverson's, to where people could get it mixed up into just producing and like getting the job done on the court. Like, yes, it looks cool. Yes, it's fancy, but it only worked with LeBron, who is arguably the greatest player of all time, if you don't count that number 23 guy that went to North Carolina, got drafted by the Chicago Bulls. Take that dude out, LeBron's the greatest. So that's the only time Kyrie has really been effective, is playing with LeBron James. And I love Luka. Luka's going to be a guy that goes to Springfield too and gets his jacket, whatever color they have their Hall of Fame jackets for sure. But LeBron plays defense. Kind of like what you were saying. Like Luka don't play D like that. LeBron just changed the game, especially during that time of his career, and it allowed Kyrie to be him. Like LeBron could play off ball. He could cut to the basket and do those things. Like Luka still has to learn that. So yes, when the trade happened, it made no sense. It just seemed like we want somebody to replace Jalen Brunson, and Kyrie's not it. Like both of those guys have different games. They carry themselves different. Like Jalen Brunson could really play off the ball. Like he can. They put it in Julius Randle's hands in New York, and Jalen Brunson does a really good job playing off the ball there. Kyrie, even though he could catch and shoot, when he's not doing that, I think he'll take away from Luka's game. So, yeah, Mavs fans, y'all going to have a interesting season. I hope they do well. I hope all the Texas teams do well. But the San Antonio Spurs could go from the worst Texas team this past year to the best, just like that with Wembanyama. And you got Vassell, you got Johnson. Like they have a way better core to put around their star player, Victor Wembanyama. It's just all about health for them. And, you look at the coaching matchup, Pop versus Jason Kidd. I mean, Jason Kidd, you're clearly the better player. You're not the better coach. Sorry. That's just not what it is. He's been at two different places, and he got fired from both of them with Milwaukee and Brooklyn. So Jason Kidd still has a lot to prove when it comes to coaching, in my opinion. And I've said on this show before, Hall of Fame players turning into coaches, the only person that's really done that I could think of is Larry Bird. And those Indiana Pacers teams were pretty stacked with Reggie Miller and Jalen Rose and Mullen and Rick Smicks, et cetera. Like that team, Mark Jackson, those teams used to go Game 7 with the Bulls, went to the finals against, the Lakers and stuff. So it's hard for those star former players, Chip, like a Jason Kidd, to come in as a coach and be relatable to the 11th man on the bench. Like it's easier for the Phil Jacksons of the world who were the role players, the Steve Kerrs of the world who were role players, to come in and like really be a player's coach and stuff. And I think Jason Kidd's still trying to figure things out.
Well, I love that the Mavericks won a world championship with Dirk. And Dirk, I've said I want Dak to have his Dirk season. I don't think that's happening right now after the multi-interception game he had against the 49ers. But I'm happy that the Mavs won the world championship with Dirk. It was awesome. But then Cuban didn't even keep that team together.
Nope.
Like to try to defend. Like he broke it up. Like who's the defensive player of the year? The big
Tyson Chandler.
Like they had Tyson Chandler. They had pieces. Like, come on, man. And then he gets Luka, and he's got Spencer Dinwiddie, and he's got some nice pieces. He didn't even let that thing have a chance, and he goes and brings in Kyrie, the volatile, unpredictable Kyrie. I just don't see it for the Mavs. I don't see it. And I'm excited I'll tune in tonight, see what's going on with the Spurs and the Mavs, see if Luka's calf strain lets him out on the floor. But I want to see Wemby. I'm worried. I'm not gonna lie, I'm worried. He looks like a stick figure to me, and I'm hoping he can hold up physically for 82 games. And because he's so skilled, he's so fun to watch. He doesn't hesitate shooting those threes, and it's smooth. It's a nice shot. He's got the handle, all that. 7'4", are you kidding me? Like 7'4", that's Ralph Sampson. Yeah. Ralph Sampson didn't have no handle, Ralph had long ass arms and a sky hook, but
hey, he'd tell you he had handle, just they didn't let him really go back in the 80s.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, but I'm excited. I'm excited for the Spurs, and I'm excited that the Spurs are building this relationship with Austin, and they're playing the Nuggets in Austin, Zay.
Yeah, by the way, you sent me you made your prediction yesterday. You sent me in the text, so it's valid because we had Trey on and we have to go with stuff. But you got the Nuggets going back to back, beating the Bucks, and hey, that's a solid pick. With what I saw last night, Chip, those Nuggets, they picked up right where they left off against the Lakers, who year 21 for LeBron James, he's on a minutes restriction. They don't want him to get above 30. That's going to be a problem because I know they want Anthony Davis to be the best player. LeBron's still the best player. Anthony Davis had 17 points in the first half and ended the game with 17 points. Like that dude, the older he gets, now he's in his 30s, he's just going to keep declining. And you got to worry about the health issues. So LeBron, we know he has a lot of pull. Right now, he says he's going to be, he's going to be good and work with the Lakers on, being okay about his minutes. But if they get behind and they're out the playoffs, like halfway through the season, LeBron's going to tell Darvin Ham, the former Red Raider, sorry, bro, I'm playing at least 38. Like I'm not playing in year 21 to not make the playoffs. And if I have to play 8 more minutes, then so be it. So that's going to be an issue the Lakers deal with. But the Nuggets, man, like Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, if he's going to play that good, like you got to worry about Joker. He got another triple-double last night, 27 points. Jamal Murray, one of the best point guards in the league. Michael Porter Jr., one of the best shooters in the league, who's also 6'10". And then Aaron Gordon's one of the best two-way players, guarding the best player on defense. And then offensively, he just fits in perfectly with those 3 guys I just named. But Kentavious
Aaron
Caldwell-Pope,
Gordon shut down Jimmy Butler in the finals.
Yeah, he did. Yes, he did. He's 6'10". He can move. I remember when he was at Arizona, he had so much hype coming out of high school. He's from the Bay Area, had so much hype. And I just thought he was going to be another athletic guy. He's just athletic. He's not very skilled. And that's what he was in Orlando. He touched down in Colorado, completely different player. And that comes with maturity. I think he takes the defensive matchup very seriously, that, okay, I know I'm going to guard the best player every single night. And I think he takes a lot of pride in that. And offensively, you got to pick your poison with Murray, Joker, and Porter. So you allow him to score. And when he's scoring and producing, along with Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, they're unstoppable. They're unstoppable, man. They just have so many different ways to win. And yeah, they picked up right where they left off from the 2023 championship.
Yeah. Well, they got to stay healthy and they got to stay hungry.
Yeah.
We'll see how that plays out over 82 games. But you think the Bucks, you have Giannis and Dame Dollar playing together. Do they have enough pieces around them to get it done?
Yeah, I think it just depends on Chris Middleton's health. The former Aggie, he hasn't been healthy in recent years. Not like he was when they won the championship in 2021. Like that dude, when Giannis was getting all the attention, they would put it in Middleton's hands and he would orchestrate pick and rolls. And in the playoffs, during the regular season, the league's just layups and threes. That's really all you see. The best players still take twos and pull-ups and stuff, but in the playoffs, you have to make twos. You have to make tough twos. You have to make long twos. That's why Michael Jordan's the greatest of all time. He's the greatest pull-up mid-range shooter to ever play the game, to ever touch the pill. So if you can knock down twos consistently, then your chances of winning a championship skyrocket. And Chris Middleton, if he could get back to that, then the Bucks, they should be really good, but he has to stay healthy. Like Dame and Giannis. Dame has the threes. Giannis has inside. Who's going to be that guy to do all, the middle stuff that nobody's that's really worried about right now? Chris Middleton. I think they're going to have to do a good job at just watching his minutes. And if he could come through, that team, they can win it all for sure.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Yeah,
it'll be fun. Who's your sleeper? Who's your keep an eye on team?
Probably the Spurs, man. Probably the Spurs. Yeah, when you're the number one pick, nobody thinks about you making the playoffs. But Wembanyama, like, he's that talented, and I love Vassell. I think Trey Jones could be a solid starting point guard. He's nothing fancy about him, but he's a very good defender, and if he can knock down the outside shot, then the Spurs, they're going to be really good. Johnson's a tough player that you can put the ball in his hands, and he could go get you a bucket every now and then. The former Baylor Bear, Jeremy Sohan, he's one of the most versatile players in the league. Like, that dude, he can pass. He's a good defender. He could knock down shots. He could score. Like, when he came out in the draft from Baylor, I knew he was going to be solid. Like, I thought just as a freshman, he was so young. I want to say he's from the UK, but I just thought with all those guards, you really didn't see him thrive in Waco like, he could have. But you would see flashes, and I was like, man, if this dude, like, he could be the best player on this Baylor Bear team. And the scouts saw that, and the Spurs saw that, and him at 6'10" with Wembanyama, again, Vassell, Johnson, Trey Jones, they have one of the most underrated starting fives in the league. So just like everybody else, it's all about health. And, yeah, the Spurs are my sleeper team. I think that they could finesse their way not only for a play-in team, 7th and 8th seed, but they can maybe finesse their way into a 6th seed because it's just so hard to win in the NBA. But Wembanyama, nobody's like that, dude. Nobody.
And Dylan Mitchell's the guy who needs to take the next step for the Longhorns. Did we agree that he should be at 13-7 at the Zay? What was that, your career average? 13-7? Or was that when you were 13. Motivated? You were 10-5 when you were
10-5. Yeah. 10-5 was the average.
Okay, 10-5. So do we think Dylan's going to be closer to 10-5 or 13-7?
Probably we need 13-7.
Yeah, I agree.
It feels like 10-5 though. I don't know. Like, you need 13-7, and 4 of those points could come just off putbacks. He's so damn athletic, just crash the glass and, get those putback layups and dunks and stuff. But I don't know. You talked about that turnaround jumper that he had in the orange and white game. Like, that's growth. He wasn't shooting that last year. So if he could knock that down, if he could get a little post game, maybe, go over the right shoulder and throw up that left hook, jump hook, then sky's the limit for not only him, but the Longhorns. And we saw at the combine, he shot the ball well, but that was against Casper. So how do you really tell when you're shooting by yourself, and nobody's going out there to contest or block your shot? It's kind of hard to tell. But yeah, Dylan Mitchell, he's got to have a huge year if the Texas Longhorns want to get back to the Elite Eight and make some noise in the tournament.
Well, before we hand it off to Megan and Rocky, Great Blue Heron Furniture, greatblueheronfurniture.com. This is the highest end leather furniture, and it is built for a lifetime. I mean, just check it out. It'll convince you to maybe rethink your living room, your favorite room, because this furniture is so incredible. And we have our own promo code, Hook'em. You use that promo code, you're going to get 15% off. Are you kidding me? So get to greatblueheronfurniture.com or just click the link right there on the YouTube channel, and it'll take you to the Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. But don't, go to the website, check it all out, but just remember to use that promo code Hook'em. I enjoyed a nice Olipop today while we were doing the show.
There we go.
The orange squeeze. Zay, you get an Olipop today because you were not as much of a doomsayer today.
What?
I'm just saying. All right.
Oh, man.
We're cutting into the to the show. We got to bring in Megan and Rocky.
Hello.
Ladies, how you doing?
Hi, how are you?
Well, we're ready to hand it off, listen to the music.
Oh, we won't leave you hanging this time. We'll actually let you hear the music.
I love the music.
Last time we were just chatting so much, we didn't even have it queued up.
I think you're the only show on the Texas Sports Unfiltered channel with your own intro music. It's awesome.
It's pretty awesome. I actually put it together. Yeah, that's
nice.
It's been a minute. We've been using it, and every time we think about tweaking it or changing it, we're like, nah,
It's too good. We like
it's
it.
good.
It's good.
Why mess with
Thanks.
perfection?
Yeah, I think it's pretty great.
Well, we will hand it off.
All right, thanks, guys. Y'all have a great evening.
Have a great show.
All right, get ready to dance.
Yeah.
Longhorn Nation, we're back.
Welcome back, y'all. It is another episode of Fire the Cannon. Of course, we are part. Am I going to get it right this time?
Yes.
Part of the Texas Sports Unfiltered Network. We appreciate y'all for being here. As always, I'm Megan.
I'm Rocky.
And we are Fire the Cannon. So we have a lot to talk about. We got lots going on this week.
A lot. And we have a special guest joining us today. Nash Talks Texas, almost 5,000 followers on YouTube. Yep. He gives you great content on Texas and beyond, but he's joining us today at 3:20. So we'll get into the conversation. He'll join us with all his insight.
I love it. I love it. So we're going to talk Texas football, how we looked in Houston. We're going to talk a little bit of my heartbreak and maybe y'all's, triumph and joy.
Half of Texas's heartbreak,
right?
The Astros,
right? Astro would talk ALCS and who it's looking like in the World Series. Get into, of course, women in sports. We got a lot to talk about there.
We love to make our picks against the spread, and we won't tell you how we did last weekend. I think we actually did okay.
We didn't do bad.
Yeah.
Didn't do bad.
So the fun thing is we're going to talk Houston and look forward to the BYU game with Nash. Mm-hmm. And then in the second hour, we went ahead, just picked top 10 sports stories that we just want to get into because there's so bunch of good bits and pieces all around. College football, NBA, Major League, like there's a lot to talk about.
Going on.
There's a
busy time of year. This is my favorite time of sports year.
It's a busy sports time.
You've got NBA, you've got MLB, you've got, of course, college football, you've got hockey,
NFL.
Hockey. You've got your rugby.
World Cup. Like there's so much happening around the world, and we'll talk about it all. Most of it. A lot of it.
We'll get to it all.
To a lot of it.
And hey, Richard, thanks for joining us. We appreciate you.
Hi.
We've got a soft spot in our hearts for Richards, don't we?
Yeah.
But don't call him Dick.
No, don't. Anyway, so let's catch up to this weekend. We were in Houston at the game.
Yep.
And we'll get into the atmosphere and all that about that. Hey, CB. Thanks. So this weekend we had, I'll tell you what I did this week, which is really dumb, but this is what I did anyway, just to kind of catch up. On Monday, I signed up to run a half marathon, and
you didn't even tell me about
I was going to tell you now to get to get your genuine
breaking news,
to get your genuine reaction.
I love it. You're insane.
No. So I've done it before, and I've run a full marathon before. So
doesn't make you less insane.
Yeah, it's stupid. Our bodies, like the first person who ran a marathon died, right? So our bodies are not meant to do that.
Noted.
We shouldn't do that. I'm going to do it again.
Running is dumb.
Running is really dumb. It's really dumb. It's not good on your knees. It's not good on your back. It's not good on your joints. It's not good for you, especially when you're running on the pavement. Yeah. It's all really bad. So what I'm going to do is I just needed some motivations and to mix it up a little bit because I teach my classes, but I'm not doing enough in between the days. So I said, well, if I run a little bit on Monday, Wednesday, Saturdays, then I could run a half marathon in 16 weeks. That's no problem. So I've done it before.
We are different people.
I'm
just saying that right now. We are different people.
I sometimes I sign up for stuff because if I know I'm committed, I'll do it.
See, and I sign up for stuff and then I panic like a week before because I completely
have
forgot
to run a marathon
I
next
did
week.
this. Yeah.
Well, so it's been a minute since I ran a full marathon. It was really bad, but I finished, and this was. It's been a few years, but so Richard and I went away for a week, and we ate and drank and pizza and pasta and blah blah blah, and we just had the best time. And we got home like late Friday night, Saturday morning from our trip, and Sunday morning it was freezing cold
And you had
rain, and I had to go run a marathon. And this is the
Hard
dumbest part: I didn't finish the full training. The most I had ever run before that was a half marathon, like the month before. But I got up, and this is back when we had to drive from it was started at like way up in Burnett Road, 183 area, something like that. I think it was like the 3M marathon back then or whatever it was. We had to run from there, zigzag all the way through North Austin, zigzag through Guadalupe, through campus, all the way to downtown. And then when you get to downtown, you're not done. You have to run like Town Lake to Mopac all the way back to downtown to make the 26 miles. And I did it. And
you know they make cars.
Oh, I know.
That,
I wouldn't do it again.
All right.
And the craziest part is like when you get to the end, you get a shirt that says finisher, right? And I got a shirt. I got a shirt. And I told Richard, I said, you have to run a marathon to get this shirt. You can't just buy this shirt or whatever. 2 seconds later, on the ground, he picks it up. This shirt, size large, perfect. I'm like, if you wear that shirt, it's the last thing you're going to do.
Done and done. Yeah, you got to earn that.
You got to earn that.
Yeah, I just don't think I don't think the blisters and the bleeding chapped skin is worth a t-shirt. But
well, my problem was because I didn't train and then I ran on concrete, I was like, my foot really hurts. My foot really hurts, like around the 12-mile marker. And then at 13 mile, you could get off and be done and say you did the half. And I was like, no, I'm going to finish it. And my foot really hurt. So then after like a week, I said, my foot really hurts. So I went to the podiatrist and I had a collapsed arch. My arch had collapsed.
You literally are not selling running for me.
No, don't run. People shouldn't run like that. But it's not because I didn't train properly.
Sure.
And I know that. I didn't train, but this time
you're going to train.
I say I'm going to train properly.
All right. Well,
and it's only a half.
It's a thought that counts.
It's only 13.1.
You'll get it. You could do that in your sleep.
No,
I
couldn't.
Die.
Right now, my 2 miles, I'm like, okay, I still have to run 2 miles, and you have to just pace it out. Like I have a calendar schedule, just 2 miles and walk a little bit, 2 miles and be done. So that's it. I don't have to stress. I just ease one little run at a time.
I respect that. Yeah.
So if anybody else wants to register, it's not till February. So you have time now.
Literally saying don't run, but hey,
if anybody else,
if you feel like it, go ahead and run.
Anyway, how are you, Megan?
I'm good.
What do you have going on?
Work's been crazy, but just kind of recovering. Wednesdays are always nuts for me.
How does everything end up being like?
It's always Wednesday.
Crazy for you on Wednesday.
It's always Wednesday. Well, so this year with our tailgate, our tailgate sponsored by Corona, which is nice.
That's awesome.
And so they changed our beer pickup from Friday to Wednesday. So now,
it's free beer, but you're in a hurry to get it.
Right. So, and now it means that I have to take 2 days instead of one, where before I could pick up the beer Friday, deal with the trailer, get it down to campus, drop it off, call it a day, right, for the tailgate. Now it's Wednesday, and then I'm always running crazy to get here, but I'm happy to be here. It's a good time. It's
good to see you.
Good to see you, because we don't see each other enough, that's for sure.
Well, I haven't seen you since Sunday morning.
It's been a lot. It's been a long time. So yeah, speaking of that,
because we left I left Houston early, and you stayed in Houston.
I did stay.
For
I was there.
The Houston Astros.
I rolled in on midday Friday to meet up with some friends and have a good time. I had a real good dinner out there. It was nice.
What'd you eat?
So we did like a family style. I would say Steve is always really good about this. You could go in thinking you know what you want to order and you can make that suggestion, but he likes to end up doing family style no matter where you're at. So we had ribeye, we had short rib.
Dang.
There was like a flatbread, like a cheesy flatbread. We had pork. What was it? It was like a big pork chop. It was awesome. There was a really good pizza. Like literally, he was just like a little bit of everything off the menu.
I love to eat that.
And it was amazing. Great atmosphere. Ton of fun.
I love to eat a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it was fun. And then Saturday, got out there bright and early. Got a tailgate spot. Had some warnings. It might be kind of shady, but I have to say, Houston was actually pretty fun to tailgate in.
Oh, they were fine.
Yeah, it was a good time. So
we got to see some friends.
Yeah.
Kyle and Lane.
Yeah, and his pops came out too.
And his dad. Who else did we see? We saw our friend Malcolm.
Yeah,
Chris.
Malcolm. Yeah, we had just a bunch of folks. Josh was out there. It's funny.
Coley Cole.
I can't call him Cole. It's Coley Cole, right? It's funny. You get a lot of folks that fuss about social media, and yes, it can be a pain and it can be ugly at times, but we've met some really incredible people
really
through
nice
social
people.
media. And so, yeah, it was a lot of fun. We had a good tailgate, had the TV out there. I might have had my fair share of Fireball, going into it. It was a good time.
I think I did a pretty good job of drinking water because we were going to be just sitting in the sun.
Yeah.
And we sat in the sun.
We did. It was hot. And I will say this, that's probably the first time I've ever been happy for Houston smog. Because about halfway through the game, the smog comes over and it actually blocked out the sun a little bit, dropped maybe 5 degrees.
I think we got increased our risks of cancer sitting.
We were 100% breathing in carcinogens, but we felt better.
And I tweeted this during the game. It's a really squished. We're thankful at DKR. It's spacious, even not just in the seats, but out in the tunnels between, what is it called? Underneath the stadium, like around. It's pretty spacious. I mean, it can get crowded when people are all coming and going, but the walkways. But there's space at the Houston Stadium. You go down, steep steps back down to the main floor, and it's squished.
Yeah.
And it's small. Yeah, it's small, but it was so squished, and the lines, you couldn't tell where the lines. Everybody was in line the entire time for anything. And I tweeted about this, but it was $5.50 for a bottle of water.
Yeah.
And I thank you, CDC and DKR and all the people who give you free water and you can bring your bottles in and fill them up when it's really hot. They have water stations, nothing like that at the stadium. And so we had to pay $5.50 for one little water. And I waited, 15, 20 minutes in line for water. And it was $5.50.
Well, it was hot enough.
Something should be done about that.
It was definitely hot enough. We had somebody 2 rows behind us that had a seizure,
had a
medical emergency. It looked like.
And there were other people down and about who were getting tended to because of the heat.
Stroke. I mean, it was hot. It was hotter than expected. The tailgate, super comfortable. You get into the stadium and it was hot. So and
Megan posted about this. That was hilarious.
Bless their hearts. I will say this, as part of my job is I manage social media for several companies and several clients. But so I will say this with a caveat. This isn't the social media manager's fault, right? But Houston, bless their hearts, was bragging about the 3.08 million that tuned in to watch.
Third most watched Big 12 game of the year.
That tuned in to watch the Houston Cougars.
Yeah, they put lots of eyes on the Cougs.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Good for you. Good for you getting that.
My favorite.
Filling up the stadium.
My favorite thing about that particular brag for them, of course they did put against the Texas Longhorns. Very small, but if you read through all that copy, when you get to the bottom of it, it was the most watched Houston game since 2019. Yep. Sorry, regular season Houston game. Since 2019 when they played, do you know who?
OU?
Oklahoma.
Yeah.
But tell us again, Big 12, you're not going to miss.
You
don't miss Texas and OU.
We'll be gone. You don't have to worry about us anymore.
Yeah, that was definitely a nice little giggle this morning. So we'll see how those numbers hold up next week. And I will say for a sold out stadium, there were a lot of empty seats. A lot of Texas fans there.
Yeah, I guess the tickets were sold, but people didn't actually come. Yeah. Not everybody actually came. Maybe the heat. Who knows?
Yeah, it was definitely lots going on. I don't know. We need to talk about it a little bit. We'll talk about the game when our friend Nash joins us.
Let's talk about the Longhorn band.
Okay.
Because there was drama about them not getting the seat. So tell them what happened.
So look, I will say this first and foremost, y'all. Nobody, Texas fans, the band, nobody cares when our band gets put up high. We do that to other people. To them. No worries. No problem.
Yeah.
What happened this time though? So the band was up high, which in Houston Stadium isn't really that
which is great for us because they were right behind us and we could hear them the whole time.
Right. And you can hear them on the field too because they're not that far from the field even when you're at the very highest seat. But the band showed up and literally got off their buses and were told that they had 100 fewer seats than they were promised from Houston.
Houston spun it a different way, but that's fine.
I'm sure they did.
Yeah.
So it got to the point, they weren't going to leave the band members out because Texas traveled with the full band. It was awesome.
There were 5 buses. I have a video because we were stuck in traffic with the buses being led. They had 5 full. I know some of that's equipment and all the things too, but 5 full buses.
Yeah, it was we've got a big band, show band of the Southwest. So they ended up, a lot of the drum line actually had to leave their instruments up against a wall in the grass near the stadium. And then they doubled up in the seats so that the whole band could be there. So look,
thank you, band.
Nobody cares about where the seats are, but that's shady.
At least
That's
if
shady.
if they had told them they were going to get that many, give them that many, or give them notice. Like, but how about this morning before we leave for Houston?
But when they show up, even that is too late.
Yeah, even that is too late because they've prepared their show and all the things.
And the band members are already there. But yeah, when you roll up and are told, just kidding, you don't have all the seats we told you you'd have. That's Bush League stuff, man. But the band made it work. They sounded great. They had a new show. So we're probably going to see
Halloween.
that. Yep.
Halloween, you'll see it.
We'll probably see that at
Saturday.
DKR. That'll be fun.
Mhm.
But yeah, it was definitely a little bit of drama getting them in there. But it turns out we're not little crybaby bitches like some of the other bands are. and we managed it and we did well. So it was good. And the band showed out. It was nice to have them there. But tell me about the drive up. Did you have any issues getting into Houston? I mean, I know you hit traffic pretty.
We didn't hit traffic until like a couple miles before outside, like once you get into Houston, like way into Houston. That we flew all the way there, no problem. There was the F1 traffic
out of
leaving Austin, which that's whatever, that past that in a minute. But after that, once we got to the Houston area, it wasn't until we got to like downtown that we were stopped for a while. And it's right where you need to be in the far right lane to go to the far left to get off, and the far right people are trying to get over. And then the big buses, we were alongside the 5 Longhorn buses that had police escort. So, and it was funny because people try to like squish in between the buses.
Yeah.
And not just to get in and over and sit in between buses. And I'm like, these 5 buses are doing everything they can to stay together. And you're going to squish in between and risk getting squished between buses of band members. Like
I could tell you some stories.
People, they can't drive.
I'm telling you, I could tell you some stories of me hauling, 24, 35 foot trailers, across country when I was with BMW Motorrad, just watching the stupid things people do in between semis. Physics just isn't everybody's strong suit. Your little Nissan Altima isn't going to win against a semi or a big bus.
Against most vehicles. Anyway, we have the best guest for you, and we are going to bring him on now.
All right.
All right. We have Nash Talks Texas. Yes.
Everybody, what's up?
All right. Huge baseball fan and football fan in his 3rd year as a YouTube star and member of Get Your Horns Up. Welcome.
Thank you for having me on. I don't know about best guest, but I'm a guest, certainly.
Very, very special to us. Thank you for coming. We have so much to talk to
I
you about.
appreciate you for having me on.
How's it going? I watched you
going
this morning.
good. I was listening to that conversation. I know Houston, well known for their amazing traffic that they have. Just outstanding road designs. I wonder what school designed those roads.
The one who gave us the I-35 under and overpass, right?
Although I will argue, this is an unpopular opinion. I would rather drive in Houston than Austin or Dallas. I really would. At least in Houston. I will say this.
Here's the deal. If you didn't have all the California transplants, the Austin traffic would be so much more manageable. Like it's not. Look.
But we do. I was born and raised in Austin.
The 100-yard gaps in between exits and on ramps. Yeah.
I will say
you got to know where you're going, or else you don't got a lot of decision making time in Austin.
No, you gotta pay attention. You gotta know for sure. My issue, the thing I do like about Houston, there is a lot of traffic, but everybody's doing 85. And if you're not doing 85, you're getting pulled over.
If they can, they will.
Yeah. I appreciate that so that's my unpopular Houston traffic take, but there we go. I love it.
All right.
I love it.
So we definitely want to catch up with you. Everyone knows you, but maybe you don't get a lot of time to talk a little bit about yourself and your background and your interests. So we want to get to know you a little bit too. Everyone can find you at Nash Talks Texas and YouTube as well. But tell us, we know you're a big Texas football fan, but you're also baseball. What do you have going on?
That's pretty much it. I don't really got much going on in my life outside of following Texas football and baseball like crazy, but good thing for me. I'll sprinkle in a little bit of basketball there, especially when you get to March. Obviously, you got to follow March Madness. But yeah, it's basically I've always joked with my friends. I'm like, hey, if you're gonna have a wedding, I want that in July.
Got a very specific
I want July or August, and I'm not gonna be happy because it's already hot outside in Texas. So better be going up north, and then other than that. it better be early February or late January because
after the Super Bowl, before March Madness, somewhere in there.
Yeah, no, look, February to June, we're tied up here. Okay. There's no free time in that time period.
I always crack up with people who ask me, "Oh, what are you doing this weekend?" I'm like, "Really? Is that especially in the fall? Come on, like."
What are you doing? What are you doing Saturday at 2:30? I don't know.
I'm the most predictable person in the world. You know exactly where I'm going to be every weekend. Like, I'm not hard to find.
Right.
You'd think that people would know that. But, well, tell us a little bit about listen, man, I've got to give you props. I love your collection of jerseys. How long has that been going on? How long has it taken you to get to that level? And how many jerseys do you have?
The first one, I'm pretty sure the first one that I got was a Worthy or it might have been Vince Young, but Worthy was the first one on the current team for sure. It started around 2021. It's just kind of like gradually grown. But like I said, I don't think about anything outside of Texas football or baseball. So
I love it.
I mean, a lot of people go, they're like, Nash, you got a lot of money. You're spending money. You're rich. And I'm like, nope.
No, I just make poor financial decisions. That would be me.
You just choose to spend your money on that. I love the setup. When we have more time, we're going to fix our setup. Right now, we're just like go, 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 and be ready to go. That's all right.
Yeah, right now, I got the baseball stuff hidden, but we
got you're going to have to
pivot.
So yeah, we're going to have to make some changes come springtime.
I love it. Well, all right, man. So are you from Texas? Tell us a little bit about where you're from. How'd you get into Texas sports? How'd you become Nash Talks Texas?
Born and raised in Austin, Texas.
What high school did you go to?
So one of the reasons why I'm such a big baseball fan is that's the first thing that I actually remember like following in any sport was, I did go to, I remember going to like the spring game. My first memory of anything with sports is Roy Williams. I actually had a helmet signed by Roy Williams, and I actually wore off the signature by playing around in the helmet too much as a kid. But that's probably the best sign. If a kid just leaves something on the wall or something like that, then
it's not that cool.
Doesn't care about it. But if you're wearing it every day, then you care. But yeah, my dad, he raised me to be a Texas baseball fan. I just, some of my best memories are going to the ball, going dish with my dad. I remember I'm blanking on the dude's name, and it's pissed me off now. But walk-off home run versus Army, Preston Clark.
Yes. Yep.
I literally still remember sitting in the truck with my dad on the way home, and he's talking about, I knew they were bringing the curveball, and it was right there and hit it back in the BSR days. So that ball, if you watch that ball fly, that one, it trampolines off that thing.
Yeah. Well, and that was, and the dish was bigger at the time too.
Yeah. And the cool thing about that was because the game before that was the day before that was the Boston College game.
Mm-hmm.
And
the longest game.
me and my dad, we stayed the entire time. My dad, he has a bunch of back issues and all that stuff. So it was really hard for him to stay for that. And then we went to the next game, and then he was struggling. And he was like, oh, we got to go. We got to go. And then I remember I convinced him, we were walking out of the stadium, and I convinced him, I was like, hey, let's just stop for this one last batter. And that batter was Preston Clark.
That's amazing. See, and I appreciate the back pain. That's hard to work through, especially after a 23 inning game that you had gone through right before.
That was 7 hours.
Yeah.
Was the time.
Yeah. Longest college baseball game to that point. I think it still holds the record.
It's still, I believe it is still
around 2001. What year was this?
2007, 2008.
Oh, later than I'm thinking. Okay.
I believe it's still the longest running college or professional baseball game.
Yeah, and then to turn around and have to play the next day. I love baseball.
Yeah,
man. It's great.
And then honestly, I will say that Army team, that was, if there was ever a team that was worthy of going in, because a lot of recent baseball fans might know the recent Air Force team. That was a good team with Paul Skeens, a couple of those other hitters that they had, especially in 2022. That Army team was good. If they had more pitchers, they would have beat us at home.
Yeah, it was a fun series. I mean, post-game baseball or postseason baseball is fun no matter what. Like it's just a good time.
Especially with the dish too. Yeah.
Absolutely. It's special. It feels magical. It's a lot of fun, man. So, well, listen, man, I could chat baseball with you all day. I know we've got folks in. We got a lot to talk about with football. So let's jump in to Texas at Houston. Maybe not the game we were all expecting. Perhaps a little closer than we were expecting. Nash, I
expected close.
You did. Yeah. Nash, you always have great takes. You look at stats. We know that we lost. Very likely, we've lost Quinn for at least the BYU game. I want your take on it. What did you see? What did you walk away from the Texas game with that narrow victory?
Just an ugly win. You'd like to at some point, like it was. I actually remember on the show that I'm with Aaron Little and Travis Gailey. They were talking about how, hey, let's get out to a fast start, and I'm like, you know what, that we haven't been out to a fast start yet, but let's also remember what fast starts have been under Steve Sarkisian. So, you know, I'm fine with the slow starts and then us coming and winning by a decent amount at the end of the game. But yeah, we got out to that 21-point lead, and then it's like it was just like flashbacks of, oh no, here we go again with giving up that 21-point lead. But honestly, my major takeaway is just, and you heard Steve Sarkisian talk about it in his post-game press conference. Like, he immediately if there's one person that's going to be more critical than Steve Sarkisian, it probably doesn't exist. You know,
right?
Like that. Yeah, it's on Sark, in my opinion. It was just the manipulating, the momentum, the play calling, all that stuff. Like, at the end of the day, they were running 3 high all day. The 3-3-5. I mean, at this point, we should be ready to go against the 3-3-5. You know, like, so if a team's whipping something out, like, we can't say that, oh, well, they're bringing something that we haven't seen yet. It's like, well, okay, well, if every team is running 3-3-5, we've already seen it, right?
And
it's just
TCU
different players.
And Iowa State and everyone else.
It's just a different execution of how they, you know, it's just, it is what it is. But, yeah, I mean, to score 21 points that fast and then to not be able to adjust to what they're doing. I mean, clearly they adjusted to what we did and we couldn't adjust to what their adjustments were. So that's one thing that I'm almost like still out on. Like, I'm not out on Sark, but I still need to see that. I still need to see him adjust to other coaches' adjustments.
See, I think he's done better this year with that. You know, we talked to somebody, and listen, man, I will take an ugly win over a pretty loss any day.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we go into this and
I don't know what a pretty loss is.
Yeah, well, you know, when we talk about, we kept it close. Oh, it's a moral victory.
We
looked great and we didn't win, right? So, you know, Sark, to your point, Nash, like, he came on and immediately talked about, you know, he wasn't happy, glad that we won, happy that we won, but immediately said there's a lot that we need to work on. Obviously, there were some issues there. But, you know, I will say we looked at it. Ford came in and said, you know, during the presser, 3 years ago, we wouldn't have gotten that dub, huh? Right. And then Sweat also said we would have lost, man. Like, so I do see where I'm seeing that positive is this is a team, and Sark said this too, championship teams find a way to win. And Texas found a way to win. I'm not going to say that Quinn coming out was the factor of the game being so close. It wasn't. You know, obviously we got up 21. The game got too close there while Quinn was in for quite a bit of time. Where I will argue a little bit with this, now we can go back and forth about that fake field goal. I liked the big brass balls it took to make that call, but they didn't bite on it. And
too much distance for that.
For Burt. Yeah. It
was 4th and 2, maybe 4th and 3 for the field goal attempt.
6 was a bit much. Yeah.
7, was it 7?
Look, at the end of the day, I want the offense out there if you're going to go for it, especially when you're talking about 4th and over 5 yards. Like, just it's at like having the punter and the kicker run and play is not the same as having Quinn, Worthy, AD, JT. It's just they're like, all respect to those dudes. They're just not the same athletes as those guys.
Definitely. Again, this was a catch them off guard kind of thing. We didn't quite catch them off guard. So, and Sark took full responsibility for that. He said that would change the game. He very much owned that. What I will say, and Rocky and I commented on this in game, and this might have been harder for some people to see at home. I've talked about this a little bit on Twitter. Throughout the game, there were plenty of opportunities for us to capitalize. There were receivers, I would say at least one open receiver on every play. At least one, if not two, maybe three. What I was seeing early, and again, this could have been a lot harder to see on TV, because a lot of those guys, we're talking mid and downfield.
It wasn't, but yeah.
But it felt like
we saw him.
Well, because if people are saying it was the play calling that was the problem, and we're like, no,
I would, again, we can argue about the fake field goal. Okay, yes, that wasn't maybe the best thing, but overall, to me in the game, the play calling was there. It was the execution. What I was seeing, and I think Rocky, you would agree with this. We talked about this in game. It felt like Quinn was checking down way too fast, or not checking down. Like he wasn't even looking for that long or mid open guy when they were there pretty consistently. He was going to the flat real fast. And I feel like this was maybe his comfort zone. He knew Jay Brooks would be there. He was dumping off to Jay Brooks quite often. We know that Brooks is going to get yards after contact. We know he's a beast when he's running. I've been screaming about giving him the rock all the time, but it felt like Quinn wasn't going through the progressions. And to me, the more I look at it, the more I, rewatch it, this feels like a mental thing. I'm not going to vilify Quinn. I think he gets way more shit than Nash. I'd love for you to talk about that. You've got some really great stats on Quinn and what he does, but sometimes stats don't tell the whole story. This felt like a mental thing even before the injury. But Nash, can you talk to us about some of those stats that you've had that on Quinn, looking at his numbers, his completions, where he's successful, maybe where he's not as successful?
Yeah, I mean, here's the deal: is I think Quinn's got a little bit of unfair criticism in recent weeks. Like at the end of the day, it's really easy for us to look at the game film, watch from the sideline or anything like up above, and go, oh well, there's a wide receiver. There's that guy's open, right? When you're standing in the pocket and you got guys, 300-pound dudes running at you, and you got 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and then the ball's got to be out. It's a different game. And I think a lot of people that are out there criticizing, they don't have appreciation for that. Now Quinn Ewers, here's the deal is you're right. He does check down the ball a lot. And I think you're right on, it is a mentality deal. Like I was talking about in my Maalik Murphy video I just did today. I think that with Quinn Ewers, what you're getting is it's not necessarily like that he's afraid to throw the pick, right? But he just really wants to protect the football and really doesn't want to turn over the football. Like, he's just not going to force it. I think that there's times where, and this is just me, coming up with something in my head. Like I haven't talked to him at all. I have no ability to know this at all. But it feels like he's almost saying, you know what, I don't want to force it here. Like he's thinking that there's times where the guy's wide, like a guy might be wide open, and he second guesses it and doesn't want to force it down to the check down.
Yeah.
And there's also times that there's pressure coming, and he's like, oh, let's get the ball out. I don't want to get sacked or anything. Let me just get it out. In my opinion, the play calling, my big gripe with the play calling would have been the fact that they were running it was like, I think 95% of the plays, if not 100%, were 4 and 5 man boxes. And that we should be able to just dominate that every single time.
Yeah, we definitely saw the line getting pushed around a little bit in certain things. Now, again, where I will argue what I was seeing is a mental block. I think you're right. I think it's that hesitation, and that hesitation that he would have, he's holding on to the ball just a little too long, a second too long. That it's hard when you've got guys crashing down. It's hard for any line. I don't care how good you are. If your quarterback isn't getting rid of the ball fast enough, that's going to be hard to hold up no matter what, especially if you're missing the open guys that are there.
And here's the crazy thing about it too, is like, it's not like it's not a fact that he doesn't like trust himself. Like that's what I was trying to say. Like it's not a fear thing, right? Like you're talking about, because I put out a tweet that said like, you know, how accurate Quinn Ewers was, and everybody's like, oh, well, that's all the checkdowns. Okay, well, you remove the check. If you remove the throws behind the line of scrimmage, he's still over the last 4 weeks 60 of 68. Now you could point to the fact that he had 68 attempts past the line of scrimmage and 37 attempts behind the line of scrimmage. That he is checking, and really, honestly, it was mainly the Houston game. You saw it versus Houston. That was really when he became a check down Charlie. He was pushing the ball down the field versus OU, Baylor, Kansas. He was getting the ball down the field.
Agreed. This to me was an anomaly. Anomaly might be a little bit of an exaggeration, but it definitely reared its head way more with Houston than we've seen all season.
But for somebody with 88% completion percentage past the line of scrimmage, man, like it's just and then when you actually consider that 2 of those balls were picks that were actually accurate balls, like he's really, like when you just talk about how accurate he is, he's 62 of 68 over the last 4 weeks. So like this is a guy that, I mean, honestly, I would not be faulting him at all if he was walking out there around like McGregor and, you know, trying to put balls in every window possible.
Right.
But we just haven't seen that.
Yeah. Again, I don't know what the answer is for that. I would agree that the opportunities are there. This is the main argument that I will make, is that the play calling with Sark, I feel, is there. Yes, there's a couple times that it's like, man, what are we doing? What are we thinking? What I saw more in this game, our defense felt like they were bending way more than they normally do. It felt like we were giving up, you know, covering the middle of the field. Sark talked about it in the presser.
Over the middle.
I mean,
the middle.
And that's
week after week.
And that's been an issue for Texas for a while. But it shouldn't be a surprise at this point. So
what are you seeing there? Is it a linebacker issue? Is it a communication issue? What are you seeing?
I mean, I think we're seeing communication issues. If you look at I think it was the second touchdown that Houston scored. You immediately, like if you watch, usually the best way to tell what's going on is to watch the reactions of the players
when they go.
And Michael Taft, was like, he was like, what? He was pointing at somebody, going like, "What? Come on, man!" And so I think we're really missing Catalan, but man, that defensive backs, the depth is thin right now, and that for a room that was probably one of our deepest rooms, like it's just crazy how football can go like this sometimes. Like if you remember how Roschon Johnson got his start at the running back position, we lost five scholarship running backs. Right. So it's just and that was in a matter of like 2 weeks. So it's just sometimes football it sucks. Sometimes it'll rear its ugly head. But this is one of those times. I mean, you I don't know if people noticed the play that Jahdae Barron made at the end of the game, that fourth down. He was playing cornerback
because Brooks went out, right?
Because we had lost Brooks, we didn't have Watts, and we didn't have Holmes. Holmes was out at that point. We're down 3 of our four cornerbacks right now. And it's like Malik Murphy, please do not get hurt.
Yeah, and he's showed up. Listen, for a young guy, he showed up. He showed out.
He's been showing up all year.
He's had some incredible games, incredible plays.
Derek Williams, they're coming. They're just young.
I said I blame this on the play calling. I'm sorry. That's really for the momentum part. But I mean, really, we're like when I've been arguing with people about, oh, Quinn lost this game. I can't say Quinn lost the game. Because yes, he did check the ball down a lot, but he didn't do anything to lose the game. And like this also goes to the Oklahoma, the Oklahoma game. In my opinion, the defense lost. Like you can't 30 points at the end of the day should be enough to win.
You're right. Yeah, and it's been a little surprising.
So it's been a concerning trend that we've seen.
Sure, it's been a little surprising because we started off. Our defense was rock solid. There wasn't, I mean, they were clamping down on everything. And it does feel a little bit, have people figured it out? Is BK not adjusting enough? Is he not making those in-game adjustments?
Offenses are seeing where you beat them, how you beat them.
Right. But to that point, again, I do think this was a game, especially where we really, you mentioned Catalan earlier. Catalan's out. This is a game to me where missing Watts was huge. This was blatantly obvious that we were missing him there. Now to, Barron's credit, these guys, they get a lot of reps in different positions for reasons like this, and he stepped up when he needed to.
Well, and Barron was a guy that he's hurt, so let's not use him, and then break the glass.
Let's go.
Well,
yeah,
Barron, get the pads on. Let's go.
Right. So, and I will say, I think that's a really good point too. Rewatching this, you were talking about communication. That was something that we noticed with the defense. It felt a lot of times, right up into the snap, they were go, 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 move, move. I mean, they were talking, but it felt a little more frantic versus like, oh shit, like maybe we need to get on this. There were some missed opportunities there. So I do think the communication is something that could be cleaned up a little. And again, we know that teams at this point, the unexpected should be expected. We know that teams are going to throw things at Texas that they haven't put on paper, haven't played in a game before. I've mentioned this before. I'm getting a little tired of that comment in the post-game pressers. Expect the unexpected. We know, and again, it's hard to
how many more unexpected,
right? It's hard for a defense. Listen, I understand when you're prepping your defense, you can't prep to play against every team ever. You got to go with what you know and what you've seen on film. But, I think this is at this point in the season, this is where we look at what has Texas been vulnerable with. And we got to really hammer on that because
that's what's coming.
That's what's coming. That shouldn't be unexpected.
And here's the other thing too, is you hear Sark talk about how versatile we are and the versatility. At the end of the day, I think that this is almost starting to hurt us now. I did enjoy the fact that we were very versatile early on, but it's almost too like it almost feels like he is making almost like to a ridiculous amount point to go and be balanced and because here's the deal, like Joel Klatt, he talked about how teams, they need an out pitch, and he was talking about how Marvin Harrison Jr., he was versus Penn State, he was the out pitch for Ohio State. And it's just we have a bunch of out pitches, but there's not a game like Houston. It wasn't go win the game for us, dude, right? And that you can Xavier could be that guy, Adonai could be that guy, JT could be that guy, Jonathan Brooks, and then even Cedric Baxter's looking like he can be that guy. It's just. I want to see that more. Like, I want to see us start to identify a weakness in a game and just attack that, right? Like if a team, if AD is our best option for a game, 12 targets, 200 yards, let's go. Like
he has.
We're not trying to be nice out here.
All right. You mentioned this a little while ago that you posted a video today on Maalik Murphy. And let's get to the biggest story that came out of that. I mean, a W on the road in the conference when you're somebody's Super Bowl and they only need to win one game the whole year. Their coach said it. Coming out of there with a W, overcoming the adversity of losing your quarterback, all the injuries, the missing pieces, fighting back. They fought back with, at the end of the game, Maalik Murphy. He is going to be, well, we assume that Sark said there was a battle this week and he's going to let them play it out because Malik has been the one getting reps so far this year. We assume it's going to be Malik. I loved your breakdown today, and I posted that link today from Fire the Cannon Twitter so people could go find it. You talked about and mentioned in there about a spark when in this game at Houston, there had been a quarter and a half, almost 2 whole quarters of stagnant play. They managed a field goal. It felt like, and I said this to Megan during the game, it felt like when Malik got out there, everybody worked a little hard, like Keelan's kick return. Everybody, there was just a little more spark, a little more big hit, heavier block, a heavier run, a little more effort. Not that they are going to play harder for Malik than Quinn, but they knew, and they mentioned this in their own comments, some of the players over the week, that they're going to do what they need to do to help Malik because they know he's going to need more help. This is his first start. This will be his first start if he comes out there. What do you see? And you compared it to Ellinger. That was a great comparison. Tell us about that comparison, about that spark that the team that Malik could bring to this team.
I mean, it's a little bit different than the Elgar one, but I use that just to show, like, there are times that when a quarterback is on the field, teams are going to play flat or they're going to have juice. That was a situation where we were losing games and we just needed a spark. And then also there's some nuance to that because we had literally no offensive line blocking, and if you're going to choose a quarterback to deal with no offensive line, it's going to be Sam Unger over Shane Brissell all day long. But so there is times that, you know, it can be a deal, but I don't think this is necessarily one of those. I think what this more is like in baseball. Like you were saying it right here. It's about picking your guy up. You know, this is you got your guy coming in to back up Quinn Ewers. He's coming in to fill the shoes and keeping the season alive, really. You know, the championship game Big 12 championship is still on the table. As much as people don't like talking about it, playoffs are still on the table. I know battered fan syndrome kicks in for some people. I'm going to talk about it.
It's me. I'm some people.
It's probable, it's possible, but not very probable. But it is possible.
I don't know. If we went out and we beat Oklahoma, which we should have done, a lot of people are going to get mad at it. Look, every single person, including Oklahoma, every Oklahoma personality was sitting there saying, we might hang around for a little bit. And yeah, so you know what? They know they knew who the better team was. It is what it is. And I granted Oklahoma won, so you know what? Give them the win, but OU sucks. But so basically, yeah, it just handle business and just get to that point where we're 12-1 and let the playoff committee do the rest. But yeah, it's just so everything's still on the table. But I think of it, it's like a first baseman when your guy's out. It's not like a first baseman. This is a wrong analogy, but you just when you want to picking your guy up is always like a massive deal in baseball. Guy strikes out, you want to pick him up, right? Guy gets out, makes a base running error, pick your guy up. Poor throw to first baseman, pick the guy up. You know, it is what it is. And this is just one of those things where it feels like they're out there. They're like, hey, yeah, this is our guy. We're gonna let it be known, right? And we're gonna go out there. We're gonna play a little bit extra. We're gonna play with a little bit of more fire under, you know what, and we're gonna get this done.
For sure. Well, and that's one of the things too. All week we've seen the team come out, the team talk about Murphy's impact and the kind of guy he is at practice, the kind of player he is. There's been a lot of talk about how Murphy has kind of been the glue for this team. He's got the personality that people just gravitate around. Mm-hmm. So I don't think, and again, this is a difference, I believe, with this Texas team this year, where that next up mentality and playing for the guy next to him, that's really something that's happening in a way that we haven't seen in a long time at Texas. So, and I think we're going to see that with Malik Murphy. Now something I do want to talk about a little bit. I've seen a few takes. I won't qualify those takes. I've seen some takes online of people talking about Murphy being a runner and Murphy, his athleticism. Listen,
I wonder why they think he's a runner.
We could get into that, but I will keep this PC right now. Yeah, listen, that's for folks that haven't been paying attention. Murphy is not a run first guy. Quinn's a better runner really than Murphy is. Yes, Murphy's big. He's 6'6". We've seen the stacked quarterback picture, right? With our jacked quarterback.
It was on your birthday. They released
it. Was. Murphy's a big dude. I'm not saying he is not capable of moving the ball with his legs, but he is not a run first kind of quarterback. He's a finesse quarterback. He is
pocket passer.
He's a pocket passer. He is a long ball. He's got a strong arm. Sark talked about that. He's a natural passer. He can make the throws. And he's got that leadership mentality. He understands the game. He understands the offense. So what is the thing that you're looking for the most, Nash, when you're watching Malik come out? What are you looking and hoping to see from Malik most?
I just want to see that confidence that he has. Like you look at it, it wasn't the first target, but the second target they had, the first one where there's like actual routes to target, he goes downfield to AD. Now it was behind Adonai, so you want to see the timing get better, and that's something that I think that we're going to be. We need to expect is that there's potential for the timing to be off because look, these guys have been the ones have been running with Quinn all season, all practice long, all season long. So up until this week, and even now, if it's true that he's splitting the reps 50-50 with Arch, this is honestly a thing that I pick one and go, right? Like pick one, let those guys get as much chemistry as possible during this week. But I just want to see that confidence that I think he has. I don't think it's like an overconfidence. Now I do think that this is also the thing is I think we're going to see some interceptions here. And I think what's going to happen. Well, and
explain that.
But yeah, I'm going to explain it. I think he's going to do I think he's going to start off very well, right? And I think what's going to happen is you're going to almost the opposite of what we've seen with Quinn, right? Where Quinn, we're talking about how he's incredibly accurate, right? But it's not like he's afraid to throw the ball, right? But he just he really does not want to throw the pick. I just don't think that that's going to be there for Malik. And what I mean by that is he's going to throw the ball very well. And these windows are going to get smaller. He's going to keep on throwing them smaller. He's going to keep on hitting those windows. And then eventually there's just going to be a window that's too small or there's going to be a mistake to throw that's made. So I just think he's going to build up so much confidence. And it's going to be earned confidence that he's gone out there and done very well. So that's the thing is when I'm sitting there saying I think they might throw a couple picks or something like that. It's not. I'm not saying it's bad. Honestly, it's a product of a lot of good things happening.
All right. Well, fortunately, they're facing a defense that's not in the top 50, and offense is not in the top 50. Looks
bad.
Like over. Yeah.
But how often have we said that this year?
I didn't pick Texas to cover last week. This is a big spread this week. Let's go ahead and look ahead. So you talked about that Malik has been getting in the past, second team reps. Do you think this is an opportunity for maybe some of his receivers that were on that second team rep side with him, maybe a Jonte Cook, to get, because they have a connection? This might be a good opportunity to start. Said he wanted to see him more. What do you think?
Yes, but I don't the amount I'm not thinking that it's going to happen that much. I do like the idea because Jonte is clear. It's not just when you talk about live in-game reps that he's had so far this year. Jonte's been on the field for more often than not for Malik Murphy, just by nature of the second team offense being out there. So there's a lot more familiarity. DeAndre Moore as well. Maybe get those guys snaps worked in, but at the end of the day, it's just
Worthy. Mitchell.
Yeah. You got it. There are more NFL wide receivers than just Worthy, Whittington, and AD and JT. But for right now, just you hammer those dudes home. And then I will say this: if it's a thing where there's a clear disconnect going on here and they're not connecting, start throwing in more of the second string guys, right? Because at the end of the day, it's your job is to win the football game, and you want to put the best 11 on the field to win the football game. And if he's not hitting the ball, if he's not connecting with Worthy and AD, then they're not the best 11 to win the football game. The best 11's cooking more. So,
yeah, no, I love that. So this is a really interesting matchup to me because, again, we've got BYU coming in where we know that Sarkisian still has a lot of ties. He talks to the coaches a lot. I think there's a lot of respect between the two programs, certainly a lot of respect between the coaching staff for both teams. But when we look at it, Texas is coming in with an unproven quarterback, a backup quarterback, no matter who it is. We're assuming it's going to be Murphy at this point. BYU does not rank very well. They don't protect well against the pass. They do much better against the run. Now, again, I will argue, I'm still a hand the rock to Brooks until they prove that they can stop him sort of thing. But it is an interesting matchup when we look at it here. BYU has proven they can stop the run in their games thus far this season. They're better at stopping the run than they are passing. So I think that's going to be an interesting choice for the coaching staff. Do we trust where we know, do we trust an unproven quarterback where we know our opponent is weaker to throw it in, be more accurate with his passes, have that kind of finesse going there versus that solid get it to Brooks? Rocky, what are you thinking on that? What do you see as a key matchup here?
This is kind of a different thought about this. I think the one person that is going to show us everything they got on Saturday is actually Milwee behind the scenes. I feel like whatever development has been happening and what's been happening behind the scenes as Sark, he's the QB guru, but he has Milwee as his right-hand man developing these QBs. What all the work and strategy and Sark says he knows their favorite plays, all that. I think this is kind of an understory that it's going to be the Milwee show, like the puppet strings in the back. I don't know. Like, I just feel like this development, everything that's happening. And like you mentioned earlier, Nash, about the check downs, throwing it away, those aren't necessarily losses, right? If you can dink and dunk and work your way down the field.
I'll take that over picking a sack.
Taking a key sack or a turnover or, whatever the, 2 of the 3 things when you throw the ball are bad, right? Taking those things, show development. And let's see if Maalik, when times are tough, if he can just work his way down the field. I don't want to say game manager, just controlling it, moving it, staying within the plan. Sark says he knows the schemes. He knows what they're running. He knows why they're running it, which is a big, remember he talked about not just what we're running, but why we're running it. Maalik knows why they're doing it. So if they can build on that over 60 minutes, I would love to see him, like you mentioned, just have the confidence. What key matchups are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like this is where I honestly say this goes to the versatility thing I was talking about. Like the BYU, yeah, they've been all right in the rush defense, but still, like you said, versus Brooks and Baxter, especially if Baxter's healthy like this.
Baxter looked for the first time in a long time. He looked 100% at Houston.
Yeah. You saw the flashes of this versus Kansas, and then he got hurt very early on versus Oklahoma, which was unfortunate. But now that he's had that full bye week and he's actually looking like fully healthy, like that burst is legit from Baxter, and that's a big dude to have a burst like that.
Absolutely. They're going to need
it's crazy, but it's just honestly, like, I just want to see them go out and attack one face because you can win in the pass game. You can also win by running the ball, and I want to see them I want to see that out pitch this week. I know that this isn't necessarily a game that we need an out pitch, right? But I want to see that, actually get used so that we can know it's there.
All right. I like it. All right. So let's say this. I'm going to have you put your name on it. You think, who do you think is going to be a breakout player for the for Texas at the BYU game? Who's going to be
offense or defense?
Offense or
special teams?
I mean, it's so easy to go with the Malik Murphy because and like Rocky's right, like the whole AJ Milwee deal, like that's legit. And here's the deal: is if you have a thing where Malik is legit and then Arch is legit too, that means AJ's legit.
Right.
and I can promise you right now, other teams are watching that, and that could be a situation where Sark might be needing to hire you might actually be seeing, because right now AJ's on the sideline and Chris Jackson's in the sky. Chris Jackson might be becoming the next AJ Milwee for Steve Sarkisian, as far as like his right hand man is like a right hand man in training right now. We'll see. That's just my possible theory on that, considering AJ's doing a good job, and I mean, especially if we see that come to fruition.
I like it.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to keep him, but yeah.
Malik, all right, so we'll have you down. We've got you as Malik's gonna have a great game. Gonna be our breakout player here. All right, Nash, put your name on it. What do you got as a score prediction?
Spread is 17.5 today.
I've been terrible at score predictions, so
That's all right. We won't hold you
y'all
to
are
it.
asking a lot of me. Man, I've said this. This is just a recurring thing of what I've said every single time that I've done one of these. I just can't seeing this team should not be scoring points. Caden Slovis should not be scoring points against Texas. It's just backup secondary or not, it should be happening. So I'm going to go with 6 points for BYU, and I'll stick with I'll say 30. Actually, you know what? I think that Malik Murphy might be able to be a little bit, and this is where we could maybe get some more controversy, is if we have a 48-point win, 48 points for Texas and 6 points for Malik Murphy, and this is the first blowout. You're going to look, Texas fans are already wild right now.
They have only hit 40 once, which surprises me when people pick 50 something. Like, why? We've only hit 40 once.
No, and it's like it's 31. It's mainly 31 to 38, and then there's that one with 40. So
right,
you're right in that range.
All right, so you're taking BYU 6. You saying Texas is going to hit 48 in this game?
Look, this is literally just a dart. Okay,
Why not? It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean
I've
anything.
been terrible. I was overly critical last week, and that kind of was whatever. But it is what it is. I'm terrible with these things. So
all right.
I'm good with all the other predictions, but not score predictions.
There we go. All right, Rocky, put your name on it.
We're going to do our guess.
You want to do that now?
No, we're going to do our score predictions later. And when we do our pick'ems, we just had to get you on the record. All right, we're going to thank you so much for joining us today, Nash. We appreciate it. At Nash Talks Texas. Tell everybody where they can find you, when they can stream you, watch you.
Yeah, honestly, one of the best ways to support me is to I do a morning show every morning with Travis Gailey and Aaron Little. Get your horns up on Orange Bloods Live. I know the whole like site wars thing and all that stuff, but
we're all friends here.
Yeah,
man.
Come on before.
This is a melding of the minds here, but
absolutely,
yeah.
So
you come on before our guys. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can switch over to our guys.
So tune in on that every 6:30, 7:30 a.m. Look, it's funny. I actually got this pillow. I have never been a
do
morning person yet.
And here you are doing mornings.
I love it. Well, hey, man, we really appreciate having you here. Thank you so much for your insights, as always. Y'all, if you're not following Nash on Twitter, please do so. It's at Nash Talks Texas.
Great stats. Great video.
Yep, same handle for YouTube. As always, man, thank you for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Maybe we need to get y'all on too.
Yeah,
right,
do your hook 'em.
Got it.
Yeah, I always got to do that at the end.
There you go. All
right.
Thanks,
have a great evening.
Y'all going.
Oh man, my throat is getting dry.
Well, this is the perfect time then.
Perfect time. I'm like literally choking up. Thank you, Nash. That was amazing. And Richard has been patiently waiting for us to have happy hour. Thanks, babe.
Thanks, Richard.
Cheers.
As always, a little late today, but that is on us. Thank you, Richard.
This is our happy hour. So it is I think Hispanic Heritage Month. I think. Yeah. So I'm like really coughing.
Oh gosh, don't die. Yes, Hispanic Heritage Month. So what are we enjoying today?
I don't know. Whatever Richard made. But so Friday night is the alumni event, right? And hold on, we'll get into that in just a second.
Mm-hmm. I love it.
We'll get into that in just a second. But
right.
Go ahead.
Well,
Cheers and tell them about AV consultations.
Absolutely.
Careful, don't spill it on your computer.
Well, first of all, I will not spill. Have to get that.
It's delicious.
A little. Ooh, that is good. He always makes good.
It's really good. I think it's like peach mango juice or something.
It is. You know what? This would be delicious. What? Is sitting downstairs in a nice little man cave with TVs all around.
Oh, in your own TV room.
In the own TV room, installed, of course, by AV Consultations. So again, y'all, stop spending your money and time driving around the city, looking for expensive drinks, waiting in line to get in to sports bars.
Yeah, having to save chairs for your friends.
Not being able to hear anything. It's no fun. Stop doing that and make your home the place to be for friends, family, and yourself with a custom TV hookup from AV Consultations. They've been in business since 1988 and can hook you up the way that they've hooked up thousands of Central Texans over the years. So whether it's home theater, whether you're looking for a man cave or a she shed or a woman cave, I'm digging that. Setup or an outdoor hookup or even security. They do security as well. AV Consultations has you covered. So give them a call, 512-255-8678, or visit them online at avconsultations.com.
There you go.
All right,
Get the setup. Richard said it's called mango beach punch or something like that.
He does do beach. He would know.
He does beach. Okay, so we're gonna keep it real because we got to keep it real.
All right.
The UT Hispanic Alumni Association has an alumni event every year, and last year Nadia and I went, and we got all dressed up. It was okay. So we sat with a big group of people, and the point is to go and meet people, network and make new friends. We had a big group of people at our table.
And I just had crazy deja vu right now.
Did you?
I did. Probably the drink.
Probably the drink. Already giving you hallucinations.
There we go.
I don't even think there's alcohol in it. How do you? Anyway, so we sat at a table and they played loteria, the bingo, right? And it was I'm not going to accuse them, but it was just interesting how the same table of donors were the ones who won
everything.
The table with the donors.
You're saying the election was rigged.
No, I'm saying what a coincidence that
this is statistically interesting.
Only the table and not only was it one, I think one woman won twice the same. It was odd that just those tables of big donors won the prize bags.
All right.
Not only that, as we were getting frustrated at our table, we were like, they've never called Calavera, or they've never called Bandera, or what, like the whole night. Some of us never could fill half of our cards because some things never got called after like 7 or 8 rounds of the cards.
I'm sensing a conspiracy theory.
No, I'm not accusing anyone anything. I'm just saying.
To be clear.
It's a huge coincidence.
So you think it'll be different this year?
That only the donor tables won, and some of ours never got even called.
Have you taken action?
No, because whatever. It went for a good cause. And so anyway, so we're going Friday night.
Yep.
Megan.
I'll be the white girl there.
There's all kind of people. There's all kind of people. And so we have a table.
Heck yeah.
We donated for a Fire the Cannon. Oh, this is my issue this year, and I've emailed them and they have yet to respond. Hispanic Alumni Association. I donated a little extra for a table for 4 and with the advertising and so we could put Fire the Cannon at Texas Sports Unfiltered and blah blah blah.
Haven't seen it.
No response. And I emailed them, can I find out where to send our ad? Because we paid for one. Oh, that deadline's passed. Well, how come nobody ever I wrote back, y'all never asked me for my stuff. You never asked me, blah, blah, blah. Like, we paid for an ad and now we're nowhere to be a sponsor when we paid for a sponsor.
Yeah, that's not great management there.
So I'm going to tell it like it is.
I have a feeling.
But I'll still be there with my cute Latin something shirt.
Right. We'll be there in support, but I have a feeling that will be a conversation.
Yeah.
That will be had.
It'll be part of the after, what do you call it when you go aftermath? When the
after party?
No. When you get together after an event to break down all the things that went.
Oh, the recon, like I know what you're trying to say.
Recon's an advance.
I know.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
What you're trying to say.
Do y'all know what that is? When you
somebody throw it in the chat because
it's going to drive me crazy what that word is. When you not the aftermath, but whatever. When you go back and say all the things that we should do,
review everything. Yeah.
I have things for the Hispanic Alumni Association.
I like it.
But I'll still be there.
Well, let's talk a little bit more. I know we were waiting for our drinks because God forbid we miss happy hour for sure. But so MG, you have a great question here.
Let's see.
Curious if Malik can play well for an extra game or entire game, unlike, hey, now this is where I'll argue with you a little bit, who's typically great for 2 quarters and not great for 2 quarters. I would argue that this isn't necessarily a Quinn Ewers thing. I think there's been some inconsistencies. I am not willing to say all of those inconsistencies have been Quinn, right? So
you can't be a bad half of every game and be 6-1.
Right. But I will say, that is a really good question. I think there's a lot of, uncertainty, unknowns about Malik Murphy. Again, everything that we've seen and heard coming out of practice, I mean, even in off season, even in spring camp, Murphy's he's there, he's showing up, he's always ready to go. He's got
first one in the locker room, last one out. All the teammates said that same thing.
And he's got that leadership mentality. I don't see Murphy being a guy that fizzles. I think he's very mentally prepared.
We know he's in shape.
Right.
We know he's physically fit.
Yeah, listen, I think he's mentally prepared. He's definitely physically there. He's ready. I don't think Murphy being unprepared or unconditioned is going to be an issue at all. I see him being there and ready.
Oh no, I don't think that's it. I hopefully when we listened to Sark's press conference, he talked about they've been building up over months of practices, a year and a half, 2 years already, almost, of practices with Malik. Even though he was injured, they still, off and on over that time, they had still been building up this catalog of plays that he likes, that he's good at, that he wants to run. And they've built that for Quinn, and they were building it for Hardge. So I feel like especially if he had just got here this past spring, I would be way more worried. A year and a half, almost 2 years in the same system, learning under Sark, learning under Milwee, putting together the packages he likes. I trust that Sark, like he says all the time, is going to put him in the best position to win. We've seen Sark when Sark's in his bag and he's calling those plays. We've seen it. When he came back at OU, on the road at Bama, at Baylor, like there's points where Sark is in his bag. There is going to be adjustments when he's now calling for Malik. Things are going to be different because he hasn't seen Malik have to come in with the pressure of the whole game. Holding a lead, he's had to do that a couple of times. But starting the game and being the one that determines that momentum, we're going to have to trust that Sark is prepared, and they've been communicating all the last couple of years, but also more importantly this last week, knowing he's QB1, or that we assume him or Hardge that they are QB1 and they're ready for that.
Yeah, look, I think that's something we've heard as a running theme is being prepared, being ready, being prepared. So I don't see this being an issue with, longevity or conditioning being an issue with Malik at all. Where I am a little bit curious, we know that Texas fans often criticize Sark. I'm one of them. I've done this too, for getting a little too conservative at times. Like you said,
too cute.
When he's in his bag, he's running well. He is a creative mind. Our offense has so much potential here. There have been times that Texas the play calling gets conservative. We get comfortable with the lead. We get a little vanilla. We get a little too.
They take the foot off the brake.
Right. It stops being all gas. That is where I think is going to be a really interesting dynamic. Is Sark going to trust Malik or whoever the starter is? Again, we're assuming it's Malik. Is he going to trust him with that all gas mentality right out of the bag and throw stuff at him so that he is staying all gas? Because we heard Sark say himself, it is my job to put our players in the best position to be successful, in the best position to win. So I don't know if there's going to be a bit of the let's ease him into it. And this, this is his first start for Texas. Is there going to be that mentality of easing him in, a little more conservative play, handing the ball off, running it a bit more, and then seeing how it goes? Or is it going to be a F it? We trust our guy. We know what he's doing. Let's open it up from the get-go. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I think if Malik is confident, prepared, let him go. Why put training wheels on? If they're confident, and like they say all the time, their preparation, their development, their, the game plan, if they are confident in those things, just go. Let him, don't hold him back, because when you hold people back, they can feel that too. So if you come in, he's confident, you're confident in him, the team has rallied around him, publicly, they've made lots of comments about how they're behind him. They're going to do whatever they can to make him comfortable, to support him. The defense has even said they're going to step up to make it, to help out Malik. I think with all that together, if you hold him back, he's going to know he's being held. Just let him play. Yeah. Let him be free. Let him, be natural. If you say he's a natural passer and he understands the plan, let him go.
Yeah. Yeah. I love that mentality, where I do worry a little bit. I'm a worrier.
Wait, did Ryan Wingo commit? Because we were about to talk about this at 4:15 was his commitments at 4:15. Let us know what happened with that. I should get an alert if he tweets. We have the top 10 sports news right now, and one of them was Ryan Wingo's starting.
It was 3 minutes. Yes, this is good.
Wait, well, it's good today.
It's good. So we
Ryan Wingo was supposed to be all Missouri.
Melissa.
Let's move that up to the number one of the top 10 sports. Read it. What does it say?
So breaking news: 5-star receiver Ryan Wingo. This is a Hayes Fawcett. We know we trust him. Has committed to Texas.
What?
So it looks like we stole one from Mizzou there, maybe a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Breathe.
Thank you,
breathe.
Thank you, NIL. Because let's go ahead and start our 10. Let's get into it. This is great. Thank you. Breaking news. Ryan Wingo. Probably one of the hardest decisions I made for sure, having to pick something over a school that's rising and close to home. Megan and I have been talking about this. Megan said, Ryan Wingo. I'm like, no, he's in Missouri. He's right there. He's a St. Louis kid. His mama's there. They're offering NIL as well. They are on a roll right now, winning. And wow.
Well, we got him.
I am
Don't care.
shocked.
I like it. Well, that's awesome. We can definitely dive into that. Thank you for the heads up, Scott.
Wow.
That is awesome.
I thought he was going. I'm shocked.
You can be pleasantly surprised.
Okay, well let's talk about him. So he's 96.67 rating, 5-star consensus everywhere. He is the top uncommitted. As of a few minutes ago, he was the top uncommitted prospect
in the nation.
Oh my goodness,
I love it. So are you okay? I feel like you had a very
shocked
reaction, like visceral reaction.
I've heard people, a few people, different people say because in Missouri, the way their NIL is different, he can commit to them, take some money, and then go ahead and sign to Texas in December. There was no reason for him to rush to commit to Texas when he could have gotten some Missouri money along the way. So that's very, very. I'm shocked. All the crystal balls were to Missouri.
Yep. They were leaning Missouri for sure. Well, I think, again, that's the power of
good job.
Power of Texas.
Good job, Sark.
Right? That's power of Texas.
Wow.
And
I'm legit shocked.
That's a testament for sure to
Thank you for letting us know, Scott.
Testament for sure to this coaching staff. So
wow.
So again, like that's actually a good.
I told Megan, no, he's going to Missouri.
Yeah, I was hopeful for Texas.
You were. Wow.
So yeah, listen, I trust this staff. I know that a lot of Texas fans like to be really critical, but
it's not that I don't trust the staff, but staying close to home. A team that's playing so well right now. And he was at their games like over and over when they were winning big games.
Well,
wow.
There's some opportunities here. So
good job, Texas staff.
Absolutely. That adds up to, again, we're seeing having that depth where we haven't always had depth at Texas. It's nice that we're still pulling folks in. This is
what is in the cocktail,
right? That's what I'm saying. Steven, she's real excited about this. I think these do.
Are you just wanting the recipe? Richard makes them, and it's usually some combination-ish of fruit juices, triple sec. He likes to squeeze lime or something, and then
it's basically a peach mango margarita.
Yeah, something like that, or a Mark's Cosmo kind of thing.
So yes, so that's great news for Texas. Good little boost there.
Wow.
So again,
so shocked.
So let's finish up the conversation with Houston.
Okay. Yes.
So again, or looking forward to BYU.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, we're talking about having Maalik prepped. We know that he's got plays that he's comfortable with. Sark is talking about that. Every quarterback, the coaches, it's a weekly conversation about with each quarterback. Tell us the plays you like to run. Tell us where you feel good. I don't know that we see, I mean, again, I could be completely wrong, and this might be the last thing they would expect, so maybe that's why we're doing it. I don't know that there's going to be a huge deep shot down the field immediately.
I do.
It'd be kind of cool to see.
I do.
But the risk that he runs with that is if we don't have some success early, that might be a mentality issue, right? Like that could get in Murphy's head. Now, all of that said, I think that Murphy is more than prepared. I think he is more than prepared than most backup quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
I expect him to have a huge game this game. I know Nash had picked him as a breakout player. I think that's maybe stating the obvious.
If anyone needs to have a breakout game on Saturday, it would be Maalik.
Right. But I do think we're going to see, again, we've got to get some more consistency from the O-line. We had some struggles on the edge.
Hopefully he inspires a spark.
Right. Yes. So, and again, he's got that pocket presence. hopefully what I really am going to be looking for as a key to Texas being successful, as a key to Malik being successful, is making smart choices quickly. That I think is going to be really telling early on in the game. If he is reading, seeing, and making those choices quickly, Texas is going to be fine. I'm
or
not
if
worried
the
about
O-line is giving him enough time to make
Right.
those. Either way, if he's having enough time, whether it means him being quick or the O-line giving him enough time.
It's got to be both.
It's
got to be both.
Yeah, and it's going to be different every play.
So I like it.
All right, and
well,
we will make our picks soon.
Yep.
We'll make our score prediction soon. All right, but let's go ahead if you're ready to get into the top 10 sports things.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, so we just did one, which was Ryan. We go. I can't believe.
I love that you were like really having a moment here.
I'm shocked. And like I said, I was telling you, Missouri. Everybody's saying Missouri. Why would he go from Missouri? Like he can take money now with their NIL deal. Like not that I'm not saying he's a money kid after money. I'm saying the high school athletes in Missouri are allowed to get money early. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Mm-hmm. So anyway, wow, I'm shocked. Okay, so let's do the top. That's number one, I guess. Right now, number one. We had it to come at 4:15, but we're running a little behind. That's okay. We'll get it all. Astros Rangers. You were at the game.
I was at game 6.
This will be number 2. Astros Rangers. You were at game 6 Sunday night, and
you're really gonna make me talk about this.
Yes, because they said it's only happened one other time in Major League. I'm not a big Major League Baseball stat person, but they said it's only happened one other time, and it was like half this staff that's with the Rangers now. Yeah. That in 2019, the only other time that the away team won every game.
Right.
How?
It was away field advantage this year. It was weird. How does that happen?
I'm going to say it was a butt kick in the last 2 games.
Yeah, it was. I mean, look, they stepped up. The Astros had a similar game last game at Globe Life. And I'm going to say this again. I hate Globe Life with an undying
passion. Isn't it like a shaped?
It looks like a grill,
like a juice box or something.
Like a grill. It was supposed to be. The renderings look gorgeous, but they were way over budget. And the issue I have with it is once you get inside, it feels soulless. There's not a lot of character in there. Yeah. There are stairways and hallways that go to literally nowhere, like down to dead end.
Is it because they're not finished with where they're going to go?
No, it's because it's a stupid design. I hate that stadium. And I've been there plenty of times for Texas baseball. But listen, hats off to the Rangers. It broke my heart to be there. It was a lot of fun.
We watched it on TV.
Got to reconnect with some of our favorite Houston, Texas baseball players that are from Houston. I got to watch a little bit with a certain one who I will protect their name to keep them
so sweet,
safe.
So sweet.
Yeah, but listen, it was a fun time. I will say what I enjoyed sitting with this particular baseball player. Literally, he was watching every pitch, and we were along the first baseline. Mm-hmm. As the pitch was coming out of his hand, he would say, "Nope, yep, nope, yep," if it was a strike or not, and he had almost everyone accurate. I was like, well, now I'm ruined for watching games. Just sit with me for every game I ever watch.
I'm going to need you on the phone.
But yeah, it was painful. And it was, the scene from The Wedding Singer where somebody kill me, please. Oh, yeah, that was kind of my feeling.
It got uglier and uglier.
It did. Now do you care? Rangers, D-backs, do you care?
No.
You don't even know a bit?
I would want the team from Texas to win.
That's fair.
Other than that, I don't care.
And I'm going to give an unpopular take for a lot of Astros fans. Like, I'm going to root for the Rangers.
Yeah.
And I grew up in Austin. I cheer for Texas teams, right? I'm not from Houston. I'm not from Dallas.
Yeah, I saw a great tweet that Texas over Houston happened 3 times this weekend.
Yeah, well, it was rough. But yeah, I know there's a lot of Astros fans that are coming out and supporting the D-backs, which is great. Listen, Ivan Melendez might get called up for the D-backs. So maybe you switch a little bit.
I don't switch. I am not loyal.
I
ain't loyal to baseball teams. I don't care.
Where I will default is that, I grew up in Round Rock. I went to Round Rock High. My parents have been Round Rock Express season ticket holders since day one.
Oh.
And the Express have gone back and forth between being a Rangers club and an Astros club.
Oh, yeah.
Like 10 times or something ridiculous. So I'll support either. I am an Astros fan, a Tigers fan, but I can support the Rangers. I can get down for that. So yeah, flavored shots of tequila. I like it. All right.
Sure,
so
why not?
Next story.
All right, moving on.
Bring this one up.
Yes, you're a Michigan State person, so let's talk about Michigan. Jim Harbaugh, and we'll just touch on this really briefly because Jim Harbaugh. Everybody knows the Michigan sign stealing. go to Megan's Twitter today and go see the video she reposted
From
where
SEC Shorts.
It's so funny where they make fun of the Michigan staffer, like
just how stupid
it is to steal these signs. Okay, whether or not it's blatant, dirty, ugly cheating, or it's just playing in the gray area of the game, right? Everyone has their own opinion.
It's not gray area. It is explicitly against NCAA
rules.
No.
Oh, it is against the rules. Whether or not you think it's a gray area and everybody does it, it's against the rules, right? And then to do it, like, let me put these on my credit card. Let me be on the sidelines wearing Michigan gear, and let me go to 30 games.
Let me hold my phone up and record the whole time.
Let me hold a big piece of paper with the other team side.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. Look, Sark was asked this. Everybody's being asked this. Sark was asked this in the presser about how he feels about sign stealing and if it's an issue. And he was pretty blunt about it. He said, yeah, it is an issue on every level of college football. It happens. And it is frustrating because it obviously makes it harder to execute when the other team knows what you're going to do. He likened it, we're just talking about baseball, likened it to a hitter obviously has a lot more success if they know what pitch is coming. Yeah. So, there are some comical pieces to this, but I do think,
so funny.
I know, but ultimately it is something that needs to be addressed. Now, I think this is becoming a pretty big thing because it is Michigan. They are a blue blood. They are doing
in the
really
nation.
Well.
Yeah.
So it's going to be really interesting to see if the toothless NCAA actually does anything
they
about
don't have any power.
Right. I mean,
they can't tell you hand over your bank accounts or hand over these documents. They don't have the power to do anything. You have to volunteer things to them.
Not on this level. So for this level of violation, they can investigate. They can find things out. And if it is found that Michigan is violating this rule, there can be sanctions. Now, we know that Jim Harbaugh is mixed up in some lower level violations.
Yeah, didn't he have to sit out
sleepovers and stuff like that? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's silly, but it's been going on for a while. So I do think on some level there is going to be that's going to factor into the NCAA.
I mean, accumulating all these infractions.
But ultimately, I would be shocked if the NCAA actually does anything about it, just because I feel like they are an absolutely worthless institution. Yeah. They don't do much. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, it's one thing to say, well, they can know all my freaking Dion. They can know all my plays. They still got to stop it. That's not the point. If you work hard to put together a plan and they know it, then they're 2 steps ahead of you, and it's not fair.
And look, I'm 100% going to blame. It's definitely not Michigan State being absolute trash this year.
They're trash this year.
It was an awful game to watch.
Oh, 49-0.
I know.
Can you imagine?
Now I know what it feels like.
Can you imagine losing to a rival 49-0?
It's not fun.
That would be the worst.
I know what you feel like now.
That would be the worst.
But Ohio State is actually coming out now. And now that's a huge rivalry. That would be the equivalent of Texas or OU saying they weren't going to play each other because of this potential violation. Ohio State's coming out and saying they're thinking about not playing Michigan. I would be, again, shocked if that actually went through.
You know how many donors need that game?
Yeah, but, if anything could actually push forward some action, it would be Ohio State backing out of this game.
It's probably one thing to say it, but the actual contractual obligations that go on for years and years.
Well, and there's playoff implications there too.
Yes.
Both teams are.
If you take a forfeit, what if you say, we're not playing this game? Okay, you take a forfeit
to your rival,
to your loss.
And then exactly.
I don't know how that works, but
how does that affect playoffs? That could be really, really, really interesting. So yes, the Venables has been involved with that stuff too. Steve, thanks for bringing that up. LSU has been on it for a while. Mm-hmm.
Venables stole some signs too. Let's go ahead and talk about Venables next.
Okay.
We actually have a no, we don't have Venables. We have a Clemson. We have a Clemson thing. Let's talk about it. So one of
Dabo Sweeney's comments.
Dabo Sweeney's comments. So if you watch the end of their double overtime game with Miami, Cade Klubnik, our little Westlake sweetheart, he's mobile and speedy, but to put it in his hands on 4th and goal and fake the handoff and have him run sideways and expect him to turn up and he got tackled at the 9, almost the 10. And of course, that was
almost like
devastating.
faking it on a field
It
goal.
was so bad. It was almost like faking it on a long field goal attempt. It was devastating. But Dabo said, "Yeah, he's on suicide watch," and he didn't literally mean Klubnik's on suicide watch, but it was a silly, flippant. Could have chose better words
in today's day and age. Listen, I'm not one to get like riled up over things, or I tend to.
We all use not the right words.
Yeah,
sometimes.
I've said dumb shit in my life. I try not to get offended at the drop of a hat. That being said, this was a really, really dumb thing to say.
Because there are kids who really get death threats.
Right. And
games like this.
And not just that, but again, we need to put more emphasis. And this is something that I'll give Herman credit. He did. Sark's staff does a good job. There has to be emphasis on mental health.
Mental health.
And to make that kind of like flippant joke about it, I just
am I personally better?
Yeah. Am I personally offended? No. Do I think it was really stupid and speaks to his absolute lack of awareness? Yes.
Agree.
That being said, I'm not a huge Dabo Sweeney fan either. Never have been. So this kind of lines up with me.
But he sleeps with his mom.
He's a douchebag. Anyway,
all right, let's move on. All right, moving on. Yeah, they shared a bed with his mom.
Right.
All right. So Georgia, Michigan, number 1 and number 2. The strength of schedule: Georgia 109. Michigan 110. Should they be ranked number 1 and 2 when they have one of the worst strength of schedules in the entire FBS?
Listen, this has been a conversation. This is not new, right? There's been a lot of arguments. I mean,
for reference, Texas has the 6th hardest strength of schedule.
Right. This has been an argument that has been going on for years and years and years, especially within the SEC.
It's so hard.
Scheduling cupcakes early, scheduling cupcakes, late in the season on their break from SEC
Playing
games.
bad SEC teams.
Yeah. So I think it's chicken shit. I feel like to be the best, you have to beat the best. But in the way that the current system is set up, it's playing the game, right? They are giving themselves the advantage by scheduling teams that might not be so hard to beat on when they can. I hate it. I think it cheapens the sport. I think it cheapens the value of where they're ranked. I think it cheapens all that. But ultimately, until the rules change or strength of schedule factors more into the decision of rankings, it's going to keep happening. So,
and just so you know, for OU 47th, because people are going to say OU's schedule is so tough. All right, moving on. Rugby World Cup finals are this weekend. We have been talking about, we'll just be quick with the Rugby World Cup. My Argentina is playing Richards, England, Friday at 2 for the 3rd, 4th place.
Right.
Sorry. Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes.
For the 3rd, 4th place. Our England will destroy Argentina. They've already played them, and they were even a man down, and all they did was drop kick, and they beat Argentina with 14 men. So that's fine.
And England, again, Richard will be upset. Y'all might fight.
Richard was trying to watch the England game at the tailgate, trying to watch it. But anyway, so that's Friday at 2. And then Saturday, I think it's 2 o'clock. I think it's 2 o'clock our time. New Zealand, South Africa, Southern Hemisphere again. South Africa, New Zealand again. That's fine. But
well, I'll have my listen.
I'll be in
South
your
Africa.
South Africa.
Yeah, I've got
jersey.
my rugby jersey from when we were over there.
Yeah.
I love my South Africans that you introduced me to.
I love them both. I want South Africa to win, of course. All right, moving on.
All right.
Okay. Emmanuel Acho, lifetime Longhorn. And this, I like that he just says what he says and let the heat come.
Yeah.
Okay.
Acho don't give a F.
Acho doesn't care, which I respect. Okay, we're talking about Caleb Williams, and you and I were watching the USC game. We were at the Connor's house Saturday night after the Texas game, and they have a great setup in the backyard.
I never want to ever leave that
was a great backyard with the TV and couches and beautiful pool. And we were hanging out and we were watching the USC game, and we'll talk about it in a minute. We have time. But we were watching. So Caleb Williams, another L. The team, not just Caleb, but another L. Acho said in a tweet, with national championship hopes gone, Caleb Williams should consider sitting out the rest of the season. The Heisman is a long shot. College football playoffs are even less likely, and he won't play in the bowl game. The risk of playing far outweighs the reward. Business decision. Do you agree that he should just sit out the rest of the season?
Dumbest, most selfish thing ever. Listen, I understand why certain players do that in bowl games. I hate it. As a fan of the sport, as a fan of my team, I hate it, but I get it. I will never knock a player for making that kind of decision, especially when they're guaranteed big money. They know they're going to go first round.
Yeah.
I get
or
it.
even be drafted. If you know you're going to be drafted.
I get it.
Yeah.
But that's a bowl game. This is, to me, if that is a decision that players are making in the regular season now, forget the entire concept of team sports. Forget the entire concept of playing for pride, of being a team player, of being a coachable player. I think that is such a selfish thing to do. And truly, in my opinion, maybe I'm overstating this, but I feel like that goes against every concept and principle of what team sports are supposed to be about.
Right.
I would struggle with that. What are your thoughts on it?
So we agree that we understand why players would sit out a bowl game and an insignificant bowl game. If you made it to a New Year's Day bowl or a playoff, that's up to the player to decide if that risk is worth risking if you know you're going to be drafted in the NFL. Like you're looking at the next 3, 10, 15 years if you're lucky, and millions of dollars, right? Over a bowl game. I mean, the Alamo Bowl, heck no. I mean, even though that's probably why we lost the game. No Roshan. I mean, that's exactly why we lost the game. And no Bijan and Roshan. However, I have no problem with them sitting that game out because they're in the NFL making good money and they have to look ahead. What does an Alamo Bowl win do for anyone?
For the fans, for the program, for the players that maybe aren't gonna move on, like that's
a great opportunity for them to play.
I get it, but
that's fine.
But also, and again, this is selfish as a fan. I get that, but I spend a lot of money to go to games, and I'm invested in the team, and it's frustrating to me, especially like Alamo Bowl for Texas. It's not as big a deal as a fan because I can drive down 35 in the same day, right? I get it, but if I'm going to New Orleans or I'm flying to a destination to watch my team play, I want to know that they're just as excited about being there as I am.
I can tell you right now, if Texas is in the Alamo Bowl this year, I do not expect to see Worthy playing. I do not expect to see Sanders playing.
I get it.
I might not even expect to see Quinn playing.
I'm not saying
we should just know that.
I'm not saying they will.
No, I'm just saying I
don't
understand. Oh, I don't love it because I want my team to win with all the best talent that got us to that bowl. But I understand. However, sitting out 6 weeks in, 7 weeks in, that to me is a little too much selfish. Then why don't you just sit out the whole year because you knew you were going to be drafted first round?
Right.
And yeah, I see somebody said that he doesn't think.
Yeah, I like this. How would the move go down in an NFL locker room? I agree.
Yep.
Again, if I'm looking as a coach, an NFL coach, and see that a player now, again, we know NFL is different than college. I get that. For me, and maybe I'm too old school in my thinking, I feel like that kind of decision, you're leaving your coaches high and dry, you're leaving your team high and dry. To me, if I'm an NFL coach, I'm looking at that and saying, well, if that's your mentality and all you're worried about is you, like I would rather have a player that's about the team and that is going to fight for the team and be a part of the team. And that is, like I said, just everything about that kind of decision to me goes against what football and team sports are supposed to be about.
I see that.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah.
All right, let's be quick. Let's move on. Spurs tonight. I was talking to you before we started the show. For a long time, I've been a big Thunder fan. They had Ibaka and Westbrook and KD and Harden, and I was like all in, and I was all Thunder, and I would go to see them when they would come to San Antonio, blah, blah, blah. And San Antonio has always been like my two team, kind of like I have Titans and Cowboys. I've always had, and which is weird because they're rivals, Thunder and Spurs, but San Antonio right here. And San Antonio embraces the Hispanic culture and they do lots of fun things. So I'm like, you know what? I haven't really even cheered or watched the Thunder in forever. So I'm going to go ahead and move them to 2.
You're going back.
And I'm bringing the Spurs back up. Why
like
not? And I'm calling it before the season because tonight, Wemby, his big debut.
Yep.
So that's going to be fun. Everybody's looking for Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, good luck. Wemby. I'm sticking with Wemby.
Wemby's great.
Because I will inevitably
If he doesn't mind being called Wemby, then that's cool. If he wants to be called Wembanyama, I'm going to call him Wembanyama. But they play the Mavs at San Antonio tonight. Number 1 prospect in forever. So it's a big deal. I retweeted today the video when San Antonio staff, the office staff, whatever, when they saw that they got Spurs, when they got Wemby, it's
like
exciting.
you with when we just got Wemby.
Yeah, when we just got. All right, moving on.
I like it.
It's only because it's news. Baylor. Why are you sending your daughters to this school?
Yeah.
Not okay. Guilty in a court of law yesterday.
Baylor was found. Let's be very clear. Baylor was found guilty in a court of law.
Guilty in a court of law for negligence and not handling another rape case. They've settled some out of court. They were held account. They faced a jury. They have to pay fines. They proved that this
is not enough.
No,
but
it's not enough.
But it reinforces what anybody outside of Waco has been saying, is that Baylor in a place that's going to take care of victims. Baylor is in a place that's going to keep students safe.
No.
Yeah.
They proved that they went to all the places they were supposed to report and not enough was done.
Mm-hmm.
Combine that with now they don't even have to investigate sexual harassment because it's against their if it's against their religion.
It's a private school.
Okay,
yeah.
Why are you sending your daughters to this school? All right, moving on.
Yep.
Texas is the only school in the state, the only university in the state who is already bowl eligible after 8 weeks.
I don't hate it.
I love it.
I do.
One win away. Guess who's one win away? Guess.
1 win away? I mean, I'm looking at it, so that's probably cheating.
Okay, sorry, you're looking at it.
But what I will throw in is that the New Mexico State Fighting Aggies became bowl eligible before the Fighting Farmers of
and they moved up into
Texas
FBS or whatever it was last night.
Mm-hmm.
I watched the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they are bowl eligible.
It's not the Aggies you would think would be eligible first, but
yeah,
here we are.
And they've been really bad a long time.
Extend Jimbo.
Yeah,
I like
pay him. So 1 win away, SMU, Texas State, Bobcats. 2 wins away, TCU, A&M, UTSA, Rice, UTSA. That's the Roadrunner.
UTSA, yep.
And then who cares about the rest of them? All right.
Must win out. UTEP. I think that's a tall order.
Yeah, and UTEP goes to Sam Houston State tonight, and Sam Houston State is 0-7, but they're actually favored tonight at home. All right,
interesting.
All right,
I like it.
Let's talk real quick before we move to our picks because we are flying. We gotta hurry. We won't get to all the. We've been just talking, which is great because we had Nash. So let's talk about let's not worry about it.
Talking on a talk show is crazy.
I know. No, I mean we have by this point we were going to be way into other things.
I'm just saying.
We need 3 hours.
BK, 3 hours. No, we're kidding. We're kidding. All right, go ahead. Let's do this.
Covert. Before we move to our picks, we always like to give you a shout out to Covert Auto Group. It's a family-owned group of automotive dealerships that serve the greater Austin area for over 100 years. Since its inception, the team at Covert Auto Group has been committed to providing customers with high-quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles, as well as outstanding service and customer satisfaction. So go out to Covert BK. It's 42 acres. We were out there a few weeks ago. It's beautiful. In BK, Texas. Just not far. Just grab put a little coffee in your mug and get out there. They are located in BK, Texas. They have Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. They also have Covert Ford and Chevy and Hutto, Ford, Lincoln, and Austin. So visit covertbcave.com for the latest specials and inventory. And I was just talking to my son today about his Jeep. Maybe you should go to Covert and do something with your Jeep. Maybe they can help you out. And because he's kind of upside down, maybe he can hook it up. Maybe they can hook him up.
I bet they can. I like it. All right. So we're going to talk picks. I'm going to get into.
It's time to make our picks.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Are we recapping first?
Yeah. Let's do a quick. The biggest things that happened.
Skip that first one. We can skip that first one.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that Michigan beat Michigan State 49-0. God, that must suck to lose 49-0.
You know what? Enough.
OSU, Ohio State, never trailed Penn State, and they pulled it off at home. Wow.
That was one I was wrong about. I had picked Penn State to upset.
I picked Ohio State to win and cover. Mm-hmm. They did. Mm-hmm. Washington, slow. Okay, for all the people who are stressed about Texas not doing well on the road for someone's Super Bowl, Washington struggled at home and could have lost to Arizona State. And they survived, and they're alive, and that's all that matters.
Take an ugly win.
that was an ugly win. We were watching that game.
It was.
Also ugly win at home, OU.
Number 6 OU at home against UCF. That's another one that, again, and this was a game that OU, they were lucky to escape this one because it was
they did.
Yeah, it was a missed 2-point conversion. That
right. It was a stupid play. The lateral, they were going for the double pass, but it was so slow developing.
When you're a program like UCF, you go for the win, you go for the points because they're not going to outlast.
Oh no, I'm just saying. They had a choice but to go for 2 to tie it up, but that play call wasn't great. Confusing.
Wasn't great
against a good defense like OU.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, Mac Brown.
Oh, the fighting
Mac Browns. They were 24-point favorites at home, and they lost again to Virginia.
So again, Texas fans, things could be worse.
So Texas fans.
Again. The Fighting Mac Browns had a really rough game. Didn't look great. We both picked North Carolina to win that. Way off of that one. All right, let's jump into this was a really interesting game. Number 17, Tennessee at number 11, Alabama.
Yeah.
Again, this was one where Tennessee was up big time. We were watching this during the tailgate and during the game.
20-7 at half. Upset alert.
Yeah, definitely. Tennessee looked like they were doing all the right things, and then never count out a Nick Saban team. Alabama took that one 34-20. So that was
outscored them. Yeah,
that was a crazy game. Another one that we watched that was wild was number 14 Utah at number 18 USC. We talked about that a little bit earlier. Utah came back, had a crazy win. It was a fun game to watch.
It was it was back and forth.
I don't remember if it was both of us, but I know that one of us picked Utah to win that one. So
what did I pick?
I don't know. I didn't write it down, but it's on you. You got to write it down.
I will have it right here. I'll tell you what I picked.
We'll recap that.
I'll find it. But what happened was, okay, Utah. Oh, no, we both picked Utah to win outright. You can't. I don't know if you can see it, but we both picked Utah to win outright. There it is.
So go us.
Yeah, we did great. But that poor quarterback on that last drive, he took a big D tackle, helmeted him to the head, targeting, and then he's woozy, and he still goes and runs for 30-something yards.
Yeah, it was rough. And then got hit in the head again.
By DB, and the DB goes out injured. That's how hard he hit him.
Yeah, I don't know that I love that from the coach.
I wouldn't want my son to be.
I hope he's all right.
Right, but he pulled it off, and they won. All right, moving on. Oklahoma State it went to West Virginia and won big. TCU took a butt kicking from Kansas State. We have them next week.
So this is an interesting one that I do want to talk about a little bit. We've got both of these teams. Texas has both of these teams up on their schedule. We've talked about this over this season. TCU being a little worrisome that Texas goes up there, plays in Fort Worth against a TCU team that has been wildly inconsistent this year.
Yeah.
This is one that you're worried about. I think K-State is. I'm glad we have them at home.
K-State looks way tougher.
Yeah. So
yes,
looking at this game, does this change your mind at all about Texas going up to TCU? About your concerns up there?
The thing that sparked my not fear but concern with K-State was Avery Johnson, this kid who came out and ran 5 rushing touchdowns against Tech. Well, once there was even that amount of film on him, he had no rushing touchdowns against Kansas State. However, against TCU. So if TCU can shut him down, maybe
and still lose 41-3.
But he did throw, and the other Will Howard is the quarterback that threw for 3 touchdowns, and they had rushing touchdowns. So they're a complete team. They're going to run and throw. So that's what worries me is that we have.
So you're still worried about TCU?
No. Now I'm going to shift
in the purple concern
to K-State.
Got it.
Oh, they look so good. There are 4 teams right now in the Big 12 with only 1 loss. All right, so let's move ahead and make some predictions. We will go quick. Just so you know, Georgia's at Florida Cocktail Bowl.
Biggest cocktail.
Whatever.
Biggest cocktail.
Michigan, they're on a bye week, so they'll be out stealing signs this weekend.
Look for those cameras on the sideline.
Yeah, I want somebody to get video this weekend of them recording signs. Ohio State, Florida State, Washington, they're all on the road, but they're all 2-3 touchdown favorites, so who cares? Let's go. Fox is the big Fox noon kickoff or whatever. OU at number 6 OU at Kansas. OU's 10-point favorites on the road. Are you upset alert? Because they're still with their backup Jason Bean, who's done okay, but no Jalen Daniels since before Texas. So, since the Texas game.
This is a really hard one to pick. If Jalen Daniels was in, I would take Kansas on this.
Me too.
They're a great team. I think OU. I think this is going to be a close game. I think OU got a pretty big wake up call against UCF. As much as I want to pick Kansas, and I would pick Kansas with their starting quarterback, I've got to go OU on this one.
Yeah.
I don't think OU covers, though. I'm going to take, it's a close one. I think OU wins this game, but 10 points?
I have OU winning and covering because they came off an ugly loss at home. They were riding high off their win over Texas. So I just see them. I'm writing our
picks. No, I got it.
Yeah, I can see them like really bouncing back. It's hard coaching after a win is ain't nothing wrong with that. All right, South Carolina, go Cox at the Aggies. Am I going to be putting on my Gamecock sweater Saturday night, cozying up? They are 14-point dogs at A&M. Does A&M win and cover 14 points at home?
Again, I have. It is hard for me to read A&M right now. I think there's a lot of issues in the locker room. I don't know that Jimbo still has this team. I don't know that Jimbo cares because Jimbo's still a very rich man. Listen, I think I'm going to take A&M in this. It's at home. Kyle Fields.
Win and cover?
Yeah, I'm going to take A&M to win and cover this one. How about you? What do you got?
I think because South Carolina's only losses are at Georgia and at Tennessee and at Missouri, the best teams in the SEC right now, and their coach kicked his foot and broke his foot.
Yeah, that was silly.
Over their 2-point loss to Florida.
You got to breathe, girl. You got to breathe here.
I'm having too much fun.
I know it.
I'm going to say the Aggies win, but no cover. I think South Carolina has enough defense. It doesn't take much defense right now with the Aggies offense. They have enough. All right, let's move on. Houston, 3-4 Houston. Thank you, Houston, for taking that L. At Kansas State. Kansas State is 5-2. Kansas State are 17-point favorites at home, and I'll go first. Win and cover by a lot.
Yeah.
West Virginia Houston gave everything they had in this game, their Super Bowl. So Kansas State's rolling.
Dana didn't care about winning any other game and other than the one he just lost. So yeah, I agree. I don't think that Houston can match up to K-State, especially not in Manhattan.
Right. And they are fired up. They are all in. Good job, K-State fans. Last one we're going to pick. This is a big one. It's a top 13 matchup. 8 Oregon at Riding High. 6-1 8 Oregon. 6-1 13 Utah. Oregon's first loss was at Washington with the missed field goal, but then they went on to beat Washington State. I'm sorry, that was Oregon. Yeah, Utah. They are rolling now, especially with that big confidence win against USC. USC probably a fraud, but probably the team, not the coach. No, just kidding. He's a fraud too.
And also not coaching this week.
Also, he's like can't be at practices. I don't think he's a complete fraud. We talked about that last week, but week after week. Let's see
who you got in this game.
I'm actually going to ride Oregon, our 7-point favorites at Utah. I'm going to say Utah rides this momentum. Utah outright win.
I like it. I agree with that.
What?
Utah they're a fun team to watch, and I think they've kind of been slept on in the Pac-12. Again, now if we find out that their quarterback does indeed have a concussion, their Cam Rising's out. This was a backup quarterback. If now we're going further back than that, I will change this pick.
Oh, yeah. If Barnes isn't playing.
But I will say, I think Utah is looking like a tough, they are the team to beat right now to me. Like Washington, looking good, had a scare. I like Utah. I'm taking them. So
all right.
I'm taking the win, obviously, and cover. Yep.
Okay. I think we got all our picks in. So let's move on. We did it. We did a good job.
All right.
Women in sports. Lots of Texas women.
We do. We want to encourage people to go out again. Basketball season starting up, both for the men and the women. There was a scrimmage for the women.
Yeah,
they're looking good. They're ranked. So there's an exhibition next Thursday, November 2nd versus Midwestern State. And then the first game, of course, is on November 8th against Southern University. So that's always a fun time to go out and support them.
The Moody Center's nice.
Moody Center's fun to watch basketball.
So nice.
Yeah.
Everything's so beautiful.
It's really cool.
So get out there.
Yeah. And again, Texas softball, they've been playing their fall ball. It's been fun to watch them. They did actually womp womp end up with a tie against A&M, but that's okay. We took one from them prior.
Just
to that,
don't take the L.
So we're good. We took one from prior. But again, you can go see softball Friday, October 27th. So if you're looking for something
That's
to
this
do
Friday
before the football game, if you're in town, check out softball. They play your Texas State
My
Bobcats
Texas State Bobcats
at 6 p.m. So that'll be a good time.
I don't know if they're any good.
Yeah. Also, Texas soccer finished number 4 in the Big 12. They won. But they finished on a hot streak. They finished on a hot streak.
They took the losses early, which hurt their standings late, but they won 5 of the last 6 games.
They did. And they were outscoring their opponents 17-6.
So the offense is rolling.
So love it. So they're going to be fun to watch. The Big 12 championships. They take on number 5 West Virginia. So that'll be a fun game.
5 in Big 12.
Right.
Not 5 over
Correct.
the nation. The 5th place in the Big 12. That's mine. That's my notes, miss. Yeah.
And then you know them, you love them. Texas volleyball they've got 2 games actually coming up, one on Thursday and one on Friday versus Baylor, 7 p.m. both of them. Texas volleyball, after a few, maybe missteps from what we're used to early in the season, they're rolling in conference, 9-0 in conference.
9-0 in conference.
So that's it.
You know how hard that is to do when everyone wants to beat you?
We do.
That's really impressive.
So that's definitely
way
fun.
to get it together, ladies.
I love it. All right.
All the Texas sports. So, and there's more, but that's pretty good. That's a lot this weekend. Go get out.
It is a busy time on campus right now. So I know that golf has some stuff going on. We've got women's basketball, you've got volleyball, you've got football, you've got soccer. I mean, it's just crazy weekend. So it'll be fun. If you guys haven't been out there, spend $5 on tickets, go check it out. It's a lot of fun. Something else to do. So, all right. What else are we getting into?
We have our rants.
We're gonna
finish. We're gonna finish. Are you ready?
You go first. I will bring the heat. All right. So this is our favorite. Your favorite. My favorite? Maybe.
I don't know.
Is it time to get it off our chest?
Yeah.
All right.
You can't handle the truth. Say it with your chest.
I never told anybody that because I'm such a good friend.
All right, so this is our little segment where each of us has 1 minute, 60 seconds for those counting at home to either rant or rave about something, but you got to finish it up in 60 seconds. Rocky, you're about to be on the clock. Are you ready? No. You're not. This is your jams and you're not.
I know. Okay, I'm ready.
All right, go.
So my thing is, I've been thinking about this the last couple of weeks. So we go to Mexico a lot, right? We have a house there in Mexico. We're there a lot. And I've been thinking a lot about when tourists come. If you go to a new place anywhere in the world, go immerse yourself in that space or that place. Like if you get there and things are different or not what you're used to,
it's okay for them.
It's okay. That's why you travel. Don't come and expect things to be fast like you demand at home, or if they speak a different language there, it's your job to speak the other language. Like it's
make efforts at least.
Yeah, make efforts. Most people are kind and patient and understand tourism. I feel like the last couple of times I've seen a few people that are like, I just want to say, like, why did you come here if you're going to insult the local people? Or that's it. Be kind.
Yeah, be kind.
If you travel, be kind.
I like it.
That's it.
All right.
Okay.
Is there a particular thing that triggered this? Or
no, just in general.
Just in general.
Just be kind when you travel because you're the visitor.
All right. That's fair.
All right.
All right. So you're again putting me on the spot. I'm never ready for these. Ever. I'm never ready. But that's all right. I'll pull something out.
You got it.
Brilliant in the last minute.
You're always brilliant.
And yeah, so this is ADHD kicking in. All right. I will say I don't understand the need for people to wrist slap fight on social media. I don't get it. I don't understand people trying to make a name for themselves out of that. I don't understand the propensity to, if your only MO is to fight with people, that seems like an unhappy existence to me. I don't get that. I also don't understand when folks are going to call things out that they themselves do. I don't get it, right? Like the hypocrisy there. If you're going to wrist slap fight, why be hypocritical in the middle of it? I don't get that. I try to be, I know it doesn't seem like it in these rants. I try to be more positive. I try to surround myself with positive people. I try to cut people out of my life that aren't positive. Sometimes it's hard. It takes some practice. It's not always fun. But man, I don't understand the need to focus on negative versus positive. So again, be kind, be positive.
Good job.
There we
1
are.
minute. Yeah.
I like it.
There you go. Your feed is your feed.
I get it.
Also,
I'm not here to tell you what to do.
Also, you show yourself.
I'm just saying.
Okay. Good job, Megan. We had
Appreciate
so much to talk about.
We did. We're a little over.
We had so much to talk about. All right.
Richard has definitely made your drink a little stronger this time.
No, I'm just happy to be with you.
Yeah,
all right. We had a great time. Thank you so much. Again, like, share, subscribe. Texas Sports Unfiltered at Fire the Cannon. I think we're about to hit a milestone on our followers on Fire the Cannon 1 at Fire the Cannon 1. So go check it out. I'm Rocky.
And I'm Megan. And we are Fire the Cannon.